Volume 15. Chapter 1401, The 11th Disciple. Chapter 1401, The 11th Disciple. At that moment, the fifth prince looked horrified. He could sense Mu Feng's demonic intent improving. Mu Feng was borrowing his force to level up. Roar! Dragons roared and a dragon emerged from his body. This time he turned into a real dragon. La la la, Mu Feng's blood boiled. The blood abstruse energy made his body boil like he was going to explode. If he didn't have such strong blood, the blood abstruse energy would have killed him on its own. Die! Shouted Mu Feng. Demonic energies pierced through the fifth prince's, and in his brain, the nine netherworlds song started resonating. A lake appeared inside Mu Feng's eyes. It was the pitch-black waters of the nine netherworlds. The fifth prince was slowly turning into a demonic slave. Submit. If you do, I won't kill you, said a demonic voice in his head. He was being cursed. By looking at his eyes, it could be seen that he didn't want to submit, but his thoughts were leading him in a different direction. At that moment, the fifth prince understood what the seventh prince had gone through. He could sense the demonic intent and he could hear the nine netherworlds' demonic song. Celestial dragon destruction. Die! Shouted the fifth prince furiously. Lights emerged from his eyes and turned into dragons which moved towards Mu Feng. Destroy! Shouted Mu Feng, raising his hand. He used his deadly demon punch to destroy the lights. Mu Feng was fixedly staring at him, so the fifth prince couldn't look elsewhere. Submit! Shouted Mu Feng furiously again. He condensed demonic chi and attacked the air in the direction of the fifth prince. His attack was a lot more powerful than a few minutes before. Dragon scale assassination, die! Shouted the fifth prince. His gigantic dragon eyes were filled with flames as if his spirit was burning. He wanted to prevent Mu Feng from controlling him. Bzzz. Demonic chi surrounded the two fighters, preventing the crowd from seeing them. What was Mu Feng going to do? Ah, a horrible shriek sounded. Tianlong Divine Castle's people started panicking and their faces turned deathly pale. Little Five! Shouted Emperor Tianlong, gazing into the demonic chi. He wanted to destroy the demon chi and save Little Five. Emperor Tianlong, what are you doing? Asked Emperor Yu coldly. If you violate the rules of the meeting, you'll have to bear the responsibilities. Emperor Tianlong looked upset and stopped moving. The clouds of demonic chi dispersed and gradually, Mu Feng reappeared. The fifth prince had disappeared somehow. There wasn't even a corpse. Nobody knew how Mu Feng had killed the fifth prince. The emperors could have seen through it, but that would have been a violation of the rules. That's why Emperor Yu had prevented Emperor Tianlong from doing it. Brother! Shouted the fourth prince. His eyes were bloodshot and he was surrounded by bestial chi. Emperor Tianlong looked at Mu Feng, but he no longer tried to control himself anymore. He was showing everyone how furious he was. The seventh prince was his adopted son, but the fifth prince was his biological son. He was dead, and before dying, he had served as a tool to help Mu Feng break through to the next cultivation layer. Mu Feng looked at the fourth prince and said, "I'll wait for you to kill me then." "I will," declared the fourth prince. Mu Feng turned around and went back to the group of people from Tiantai. I wouldn't have thought that Mu Feng would level up by borrowing the fifth prince's force. From now on, killing Mu Feng will be even more difficult. Maybe only Qi Qianren and the fourth prince can kill him. Emperor Qi had determined the rules so that cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer couldn't kill medium-level Zun cultivators. He had also hoped the three groups would be able to join hands to kill Mu Feng, but now Mu Feng was becoming stronger and had even leveled up during a battle. Let's see how the Qi clan's alliance will kill Mu Feng, thought many people. Later, it was Tiantai's turn again, and they only had 12 heroic fighters left. Ruas Xia, you go. The Qi clan has 7 medium-level Zun cultivators left, so you can kill any of them, said Mu Chen indifferently. Everybody's muscles twitched. Mu Chen despised the Qi clan and especially the last medium-level Zun cultivators they had. He acted as if they could kill them as they wished. Tiantai had 10 medium-level Zun cultivators left, while the Qi clan only had 7. If Mu Chen talked that way, it meant that Tiantai's remaining cultivators could kill all of the Qi clan's remaining cultivators easily. Was the Qi clan that weak though? Ruaxia rose up in the air and pointed at a cultivator of the Qi clan who had reached the very top of the 5th Zun Qi layer. That cultivator was strong, he could even kill ordinary cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. But against Ruaxia, he didn't stand a chance. Ruaxia controlled decay abstruse energies and could make his opponent grow old, reducing their blood strength. He also used speed abstruse energies to make his opponents move slower. Finally, he could fuse decay and speed abstruse energies together perfectly. Ruo Xia was so strong that he was only playing with his opponent in that fight. Finally, Ruo Xia released sword energies and condensed speed abstruse energies to make it move faster. That sword pierced through his opponent's third eye and instantly killed him. The Qi clan only had 12 people left and they were not happy at all about it. Tiantai doesn't have that many cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, but they can easily kill all of the Qi clan's medium-level Zun cultivators, preventing them from moving on. Thought the crowd. If Tiantai killed all the medium-level Zun cultivators from the Qi clan, it would be tragic. Those people were also the rulers of their generation, they were the symbols of a generation. Afterwards, it was the Qi clan's turn again. This time Emperor Qi sent his biological son, Qi Qianyun, a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer to challenge the cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer from Tiantai. It was a great battle. He managed to injure and eliminate the cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer from Tiantai, but Tiantai's people didn't seem to care much. With the strength of the 8th Zun Qi layer, he was maybe one of the strongest cultivators Tiantai had, but he was only a normal disciple. How would they react if they knew that the 11 people who hadn't been eliminated were all direct disciples? How would they react if they knew that Mu Feng was Lin Feng? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1402, Ku Kan, Xingzhan. Chapter 1402, Ku Kan, Xingzhan. After the Qi clan, it was the Xikong clan's turn. Emperor Xikong glanced at people from Tiantai and said, "There are 3 people we still don't know anything about, so who wants to try them?" "I'll go," said Xikong Yu, jumping forwards. He looked at the fighters from Tiantai who hadn't fought yet. One of them had a black robe, was extremely slim, and his qi looked rather weak. Anyone would guess that he was sick just by looking at him. There was another one who looked robust and he had an antenna protruding from his third eye. The last one looked extremely calm, and he had absolutely no qi. He simply looked like an ordinary person. Such people were often terrifying though. "You, come and fight," said Xikong Yu to the one in the black clothes. Then the young man in black clothes jumped into the air. Bzzz. Xikong Yu's blood boiled. "Desiccate," said the young man in black clothes. The atmosphere suddenly became very dark and desolate. Everything began to fall apart in around them. Xikong Yu's facial expression changed drastically. That desiccation energy surrounded him, slowing his blood flow and damaging his qi. Even though he possessed a celestial vision, he couldn't see through that attack clearly. Dry abstruse energies. The crowd was surprised to see such a strange abstruse energy. Tiantai's direct disciples all had different spells and powers, it was difficult to guess what the next person's abilities would be. His energies were similar to Ruo Xia's decay energy. It reminded Mu Feng of an opponent he had at the great competition of Shuiyu, the dead tree. But that Tiantai's cultivator's attacks were a lot more powerful than the dead trees. His abstruse energy was level 7. If my cursing abstruse energies were level 7, I'd be that strong too, thought Lin Feng. He could also curse people's qi and blood, which had similar effects to those caused by dry energies. Bzzz. The cultivator from Tiantai released a tree above Xikong Yu. What a strange spirit, Xikong Yu is in danger, thought the crowd. The leaves of the tree suddenly fell down and moved towards Xikong Yu. "Piss off," shouted Xikong Yu furiously. His hand turned into a sharp blade as he started attacking the leaves. "Desiccating fissures," shouted the cultivator from Tiantai furiously. The trunk and leaves of the tree started cracking as a myriad of pieces fell down on Xikong Yu. He was petrified as he was surrounded by rotten leaves and pieces of trunk. "Rotten desolation technique," shouted the disciple from Tiantai. Xikong Yu's body crackled and he gave horrible shrieks. His body was decaying and his flesh and bones were decomposing and drying up. His body was shrinking, as he soon became as small as a leaf. Then he disappeared, completely decomposed. The rotten tree turned into a normal tree again and penetrated back into his body. The crowd was astonished, they now understood why his qi was so weak and why he looked so sick. He was skinny and looked sick because of his rotting qi. "I'm Ku Kan," said the cultivator from Tiantai indifferently. Then, he went back behind Emperor Yu, leaving the crowd speechless. How come Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's direct disciples are so strong? Are the last two just as strong? Those people can probably kill cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer as well, thought the crowd. Now it was the Wen clan's turn. They sent a very strong medium-level Zun cultivator who then killed a weaker medium-level Zun cultivator from the Qi clan. The Devamara Palace also sent a medium-level Zun cultivator who killed a cultivator from the Qi clan, leaving only 4 people left. The Celestial Palace of the Immortals also sent a very strong medium-level Zun cultivator who eliminated the weakest of the medium-level Zun cultivators from the Qi clan. The crowd wasn't that surprised. They understood that Jun Moshi had killed one of them, not only because he wanted to avenge Lin Feng's death, but also because the Emperor of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals had reached the end of his life. Because the Celestial Palace of the Immortals was in the eastern part of Ba Huan like the Qi clan had already started putting pressure on the Celestial Palace of the Immortals. Now, the Qi clan only had 3 medium-level Zun cultivators left. The Qi clan wanted to play with Tiantai, but in the end, Tiantai had played with them, thought the crowd. Then, it was Tianlong Divine Castle's turn again. The 4th prince instantly released ice-cold bestial qi. "You're not going," said Emperor Tianlong, his eyes were closed. Then he whispered, "Qi Qianren will fight against Mu Feng. You should continue to watch the fights." "All right," said the 4th prince, clenching his fists. Emperor Tianlong sent a cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer to challenge the cultivator from Tiantai who had a horn and looked both tall and sturdy. It was an explosive battle. The cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle was extremely strong, but the direct disciple of Tiantai was stronger. The cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle had turned into a dragon and the cultivator from Tiantai turned into a beast. Then the cultivator from Tiantai crushed the dragon under his feet and killed him slowly. Bestial part of Ba Huang, a fighting beast. The crowd was surprised once again. The crowd looked at the strong cultivator from Tianlong. He was lying on the stage and his qi was extremely weak. The cultivator from Tiantai had pierced him with his horn and pieces of bleeding flesh were hanging from his chest. Roar! The horned beast roared and jumped onto the cultivator from Tianlong again. No! Boom, Kacha! The cultivator from Tianlong gave a horrible shriek. "My name is Xingzhan!" shouted Xingzhan. Then he turned back into a human being again and went back to the group from Tiantai. Defeating the direct disciples of Tiantai is way too difficult, thought the crowd. Then, it was Tiantai's turn again. The last one who hadn't fought yet came out and looked at the strongest of the 3 medium-level Zun cultivators left from the Qi clan. He looked weak compared to him, but he pointed at him and said, "Come here, dot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1403, Appointment. Chapter 1403, Appointment. The eyes of the strong cultivator from the Qi clan were filled with flames. The space between them was almost distorted by his glare. Bzzz. That strong cultivator suddenly disappeared. His empty space agility technique was incredible. The space around the cultivator from Tiantai became distorted, making it difficult to see. Boom, Kacha! An ancient stone appeared and moved forwards, preventing the space from becoming too distorted. That stone contained some strange lights. Bzzz. The cultivator from the Qi clan disappeared again and reappeared behind the cultivator from Tiantai. But he didn't look at him, instead he punched the air backwards, and another stone tablet appeared. The crowd was amazed because each of his attacks contained holy marks, which then condensed quickly into those stone tablets. Boom, boom, boom. The space around the battle stage was completely distorted as several silhouettes appeared. The strong cultivator from the Qi clan mastered the empty space agility technique to a high degree, so he could move incredibly fast. The cultivator from Tiantai was terrifying too, though. He was surrounded by stone tablets, and he hadn't even moved yet. "Cosmic battle rotation!" shouted the cultivator from the Qi clan. The strength of the cultivator from the Qi clan condensed and rotated around the cultivator. "Omnipresent seal!" shouted the cultivator from Tiantai. He raised his 2 hands and many more ancient stones appeared around him. The space wasn't as distorted anymore, it even calmed down a bit. La la la. The blood of the cultivator from the Qi clan boiled. Then his empty space turned into an empty space picture scroll and descended from the sky. He wanted to envelop the cultivator from Tiantai inside it. "Oppress!" shouted the cultivator from Tiantai. A stone plate emerged from his body and collided against the picture scroll. The ancient plate became gigantic and sealed the space, including the scroll. Boom boom. The stage shook violently, but the picture scroll couldn't move. The cultivator from the Qi clan couldn't manipulate his spirit anymore. "Bury!" shouted the cultivator from Tiantai furiously. He then took a step forwards and suddenly, the two fighters were buried under a mountain of ancient stones. Suddenly, dazzling lights appeared on the ancient stones and pitch-black picture scrolls enveloped the stones. "Go!" shouted the cultivator from Tiantai coldly. Then the ancient stones bombarded the strong cultivator from the Qi clan directly. "Break!" shouted the cultivator from the Qi clan. He moved towards one ancient stone and released strength to prevent it from moving forwards. However, the other ancient stones continued moving towards him. The face of the cultivator from the Qi clan turned deathly pale. He was in danger and he knew it. He raised his head and saw a gigantic stone falling down on him. That was his opponent's spirit. Not only did it oppress his spirit, but it also completely sealed the space above him. "Break, break, break!" shouted the cultivator from the Qi clan. He started released terrifying strength at the stones, but they didn't budge. "Bury!" shouted the cultivator from Tiantai. All the stones got closer to the cultivator from the Qi clan and oppressed him, then burying him. He used his hands to stop them, but then he gave horrible shrieks. "Come back!" The strong cultivator from Tiantai suddenly put his hand on the ground and the stones instantly turned into a grave, burying his enemy inside. The crowd couldn't see him anymore. Then the cultivator from Tiantai recalled his spirit and the gigantic stone moved back into his body. His enemy's spirit had disappeared and he had died. "My name is Mubei." Translator's note: Mubei means gravestone, said the young man indifferently and calmly. Then he went back to the group of people from Tiantai. The Qi clan only had 2 medium-level Zun cultivators left. It was the Qi clan's turn again. Tiantai, they definitely have a secret," thought Emperor Qi, staring at Emperor Yu. They definitely had a secret, otherwise, how could all their direct disciples be that strong? They were all geniuses. Emperor Yu was also incredibly strong and had risen in a rather short time. Mu Chen, Ho Changlin, Tianqi, Ruixia, Wu Yong, and Mo Chang Tian, Ban Ruo, Li Han, Xingzhan, Kukan, 11 direct disciples. Mu Chen didn't participate, but there's still Mu Feng. Who can we fight against? Emperor Qi was hesitating. "Emperor Qi, if you're uncertain, you can give up this time and let someone get eliminated," said Emperor Yu calmly. Emperor Qi felt humiliated by that comment. "I'm going," said Qi Qianren in a cold way. "No, next round," said Emperor Qi, putting his arm in front of Qi Qianren to prevent him from going. "Alright, next round, I'll go and kill him," said Qi Qianren to Emperor Qi using telepathy. "No, don't take initiatives," said Emperor Qi coldly. Even he didn't know who was the weakest amongst the group of people from Tiantai. "If I'm not mistaken, they'll make Mu Feng fight against you. Qi Ao, go and kill someone from the One clan," said Emperor Qi. Qi Ao nodded and jumped onto the stage. He chose a strong cultivator from the One clan. In the previous round, the One clan had killed a member of the Qi clan, so this time, they'd avenge him. Qi Ao chose a member of the One clan and used all his strength to kill him. Then, it was the Si Kong clan's turn. They also didn't choose a fighter from Tiantai, they instead chose someone from the One clan. The Si Kong clan had killed a strong cultivator from the One clan, but very quickly, the One clan got their revenge. They didn't fight against the Qi clan, instead leaving the 2 best medium-level Zun cultivators from the Qi clan to Tiantai. The Devamara Palace sent a cultivator of the top of the Zun Qi layer to eliminate a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer of the Qi clan. The Qi clan only had 7 people left. If they didn't make it through the round, it'd be ridiculous. They were the organizers of the meeting of the emperors, so if they didn't qualify for the next round, everybody would make fun of them. The Celestial Palace of the Immortals also sent a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer who eliminated a cultivator of the 7th Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan. Tianlong Divine Castle didn't attack Tiantai, they instead sent the 8th prince to eliminate a cultivator from the One clan. Later, it was Tiantai's turn again and everybody was looking at them. Who were they going to send? "Tianqi, give Qi Qianren to Mu Feng," said Mu Chen. Tianqi understood, so he jumped in the air and sat down cross-legged. Then he looked at the members from the Qi clan, in particular at Qi Lin. He was a cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer and was quite strong. Tiantai sent Tianqi and Qi Lin is extremely strong, but he'll get eliminated in the end. Tianqi, Mu Chen and Ho Changlin are the strongest direct disciples under the 2 emperors, thought the crowd. Tianqi was famous while Qi Lin wasn't so much. Tiantai had already chosen opponents for the 2 best fighters from the Qi clan, Tianqi vs Qi Lin, Mu Feng vs Qi Qianren. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1404, Throwing Stones at Somebody Who Has Fallen Down a Well. Chapter 1404, Throwing Stones at Somebody Who Has Fallen Down a Well. Qilin jumped forwards and descended from Qi Tian Peak. In a flash, he landed on the battle stage and faced Tianqi. He also knew how famous Tianqi was, but he didn't know how strong Tianqi had become since those rumors. Punishment, sinner killer, said Tianqi, putting his palms together and sitting cross-legged. He looked pure, innocent, and majestic. Golden lights were twinkling around him and his blood was boiling. A Buddha then appeared behind him. Omara pa sie na dai. Omara pa sie na dai, Tianqi starting chanting the mantra of Manjushri. Each syllable turned into a sound wave which contained terrifying energies. Is that the Great Compassion Mantra? Some people in the crowd thought they had recognized the mantra. No, it has 8 syllables. This must be the mantra of Manjushri. The members of the Celestial Thunder Temple were in disbelief. Tiantai had 2 amazing Buddhist monks, Ban Roa who knew the Sapta Adibuddha Karasaniya Dharni mantra and Tianqi who knew the mantra of Manjushri. A mantra which had 8 syllables was undeniably more powerful than a mantra with only 6 syllables. Roar! It was as if the mantra of Manjushri had attracted the power of a lion. Golden lions appeared in the air and moved towards Qilin. Slash! Qilin was surrounded by dazzling lights and a sword took shape in his hand. Boom! The lions roared and destroyed the lights, then they continued moving forwards. Qilin raised his sword and slashed the air ahead of him. An infinite amount of golden strength passed next to him, both on his left and right. Directly in front of him, his sword was slowly rising. His empty space sword, even more powerful than a medium-level holy weapon, it matched the strength of a high-level holy weapon. Tianqi didn't seem to care too much about the sword. He continued chanting mantras in a clear, melodious, pure, deep, far-reaching Brahma voice. The Buddha behind Tianqi raised his gigantic hand like the rising sun. Then, what looked like a fireball appeared. Actually, it was the energy of the sun which was turning into a sword. Vairocana? Thought Lin Feng. Vairocana sword? How can he be so strong? The members from the Celestial Thunder Temple were all chatting about it. Qilin couldn't even open his eyes anymore because of the dazzling lights. He still attacked with his sword, but the Vairocana was descending towards him. Boom! The empty space sword landed on Tianqi, but at that moment, he was surrounded by golden lights and his body was incredibly dense. A metallic ringing sound resounded from the blow. The gigantic Vairocana neared Qilin, and explosions sounded. Then, Qilin disappeared, reappearing in front of Tianqi while condensing another empty space sword. He condensed it with the one he had just made. This time, he was aiming at Tianqi's third eye. Roar, roar, the lions appeared again and roared, making Qilin shake violently. His sword was incredibly sharp, but he still couldn't manage to cut Tianqi's body. Vairocana skills and techniques are just as incredible as the rumors. Fought the strong cultivators from the Celestial Thunder Temple. Die, die, die! Shouted Qilin. His eyes were bloodshot now, his voice was hoarse, but he continued attacking Tianqi with his empty space sword. He hit Tianqi's head, neck, chest, all of them were strikes aimed to kill. He's insane if he thinks he can kill Tianqi. Replacement! Said Tianqi in a flash. Qilin's next sword cut Tianqi's body into 2. The crowd was astonished, so much so that they could barely breathe. The Buddha behind Tianqi opened his eyes and threw his gigantic hand towards Qilin. Tianqi! The crowd recognized those eyes. Tianqi and the Buddha had exchanged bodies. The body Qilin cut in 2 with his sword then turned into 1,000,000 golden stars. Bzzz. A terrifying strength rolled in waves. Qilin wanted to escape, but it was too late. The gigantic Buddha hand grabbed him. No! Shouted Qilin furiously. The gigantic Buddha looked at the people at the top of Qi Tian Peak and said, the Qi clan only has 5 more people. There's only 1 more medium-level Zun cultivator. Right after he said that, a horrible shriek sounded as he crushed Qilin. Then, the gigantic Buddha broke apart and Tianqi appeared from inside. Then, he went back to his friends from Tiantai. If Qi Qianren gets killed by Mu Feng, the Qi clan won't have any more medium-level Zun cultivators left for the meeting of the emperors. In 5 years, 10 years, or even 20 years, how strong will Tiantai be? Thought the crowd. But they didn't think too much about it. It was pretty obvious about what would happen if Tiantai's strength grew in the coming years. Then, it was the Qi clan's turn again. The Qi clan sent a cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer to fight. Qi Qianren was still waiting for Mu Feng to challenge him. The cultivator of the 9th Zun Chi layer chose a cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer from the One clan, a cultivator of the 8th Zun Chi layer. The Chi clan's cultivator eliminated the cultivator from the One clan after a grand battle. The Seekong clan sent a medium-level Zun cultivator who also chose a medium-level Zun cultivator from the Wen clan and managed to eliminate him. Then, it was the Wen clan's turn. They got their revenge and sent a cultivator of the 9th Zun Chi layer to fight a cultivator of the 9th Zun Chi layer who had eliminated one of them during the previous round. The battle was great and terrifying, but in the end, the cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer from the Wen clan won. He had eliminated the cultivator of the Chi clan, but didn't kill him. Chi Qianyun is extremely strong. He's not any weaker than a cultivator of the 9th Zun Chi layer. Not to mention Qi Yao's strength, thought the crowd. Then, it was the Devamara Palace's turn. They sent a demon cultivator of the 9th Zun Chi layer to face a cultivator of the 9th Zun Chi layer who had fought against Mengqing before. The cultivator of the Devamara Palace won and had eliminated the cultivator from the Qi clan, leaving the Qi clan with only 3 people left. It was the turn of the Abyss of Sufferings and they sent a cultivator of the 9th Zun Chi layer to fight Qi Yao. Then, the strong cultivator from the Abyss of Sufferings eliminated Qi Yao. It reminded everybody of a proverb, to throw stones at somebody who fell down a well. Many people thought of something, if Tiantai didn't have such incredible disciples, they would have probably been the ones at the bottom of the well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1405, Qi Clan's Last Battle. Chapter 1405, Qi Clan's Last Battle. There were 2 disciples left at the top of Qi Tian Peak, but the crowd held no compassion for them. They only looked at them in a cold and indifferent way. The Qi clan had determined the rules, so they of all people had to respect the rules. The rules had played against them though. Before, Emperor Qi looked calm and serene, but now he looked furious. He felt humiliated. He only had 2 cultivators left, and if Qi Qianren and Qi Qianyun lost, it would be a complete loss for them. He'd have to continue managing the event, but his clan wouldn't even be participating. Qi Qianren and Qi Qianyun will probably fight against Ho Qinglin and Mu Feng, so the others don't need to worry, thought the crowd. The Abyss of Sufferings had helped eliminated Qi Yao, so they had humiliated the Qi clan too. Besides, even if Tiantai didn't manage to eliminate the last 2, other people would probably manage. Tianlong Divine Castle didn't continue attacking people from Tiantai, instead, they fought against people from the One clan. They were waiting for the Qi clan and Tiantai to battle each other. Then, it was Tiantai's turn again. Mu Chen smiled and said, Qinglin, you fight against Qi Qianyun, then Qi Qianren will fight the next one. Mu Chen had faith in Ho Qinglin. If Ho Qinglin managed to eliminate Qi Qianyun, the Qi clan would only have Qi Qianren left. Qi Qianren would have no choice, but to fight too. Besides, he'd have to fight each time someone chose him. Even if Mu Feng didn't eliminate him, some others might choose him. Mu Chen seems to be helping Mu Feng, thought the crowd. Ho Qinglin would eliminate Qi Qianyun first, that way, Mu Feng would have the option to choose his enemy at the end. If Qi Qianren was eliminated before, then Mu Feng would be able to fight against other cultivators from the Seekong clan and Tianlong Divine Castle. Tianlong Divine Castle's most incredible geniuses were also slowly starting to emerge, but the princes didn't choose to fight against any of the cultivators from Tiantai anymore. At that moment, Ho Qinglin landed on the battle stage and looked at the members of the Qi clan. He didn't need to say anything, he just looked at Qi Qianyun who then descended from the peak and landed on the battle stage as well. Bzzz. Ho Qinglin disappeared in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, he didn't use his sword right away. Boom! Ho Qinglin jumped forwards and appeared in front of Qi Qianyun, raising his 2 fists and condensing reincarnation intent in them. 6 threads of reincarnation appeared. Qi Qianyun raised his hands and lights appeared in front of him. He wanted to envelope Ho Qinglin's energies within his own. A sound which seemed to come from the past resonated as the lights attacked Ho Qinglin's reincarnation intent. Rumbling sounds continued to appear as Ho Qinglin continuously condensed reincarnation energies in his fists and attacked the space around Qi Qianyun. Soul-stealing reincarnation, said Ho Qinglin. Then a strong wind filled with reincarnation energies brushed against Qi Qianyun's body. Qi Qianyun could sense how terrifying those reincarnation energies were. They were draining his soul, thread by thread. Bzzz. Qi Qianyun was surrounded by empty space energy, which turned into golden lights. At the same time, his blood boiled and his spirit appeared. It was an empty space picture scroll which surrounded his body. He knew that he couldn't rely on his spirit to kill Ho Qinglin, but he could still protect himself with it. Millions of golden empty space energy threads appeared and surrounded the battle stage. Qi Qianyun wants to make the battle stage his own territory, thought the crowd. Ho Qinglin was fearless though. He continued bombarding the air in Qi Qianyun's direction. Explosions sounded as holes started appearing in the space around them. Qi Qianyun and Ho Qinglin are both comparable in terms of strength. Neither of them can kill the other, it seems. They're both trying to create their own territory using the battle stage, thought the crowd. Very quickly, a strong wind swept over the battle stage. It contained reincarnation and empty space energies. If I were inside that, I'd die instantly, thought many people. The golden threads of energies were terrifying, and so were the reincarnation energies. What a terrifying battle. Maybe they'll die together? Thought the crowd. That would be a tragedy. Qi Qianyun and Ho Qinglin were both incredible talents. Emperor Qi and Emperor Yu were fixedly staring at them. Which energy would win? Reincarnation or empty space energies? The wind lasted for a long time before finally stopping. Gradually, the crowd saw what was inside. Qi Qianyun was surrounded by empty space energies, but he was slowly losing his life. He was stretching his arm out, crying for help because he was falling into the abyss of reincarnation. Ho Qinglin isn't there anymore. Did he die to kill Qi Qianyun? Thought the crowd. Emperor Qi was petrified. Even if Ho Qinglin had killed himself to kill Qi Qianyun, if Qi Qianyun was dead, Emperor Qi would be crushed. After all, Qi Qianyun was his son. Not to mention only Qi Qianren would be left. Look, Ho Qinglin is there. At that moment a reincarnation hole appeared and a silhouette descended from it. He's not dead, thought the crowd, astonished. Ho Qinglin was flying back to the stage now. Nobody knew what had happened between them in the wind, but without a doubt, it had been a terrifying battle. Good. Tiantai's people were amazed while Emperor Qi was devastated. Qi Qianyun was dead. There's only one more, said Ho Qinglin, looking at Qi Qianren in a calm and serene way. He said it loudly enough for the entire Qi clan to hear him. After that, it was the Qi clan's turn and they couldn't choose whom to send. They had to send Qi Qianren. Will he fight against Mu Feng? Thought the crowd. Then, Qi Qianren said, I'll wait for you to challenge me. In the meanwhile, I'll kill other people. Qi Qianren then looked at a strong cultivator from the celestial palace of the immortals and said, come and die. The strong cultivator was surprised. He jumped onto the stage and without any surprise, Qi Qianren killed that strong cultivator from the celestial palace of the immortals. Qi Qianren is a coward. Instead of challenging Mu Feng, he is killing other people. Qi Qianren didn't challenge Mu Feng. After that, nobody challenged the people from Tiantai or from the Qi clan anymore. Everybody knew that Mu Feng would have no choice but to challenge him after that. Just like they had expected, when it was Tiantai's turn, Mu Feng jumped onto the stage and looked at Qi Qianren. He didn't need to say anything. Qi Qianren knew Mu Feng was challenging him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1406, Qi Qianren. Chapter 1406, Qi Qianren. Mu Feng raised his head and looked at the members of the Qi clan at the top of Qi Tian Peak. There was only a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer left, Qi Qianren. Come, said Mu Feng. Qi Qianren glared at Mu Feng with murder in his eyes. He hated Tiantai more than anything. He was the last one remaining and Tiantai was at fault. Even if I'm the last one, I'll kill anyone who challenges me, whispered Qi Qianren. Emperor Qi looked at Mu Feng and said to Qi Qianren, kill him, even if you have to use your secret powers. Die, shouted Qi Qianren furiously, jumping up in the air into the air. He appeared thousands of meters in the sky before his silhouette flickered and he landed on the battle stage. Then, he released Qi, which moved towards Mu Feng, making his black robe flutter. Immaterial finger. Qi Qianren raised 5 fingers and released threads of empty space energies from them. Slash, slash. Mu Feng released demonic Qi and demonic lights appeared. However, they were instantly destroyed by the immaterial fingers. Bzzz. Mu Feng's silhouette flickered as he dodged the immaterial fingers. They continued moving forwards, far off into the distance. Die. A few more fingers moved towards Mu Feng. Piss off, shouted Mu Feng furiously. He released demonic Qi and used his deadly demon punch attack. Slash, a strident sound appeared. The deadly demon punch only slowed down the fingers. They continued moving towards Mu Feng. Level 8 abstruse energy, thought the crowd. Qi Qianren had hidden his real strength until now. If an ordinary cultivator of the third Zun Qi layer had been attacked by that, they would have died instantly. Finally, we'll see Mu Feng's real strength. He can't hide his real strength against Qi Qianren, thought many people. Even though Mu Feng had fought a lot, the crowd was convinced that he had been hiding his real strength until now. Break! Shouted Mu Feng furiously. He used his deadly demon punch again, this time condensing immortal abstruse energy in it. Then he madly started bombarding the air with deadly demon punches. They grew and multiplied without end. However, Qi Qianren's immaterial fingers destroyed them all. Space destructive punch. Qi Qianren rose up in the air and appeared in front of Mu Feng. Then, he punched the air in Mu Feng's direction. His punch contained level 8 abstruse energies and it created its own sonic boom. Boom! Mu Feng jumped and released demonic qi, which turned into a demonic cloud. Then a demon appeared behind him, a demon king. Break, break! Shouted Mu Feng as he punched the air twice. Qi Qianren jumped ahead and moved with incredible speed. Mu Feng suddenly turned around and saw two fists heading towards him. But at that moment, Qi Qianren disappeared and then moved away again. Mu Feng kept punching the air around him to block the onslaught. Then, Qi Qianren released empty space energy, which turned into a terrifying light beam. There's such a huge difference between level 8 and level 7 abstruse energies, thought Lin Feng. Qi Qianren could use his level 8 empty space energy in his agility techniques and skills and spells. Is that Qi Qianren's real strength? If Mu Feng can't defeat him, then the disciples from the other groups won't be able to defeat him either, thought the crowd. At that moment, Mu Feng was surrounded by a terrifying light and Qi Qianren was above that lights. He shouted furiously, "Is that all? If so, then die." Qi Qianren then punched the air in Mu Feng's direction. Boom! Demonic intent rolled in the air and surrounded Mu Feng's body. Lacerate! Shouted Qi Qianren. Terrifying energies emerged from the lights and moved towards Mu Feng in the form of a strong wind. That kind of wind could kill a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, thought the crowd. Was Mu Feng going to die? Roar! Mu Feng shouted furiously. Apart from the demon silhouette, another demon appeared which was at least 10 meters high. His hands bombarded Qi Qianren's lights and destroyed them. Follow! Shouted Mu Feng furiously. The demon king came back and fused together with Mu Feng. Mu Feng was suddenly gigantic and had exceptional demonic intent. Die! Shouted Mu Feng furiously. Just like a demon curse, the sound waves bombarded and resounded inside Qi Qianren's head. Then, Mu Feng looked at him in a disdainful way. Qi Qianren was being influenced by the demon energies. Die, die, die! Shouted Qi Qianren furiously. I'll kill you! Said a demonic voice in Qi Qianren's head. After that, Mu Feng used his deadly demon punch again, infused with immortal abstruse energies. Mu Feng seemed a lot stronger now. Qi Qianren's life was being drained even. You can't influence my determination, I'll always be a motivated and determined cultivator. Shouted Qi Qianren, coming back to his senses and invoking his blood strength. His qi became stronger and his spirit emitted whistling sounds. He was using his spirit to protect himself. Endless immaterial condition. Die. Golden lights continued to fill the sky and each thread turned into an immaterial finger. It seemed like there were millions of those fingers in the air. Qi Qianren had closed his eyes to prevent Mu Feng from affecting his determination. Roar! The demon king roared violently as Mu Feng used his deadly demon punch again. What an insane demon! Is that his full power? Thought the crowd. Qi Qianren was propelled away. However, he released empty space energies which caught him. Break! Shouted Mu Feng, who had fused together with the demon king and looked insane. It seemed like he could kill Qi Qianren any time. A hole appeared in Qi Qianren's lights and he threw himself through it. You will die! Shouted Qi Qianren furiously. Surprisingly, his empty space picture scroll spirit moved away from him and a dazzling golden sword appeared in his hand. He made a sword with his spirit. Thought the crowd, astonished. Qi Qianren surprisingly used his spirit to create a sword. Qi Qianren had the strength of the 6th Zun Qi layer, but his blood was the blood of an emperor. However, how well did he control that sword and was it that deadly? Qi Qianren then fused together with the sword. Assassin! Thought Lin Feng. It reminded him of the way the Imperial Assassin Union killed people. Mu Feng knew that some members of the Qi clan could be assassins, but he had never imagined that Emperor Qi's own son could be one. Die! Shouted Qi Qianren furiously. The dazzling sword disappeared and reappeared above Mu Feng's head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1407, Mu Feng O Feng? Chapter 1407, Mu Feng O Feng? Qi Qianren had used his full strength to create that sword and now he wanted to kill Mu Feng with it. The crowd was suffocating under that sword. They were captivated by that perfect attack. Is Qi Qianren going to kill Mu Feng? Qi Qianren is terrifyingly strong. If Mu Feng can't do, then nobody can. That's why nobody has challenged him until now. Realized the crowd. If Mu Feng had known about that sword, he might not have taken the risk to fight Qi Qianren. Mu Feng raised his head and looked at the sword. Qi Qianren's sword streaked across the sky, seemingly capable of taking Mu Feng's life at any time. Die, die, die. Boom, kacha, dot. Lights condensed in the hands of the Demon King and lightning appeared. Slash, slash. The sword pierced through the lightning and destroyed the Demon King illusion. Die, said Mu Feng. Mu Feng spat out sharp dazzling swords which moved towards Qi Qianren's sword. Qi Qianren's sword crashed against Mu Feng's swords and it destroyed them, continuing to move towards him. Sword transformation. Bzzz. Dazzling lights emerged from Mu Feng's body. The insane demon emerged from Mu Feng's body again and moved towards the sword to block it. The sword shook violently and then Mu Feng also turned into a sword. His sword contained an infinite amount of abstruse energies which were all whistling together, including immortal abstruse energy. It was moving towards Qi Qianren's sword. Sword energies? How come? How come Mu Feng can use sword energies too? Besides, his sword attacks are extremely powerful. The crowd was wondering. Qi Qianren frowned. He hadn't managed to kill Mu Feng and on top of that, how come Mu Feng was also able to use sword attacks? He was a strong demon cultivator, but how come he knew sword cultivation? Bzzz. A terrifying immortal sword Qi created a fissure in the golden empty space energy. Mu Feng had turned into a sword which contained immortal Qi and it was becoming stronger with each blow. On the other hand, Qi Qianren's sword was losing its intensity as the battle dragged on. Bzzz. The two of them moved backwards. Qi Qianren was still holding his sword, but he was not happy with how things were going. As Qi Qianren's power weakened, Mu Feng turned back into a human being again. Another sword condensed in his hand before it streaked across the sky. Lacerate! Shouted Qi Qianren. His sword streaked across the sky again, but it didn't look as terrifying as a moment before. Boom! Mu Feng's sword continued moving forwards as he jumped towards Qi Qianren and released even more sword Qi. That sword Qi contained several sorts of abstruse energies: thunder, empty space, death, and immortal abstruse energies. Qi Qianren raised his head and blocked it with his sword too. Qi Qianren, you're going to die, said a voice inside Qi Qianren's brain. Demon curse energies had invaded his thoughts. He had almost forgotten that Mu Feng was also a demon cultivator, along with being a sword cultivator. You can't destroy my determination, shouted Qi Qianren furiously. Demonic intent continued invading his brain. Mu Feng sighed though. Qi Qianren was really determined. If it had been an ordinary cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer, Mu Feng would have destroyed him already. But the battle continued and Mu Feng continued condensing immortal and sword energies. Waves of energies were rolling in the sky, and the crowd was in awe. All of Mu Feng's attacks contained immortal abstruse energies, so Qi Qianren had to be careful, or else one mistake could be fatal. There's something wrong, that sword also contains demon energies. Suddenly, someone raised their head and whispered, Emperor Qi. At the top of the Qi Tian Peak, some strong cultivators from the Qi clan walked over to Emperor Qi. Emperor Qi frowned and glanced at them. Qi Tianshang was killed by demon and sword energies too, said that cultivator. Emperor Qi's eyes were suddenly filled with ice-cold lights. Sword and demon, the one he had chased some time before, was similar. Tianlong Divine Castle's people were just as surprised, especially Emperor Tianlong was Mu Feng Lin Feng. Several abstruse energies, powerful sword attacks which contained several sorts of abstruse energies. The Xikong clan's people were also staring at the battle stage. Sword. Xue Baiyao from the celestial land of alchemists was also questioning the legitimacy of Mu Feng. Ah, a horrible shriek sounded, interrupting people in their thoughts. Qi Qianren was standing on the battle stage, his right arm had been cut off and death Qi was entering through the wound. Mu Feng was standing in the air above. Qi Qianren's face was red, fixedly staring at Mu Feng. "Who are you?" asked Qi Qianxing. Mu Feng slowly turned around and looked at Qi Qianxing at the top of Qi Tian Peak with his pitch-black eyes. He smiled evilly and said, "Mu Feng and you, are you Qi Qianxing?" "Lin Feng, Feng," whispered Qi Qianxing. He seemed to understand the significance of Feng. It was him, Lin Feng. No wonder he had chosen Tiantai, no wonder he hated the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle so much, no wonder he took care of Meng Qing and Xiu Xin. They suddenly understood everything. "You're already so strong?" thought some people. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng used to be extremely strong, but back then he only had the strength of the 9th Tian Qi layer. Now, Lin Feng had already broken through to the 3rd Zun Qi layer and was incredible demon cultivator. Si Kongxiao was astonished. Mu Feng the Black Mage was actually Lin Feng. Si Kongxiao then smiled, remembering back to when Lin Feng had stolen the demon flute. Lin Feng was an incredible prankster. We know Lin Feng knows wind, fire, thunder, empty space, and life abstruse energies. Now he showed us he also knows demon, curse, death, soundwave, and immortal abstruse energies. He knows more than 10 sorts of abstruse energies already, and there may be even more. People's mouths were twitching. Lin Feng and Mu Feng were the same person, so just how many abstruse energies did he know? Lin Feng knows more than 10 sorts of abstruse energies. Could he be that kind of legendary cultivator? People who had been to Fortune City remembered what the diviner had told Lin Feng. Tiantai's people were just as astonished. No wonder Meng Qing and Xiu Xin liked him, no wonder he had humiliated the purple-eyed young man. He was their fellow disciple, a direct disciple, Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1408, Slaughter. Chapter 1408, Slaughter. Tiantai's people are all direct disciples. If Mu Feng was Lin Feng, it meant that all the qualified fighters were the Emperor's direct disciples. Everybody looked at Lin Feng and then at the people from Tiantai. They were trying to imagine how powerful Tiantai would become. At the top of the mountain where Tiantai's people were, Meng Qing and Xiu Xin were smiling radiantly. "Ha, that's Lin Feng, our brother. Did you and our teacher know that already?" asked Xingzhan to Mu Chen smiling. "Of course. He, we're the 11 direct disciples. We'll see who can eliminate us now. Nobody and none of us will die, for we must see Lin Feng through properly, and then we must conquer Ba Huang together," said Li Han smiling happily. Many of them had heard of Lin Feng, but they had never seen him. They didn't even know what his real face looked like. "Lin Feng, brother, you'll have to show us what you really look like." Lin Feng laughed and took off his mask. Everybody now knew that Mu Feng was Lin Feng, the incredible and legendary Lin Feng. What a great mask. We can't even see through it, thought the crowd. It was easy to recognize ordinary masks, but nobody could see through that Mu Feng's mask. Lin Feng looked at the people from Tiantai and smiled. "I couldn't greet you all before, sorry." "Ha, no problem, we understand. At least you're safe and sound now." "That's awesome." "Right, that's really great. What a tragedy for the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle." "Lin Feng, what a great guy," said Emperor Devamara, smiling. He wasn't disappointed, he was even happier. Cultivators like Lin Feng would easily become an emperor, which meant he was even more likely to receive ancient scriptures. "Ah, brother, I knew you wouldn't die that easily." Yuan Fei laughed happily and loudly. Many beautiful girls were amazed, even the Empress looked at Yiren Lei and smiled thinly. "How didn't you die in that damn broken fissure?" Qi Qianxing wasn't as happy as the others. Rather, he was furious. He hadn't managed to kill a cultivator of the Tian Qi layer, and on top of that, he had come back even stronger. "You're disappointed, right?" said Lin Feng, smiling at Qi Qianxing. "As long as the Qi clan hasn't been destroyed, I can't possibly die." "Did Mu Chen save you?" asked Qi Qianxing. He had banished Lin Feng himself, so Qi Qianxing was wondering how someone could have saved him under those circumstances. "Why do you care? You just need to know that I, Lin Feng, am still alive. Besides, I'm convinced you won't forget about me until you die," said Lin Feng smiling. His eyes became pitch black again. "Qianren, go down!" shouted Qi Qianxing to Qi Qianren. His arm wouldn't grow back again, the wound was too severe and it was filled with death energy. He knew he had to leave, but while Lin Feng was talking to them, he had released cold energies to surround Qi Qianren. He knew that if he moved, Lin Feng would kill him immediately. Qi Qianren was a bit annoyed though because Qi Qianxing, by calling him, had kind of reminded Lin Feng that he was still fighting. Qi Qianren didn't care about Mu Feng or Lin Feng, he just wanted to stay alive. He had lost an arm and he could no longer use his qi properly. He hoped Lin Feng wouldn't kill him, but they'd fight again some other day. Qi Qianren! Shouted Lin Feng, furiously startling Qi Qianren. He looked at Lin Feng and looked straight into Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes. Qi Qianren, you have already lost an arm. If you kneel down and beg for your life, I won't kill you. Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Qi Qianren thought his brain was going to explode, it was filled with so much demon cursing strength. Qi Qianren's determination was extremely weak at that moment. Kneel down! Shouted Lin Feng aggressively. Qi Qianren's legs were shaking, making it look like he was going to kneel down. Qi Qianren is waiting for an opportunity and so is Lin Feng. Qi Qianren doesn't want to give Lin Feng an opportunity to kill him, but Lin Feng isn't going to let him off either. Thought the crowd. No, shouted Qi Qianren furiously. He released empty space energy again and enveloped his body with his spirit. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique, coupled with wind abstruse energy to catch up to him. Bzzz. Qi Qianren tried to use his empty space agility technique to escape, he even reached the edge of the battle stage. He was wrapped up in his picture scroll spirit by the time Lin Feng caught up with him. Lin Feng was holding swords in both hands. He hadn't thought Qi Qianren would be so determined. Even demon cursing energies couldn't affect him for too long, so he had to kill him with swords. How fast, will he kill him though? Thought the crowd. They couldn't see the two fighters because they were moving too quickly. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released cursing energies, and at the same time, the sword he was holding in his left hand streaked across the sky. Desolate Xana, lacerate! Shouted Lin Feng. Bzzz. Qi Qianren disappeared, but Lin Feng attacked with the sword he was holding in his right hand as well. His sword attack wasn't that magnificent, it was pitch black. Stop! Shouted Qi Qianren. Just before landing on the ground, he had shouted. Qianren! Shouted Emperor Qi. As Qi Qianren was just about to land on the ground, Emperor Qi moved too. He wanted to block Lin Feng's sword. Boom! Emperor Yu also jumped in the air. Ah, a horrible shriek resonated. No! Emperor Qi could have saved his son, but Emperor Yu had prevented him from doing so. He looked at Qi Qianren's corpse, his eyes were bloodshot with anger. Emperor Qi, don't forget the rules. Lin Feng killed Qi Qianren before he touched the ground. Said Emperor Yu indifferently. But this didn't seem to register with Emperor Qi. You saved her. Indeed, but she had already landed on the ground. Besides, back then you said I couldn't anyways, so you can't either. If you had saved him, I wouldn't have said anything, but you failed, unfortunately. Said Emperor Yu indifferently. Emperor Qi looked at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way, then an oppressive Qi surrounded Lin Feng. If Emperor Qi is furious because the Qi clan has been eliminated from the meeting of the emperors, let's all kill him together. Said Emperor Yu furiously. Emperor Qi suddenly felt cold. He was still at the meeting of the emperors, so he couldn't violate the rules. All right. Said Emperor Qi, he was still furious though. Thank you very much, Emperor Qi. I wouldn't be what I am now without you. Said Lin Feng smiling mockingly. Emperor Qi's face turned even more red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1409, You'll Die If I Want You to Die. Chapter 1409, You'll Die If I Want You to Die. Lin Feng was referring to the fact that if Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi hadn't tried to kill him, he wouldn't have traveled to Jiuyu. Now he was safe and sound, stronger than ever. Since you were banished once, there can still be a second time. Said Emperor Qi. He was openly threatening Lin Feng. If I can kill one of your sons, I can kill a second, and a third, and a fourth as well. Said Lin Feng fearlessly. Since they knew who he was, he had nothing to be scared of anymore. Lin Feng didn't intend to reveal who he was that early, but against Qi Qianren, he had no choice but to use his sword. Humph. Emperor Qi groaned coldly. He grabbed his son's body and took him back onto the Qi Tian Peak. Emperor Qi, even though you were eliminated, the meeting of the emperors is far from being over. You must continue managing it. Said Emperor Yu at Emperor Qi's back. He was overjoyed. Emperors were people too, so they had times when they were happy and other times when they were angry. Emperor Yu was happy because Emperor Qi had lost 2 sons and the Qi clan had been eliminated from the competition. Emperor Qi was expressionless. He really wanted to kill Lin Feng right there, but he couldn't. Besides, if he violated the rules, he was convinced that the other emperors would join hands to kill him. Nobody had ever dared violate the rules at the meeting of the emperors. "Let's go back," said Emperor Yu to Lin Feng. Then they went back to the top of the mountain. Lin Feng had won. Nobody felt compassion for the Qi clan. They had made some mistakes, so they deserved what was happening to them. The Xikong clan and Tianlong Divine Castle were unhappy too, for they had lost so many people because they had joined hands with the Qi clan. "Don't be too happy now, it's still too early," said Emperor Qi to Tiantai's people. "Mind your own business, will you?" said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Emperor Qi groaned coldly and ignored Lin Feng. Then, everyone looked at the Xikong clan. Even though the Qi clan had been eliminated, they still had to continue the battles. Was the Xikong clan going to fight against Tiantai now? Would they dare? If the strong disciples from Tiantai chose to fight those from the Xikong clan would be doomed. Amongst low and medium level Zun cultivators, nobody could compete with Tiantai. As expected, the Xikong clan didn't continue fighting against Tiantai. Instead, they chose to fight against the Wen clan. After all, the Xikong clan was initially against the Wen clan. Now, battles between the Wen clan and the Xikong clan were getting intense. After that, the Devamara Palace was the group with the least pressure. Sometimes, they fought against people from the Xikong clan or from Tianlong Divine Castle. They just tried to make sure they could win the battles. Tianlong decided to fight against the Wen clan or the Devamara Palace, but nobody paid attention to Tiantai anymore. Tiantai's disciples then turned to Tianlong Divine Castle and started eliminating their people. Tianlong didn't allow the 4th prince to fight again because of Lin Feng and Qi Qianren's battle. Qi Qianren wasn't weak. Amongst the 22 groups and amongst people who weren't cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, few people could defeat Qi Qianren. But he had been killed while Lin Feng had killed him. Even though the 4th prince was also very strong, Emperor Tianlong didn't want to take any risks. People were eliminated, one after the other. There were less and less people. The Qi clan had no one left. Tiantai and Tianlong Divine Castle had just a few people. The Xikong clan had 18 people. The Bestial Imperial Palace and the Wen clan also had few people. The Celestial Palace of the Immortals and the Celestial Land of Alchemists also had few people. Those who still had the most were the Celestial Thunder Temple, the Devamara Palace, the Abyss of Sufferings and the Godly Xiaoyao Sect. "Pay attention to the details, kill those who might pose a threat to you," said Mu Chen. On the path of cultivation, people sometimes had to lay down a path, while eliminating potential threats. Each group has their secrets. There's no need to mention cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, but amongst medium-level Zun cultivators, some people are incredibly strong. Facing some of them might be problematic at some point in the future, explained Ruo Xia calmly. Tiantai had hidden so many strong cultivators, but now they had also shown them at the meeting of the emperors, just like some of the others. "It seems like some other people have the celestial vision in the Xikong clan," said Tianqi, looking at the Xikong clan's people. Apart from Xikong Shao and Emperor Xikong, he found someone else who seemed to show signs that he possessed the celestial vision. Apart from the Xikong clan, Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui are difficult to understand. Those two will be potential threats. Fu Hei from the Fire Mountain, Yu Mu from the Magic World Heavenly Palace, Missouri Pang the Great Rock, some Buddhist monks from the Celestial Thunder Temple. They're all extremely strong, plus the remaining princes from Tianlong as well. I'll kill one of the princes. It was Lin Feng's turn again. Lin Feng came out, so the cultivators from the Xikong clan and Tianlong Divine Castle were shivering. Apart from cultivators of the top of the Zun Qi layer, few could deal with Lin Feng. Emperor Tianlong was worried because he had already lost 2 sons to Lin Feng. Emperor Tianlong had to be careful now. He wouldn't even let the 4th prince challenge people from Tiantai. He wasn't scared that the 4th prince could lose, he was afraid to infuriate Tiantai even more. He hoped they'd forget about them and wouldn't kill any more of his sons. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was looking at them. The 4th prince seems to be rather strong. Even if I can defeat him, it'll be an extremely difficult battle. I managed to kill Qi Qianren because he wanted to fight, so if I choose someone who doesn't want to fight, they'll try to escape as soon as possible," whispered Lin Feng. Then, he looked at the 8th prince and said, "You come out, I'll teach you a good lesson." Lin Feng. Emperor Tianlong hissed at Lin Feng. "There's no need to threaten me. Have you forgotten that you tried to kill me before?" said Lin Feng. He then pointed at the 8th prince and shouted furiously, "Get your ass over here." The 8th prince looked at Lin Feng and then jumped onto the battle stage. He immediately turned into a ferocious dragon and roared furiously. His body was covered with dragon scales which seemed as hard metal plates. "If I want to kill you, you'll die inevitably," shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released demon curse strength which instantly penetrated the 8th prince's brain. Then he released sword energies and had immortal energies fused together with them. "Die, die, die," shouted Lin Feng furiously, his voice echoing about. Now, he released death and cursing energies at the same time, leaving the 8th prince petrified. The sword filled with immortal energies appeared in front of him and instantly cut him in two. Lin Feng turned around and went back to the mountain. "If I want to kill you, you'll die inevitably. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1410, Red Sun. Chapter 1410, Red Sun. Emperor Tianlong looked furious and clenched his fists. The area around him shook, he was that furious. Emperor Tianlong was incredibly proud of his 9 princes for he had spent so much time raising them. He thought they'd be the future of Tianlong Divine Castle. However, during that meeting of the emperors, Lin Feng had already killed 4 of them. Now, Tianlong Divine Castle only had 5 princes left, while Tiantai still had 12 direct disciples. After Tiantai, it was the Qi clan's turn, but each time it was their turn the Qi clan's people looked embarrassed, their stomachs hurt even. Emperor Qi looked at Lin Feng and thought, "You'll die during the next round." Lin Feng didn't know what Emperor Qi was thinking. He was just watching the battles. He loved watching battles, especially when cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer fought. Their abstruse energies were extremely powerful, seeming capable of destroying the earth. He also loved watching Ho Cheng-lin and Qi Qianyun's battle. "I could die if I faced such cultivators," thought Lin Feng. If he faced a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer with level 9 abstruse energies, he'd be doomed. He'd have no way to win. He could fight against cultivators of lower levels who had level 8 abstruse energies, but that was already very difficult. Besides, some extremely strong cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer could also control holy marks and condense them into abstruse energies. Lin Feng also found out that the way people controlled the force of the earth and sky was related to their cultivation level. The stronger they were, the better they could control the force of the earth and the sky. There were exceptions of course, like Yun Fei Yang. 10 rounds after, it was Lin Feng's turn again and Tianlong Divine Castle's people were quivering. Lin Feng jumped onto the battle stage and pointed at the 9th prince. Then he shouted, "Come and die." Grr! Emperor Tianlong was going insane. He knew that Lin Feng was going to kill as many princes as possible. The 9th prince walked towards the battle stage. If he didn't manage to escape, he'd die. There was no suspense. Lin Feng immediately cast a curse spell on him and then used his sword filled with immortal energies to kill him. In a short time, the 9th prince was dead, lying on the battle stage. After Lin Feng killed the 9th prince, he went back to the top of the mountain and sat down cross-legged. Because Tiantai only had few people, he had already battled 3 times, but it was probably the last time he'd fight. The Qi clan had been destroyed and Tianlong Divine Castle didn't have many fighters left. As expected, Lin Feng didn't have the chance to fight a 4th time. Finally, the 3rd round was over. There were 22 groups, each group now had less than 20 people. There were about 200 people left. Actually, since the Qi clan had been destroyed, it could be considered that there were only 21 groups left. Tianlong Divine Castle only had 7 people left, while the Sikong clan only had 8 people left, and the Wing clan had 9. Emperor Qi opened his eyes, he looked especially upset. "Emperor Yu whispered, Emperor Qi is going to make the rules so that we have a disadvantage in the next round." Emperor Tianlong's eyes are twinkling, which must mean that Emperor Qi and Emperor Tianlong are talking right now. Explained Mu Chen. "If cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer and the others are separated, we won't have any problem. If he wants to do something against us, he probably won't separate them anymore. After all, we only have Qing Lin left. Emperor Qi will definitely cancel that rule," said Emperor Yu indifferently. "Everybody, to be fair, everybody can rest for an hour and then we'll talk about the rules of the 4th round then," said Emperor Qi. The crowd didn't say anything. Emperor Qi gave them some time to rest. Some people were happy, even the strong cultivator sat down cross-legged and recovered. Lin Feng walked to Meng Qing and Xiu Xin and sat down between them. They didn't talk, they enjoyed the calmness. Lin Feng was happy to rest too. Everybody had thought he was dead. But now they were together and they were happy. Lin Feng put his arm around their necks and caressed them calmly. "How beautiful," whispered Xiu Xin. The sun was rising and it was a magnificent red. The moon and the sun were together in the sky. Lin Feng stretched out his hands to sense the warmth on his hands. Sometimes, he enjoyed being a cultivator, for it allowed him to sense the strength of the sun. Back then, he used to attract the strength of the sun using his cosmos burning sun technique, but it was so weak. The red sun is beautiful, but not as much as you girls, said Lin Feng, smiling. Meng Qing and Xiao Yuxian smiled back at them. They all wished they could stay like that, watching the sunrise. Xiao Yuxian whispered, Lin Feng, I wish we could stay like this forever. Indeed, me too, said Lin Feng, smiling, but he knew the cultivation world was cruel. Who could enjoy a life like this all the time? In the continent of the 9 clouds, once I become extremely strong, we'll do this all the time, said Lin Feng. Meng Qing and Xiao Yuxian smiled and leaned against Lin Feng while continuing to watch the sunrise. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1411, Group Fight. Chapter 1411, Group Fight. The sun was rising, as 1 hour quickly passed. At that moment, Lin Feng pulled away his hands from Xiao Yuxian and Meng Qing and slowly turned around. There was a silhouette, it was the purple-eyed young man. He had been staring at him, but when Lin Feng turned around, he stopped looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng decided to walk towards him. What are you doing? Asked the purple-eyed young man. I want to challenge you to a battle, just you and I. This has nothing to do with Tian Tai, said Lin Feng. The purple-eyed young man was feeling uncomfortable. I refuse, said the purple-eyed young man. Fighting against Lin Feng would be inviting death. Refuse? You have no choice though, said Lin Feng. We are both disciples of Tian Tai, so I won't kill you. Instead, I'll just cripple your cultivation, said Lin Feng. A gigantic demon hand appeared and oppressed the purple-eyed young man, then thunders boomed around them. Piss off! Shouted the purple-eyed young man furiously. Purple chi emerged from the purple-eyed young man's eyes. Lin Feng saw this and frowned, then he closed his eyes. Die! Lin Feng sensed some scary energies and opened his eyes again. Now, the purple-eyed young man was holding a sword. Stop! Shouted Lin Feng, furiously releasing demonic intent. The demonic intent echoed inside the purple-eyed young man's brain, making him stop moving for just a second. Then a gigantic hand slapped his face. You're also a member of the Imperial Assassin Union. Who are they and who is your boss? Imperial Assassin Union. Tian Tai's people were all staring at the purple-eyed young man now. Was he actually a member of the Imperial Assassin Union? Ha, Lin Feng, you'll die! Shouted the purple-eyed young man, furiously releasing as much chi as he could. Lin Feng moved back and released some sword chi. He quickly lacerated the purple-eyed young man, who then collapsed and died. How cruel! Thought Lin Feng. The Imperial Assassin Union had been trying to kill Lin Feng for a long time, but each time the people who tried to kill him weren't that strong. Brother! Lin Feng walked to Mu Chen and frowned. Did Mu Chen know anything about the Imperial Assassin Union? Lin Feng, have you met assassins before? Asked Mu Chen. A member of the Qi clan during the first round, Qi Qianren. They had a Qi I had already seen, replied Lin Feng. Mu Chen frowned and whispered, don't think about it too much now. First, let's see how we're going to deal with the Emperor Qi's rules. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. I thought about the rules for a while. Since we have 200 people left, only 100 can remain at the end of the meeting of the emperors. If we do one-on-ones, it'll be annoying and boring. So let's do a group fight instead. Everybody will go onto the battle stage and fight until 100 people are left. I will say stop when there are only 100 people left, and when I say stop, everybody must stop. What do the other emperors think? Said Emperor Qi. Tian Tai's people understood that it was completely pitted against them. There would be no separation between cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer and the others anymore. 100 people have to be left during the last round? Lin Feng was surprised. There was something secret about the finalists, otherwise, why would cultivators of the 4th-5th Zun Qi layer compete with cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer? Maybe, when that round finishes, we'll get something, thought Lin Feng. Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Si Kong immediately agreed. Tianlong had been waiting for such an opportunity to kill Tian Tai's cultivators, especially Lin Feng. Finally, such an opportunity had come. Tianlong Divine Castle had 7 people left, 4 of whom were cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer and 3 of them were medium-level Zun cultivators. There was also a terrifyingly strong cultivator of the 9th Zun cultivator to deal with. I don't agree. A group battle would be too dangerous for some people only, who are also very talented, said Emperor Devamara. Emperor Devamara knew that Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan wanted to destroy Tiantai. Tiantai had 11 incredible disciples, but Ho Qinglin was the only cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Emperor Devamara didn't want Lin Feng to die though. Of course, not because Lin Feng was so strong, but because Lin Feng would succeed and he would someday be a great ally. If you don't dare, then piss off, said someone aggressively. Surprisingly, it was Emperor Peng. The 3 other groups from the bestial part of Bahuang had repeatedly attacked them during the previous round, but the bestial Imperial Palace still had 8 incredible cultivators. Even if they weren't great Oriental Greenfinch rocks, at least, they had an incredible bloodline and were very talented. Emperor Peng was very confident with these rules. I agree too, said the emperor from the godly Xiaoyao sect. Finally, amongst the 22 emperors, 13 of them had agreed, and with Emperor Qi, that made 14. Hee, 13 people agreed with my rules, that's more than half, so it means we can use them. Everybody will get on the battle stage, and when 100 people are eliminated, the battle will stop, said Emperor Qi, smiling in a cold way. Alright, please, everybody get on stage. Once I shout start, you can start fighting, said Emperor Qi. He didn't care about all those people because the Qi clan wasn't going to fight, it couldn't get any worse for him. Arg, Tiantai, shouted someone from Tianlong Divine Castle. The second prince started running while releasing bestial Qi. He had held himself back for too long and now, he could finally let it all out. Lin Feng, die, shouted the third prince as well. Explosions sounded as he landed on the battle stage in an aggressive manner. They all didn't hide their true intentions at all, they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Those rules are not so good for Tiantai. All the people from Tianlong Divine Castle wanted to get their revenge. Lin Feng had killed 3 princes already. Important note from the translator, it seems like the author got confused, there were 9 princes, then he said Lin Feng had killed 3, then he said 5 were left and said Lin Feng had killed 4, now he's saying 6 are left again. Lin Feng, they'll kill you first, said Mu Chen. It was getting dangerous for even Mu Chen. Tianlong Divine Castle still had 4 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer and they were all terrifyingly strong. Ho Qinglin had eliminated a few cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, but Tianlong Divine Castle still had 4 left. I know. Lin Feng nodded back. We'll fight together, that way they won't have a chance to kill you, said Tian Qi. After the beginning of the battle, everybody follow me, said Ho Qinglin, jumping onto the stage. Then, the 11 disciples from Tiantai went to the stage together, all looking fearless. Boom! A demonic shadow appeared from Lin Feng's body and demon Qi rose to the skies. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black and black clouds quickly rolled in. At the same time, he condensed demonic energies in his left hand, and in his right hand, he condensed a sword. He knew that battle was going to be difficult, so he had to use his full strength at the beginning. Fight! Shouted Emperor Qi. Suddenly, gigantic waves of energies rolled in the air and a terrifying hurricane invaded the valley. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1412, Fighting Against the Third Prince. Chapter 1412, Fighting Against the Third Prince. BZZZ. Terrifying energies coming from several different directions surrounded Lin Feng. The 4 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle were attacking. They had immediately thrown themselves at Lin Feng. I'll fight against the cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer. Tianqi, Ruoxia, Wu Yong, Ban Ruo, you join hands and fight against the prince of the 8th Zun Qi layer. Qing Tian, Li Hen, Kukan, you fight against the one who has the strength at the top of the 7th Zun Qi layer. The others, help Lin Feng however you can, said Ho Qinglin. The 4 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer arrived at the same time, so Ho Qinglin had no choice but to define a precise strategy. All right. The people from Tiantai nodded and attacked at the same time. Die! Shouted the third prince. The space around him became distorted as his dragon-like arms aimed for Lin Feng. Roar! Xingzhan shouted and then he turned into a gigantic, brutal beast. He used his horn to destroy the dragon-like arms. Mu Bei shouted at the same time and punched the air in the direction of the third prince. Stone plates appeared, which then turned into large mountains. At the same time, Lin Feng moved as well using his agility technique. He quickly appeared in front of the third prince, still holding his sword, in which he had now condensed immortal energies in. Roar! The third prince roared. Several dragon illusions collided against the sword energies, throwing the battlefield into even more chaos. Die! The third prince attacked the stone plates with his other arm, then more explosions ensued. Die! Lin Feng used his deadly demon punch, of which he had condensed immortal energies into. There were countless punches soaring in the air ahead of him. In his right hand, he continued condensing immortal energies into his sword, as well as slashing the air in front of him with it. Eh? The third prince was surprised. Lin Feng's deadly demon punches and sword attacks were ceaseless. 4, 6, help me against those two! Shouted the third prince. The fourth and sixth prince then ran toward Xingzhan and Mu Bei as the third prince focused on Lin Feng. The third prince rose up in the air and a gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng. Then, a gigantic pair of dragon claws protruded from the hand. He uses force as well, thought Lin Feng. His sword emitted whistling sounds, then metallic ringing sounds appeared as the claws and the sword collided. The claws were cut through. You'll die! Shouted the third prince. Rumbling sounds appeared and then more strength moved towards Lin Feng. Another pair of dragon claws aimed towards Lin Feng. Lacerate! Lin Feng's sword did not falter. Explosions and rumbling sounds ensued as the sword was destroyed. The dragon claws then continued moving towards Lin Feng's chest. Boom! Lin Feng joined his hands together and several deadly demon punches assaulted the dragon fists. A horrible strength penetrated into Lin Feng's arm and he was propelled backwards. His face turned deathly pale. The third prince was a lot stronger than the fifth prince. He had broken through to the seventh Zun Qi layer and his abstruse energies were level 8. Each of his attacks were explosive and contained the force of the earth and sky. He was fixedly staring at the third prince as he released even more demonic intent. I'll kill you, said Lin Feng. He also released death curse energies. Dream on, shouted the third prince. His blood strength rolled in waves as a dragon appeared and oppressed the cursing energies. I've told you, you're definitely going to die, said the third prince. His blood turned into a red dragon and coiled around his body. He was turning into a real dragon. Attack! Shouted the third prince, furiously raising his head to the skies. Furious sky-destroying dragon! Shouted the third prince while throwing himself at Lin Feng. Terrifying dragon claws lacerated the sky as they aimed for Lin Feng. Bzzz. Dazzling immortal lights emerged and condensed his sword chi. Lin Feng attacked the dragon claws with his sword and surprisingly, it worked. He somehow managed to destroy the dragon claws. Boom, boom. Lin Feng continued ahead, cutting apart anything in his path. Ah, a horrible shriek spread in the air. A cultivator in the distance was accidentally struck by Lin Feng's sword and couldn't dodge it. He was immediately beheaded. You will die, shouted Lin Feng. Finally, his sword made its way to the third prince. You can't affect my determination with your demonic intent, said the third prince. His dragons continued roaring as they attacked the demonic intent. His cultivation was stable as he was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer. If he had only broken through to the 4th or 5th Zun Qi layer, Lin Feng might have managed to affect his determination. After I finish killing all the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle, I will kill the rest of you, said Lin Feng. I have only broken through to the 3rd Zun Qi layer, so I'll kill you all like insects in the future. Lin Feng's voice contained demon and cursing energies. You can't affect my determination and you won't kill anyone else after today. You will die by my hands now, said the third prince. He was slowly walking towards Lin Feng, step by step. The third prince used his strong determination to resist Lin Feng, improving his resilience that way. If he didn't have a powerful determination, how would he become an emperor? Even though you've broken through to the 7th Zun Qi layer, you still don't have the advantage. No matter what, I'll kill you, said Lin Feng. He also continued moving forwards and released sword chi. Even if you were a real demon, I'd still kill you, said the third prince. Seemingly the force of the earth and sky around them seemed to be turning into dragons as well. Even a cultivator of the 7th Zun Qi layer would have died by that terrifying force. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1413, Insane. Chapter 1413, Insane. Many people sensed the energies and turned their attention to them. They were surprised. Not only had Lin Feng killed the fifth prince, now he was making things difficult for the third prince. Burn! Flames appeared inside Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes. Lin Feng's sword was also emitting strident whistling sounds. He then made the demon fire go to his sword. Apart from demon fire, he also condensed destructive, desolate, and death energies into it. Destructive energies can't make things decay. Lin Feng also added immortal abstruse energies. Roar! The third prince shouted furiously. He was surrounded by force as he released dragon energies towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng released his terrifying sword, immediately destroying the dragons. Force oppressed him, making the immortal energies fuse together with the sword even better. Roar, roar, roar. The third prince didn't want to let Lin Feng condense any more energy. His energies turned into a gigantic dragon once more, but this dragon then fused together with his spirit and moved towards Lin Feng. Die! A demon appeared behind Lin Feng. The demon and the sword moved towards the third prince's dragon together. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions sounded and the space around them was completely distorted. Lin Feng's arm, body, blood and spirit were all shaking violently, making him cough blood even. His sword was extremely solid though, it was as if the immortal energies had protected the sword. The sword energies had managed to penetrate the dragon's head. The gigantic dragon was crumbling apart. Roar! The dragon gave one last effort. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. Again, his sword and demonic energies dashed to the skies. At the same time, he was staring at his opponent, trying to damage his determination. A song suddenly started resonating in the third prince's brain and terrifying cursing energies injured the dragon. The sword was now making its way down the dragon's body. That physical body was terrifying, just like a real dragon. Lin Feng's sword could have destroyed anyone, but the third prince's dragon was incredibly resilient. Roar! The gigantic dragon's tail made a swing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng condensed sword energies in his other hand again. Explosions sounded and the energies released from the collision was overwhelming. No wonder those princes were Tianlong Divine Castle's trump cards. Even though the third prince has only broken through to the 7th Zun Qi layer, he can easily kill cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer. Die! The dragon's tail swung again, this time towards Lin Feng's demon. Lin Feng released a deadly demon punch and the tail collided against it. Although his arm was sore, he didn't flinch. How could a demon king flinch? Arg! Lin Feng's demon king roared furiously. Lin Feng's strength became stronger with it as he continued growing taller. Die! More energies appeared, but those energies hadn't come from the third prince. Lin Feng raised his head and saw someone with a terrifyingly sharp sword aimed at his head. Kill him! Shouted someone furiously. Lin Feng slowed down, like he was trapped in mud. The terrifyingly sharp sword made Lin Feng tremble. That was an assassin's sword. Be careful! Shouted someone to Lin Feng. 2 assassins from the Imperial Assassin Union were joining hands to fight Lin Feng. One of them was a strong cultivator from the Sikong clan. Rise! Explosions and rumbling sounds shook the ground. A gigantic gravestone appeared which then enveloped Lin Feng inside. Mu Bei was trying to help Lin Feng. Break! Shouted the third prince. A gigantic dragon assaulted the gravestone, creating cracks as the sword neared. Desiccation and desolation! Shouted Ku Kan. Now, Lin Feng was surrounded by desiccation and desolation energies. Sapta Adibuddha Karasania. Ban Rua jumped onto a lion. He was holding a lotus in one hand and a sword in the other. You won't have a chance! Shouted a voice. The second prince had arrived and was insanely attacking the gravestone. Stop him! Since you want to kill Lin Feng, you'll have to get past me, said Ho Ching Lin. He released sword reincarnation energies. In a flash, a gigantic hole, 10,000 meters wide, appeared and blocked them. What is he doing? Ho Ching Lin is insane. The crowd was crazed. Ho Ching Lin wanted to kill them all at once. Piss off! A strong cultivator from the Devamara Palace was also appearing above Lin Feng. Celestial vision, die! Shouted a strong cultivator from the Sikong clan. Lin Feng's vision was suddenly blurry and the space around him was distorted. Lacerate! A Virokana sword moved towards the strong cultivator with the celestial vision. Tianqi was surrounded by golden lights as he chanted mantras in a clear, melodious, pure, deep, far-reaching Brahma voice. He reinforced the gravestone which was protecting Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The third prince was going insane as he attacked the gravestone. More and more cracks began to cover the gravestone. Die. Ho Changlin pointed a finger at someone and suddenly, that cultivator was surrounded by reincarnation energies. Die. Shouted Ho Changlin furiously. Then that cultivator groaned and suddenly died. Die, die, die. Changlin continued releasing reincarnation energies which surrounded all the strong cultivators. At that moment, the gravestone became surrounded by golden energies. Those energies were actually an oppressive sword chi. Mu Bei could sense it, after all, he had made the gravestone. Brother, back, let them try. Shouted Mu Bei as he ran back. The others were surprised, but they trusted him, so they also moved back. Let them die, brothers. Shouted Mu Bei again. Everybody nodded and released energies. Tianqi's gigantic Buddha moved towards a strong cultivator and crushed him. He died immediately. Tianqi didn't know to which group that cultivator belonged, but it didn't matter, they needed 100 people to die before the round could finish. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1414, Fighting Against the Third Prince Again. Chapter 1414, Fighting Against the Third Prince Again. No matter what you try, you'll die eventually. Shouted the second prince. Explosions sounded and the golden gravestone crackled more. At the same time, the third prince and his allies moved towards Lin Feng, who was still hiding in the gravestone. Die! Shouted the third prince. Lin Feng couldn't escape this time. There's a destructive death strength as well. Thought the third prince. The hairs on his neck pricked up after he sensed that. Then, he saw a terrifying sword with an incredible amount of death energies. Immortal energy, he has been condensing sword and immortal energies inside. Thought the third prince. He stopped attacking the tombstone at that moment. The others looked at Lin Feng, just as amazed. They wanted to run away from those incredible energies. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He jumped out of the tombstone and a terrifying destructive sword filled with incredible energies invoked a tornado. Explode! Shouted Lin Feng. Ah! No! Shouted some people. The tornado exploded and those who were weaker immediately died. Roar! The second prince roared. His arm had crashed into the sword tornado as it exploded. Luckily, he had turned into a dragon, so he didn't die from it. The third prince was wounded, but he was still alive. Kill the third prince! Shouted someone. Ho Changlin quickly released sword reincarnation energies which crashed onto the third prince. Desiccation and desolation! Shouted Ku Kun furiously. Then, the third prince felt his blood drying up. Tianlong also attacked, his mantras resonated in the third prince's head. They weren't giving him any time to react. Save me! Shouted the third prince furiously. He was slowly reverting back to his regular body. The second prince ran towards the third prince as fast as he could. The Dragon Crown Prince also wanted to join in, but Rua Xie, Ban Rua, Li Hen, Wu Yong and the others joined hands to block them. Bzzz. Dazzling lights appeared in front of the second prince. Those dazzling lights turned into stars and blocked him. Break! Shouted the second prince. He wanted to destroy the stars, but at the same time, Ho Changlin's reincarnation sword crashed onto him. The third prince continued giving horrible shrieks as he was being attacked by all sorts of energies. Lin Feng continued attacking by releasing a dozen deadly demon punches at a time in the third prince's direction. Piss off! The third prince was suffering too much, the pain was unbearable. Some of the deadly demon punches hit his arm, some others in his chest. A hole appeared in his chest and it was bleeding profusely. Brother! Shouted the second prince furiously, but the star strength still prevented him from moving ahead. Blood curse! Said Lin Feng. He jumped above the third prince and condensed a sword filled with death energies. Brothers, let's join hands to kill that dragon. We can't give him any time to recover. Said Lin Feng. Tianqi, Mu Bei and the others nodded. Lin Feng's death sword continued moving ahead as gigantic stone plates formed, and Tianqi's gigantic Virokana sword threatened third prince together. No, shouted the third prince furiously. He looked desperate as the sword lights and the stone plates crashed into his body. Blood gushed and then his body exploded. Brother! Shouted the second prince. He continued to break through the starlights. By this time Mo Qing Tian's face was deathly pale. He recalled his celestial book spirit and the starlights disappeared. Lin Feng! Shouted Emperor Tian Long from the top of his peak. He had lost a son again. The third prince was the one who understood the force of the earth and sky the best. He could have become an emperor soon, but now he was dead because of Lin Feng. 5 princes were dead already. The 5th prince, the 7th prince, the 8th prince and the 9th prince, and now the 3rd prince was dead too. After killing the 3rd prince, Tianqi and the others turned their attention to the 2nd prince and surrounded him. The Xikong clan, the Church of Desire and the Abyss of Sufferings all have assassins who want to kill me. Very good, thought Lin Feng. He used his agility technique while condensing death and sword energies again. He immediately attacked a cultivator from the Church of Desire and cut him in two. It feels so good to kill, said Ho Ching Lin, his eyes were filled with murder. Reincarnation, die. Terrifying reincarnation energies appeared and sealed the area around him. 2 people were killed, immediately drowning into the abyss of reincarnation. Dodge! Shouted a strong cultivator from the Xikong clan furiously. Then, Lin Feng moved towards 2 strong cultivators from the Xikong clan. He had become a giant after fusing with his demonic image. Lin Feng, try if you dare! Shouted a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Xikong clan. He then started running towards Lin Feng. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Feng glanced at him with his pitch-black pupils and continued running ahead. Lacerate! Shouted Lin Feng. Then he immediately killed another cultivator. How strong! He was killing those people as if they had been ordinary Zun cultivators. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He condensed curse energies and cursed the other cultivator. His opponent suddenly stopped moving, and then a sword fell on him. In the air, the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Xikong clan looked upset. He yelled to Lin Feng, "The Xikong clan will definitely kill you." "Brother, kill him," said Lin Feng. That cultivator raised his head and saw Ho Ching Lin's reincarnation sword above him. His facial expression changed drastically at that second. Die! The cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Wen clan, against whom he was initially fighting, released abstruse energies and wreaked havoc on his internal organs. No, shouted that cultivator furiously. He wanted to escape, but Lin Feng appeared in front of him and smiled coldly. Even if the Xikong clan kills me, you will not be there to see it. Lin Feng released death and sword energies, easily finishing him off. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd in a cold way. So many people had died already, there would soon be only 100 left. Lin Feng ran towards a cultivator from the Church of Desire. Once he saw Lin Feng, he wanted to escape, but he was overwhelmed by the immortal energies. Lin Feng's desolate Xana quickly cut off his leg, then he caught up with him and killed him. Lacerate! Lin Feng continued releasing energies and his sword collided against something extremely hard, something golden. Golden claws. Those golden energies were looming over Lin Feng's head. A great oriental greenfinch rock. Lin Feng joined his hands and attacked the golden energies. The great oriental greenfinch rock moved back and stared at Lin Feng in a cold way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14:15, Threat. Chapter 14:15, Threat. He thinks he's a supernatural bird. Lin Feng continued running ahead while releasing demonic intent and singing his 9 netherworlds demonic song. Caw! The bird released bestial chi and flapped his wings powerfully. His claws were sharp and dazzling as they moved towards Lin Feng. The great oriental greenfinch rock was very fast. He had only broken through to the 4th Zun Qi layer, but he had the speed of a cultivator of the 7th or 8th Zun Qi layer. He knew speed abstruse energies, of course. His gold abstruse energies were level 7 as well. Lacerate! Immortal and sword energies whistled furiously, digging into people's ears. A wound appeared on the bird's wings and some golden blood even dripped, but the bird continued flying towards Lin Feng. Bzzz. Lin Feng dodged back, the wings passed over him by only a few millimeters. They left a golden trail in the air as they passed. The great oriental greenfinch rock is becoming even more terrifying, thought Lin Feng. He released demonic intent and borrowed the force of the earth and sky as he ran towards the bird. I'll kill that supernatural bird, shouted Lin Feng. Lin Feng had swords in both hands. The bird flapped his wings, which again turned into terrifying and dazzling sharp blades. They collided against Lin Feng's death sword with a metallic ringing sound. The great oriental greenfinch rock has some great defenses. I can't use death or sword energies to deal with him. I need to injure his organs internally, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng's demon silhouette appeared, roared furiously, and jumped forwards. Lin Feng then released deadly demon punches at the great oriental greenfinch rock. Lin Feng moved like the wind and appeared above the bird as he was dealing with the punches. He wanted to attack the bird from behind, but the great oriental greenfinch rock slightly descended from the sky. He still hadn't managed to kill him. The great oriental greenfinch rock had great speed and defense. Lin Feng had already killed the cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer, but that bird still remained. Die! Lin Feng sensed a strength from behind him. He joined his hands together and released sharp sword energies behind him. That cultivator's face turned deathly pale as Lin Feng's sword lacerated him. At the same time, many other people were still fighting. Ho Changlin was fighting like a madman against the cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. Stop! Shouted Emperor Qi from the top of the Qi Tian Peak. The great oriental greenfinch rock stopped moving too, glaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng also recalled his demon energies. Emperor Qi was disappointed. He had made those rules so that the cultivators from Tiantai would die, but in the end they had surprised everyone again. We'll fight again, said the great oriental greenfinch rock to Lin Feng. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously, startling the great oriental greenfinch rock who suddenly moved back. Lin Feng looked at him mockingly. I wouldn't mind eating some roasted chicken, said Lin Feng. Then, he turned around and walked away, ignoring the bird. The bird was obstinate and unruly, but Lin Feng didn't hate him as much as the cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle or from the Qi clan. Lin Feng went back to his group of friends and looked at Emperor Qi. He looked angry as he announced, all the emperors, you clearly understand who qualified. Only 4 of Tianlong Divine Castle's people were left, the Crown Prince and the Second Prince who were cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, then the 4th and 6th Prince who were cultivators of the 6th Zun Qi layer. Lin Feng was still alive, so he was qualified as well. Tiantai had 11 qualified cultivators, which was a lot compared to several other groups. All right. Disperse, said Emperor Qi indifferently. Then, he turned around and jumped onto the golden crow which was pulling his carriage. He didn't want to spend another second there. All the members of the Qi clan had been eliminated, so he had no reason to stay. Disperse? Lin Feng was confused. Was that all? What was the purpose of the meeting of the emperors? Many other people were like Lin Feng, they were wondering what was going on. What was the purpose of the meeting of the emperors? Let's go back, said Ho Changlin. Then, the cultivators from Tiantai went back to Emperor Yu's side. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Jun Emoshi, Yiren Lei and all the others he knew. He nodded at them and then left. There were many things he didn't understand, but he was convinced Emperor Yu would tell them everything soon. Lin Feng, you'll definitely die someday, said Emperor Tianlong aggressively. Then, the emperor went back to his dragon carriage and left. No wonder Emperor Tianlong is such a piece of trash. He dares threaten young cultivators openly, said Emperor Yu calmly. This infuriated Emperor Tianlong even more. Let's go back to Tiantai, said Emperor Yu to Tiantai's people. Then, a cloud appeared and everybody jumped on it. Meng Qing and Xiu Xian were next to Lin Feng. Apart from the 11 cultivators who had qualified, many of those who were eliminated were still there, alive. Emperor Yu couldn't talk about the secrets of the meeting of the emperors in front of them. At some point, oppressive black clouds appeared blocked their way back to Tiantai. Emperor Yu opened his eyes and the white cloud stopped. Emperor Qi, we haven't made it back to Tiantai yet. If you can't hold back anymore, I don't mind organizing a battle of the emperors, said Emperor Yu. Emperor Qi again, thought the crowd. Emperor Qi was furious because he had lost. Did he want to kill Tiantai's cultivators using terrifying emperor's methods? Hee, I just came to tell you one thing. Amongst the 11 outstanding disciples of Tiantai, I wonder how many will survive in the near future. With that, the cloud turned into a silhouette and disappeared. They couldn't see him, but they had recognized Emperor Qi's voice. He's threatening us, Tiantai's disciples realized. In the future, when you meet people from the Qi clan, just kill them, said Emperor Yu in a calm and serene way. Then, the cloud continued moving forwards. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1416, The Magic Gate. Chapter 1416, The Magic Gate. A group of people were riding a magnificent cloud in the sky above Tiantai. The teacher and our disciples are back. Many people came back, that must mean they won. thought the people of Tiantai. Not everyone could participate at the meeting of the emperors, so they couldn't wait to hear about the results. Go down, said Emperor Yu indifferently. Those who weren't direct disciples descended from the sky. Meng Qing and Xiao Yuxian were annoyed because they weren't direct disciples themselves. Teacher! Shouted Lin Feng. Emperor Yu knew what Lin Feng was going to ask. He smiled and said, "They can stay with you." "Thank you, teacher." Lin Feng bowed and smiled. Emperor Yu looked at Tiantai's people and said, "The 11 direct disciples were all qualified and had amazed the whole province. I hope that someday, more of you will be able to become direct disciples and that the people of Ba Huan will know your name as well. I hope that someday, you'll reach the clouds. Also, be careful of people from the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle." "We understand," said everybody bowing before Emperor Yu, who then nodded back at them. Then, the cloud with the remaining people on it disappeared. What kind of place is the sky above the sky? Is it an empty space castle? Guessed some people. At that moment, Emperor Yu and the others made it to the sky above the sky. "It's been a few hundreds of years already, but I don't know when it'll develop," said Emperor Yu, gazing into the distance and smiling indifferently. "A few hundreds years?" Lin Feng asked, "Teacher, is the sky above the sky your small world?" Emperor Yu looked at Lin Feng. He looked both wise and calm. He smiled and nodded. "Indeed, this is my small world, one of them at least." "One of them," Lin Feng repeated. Emperor Yu had taken him for a walk in that small world before. Many people already live there. If Emperor Yu had created it a few hundreds of years ago, 1,000 years later, it'd probably be incredible. Then what about 10,000 years later? It would be filled with magnificent landscapes. So basically, the Jade Emperor's palace was not a small world, the mysterious world holding it was a small world. The palace is just a symbol of that small world, just like Tiantai is a symbol of the sky above the sky. Thought Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I told you that after you broke through to the Zun Qi layer, I'd give you an opportunity which could change your life. Now you have come back," said Emperor Yu smiling. He didn't hide anything from the others. All the people there, apart from Meng Qing and Xiao Yuxian, had also benefited from such an opportunity. The fact that Lin Feng was a direct disciple and had dazzled at the meeting of the emperors had something to do with that opportunity. Something that could change my life. Lin Feng was curious. "Thank you very much, teacher." "All right, you move aside," said Emperor Yu to the others. Lin Feng is already terrifyingly strong and talented. With such an opportunity, he could become even stronger," said Xingzhan while smiling fatuously. Emperor Yu shook his hand and a water crystal appeared in the air. Then, it slowly turned into a dazzling gate which could attract the stars. "Emperor Shi and I obtained this treasure previously, but we don't know what it is. It seems like it has its own strength, but it also seems to be able to change people's destiny. It can steal the force of the earth and sky, allowing talented cultivators to improve. Emperor Shi and I rose thanks to it," explained Emperor Yu. "Some people say grand talents mature slowly when they talk about us. I don't know if Emperor Shi and I are grand talents who matured slowly, but I know that we've been extremely lucky. To be honest, after leaving Tianqi, I practiced cultivation a lot and I killed millions of people, but I never stopped. I also participated in the meeting of the emperors and so on, however, I became an emperor only thanks to that item," said Emperor Yu, not hiding anything. "Lin Feng, go inside. I hope it'll be as useful for you as it was me," said Emperor Yu smiling. Lin Feng nodded and walked through the gate, into the dazzling lights. Bzzz. The disciples couldn't even look at it, it was too dazzling. "How strong," said Wu Yong, sighing. "Lin Feng is extremely talented," said Mo Cheng Tian. That treasure could show how talented people were in that the more talented someone was, the more dazzling the gate was. After Lin Feng entered, the gate became incredibly dazzling. Emperor Yu smiled happily. Then, the gate turned into a light and cleansed Lin Feng's body. "How pleasant. What kind of terrifying treasure is that?" Lin Feng closed his eyes and bathed in the lights. He had an incredible sensation, almost like an orgasm. It felt pleasant all over his body. He had the sensation his bones and flesh were changing, as well as his strength. It was even more efficient than bathing in the thunders. "It's changing my physical body, ridding me of my imperfections," thought Lin Feng. No wonder Tiantai's direct disciples were all that strong. Their physical bodies had been changed through this process. To be a strong cultivator, a powerful physical body was essential. If I could constantly absorb these energies, that'd be great, thought Lin Feng. He knew it wasn't possible though. His blood started boiling and qi was rotating around him rapidly. The treasure was now modifying his blood, improving it. His blood was fusing together with the earth and sky. How incredible, what a perfect feeling. Roar, roar. Dragon heads appeared around Lin Feng. All 9 of them looked ferocious. My spirit is being cleansed too, thought Lin Feng, astonished. 3 of the heads were different. There was a gigantic axe, a pair of silver wings and a shadow. His dragon qi was becoming stronger, Shen Yuan's axe was becoming more explosive, the silver wings were becoming more dazzling and the shadow was becoming even more intangible and silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1417, A Famous Song. Chapter 1417, A Famous Song. All the direct disciples were incredibly strong, however, after cleansing from those lights, they had all become even more extraordinary, especially their spirits. So much so that they could even compete with emperor's sons in terms of their spirit strength. At that moment, the lights became even more dazzling as a light descended from the sky. This was the most important part of the process. Lin Feng's soul was going to be cleansed with this. It was going to change his natural abilities. The gate was pulling strength from the earth and sky and cleansing Lin Feng's body with it. He could clearly sense that his soul was changing. Even his celestial book spirit was diffusing dazzling lights. Bzzz. At that moment, the light beam illuminated Lin Feng, but it couldn't pierce through his body and penetrate into his soul. Emperor Yu was surprised. How? The gate started shaking and emitting strange sounds. What's going on? Everybody was wondering. The lights dispersed after they met Lin Feng's body. They couldn't change his soul, but why? It hadn't happened like that with them. Recall it, said Mu Chen suddenly. Emperor Yu shook his hand and recalled the gate. At that moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes. What was going on? He had sensed that the lights wanted to cleanse his celestial book spirit, but when it tried, his celestial book spirit diffused dazzling lights and stopped it. Lin Feng, are you alright? Asked Emperor Yu. His silhouette flickered as ran over to Lin Feng. Gotcha. Lin Feng clenched his fist, emitting loud crackling sounds. He felt so good, so comfortable. He felt perfect. I'm alright, I feel better than alright, said Lin Feng, smiling at Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu looked at the crystal and nodded. Did it have anything to do with Lin Feng's special body? It wouldn't even let the strength of the earth and sky modify it. Emperor Yu didn't ask anything. In the cultivation world, that kind of special body was extremely rare, it was legendary in fact. Back then, Emperor Yu wasn't sure, but now he was starting to believe it was true. You should rest these days next few days or practice cultivation. Don't leave the small world. Emperor Qi and Emperor Tianlong will be looking for you all, especially Lin Feng. When the right time comes, I'll come back to you, said Emperor Yu to the disciples. Then he disappeared. When the right time comes, he'll come back to us? Whispered Lin Feng. Mu Chen smiled and said, Lin Feng, the meeting of the emperors isn't over yet. It's not over yet. Lin Feng was surprised. What was the real purpose of the meeting of the emperors? What was going to happen to the 100 people who had qualified? Lin Feng, how do you feel after having been in those lights? Asked the others. I feel extremely good, I feel a lot stronger. My physical body feels perfect while my spirit became stronger too. Now I can fuse together with the earth and sky even better, replied Lin Feng honestly. He was just annoyed that he hadn't been able to finish the process, but he didn't think about it too much. The stronger the better now that we have many enemies, the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle, the Sikong clan. Even though we killed so many of their people, they still have many strong cultivators, especially the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle, said Mu Bei. Besides, Lin Feng, your cultivation level is too low. You must level up for Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi won't hesitate to kill you if they see you in the future. I know, said Lin Feng nodding. Brother, our sisters are here with you, so spend some time with them. We won't bother you anymore. The days following this reprieve are going to be insane, said Xingzhan. Then, they left. Lin Feng shrugged and smiled. Let's go and have a walk around the small world, said Lin Feng, taking Meng Qing and Xiao Yuxian's hands. That small world and the outside world were similar in many ways. There were clouds, trees, lakes, rivers, cities, and cultivation resources. Their teacher was still developing that small world, so everything would be even more lively in the future. One day later, they were in a desolate area riding a white horse. Lin Feng, do you remember the first time I rode a horse? Asked Meng Qing. She was sitting in front of Lin Feng while he was holding her. Xiao Yuxian was behind him, leaning against him. Of course I do, back then, you almost cried because you were so scared. Said Lin Feng, smiling in a resplendent way. He would always remember that day. You did that on purpose. Said Meng Qing smiling. Is that so? I don't remember that part. Said Lin Feng, smiling fatuously. Meng Qing rolled her eyes and turned her head around. Back then, you were holding me and singing songs too. Don't you want to sing a song for Uxin now? Lin Feng didn't want to. Oh yes, please. Said Xiao Uxin smiling. Alright, but don't laugh at me. Said Lin Feng, smiling happily. Then, he started singing a song, playing the flute, hair fluttering in the wind, drunk, winds rising and clouds scudding, lakes and rivers, resentment. 1,000 miles, a pale light, a smile, calmness and tranquility, tranquil water, 1,000 miles, bathing under the moon, growing old together, only the autumn moon knows that. Translator's note, that song is a real song you can find on YouTube, it's called, The Composer Is. Autumn moon in Mandarin is Qiuyu, that's probably how the author chose Qiuyu Xin's name. 1,000 miles, bathing under the moon, growing old together, only the autumn moon knows that. Whispered Meng Qing, smiling before adding, even though you're a really bad singer, the song is not bad. 1,000 miles, bathing under the moon, growing old together, only the autumn moon knows that. Meng Qing was wondering where that song came from. Xiao Yuxian hugged Lin Feng even tighter. She didn't want Lin Feng to leave her again. 3 days later, Lin Feng was under a waterfall. His eyes were closed as he was calmly studying that strength. Meng Qing and Xiao Yuxian were playing in the water. Sometimes they would glance over at Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. His eyes looked sharp, but then he saw the girls and smiled. Lin Feng jumped into the water and hugged Meng Qing from behind, startling her. I'm clean already. Said Meng Qing, pushing Lin Feng away and getting out of the water. Xiao Yuxian looked at him too and then turned her head away again. She even blushed. Lin Feng came to her and hugged her. He could feel her heart pounding. Xiao Yuxian! Shouted Lin Feng. Xiao Yuxian looked at Lin Feng, her eyes were twinkling. You're really beautiful. Said Lin Feng, suddenly kissing her. She also kissed him back passionately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1418, Cosmic Energies. Chapter 1418, Cosmic Energies. Lin Feng was holding Xiao Yuxian in his arms, both of them were resting on a big stone. Xiao Yuxian was wearing her clothes, but they were soaked and transparent. Lin Feng caressed her skin, her breasts. Xiao Yuxian moaned, turning Lin Feng on. Lin Feng had become an expert at making love since he had been with Yiren Lei. He slowly took off her clothes, cherishing the view with each piece. Lin Feng caressed her everywhere. He kissed her lips, then he slowly kissed her everywhere, including her most sensitive spot. Her moans were bewitching. Xiao Yuxian was shivering with each of Lin Feng's movements. He was moving with more and more passion, but suddenly, a merciless ice-cold energy emerged. Boom! Lin Feng suddenly moved back as an ice-cold hand shot out. Lin Feng came back to his senses. Xiao Yuxian's face was now red from embarrassment. Lin Feng, I'm sorry. Xiao Yuxian shook her head. No problem. Said Lin Feng. Xiao Yuxian's facial expression kept changing, one moment cold and the next hot. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and very careful and put on her clothes again. Lin Feng felt sad for her, but how could he help Xiao Yuxian solve that problem? He knew that Xiao Yuxian was in love with him, which is why she could control her merciless emotions around him, somewhat. Let's go into that cave and change your clothes. Said Lin Feng while carrying her. Meng Qing looked at them and then looked at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng put Xiao Yuxian on the ground and walked over to Meng Qing, hugging her and saying, Meng Qing, when I become a cultivation emperor, I think we should have a child. What do you think? All right. Replied Meng Qing, in a gentle and tender way, lowering her head. Xiao Yuxian was looking at them, but she didn't know what they were talking about. You're still this shy? Even though we've been together for so long. Lin Feng was mocking her. Meng Qing blushed even more after. Meng Qing rolled her eyes and Lin Feng smiled. He was becoming more perverted the older he got. After a short time, Zhou Yuxian changed into some new clothes. She had on a new blue dress. Meng Cheng, Yuxian, I'll bring you to a special place, said Lin Feng, taking out the Jade Emperor's heart. Then, it became gigantic and turned into a palace. There were 2 doors he still hadn't opened. Now that he was so strong, he might be able to open them. But would there be anything good in them? Let's go, said Lin Feng, entering the palace with Zhou Yuxian and Meng Cheng. The crowd saw Lin Feng enter, this time with 2 incredibly beautiful women. They used to be Ganyu's heroes and Lin Feng was only an ordinary disciple from Tianqi. Lin Feng ignored them as he swallowed an abstruse tablet and chewed it. He brought Meng Cheng and Zhou Yuxian to the doors he hadn't opened yet. Wait, I'll break it, said Lin Feng. Then, he used his deadly demon punch to break down one of the doors. Ancient scriptures. Lin Feng was surprised. There was a wooden table with ancient scriptures resting on it. They were surrounded by yellow qi and earth abstruse energies. Let's see what they are. The 3 of them entered the room. Apart from that book, there were marks on the walls. Emperor Yu had also carved such marks in his palace, back in Tiantai. Lin Feng looked at the book and suddenly felt like he was in a vast area. The ground beneath him was dusty and the area was filled with abstruse energies. After a short time, Lin Feng recalled his godly awareness and whispered, "That's the first step of the book. Each step teaches cultivators about different territories." The Jade Emperor made that page to teach cultivators about Earth territories. Meng Qing, Zhou Yuxian, inspected the book, said Lin Feng. Even if they didn't practice the powers taught in those books, they could still learn something from them. Lin Feng looked at the walls and analyzed them. The incredible gate could steal the strength of the earth and sky to cleanse my body, spirit, and soul. It also helped strengthen my relationship with the earth and sky. If I could understand how that works, I'd be even further ahead, thought Lin Feng. The Jade Emperor understood earth abstruse energies, so he had probably used them to create this palace. If my fire abstruse energies become cosmic energies, I could actually burn the earth and sky's energies, thought Lin Feng. He was starting to understand more thanks to the Jade Emperor's teachings. No wonder people who hadn't become cultivation emperors were still like insects. Emperors could use cosmic energies to reign over the earth and sky. But, if I fought against someone as strong as them and was able to condense cosmic energies, I'd need to create my own spells, skills and techniques still. I'd have to rely on my own special abilities, thought Lin Feng. He recalled when Emperor Yu saved Meng Qing, he had condensed the strength of the earth and the sky to incredible degree. He concluded from that if a cultivator didn't understand the strength of the earth and sky, they couldn't learn to use cosmic energies. No wonder his emperors had attached so much importance to the strength of the earth and sky. Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi had probably used the strength of the earth and sky to create the flight of stairs in Tiantai. Cosmic energies required high-level abstruse energies before they could be used to fuse together with the earth and sky. Understanding 10 types of abstruse energies is indeed incredible. It's like having a special kind of body. If I could level up all my abstruse energies to their highest degree, I'd be able to master so many types of cosmic energies, thought Lin Feng. If he managed to make his death abstruse energy become death cosmic energy, it'd be horrifying. He'd be able to make people grow old instantly and die, unless his opponent's cosmic energies were of the same level. Lin Feng stopped studying and turned around. Then he said to Meng Qing and Zhou Yuxian, "Some powerful scriptures can help cultivators understand cosmic energies. Without these ancient scriptures, it must be difficult to become a cultivation emperor." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1419, Fighting Against Emperor Yu. Chapter 1419, Fighting Against Emperor Yu. Let's go to the other door. Lin Feng took the ancient, imperial scriptures with him. He wasn't as surprised to find imperial scriptures anymore because he had found several already before. If it was anyone besides him, they'd be furious at Lin Feng's reactions. Many cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer only dreamt of having imperial scriptures. Lin Feng arrived in front of the last door and broke it down with sword energies. Even though that room had been sealed for many years, it was still clean inside. There was no dust and the walls were still shiny. Poor Jade Emperor, he hid so little that the door was even weaker than the previous one. The ancient scriptures were probably his most cherished treasures, thought Lin Feng, glancing around the room. There were 3 dazzling items, but Lin Feng didn't sense the qi of any imperial weapons. There was an armor set resting on a statue. It looked domineering and imposing, like it contained cosmic energy. It was more powerful than ordinary peerless holy weapons because it contained cosmic energies. Lin Feng's cultivation level was too low, so he couldn't understand those weapons very well. Not all emperors had imperial weapons, but it was similar to when people had just broken through to the Zun Qi layer, they didn't necessarily have holy weapons either. Imperial weapons were precious treasures. It was difficult to obtain imperial weapons, emperors had to be lucky. Apart from the armor, there was a gigantic axe filled with a terrifying strength. Lin Feng was surprised because that axe contained pure strength and nothing else. It wasn't even sharp. The last item was a helmet, the Jade Emperor's helmet. That's the Jade Emperor's helmet. Lin Feng smiled at Meng Qing and Xiu Yuxian while adding, those three weapons seem to contain cosmic energies. I want that axe. Meng Qing, Yuxian, you two can choose one of the weapons as well. Give the helmet to Yuxian, but the armor is not suitable for me. Lin Feng, you should take it, said Meng Qing. No, peerless holy weapons are better than ordinary weapons. You can make them fuse together with your flesh, so how couldn't it suit you? Yuxian, you can take the Jade Emperor's helmet, Meng Qing, you must take the armor, said Lin Feng. So take my high-level holy armor then, said Meng Qing. I don't need it. I have an empty space robe. It's a peerless holy weapon as well, so just keep both of them, said Lin Feng. He walked to the axe and slowly raised it up. It was very heavy, at least 1 million kilos. It could decimate mountains or kill a low-level Zun cultivator in one strike. Take your holy weapons and let's go. We still have to see if there are any suitable holy marks to practice cultivation. Then, we can leave and modify those weapons. Lin Feng and the girls went back to one of the other rooms where carvings lined the wall. Last time, Lin Feng hadn't spent much time studying them. Those holy marks contained the strength of the earth and sky. Once you're an emperor, you can carve them yourself. Even Yan Di can do that, whispered Lin Feng. I can use other abstruse energies to replace the earth abstruse energies, I just need to activate the marks, thought Lin Feng, sitting down cross-legged. When he had the strength of the Tianqi layer, he came to study the holy marks of the mysterious world, but he needed to be stronger before he could benefit from them. Now, he was a lot stronger. 7 days later, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in front of the waterfall in Emperor Yu's small world. He was calmly studying something while Meng Qing and Xiu Yuxian were in the distance practicing cultivation. Lin Feng was releasing empty space energies as his godly awareness turned into threads and moved towards the empty space energies. Caw! In the sky, a bird passed. Lin Feng opened his eyes and rose up in the air. Constriction. The space around the bird became distorted. Then, it turned into dazzling marks as 1,000 threads of empty space abstruse energy formed a cage. I'm too slow. If it were the Great Rock, I wouldn't be able to imprison him with that speed, whispered Lin Feng. Those holy marks were challenging, but Lin Feng wanted to control cosmic energies. Lin Feng freed the bird, then he continued studying the holy marks. Lin Feng realized that when the holy marks became almost as powerful as cosmic energies, they fused together with the earth and sky even better. Lin Feng, said a voice. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw Emperor Yu ahead of him. Teacher, said Lin Feng smiling. Lin Feng, I came to see you because I want you to see some people. I just saw you studying holy marks, what a coincidence, said Emperor Yu smiling. Teacher, when abstruse energies change, they become cosmic energies. Are holy marks a form of cosmic energy? Asked Lin Feng. Emperor Yu was a bit surprised as he said, I initially wanted to tell you about cosmic energies, but now you already know about them. Great minds think alike. The 10,000 things of creation exist because of the same thing. Holy marks exist thanks to the strength of the earth and sky, and abstruse energies. You just have to make them fuse together. So every emperor is a kind of magician who can create holy marks, thought Lin Feng. Of course, first, you need to understand the strength of the earth and sky, only then will you be able to understand cosmic energies. Emperors use the strength of the earth and sky all the time. Of course, when you become an emperor, you'll understand how scary and explosive attacks can be. Lin Feng nodded and asked, Teacher, how many sorts of cosmic energy do you understand? Earth cosmic energy, replied Emperor Yu calmly. Teacher, can you show me some cosmic strength? Asked Lin Feng. All right, replied Emperor Yu. He was happy to see Lin Feng so enthused. Attack me using your most powerful attack. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Suddenly, she blotted out the sky as he was surrounded by sword intent. Then he condensed death energies into his sword energy and a pitch-black light flew towards Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu remained calm though. He stretched out his fingers and moved them a little bit. The strength of the earth and sky turned into yellow earth, seemingly indestructible. The death and sword energies couldn't pierce through that strength. Imprison, said Emperor Yu. Lin Feng was suddenly trapped in an earthen cage. Emperor Yu looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Those are the holy marks you want to learn about. The cage slowly opened and Lin Feng nodded back. Indeed, but holy marks seem rudimentary when compared with cosmic energies. Don't think that cosmic energies are that strong. Back when you couldn't control abstruse energies, you thought the same of them. After you can control cosmic energies, you will change your mind, said Emperor Yu. I know. Lin Feng knew his teacher was being nice to him too. Abstruse energies were the major difference between Tian level and Zun level cultivators, but the difference between them was nothing when compared with the differences between Zun level cultivators and emperors. I can easily create the cage because I'm an emperor, but if you were an emperor, I couldn't imprison you that easily, explained Emperor Yu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1420, The Key to Holy City. Chapter 1420, The Key to Holy City. Alright, you still have a long way to go, but you'll definitely become an emperor. Once you're an emperor, we'll see how many types of cosmic energies you can control. Now, come with me, said Emperor Yu. Lin Feng nodded, calling Meng Chang and Xiao Yuxin over. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived on a mountain inside the small world. There were some people he knew, teachers. You're here. Those people were his 3 teachers from Tianxian, the Snow Zun Cultivator, the Fire Zun Cultivator and Jian Feng Zi. There was also Tianji Zi with them. Lin Feng had told them about Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu, but he hadn't thought they'd come to Ba Huang that quickly. Little Lin Feng, our teacher told us about you and now we're weaker than you, said the Snow Zun Cultivator. He looked proud. Lin Feng was his disciple, so of course he was happy to see his disciple succeeding. Lin Feng shrugged, but found it funny because his teachers called Emperor Yu teacher too. There's no need to pay attention to names anymore, said Emperor Yu, laughing when he saw Lin Feng's confusion. Teacher, how is Shi Yun doing? Asked Lin Feng to the Fire Zun Cultivator. She's good. She really wanted to come with us, but we didn't let her. It was already difficult for us to come here because it's so far away from Tianxi, explained the Fire Zun Cultivator. Teachers, you didn't come at the best time, said Lin Feng. With the Qi clan in Tianlong Divine Castle, the situation wasn't ideal for Tiantai. Nobody knows them, so I can still help them become stronger. Then they'll go and travel around Ba Huang province to become stronger. They don't need to stay in Tiantai, said Emperor Yu. Lin Feng nodded. That was the best solution. Alright, Lin Feng, you don't need to care about those things anymore. Go and practice cultivation. You need to become stronger. Later, I'll call you out again, said Emperor Yu. Lin Feng nodded and said goodbye to his teachers. Then, he took Meng Qing and Xiao Yuxin away. Lin Feng practiced cultivation and modified his peerless holy weapons. He made some abstruse energies fused together with them. He also studied holy marks. 20 days passed before Emperor Yu called him again, as well as the other direct disciples. At the top of the mountain, Emperor Yu looked at them in a grave and solemn way. This time, you're going to a very, very dangerous place. It's not dangerous for just you, it's dangerous for everybody. As always, there will be opportunities amongst the dangers there. The ultimate goal of the meeting of the emperors, thought Lin Feng. They had chosen the most outstanding geniuses of the region, 100 people, but why? And how come the emperors didn't hesitate as they lost so many people for the meeting? This time, you'll go to an extraordinary place which will determine your future. You might even have the opportunity to become emperors there, said Emperor Yu. Remember one thing, you're going to that place with only one goal, to obtain cosmic strength fate seeds. If you don't die there and come out with a cosmic strength fate seed, you'll be able to condense the cosmic energy inside. Once you reach the top of the Zun Qi layer, it'll help you become emperors. Besides, it will have another use. Those cosmic strength fate seeds also act as keys to the holy city, explained Emperor Yu. What was the holy city? How come they needed cosmic strength fate seeds to go there? Teacher, what kind of place is the holy city? Asked Lin Feng. He had always wanted to ask that question. When you make it out, I'll tell you. For now, you must go, said Emperor Yu in a grave and solemn way. He shook his hand and a gigantic cloud appeared. Lin Feng and the others jumped on it. Apart from Mu Chen, all the others then left the small world. After a short time, Lin Feng looked down and saw that they were above the Huang Sea. Is that the Huang Sea? Asked Lin Feng. He realized that the terrifying energies of the Huang Sea didn't reach them, they stopped after a certain height. The Huang Sea. The goal was the Huang Sea, but what secrets are there inside? Lin Feng saw a black dot far away, but it was getting closer. Tianlong Divine Castle's people, Emperor Tianlong had brought the 4 princes as well. Emperor Yu is always early, shouted a voice in the distance. It was Emperor Qi. So many of my disciples were qualified, so I had to be early. Emperor Qi, your disciples have been disqualified, shouldn't you act more discreet? Said Xingzhan mockingly. Shut the hell up, watch your words when you're talking to an emperor, shouted Emperor Qi furiously. Emperor Yu suddenly released energies and an earthen armor appeared around Xingzhan. An explosion ensued and the earthen armor exploded. Emperor Qi, you're getting more and more unruly, said Emperor Yu. They're impolite, so they need to be taught a lesson. You have 11 disciples, but how many are going to stay alive? Asked Emperor Qi. After a short time, many more people had arrived. Seems like we're late, said Emperor Wen and Emperor Devamara, nodding and smiling at Emperor Yu. Tiantai was close to the Huang Sea. There were 21 groups at that moment, but where were the people from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals? Sorry for making you wait, said someone at that moment. It was the Emperor of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals. Godly awareness. Lin Feng inspected the Emperor and realized that it wasn't really him. If you couldn't come yourself, you should have told me. I could have brought your disciples here myself. You must be exhausted, said Emperor Qi. No problem. You're too kind, said the old man calmly. They were still waiting even though everybody had arrived. After a short time, a group of people arrived from the distance. There was a lot of people, more than 100. Lin Feng saw 2 people in particular, it was the Ice Emperor and the Snow Leader. People from Jiu. Lin Feng realized. Emperor Qi smiled once he saw them. Not far from Emperor Qi, a young man knelt down in front of Emperor Qi and said, Your Majesty, you seem so outstanding and strong, wonderful. Great for the Qi Empire, said Emperor Qi. He looked extremely pleased. Lin Feng was confused. The Qi Empire? Your Majesty? Emperor Qi walked to the people from the Qi Empire and bowed before a middle-aged man. Father, how have you been? I'm good. I see you didn't even keep 1 disciple for me, said the middle-aged man in a cold way. Then, he looked at people from Tiantai aggressively. Lin Feng and the others felt like they were suffocating from that gaze alone. The leader from the Qi Empire in Jiu was Emperor Qi's father. No wonder Qi Qianren had been to a shrine. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1421, Vines, Old Trees and Crows. Chapter 1421, Vines, Old Trees and Crows. Emperor Yu frowned while saying, You're an old emperor and you dare act so aggressively with the younger people? Since he knows I'm an old man, how dare he talk to me that way? Replied the man to Emperor Yu without even glancing at him. Then, he looked at the young man and said, Remember, I don't want any of them to survive. Roger, Your Highness, said the young man bowing. There was only one person who was standing there in such a calm and serene way, he didn't even bow before Emperor Qi. That person's Qi was absolutely extraordinary. He glanced at the crowd and stopped turning his head once he saw Ho Qinglin. Only Ho Qinglin attracted his attention. The emperor from the east brought some strong people, 15 people in total. Fought some of the people from Tiantai, frowning. There were 22 groups and 100 cultivators in total. Apart from Tiantai, there were no other groups which had brought that many people. In Jiu, 100 people had been qualified as well, but because there were less groups in Jiu, they had more people qualified per group. The Wen clan, the Sikong clan and the Celestial Thunder Temple all seemed to have something to do with Jiu. Thought Lin Feng as he glanced over at them. The Wen clan and the Sikong clan group seemed bigger. The Celestial Thunder Temple and the Devamara Palace also seemed to have something to do with Jiu because Kong Ming and Xiaoyu had been in a shrine. Why don't you come to your mother? Asked the snow leader to Yiren Lei. Yiren Lei smiled and said, I'm with my teacher, it's the same. My daughter, where are your fellow disciples in Mu Feng? Are they all dead? And what happened in the shrine? Won't you tell us? Asked the snow leader. Even though she was smiling, her voice was strange. Mu Feng? Those from the Ba Huang province were surprised to hear that name. What did Lin Feng have to do with Yiren Lei? Besides, people were surprised to learn that Yiren Lei was the daughter of an empress from Jiuyu. Mother, I can't tell you that. I'm sorry, said Yiren Lei, smiling thinly. Alright, you're my good girl after all, said the snow leader, in a cold way. Then, she turned to the people on her side and said, once inside, take good care of my daughter. Roger, snow leader, said the strong cultivators from the ice and snow shrine. All those people were cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. People from Baohuang province and Jiuyu all arrived, but nobody did anything still. They seemed to be waiting for someone. Ha, you waited for a long time, said a voice in the distance. That person was wearing a white robe and his chi was extraordinary. That's not a problem at all, Your Excellency, the messenger, said the emperors politely. Let me find the place, said the messenger, still smiling. Then, terrifying cosmic energies emerged from his eyes as he stared into the Huang Sea. Huge waves appeared from his energies. What a terrifying strength! Everybody was amazed. The man's cosmic energies made the sea go insane, creating a whirlpool. You all remember well, that was the right place, said the messenger to the emperors. Then he entered the Huang Sea. Let's go, said all the emperors to their cultivators. Then they too entered the Huang Sea, the legendary battlefield of the antiquity. It quickly became dark in the Huang Sea as they went dozens of thousands of meters deep in. Suddenly, they arrived in front of an empty space. The Huang Sea couldn't penetrate into it even. There was a coffin there which looked like a door. There were even marks on it. Sealing technique. Lin Feng recognized some of the seals from back in Shuiyu. Now, in front of him, there was a seal which had the form of a coffin. The young people this year seem even more outstanding than 100 years ago. Let me explain to you where you're going, the central part of the ancient battlefield. Many emperors were buried inside and a myriad of strong cultivators died there. Only people who aren't cultivation emperors can go inside. Nobody knows what there is inside, but there are definitely emperor fate seeds. Once you have an emperor fate seed, give it to me and I'll let you go to the holy city, explained the messenger. Understood, said many people, nodding along. It seemed like they had to obey that guy. Alright, let's open the seal. Good luck, said the messenger. He placed his hand on the marks of the coffin and dazzling lights broke through the dark Huang Sea. Bzzz. A terrifying strength emerged from the coffin. Then a door appeared and the lights became even brighter. Alright, you can go inside now, said the messenger to the crowd. Instantly, many people crossed the door as fast as they could. Let's go too, said Ho Ching Lin to his friends. Then, Tiantai's people gradually crossed the door as well. Lin Feng crossed the door and was surprised by what he saw. What is this place? Everything was dark in front of him. There was no sun, no moon, it was just dark. There were many ancient trees and vines, there was even desolate and dry chi. Caw, caw. Many people gulped down and shivered. There were some crows resting on the ancient black trees. They were pitch black and gigantic, but they looked calm though. If they hadn't cawed, people wouldn't have noticed them. Surprisingly, there are living things here, thought some people surprised. There was an ancient log cabin in the distance and it seemed like someone lived there, but it was only an illusion. It gave people an ominous feeling. Dry vines, old trees, crows, whispered Lin Feng. There were no bridges, no rivers, no people. What the hell is going on? Someone rose up in the air and punched the crows. The crows all opened their eyes and fixedly stared at the attacker. Ah, that cultivator gave a horrible shriek and suddenly, his body decayed and turned to dust. Boom, boom, people's hearts started pounding. It was as if they had forgotten what they were there for. They were just standing there, calmly not trying to aggravate those crows. The crows then stopped moving and calmly stood on the branches of the trees again. That's cosmic strength, thought Lin Feng. The bodies of the evil crows contained cosmic energies. They had killed a cultivator of the 5th Zunqi layer in a flash. The crows' bodies contain cosmic energies, so that means there are emperor fate seeds here, thought Lin Feng. Then, he heard another crow caw and the door of the cabin opened itself. The crowd was startled and stopped breathing for a few seconds. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1422, The Demon Sealing Great Emperor's Hometown. Chapter 1422, The Demon Sealing Great Emperor's Hometown. So many years. said a ghostly voice. It seemed like a dead person had just talked to them. Someone slowly came out of the cabin. Half of his face was missing, and instead of a left arm, there was white bones. The rest of his body was pitch black, even eyes were pitch black. He looked like a zombie. He must be dead, thought the crowd. His body contained death chi, so he had probably died many years ago, but he was now standing in front of the crowd. 100 years have passed and even more people came here to see me again, said the ghostly voice. Nobody dared say anything. Even the crows didn't move, they could sense that person's terrifying death chi. That person's death chi has turned into cosmic strength, so that must mean he's still alive, thought Lin Feng. Maybe that he had died and then come back to life thanks to the death strength. The same probably applied to those crows. So he must have fate seeds, death fate seeds that is, thought Lin Feng. He didn't care how that person was still living, what he cared about was the seeds. Why are you not talking? Who wants to play chess? Asked the dead person. He sat down at a table in front of the cabin and started playing against himself. Mister, we still have some things to do. We'll see you later, said someone bowing before the dead man. Then he rose up in the air. He wanted to leave, but suddenly a terrifyingly oppressive energy surrounded him. Wrong answer, said the dead man hoarsely. Then, he looked at the person and instantly, they turned black. Death chi invaded his body and he collapsed, dead. He can kill people by simply glancing at them. What is this sorcery? Thought the crowd. Who would dare move? I've been here for a long time, so I just want to chat. After that, I'll let you go. I'm not a demon. Killing you is useless to me, said the dead man in a deep and hoarse voice. He felt alone, but he loved spending time with people and chatting. Since you don't want to stay with me, I'll choose someone myself. You, the very beautiful girl who breeds talent, come here, said the dead person to Yi Rinlei. Yi Rinlei couldn't manage a smile as she usually did. Mister, I'll play chess with you. I love chess, said Lin Feng walking forwards. He wasn't afraid to die. Yi Rinlei was shocked, but the dead person smiled and said hoarsely, all right, good, come here. Lin Feng walked towards the dead person and sat down opposite him. Chess was just the same as it was in the normal world. Was chess a game which had been created in the antiquity? All right, you people can walk around, just don't go any farther than 1,000 meters. Also, don't offend those birds, said the dead person. Lin Feng started playing. He looked calm and serene as he said, Mister, where are we? Why is the game of chess the same as in the outside world as in here? We're in the Jiu region. After the war, everybody died here. Why do you say the game of chess is the same? Said the dead person. He looked surprised, but at the same time, he looked expressionless, his eyes looked empty. Where do you come from? Asked the dead person to Lin Feng. I come from the Bahuang province, my hometown is Shuiyu though. Have you ever heard of it? Asked Lin Feng. He didn't have much hope though. Shuiyu, Shuiyu, whispered the dead person, staring at Lin Feng. You come from Shuiyu, that's the demon sealer's birthplace. The demon sealer. Lin Feng was amazed. The demon sealer was probably the demon sealing great emperor, which meant that his hometown was Shuiyu. What's going on? Thought Lin Feng. It can't be. If the battlefield has been sealed by the demon sealer, and you come from the outside world, how could you be from Shuiyu? I must be mistaken, said the dead person. He was confused. His memories must have been mixed up. Mister, are you talking about the demon sealing great emperor? Is he really from Shuiyu? Asked Lin Feng. If Shuiyu was the demon sealing great emperor's hometown, then, on the other day, when the netherworld demon emperor had appeared, the one who had expelled everyone from Shuiyu was maybe the demon sealing great emperor, but... Shut up! Shouted the dead person, suddenly releasing death chi which surrounded Lin Feng's body. Rumbling sounds spread in the air, then Lin Feng fell down onto his bottom. Lin Feng. Lin Feng's fellow disciples and Yi Rinlei were surprised. Don't come here! Shouted Lin Feng. Then he sat down cross-legged and absorbed the death chi. You understand death chi? Said the dead person, he sounded excited. He didn't want to kill Lin Feng, he was just confused. If he had wanted to kill Lin Feng, it would have been easy. Indeed, mister, I have studied death abstruse energies, said Lin Feng. He was trying to remain calm. This place is perfect for you to practice cultivation then, said the dead person hoarsely. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, indeed. He gradually absorbed the death chi and made his way back to the dead person. Then he sat down and the dead person looked at him, smiled, and said, "You're braver than them." "I don't know that," said Lin Feng smiling. The dead man and Lin Feng continued playing chess and chatted. Lin Feng didn't ask anything else, he didn't dare. After a day, two people wanted to escape, but the dead man killed them. Apart from playing chess with the dead man during those days, Lin Feng also walked around sometimes. The death chi was very thick and rich in there, so he had a lot to benefit from. At that moment, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged in a dark area and studied the thick and rich death chi. A demon appeared, and just like the dead man had said, that place was perfect to study death abstruse energies. "If we don't leave, we can't do anything else," said Ruoxia and Mo Ching Tian to each other, using telepathy. "I don't know how long the dead man wants us to stay here and what the rest of this region looks like," said Mo Ching Tian, sounding annoyed. At that moment, a light appeared. Lin Feng turned around and saw that the East Emperor's people looked furious. The great oriental greenfinch rock of the bestial imperial palace also looked furious. They were all fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had ancient scriptures and they wanted them. Lin Feng glanced at them, but then turned around again. During this time Lin Feng had realized that the core disciples of a few groups stayed together all the time, as if they were hiding something. Ho Ching Lin came and said to them using telepathy, "We need to be careful. Some people brought imperial weapons in here. During the meeting of the emperors, we couldn't use imperial weapons, but in here, there are absolutely no restrictions. They could be plotting against the dead man." Lin Feng nodded and also said, using telepathy, "Emperor Qi's father must have given some imperial weapons to his people. If the dead man wasn't here, we would probably have to fight against them." "Yes, we need to be prepared," said Ho Ching Lin. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1423, Killing the Dead Man. Chapter 1423, Killing the Dead Man. Some time passed and the crowd had been stuck in there for 3 months already. Someone else tried to escape, but he was no exception. He was killed instantly. They were young, they needed to continue becoming stronger. Otherwise, if they came out after 100 years, the world would have changed and they'd need to catch up with new geniuses. Lin Feng sometimes played chess with the dead man, but they didn't talk much. He wasn't unhappy in there, his death abstruse energy was already level 5. "Little boy," Lin Feng said using telepathy. Lin Feng opened his eyes and lights appeared in the sky. It was Lin Feng's Tianji sword. The Tianji sword had finished condensing a death soul. Lin Feng stood up and sat down next to the dead man, it was as if he had been waiting for him. As usual, Lin Feng played chess with him and listened to the dead man's incomprehensible stories. Back then, that place was gigantic, it used to be the Jiuyu region. Then, a great war began and many people died. Then, the demon-sealing great emperor had sealed that place. But why in the Huang Sea? At that moment, the great oriental greenfinch rock approached them. He looked at Lin Feng and then the dead man in a sharp way. "Eh?" Lin Feng didn't turn his head, but he sensed that some people were looking at him. Like the young man who had bowed before Emperor Qi, and the princes from Tianlong Divine Castle. "Oh no!" thought Lin Feng. The great oriental greenfinch rock was unruly and obstinate, he had even dared act disrespectful to the diviner. Apart from him, the others were quite unruly and aggressive too. They all had the strength of the 8th Zun Qi layer at least. Lin Feng guessed they wanted to attack. "Mister, when will you let us go?" asked the great oriental greenfinch rock to the dead man. Lin Feng felt extremely nervous. The dead man could use cosmic energies like emperors, even if he wasn't as strong as real emperors, Zun cultivators couldn't compete with his cosmic energies. If those people wanted to attack, they had to kill the dead man in one attack, otherwise, everybody would be doomed. "When I get tired, I'll let you go," said the dead man as before. He didn't even glance at them. It seemed like he hadn't even noticed that they wanted to attack him. "All right, mister, we hope you get tired quickly," said the great oriental greenfinch rock calmly. Then, golden lights appeared and the great oriental greenfinch rock streaked across the sky. Boom! Lin Feng had the feeling that he was going to explode. The great oriental greenfinch rock lacerated the sky with each flap of his wings. Block! Lin Feng knew he didn't have time to react. He just released empty space energy using his empty space robe and disappeared. Slash, slash. The dazzling lights surprised the old man. Then, he released a terrifying death chi and the atmosphere became darker. Gotcha! The golden wings lacerated the dead man's body, but he was dead, so it didn't matter. Death Chi surrounded the great oriental greenfinch rock, but he used his other wing to wrap himself up. The Death Chi couldn't corrode his dazzling golden wings. The great oriental greenfinch rock was using an imperial weapon. Lacerate. Lin Feng looked at the young man who came with the East Emperor. He was holding a dazzling sword. Bzzz. Lin Feng used his empty space robe again and appeared 1,000 meters away. The young man's sword struck where Lin Feng was standing a moment before. Arg! The dead man's body was lacerated, but his head was still there though. Die, Death Chi invaded filled the space. Lin Feng turned around and ran away. The Death Chi was corroding his body, and it was strong enough that it could kill him. Run fast! The Death Chi was terrifying. No, someone died next to Lin Feng and fell down from the sky. If Lin Feng hadn't used his empty space robe, he would have died already. He continuously released vitality abstruse energies to recover as he ran away. Those people were using imperial weapons to fight the dead man, struggling to get his fate seeds. Lin Feng, take it. Jun Mo she threw a jar of blood at Lin Feng. That's my blood, it contains immortal energies, said Jun Mo she to Lin Feng. Jun Mo she had received the blood from the Emperor of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals. He also had imperial weapons and understood death and immortal energies very well. Be careful! Shouted Lin Feng to Jun Mo she. He then flew away. He was a good fighter, but after all, he didn't have any imperial weapons. Boom, 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 terrifying explosions sounded, the Death Chi was exploding. The dead man didn't attack everybody luckily, otherwise, many people would have died. The dead man is not as strong as an emperor, otherwise, he would have killed those people, even if they had imperial weapons. Thought Lin Feng. He didn't use Jun Emoshi's blood yet, he wanted to be far away, so that he could block the Death Chi. Caw, some crows caught and flew around Lin Feng. There were dozens of them and they were gigantic. Then they flew towards him, surprising him. He then jumped onto his gigantic sword. He wanted to go somewhere else, but the crows prevented him from moving away. Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw Yiren Lei, she looked like she was struggling. She was releasing life abstruse energies and using the life water Lin Feng had given to her. Those crowd can release cosmic energies, don't offend them, said Yiren Lei. They surrounded me. The dead man made them angry, not me. Ruoxie and the others had also arrived by this time. Those crows are dead, so I'll use reincarnation energies to fight them, said Ho Ching Lin. He released a sword reincarnation attack and then holes appeared in the air. Die! Shouted Ho Ching Lin. In a flash, the crows disappeared inside the reincarnation holes. Arg, the others' crows were going insane. Mubei, brother, use your gravestone, said Lin Feng. Maybe those insane cultivators were going to kill the dead man, so they needed to think of a solution to escape if that happened. No, we'll all try to bury ourselves, we can try and gamble that way, said Mubei, shaking his head. No need, brother, I have Jun Moshi's blood. You can stay, but I'm going, said Lin Feng. His Tianji sword dashed to the skies, diffusing dazzling lights. In a flash, many crows died. Even though their bodies were filled with cosmic energies, their energies didn't belong to them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1424, Dream. Chapter 1424, Dream. Bzzz. A terrifying Death Chi descended from the sky, but Lin Feng took out a palace. Mubei and the others were stupefied. Mubei shouted, Lin Feng, brother, be careful. Boom. Mubei punched the ground, creating a crater and causing pieces of stones to rise up in the air. Then they jumped into the crater and the stones covered them up to look like a real tomb. Die. Lin Feng could use the Tianji sword to see around as the Tianji sword didn't fear cosmic energies. It quickly killed the crows while Lin Feng was surfing on his gigantic sword. His palace could prevent the cosmic energies from the crows from affecting him. What a great sword, thought Lin Feng. He was making his Tianji sword absorb death cosmic energies which could be beneficial in the future. Lin Feng, shouted someone in the distance. Then, golden lights illuminated the surroundings. That was the Great Rock. It seems that they had managed to kill the dead man with their imperial weapons. Lin Feng and his friends were worried that the Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock and the young man from the Qi clan would try to get their revenge. It seems like they were right to fear that. Flap, flap, the great oriental greenfinch rock flapped his golden wings and the crows around him all died. He stared at Lin Feng in a strange way. Lin Feng, hand over your ancient scriptures, said the great rock, glaring at Lin Feng, who had just recalled his Tianji sword. Little bird, Emperor Peng gave you a great imperial weapon. If you died here, it would be a pity, wouldn't it? Said Lin Feng mockingly. You dare make fun of me, yet I never talk shit to you. You have 3 seconds to give me your ancient scriptures, otherwise you'll die, said Mo Peng furiously. Lin Feng smiled coldly. How can you be sure that I have the ancient scriptures? Then, Lin Feng jumped into the Jade Emperor's palace and the palace fell down to the ground. Caw! Mo Peng cawed and looked at the palace. He wanted to break it, he even struck it with his golden wings, but he still couldn't break it. Cosmic energies are condensed around that palace. Mo Peng was surprised. Lin Feng surprisingly had a palace that even his imperial weapon couldn't break. Caw! Mo Peng shouted furiously. He flew towards the door of the palace as fast as he could. Rumbling sounds made the palace shake violently. Mo Peng! Shouted someone. The great oriental greenfinch rock looked at the palace and then left just as quickly as he came. The young man from the Qi clan struck the palace with his sword, but he couldn't break it either. He looked furious. Mo Peng stole the fate seed and then flew away immediately. The young man from the Qi clan was even more furious because he couldn't catch up with him, and now Lin Feng was hiding in the palace. Let's go! Shouted the young man from the Qi clan, leaving with his friends. After Lin Feng found out that those people couldn't break his palace, he stayed inside for a month and practiced cultivation. When he came out, there was nobody there anymore. They couldn't waste such an opportunity, it was something that happened only once every 100 years. Lin Feng put his palace away and jumped onto his gigantic sword, streaking across the sky. It was desolate, but there were some amazing landscapes to behold. It's an ancient battlefield, thought Lin Feng. He saw some familiar landscapes, but he couldn't remember what they were. That mountain range. Lin Feng saw a mountain range which looked like the Yunhai mountain range. And that forest. Lin Feng noticed a forest which looked like the Black Wind Mountain. How come it looks so similar? Thought Lin Feng. He continued flying across the sky towards Yangzhou City, and as expected, he saw a city. Even though it wasn't like the Yangzhou City he had created, from the sky, it looked similar. Lin Feng was very confused. From here, I need less than an hour to make it to the former imperial city of Shuiyu, thought Lin Feng, gazing into the distance. His sword streaked across the sky again, and after an hour, Lin Feng saw another city. It was wrecked, but it looked like the former imperial city of Shuiyu. Lin Feng was astonished, his heart started racing. What was going on? Why did that place, which had been sealed by the demon-sealing great emperor, look like Shuiyu? Bzzz. Lin Feng flew towards Duanren City. He wanted to make sure that this place was Shuiyu. When Lin Feng arrived in the sky above Duanren border, he realized he was right. That place looked like Duanren City. However, instead of the Duanren border, there was a gigantic valley which looked like a sword mark. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword chi, thought Lin Feng. The valley had been created by a sword strike which contained terrifying energies. Emperor Wu Tianjian came here too? Thought Lin Feng. He was confused. That ancient battlefield looked like Shuiyu though. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he landed in Duanren border. There was a coffin seal in front of him and it was filled with ice-cold energies. That was the border of Shuiyu, and that was a sealed area, as if it had been the end of the small world. Maybe the demon-sealing great emperor was feeling sad after Shuiyu was destroyed, so he decided to recreate the country here, thought Lin Feng. If that place was Shuiyu, an ancient battlefield which was also the demon-sealing great emperor's birthplace, then where was the real Shuiyu in the outside world? There's someone. Lin Feng saw a silhouette in white clothes in the distance. He jumped onto his sword and streaked across the sky again. Who are you? Shouted Lin Feng. Suddenly the person in white clothes became blurry as Lin Feng suddenly felt like he was going to faint. Then, he slowly lied down and fell asleep. When Lin Feng fainted, he sensed that he had fallen on a soft body. That person gently caressed Lin Feng's head. He tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. It was like a dream. In his dream, he saw a terrifying battle where many strong cultivators died. They were astonishingly strong, so much so that he felt like an ant next to them. Lin Feng also practiced cultivation in his dream and he became extremely strong. He practiced cultivation for a year and it felt so real. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1425, Stealing a Fate Seed. Chapter 1425, Stealing a Fate Seed. 1,000 years passed in the dream. Finally, Lin Feng woke up and felt that his consciousness had changed. Demon Qi was flowing around and throughout his body. His demon Qi had become a lot stronger. What's going on? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He tried to move his legs, but they felt so soft. He turned around and saw a beautiful face, but that face was deathly pale, like a ghost. You woke up, said the beautiful woman in a gentle voice. She was still caressing Lin Feng's head, making his muscles twitch. How long did I sleep? Asked Lin Feng. You slept for a year. I helped you practice cultivation in your dream, said the beautiful woman. Lin Feng gulped down. A year? He had really slept for a year? And that woman had helped him practice cultivation in his dream? No wonder I feel like I have become stronger. I have the strength of the top of the 4th Zun Qi layer, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Had he wasted time that year? He didn't care that he had leveled up, the main question was it worth it? Can I move? Asked Lin Feng. He didn't want to offend her, maybe she could make him sleep for another 10 or even 100 years. You can, young child, said that beautiful woman. Lin Feng was speechless. Child? That beautiful woman looked young and he wasn't used to hearing beautiful women call him a child. Lin Feng stood up and asked, Madam, what kind of skills do you practice? And why did you make me practice cultivation while sleeping? The woman was nice and gentle to Lin Feng. Lin Feng considered her as a nice old woman, so he wasn't afraid. The dream of life ancient scriptures, I can control dream cosmic energies. I created that dream for you, said the beautiful woman honestly. Lin Feng was curious and intrigued. Such terrifying ancient scriptures. Sigh, 100 years passed, you probably came here for some Emperor Fate seeds, said the beautiful woman, sighing heavily again. She seemed unhappy that time passed so fast. Indeed, madam, replied Lin Feng. It's not easy to get Emperor Fate seeds. Each time people came in for Emperor Fate seeds, the consequences were tragic, said the beautiful woman, shaking her head. Young child, don't try and find Emperor Fate seeds, you should stay here and practice cultivation. I can make you fall asleep and practice cultivation in here, I can even transmit the dream of life ancient scriptures to you, said the beautiful woman in a gentle way. Lin Feng was surprised and shook his head. Madam, even though it's difficult to get Emperor Fate seeds, I must try. Maybe I'll be lucky in my search. No, why would you want Emperor Fate seeds anyways? I can help you become stronger and teach you the dream of life cosmic energies, but... Madam, Fate seeds are really important to me, so I'm leaving, said Lin Feng. Then, he glanced around. The woman didn't seem like she wanted to attack him. His silhouette flickered, but suddenly, he began to feel drowsy again. Lin Feng bit his lips to stay awake. Why do you need Fate seeds? Why do you want to leave me every 100 years? All my friends and close ones are dead. We should become a family, why do you want to abandon your family? Asked the beautiful woman in a cold way. She then landed next to him again. She wasn't warm anymore, she was rather cold. Cosmic energies emerged and illuminated the atmosphere. Comic strength, there are Fate seeds in the castle. Lin Feng was surprised. The beautiful woman looked like she could disappear at any moment when she casted her energies. Her silhouette flickered every now and then. She's not alive either. She lives thanks to cosmic energies, realized Lin Feng. There was probably nobody alive in there. Those people existed, all thanks to the strange energies. Bzzz, a strong wind started blowing and dazzling wings blotted out the sky. A rock had appeared. Rumbling and explosions sounded as the castle broke apart. The great rock was moving towards the source of the cosmic energies. Oh no! Lin Feng suddenly moved in that direction as fast as he could. The woman also followed him. Break! The young man from the Qi clan lacerated the space with his sword. A terrifying tornado started rotating as he threw himself at the castle. Caw! More rumbling sounds as the rock arrived from another direction. There were ancient scriptures in his claws and one Fate seed which contained cosmic energy. Sleep! Shouted the beautiful woman. The Fate seed released cosmic energies and the rock closed his eyes, falling asleep. Lacerate! Shouted the young man from the Qi clan. Explosions sounded as he attacked the rock's body, making it fly far away. No, shouted the woman furiously. Her body became even more blurry, as if she was going to disappear. The young man from the Chi clan smiled coldly and didn't pay any attention to her. He hadn't thought the rock would steal his fate seed. The woman couldn't be far away from the fate seed or the ancient scriptures, otherwise she would disappear. Lin Feng quickly understood this. Lin Feng grabbed the woman's body which was disappearing and ran after the rock. Then, she slowly appeared again. Piss off! Shouted the young man from the Chi clan, lacerating the sky with his sword. Boom boom! A loud sound rumbled as a castle appeared in front of Lin Feng, blocking the sword attack. Then, that castle disappeared again. Lin Feng continued chasing the rock with the woman in his arms. Some people looked at him from higher up in the sky. They were strong cultivators who had come with the East Emperor. There was also a rock who had the great Oriental Greenfinch rock's blood. Piss off! Shouted the cultivator from the Chi clan, attacking again. However, the rock was too fast. He lacerated the young man's colleague with his claws and took the ancient scriptures and fate seed again. 1,000-year dream of life! Shouted the woman. The fate seed became dazzling, but the rock immediately threw it at the young man from the Chi clan. Stop! Shouted the young man from the Chi clan, but the dream of life cosmic energies moved towards him. He struck the fate seed with his sword, making it fly away. At the same time, the dream of life cosmic energies still made him fall asleep. Rumbling sounds appeared in the air again as a palace fell towards him. Then, the palace crashed onto his head. Boom! He was buried under the palace. Lin Feng didn't look at him. He was still holding the woman in his arms and had ran after the fate seed. The woman didn't pay him any attention. She couldn't be too far from the fate seed, so her focus was on it. Of course, the young man had also struck the seed with his sword, making her want to attack him. Die! One of the strong cultivators from the East Emperor's side and a rock chased after Lin Feng and the woman. They knew that if the woman was near the fate seed, they wouldn't be able to deal with her. In the distance, another cultivator from the East Emperor's side flew towards the fate seed. No, shouted the woman. She had lost all her friends and family members. Why did people want her to disappear? She started crying and her body started disappearing again. Lin Feng felt incredibly sad for her. He still remembered what he had seen in the dream. Ah, the woman shouted. A terrifying strength surrounded him and made him fly away. The woman attacked those two people, making one of them explode and the other one fall asleep. They both fell down from the sky. I'll take care of you. Lin Feng released demonic intent and jumped on his gigantic sword. He followed the one who had stolen the fate seed as fast as he could. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1426, Kill. Chapter 1426, Kill. A cultivator of the 7th Zun Chi layer who came with the East Emperor had taken the fate seed, and now he was using empty space abstruse energies to run away with it. In one step, he could fly over 100 meters. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Lin Feng's sword whistled. The strong cultivator was surprised when he looked behind him and saw Lin Feng riding his gigantic sword. Lin Feng had a heart in his left hand which could turn into the Jade Emperor's palace. He was condensing empty space energies in his right hand. You must want to die! Shouted that strong cultivator. He came from Jiuyu, so he didn't know how strong Lin Feng was. He only saw a cultivator at the top of the 4th Zun Chi layer who dared chase him. He immediately turned around and a gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dodge, he actually moved faster towards him. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His voice carried cursing and death energies. He wanted to drain his opponent's vitality with it. A gigantic axe appeared in Lin Feng's right hand. Some rumbling sounds appeared as the axe descended from the sky. Metallic ringing sounded as it destroyed the gigantic hand and cut the enemy's body into two as well. Lin Feng grabbed the corpse and took his ring. He checked inside it with his godly awareness, and found the fate seed filled with cosmic energy. He turned around and saw a great Oriental Greenfinch rock was heading towards him very quickly. However, that wasn't the real one. That cultivator was at the top of the Zun Chi layer and had the blood of the great Oriental Greenfinch rock, but he was another descendant. Arg! A demon illusion appeared around Lin Feng's body, his body became dark, his eyes became pitch black. Caw! The great Oriental Greenfinch rock threw himself at Lin Feng with his wings which were sharper than blades. Arg, arg! Lin Feng's demon roared furiously. Lin Feng didn't dodge, instead throwing himself at him too. His physical body fused together with the earth and sky, even more so now after having been cleansed by the lights of the gate in Tiantai. Boom, boom, ka. Ka. A terrifying, horrible shriek sounded. Lin Feng had cut off one of the rock's wings. Cracks appeared on his golden body and golden blood dripped. Then, the great rock fell down from the sky. Lin Feng had used his full strength, with his demon chi and the force of the earth and sky. It was simple to say his attacks were multiplied by more than 5. Not to mention his axe contained cosmic energy. Slash, slash. The bird mate invoked his blood to recover his arm. He turned around and flew in the other direction at the same time, wanting to escape. Bzzz. Lin Feng disappeared suddenly, but dazzling lights appeared. The bird couldn't move because he had suddenly been trapped in a cage made of a strange strength. I did it! Lin Feng was surprised of himself. Even though the bird was injured, he was still extremely fast, so Lin Feng didn't have the utmost confidence in himself until it actually worked. Caw! The bird cawed furiously. He released golden lights and his feathers turned into terrifyingly sharp blades. Then, he used them to try to break the cage. Metallic ringing sounded as he started breaking the holy marks, but at the same time, Lin Feng arrived with the axe in both hands. Arg! Lin Feng released demonic energies and struck the bird's back with his axe. Explosions sounded in the air and the bird's body crackled. More golden blood dripped and now, he was also coughing up golden blood. You're still not dead! Shouted Lin Feng. Then he struck the bird again. Boom, 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 Lin Feng continued attacking the bird like a mad person, before finally, a big wound appeared on his body. Lin Feng took the ancient scriptures away from the bird and then looked at him with his demon eyes. You won't be the last great oriental greenfinch rock I kill, said Lin Feng. He then struck the bird's head with his axe one last time. After a final explosion, the bird finally closed his eyes. The great oriental greenfinch rock had been killed by a human being. What a humiliation! Lin Feng glanced around and saw that there were several people watching him. The young man with his imperial sword had arrived as well. Other strong cultivators were looking at him. Some people who had come with the East Emperor were there as well. Lin Feng had killed a bird and a cultivator who had come with the East Emperor. Now, he had a fate seed and the ancient scriptures. That strong cultivator of the Qi clan was called Qi Yan and he was the East Emperor's son, Emperor Qi's direct disciple. Qi Yan looked at Lin Feng who was still holding his axe and was looking like a demon. Bzzz. Dazzling light suddenly emerged from Qi Yan's body as he moved towards Lin Feng. His sword couldn't destroy that mysterious palace, but Lin Feng didn't hide inside it again. This time he could use his full strength to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng disappeared as the Jade Emperor's heart turned into a gigantic palace and struck Qi Yan, making him fly away. Die! A demonic voice resonated in one of the cultivator's brain and he suddenly stopped moving. Lin Feng's death abstruse energy was at the top of the 5th level, his demon abstruse energy was level 6, his cursing abstruse energy was level 5, while his soundwave abstruse energy was only level 3. Even cultivators of the top of the Zun Qi layer were affected by those energies combined. Lacerate! Lin Feng's Tianji sword emitted whistling sounds as it crossed the sky with extreme speed. It used the desolate Xana attack and made the enemy's head explode. That cultivator of the 7th Zun Qi layer immediately died. A sword soul was something mysterious, even more so when it had several souls. Lin Feng didn't need to control it with his hands, he just had to communicate with it using telepathy and the sword obeyed. When Lin Feng used Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword, it didn't have its maximum power because Lin Feng couldn't control its sword soul. But, Lin Feng had made the souls of his Tianji sword so they were really connected. How terrifying! Thought the others. However, a strong wind blew around the palace and an imperial weapon moved towards Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1427, Understanding Death Abstruse Energy. Chapter 1427, Understanding Death Abstruse Energy. Empty space wind. Qi Yan's imperial weapon contained cosmic strength, making it terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't do anything to that imperial weapon. Unfortunately, he didn't have Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword anymore, otherwise, the sword would have taken care of it. Lin Feng used the Jade Emperor's palace to block the energies. Qi Yan's sword kept lacerating the sky but that palace infuriated him. Bzzz. A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng, it was Qi Yan. He had used his empty space agility technique and immediately attacked with his sword in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng and the palace suddenly disappeared and reappeared far away from Qi Yan. He had used his empty space robe to dodge Qi Yan's attack. The Jade Emperor's palace moved towards Qi Yan, and then rumbling sounds appeared as it collided against him. The Jade Emperor's palace then turned into a heart again and flew back to Lin Feng. "Stay here!" shouted Lin Feng. He used many sorts of strength to block his enemy, and then his axe descended from the sky. Die! His axe crashed onto the enemy's body, and another cultivator of the 7th Zun Qi layer was killed on the spot. Lin Feng glanced around, striking fear into those people's hearts. Surprisingly, they didn't meet Lin Feng's gaze. They all stepped back, but Lin Feng released cursing energies, making them stop for a second. Lin Feng had killed cultivators of the 7th Zun Qi layer in front of them, so they didn't want to give him that kind of opportunity again. Lin Feng glanced at them, but they still didn't dare get close to him. Lin Feng groaned coldly and said aggressively, "A bunch of trash." Lin Feng glanced at Qi Yan again and said coldly, "Stop." Qi Yan wanted to use his sword again, but Lin Feng's shout actually made him stop. He looked at Lin Feng with some annoyance. Lin Feng was using a palace made of cosmic energies, so his sword, which was an imperial weapon, couldn't destroy it. Besides, Lin Feng also had an empty space holy weapon which allowed him to teleport away at a moment's notice. "Since you can't kill me, just run away. Don't make me waste my time," said Lin Feng. "If you didn't have all those precious treasures, I would have killed you already," said Qi Yan. "You're really shameless," said Lin Feng in a disdainful way. Qi Yan seemed to have forgotten that he was using an imperial weapon. Then, Lin Feng jumped onto his gigantic sword and streaked across the sky. As he left, Lin Feng said, "I hope you'll live a bit longer." Qi Yan didn't chase Lin Feng because Lin Feng was right, since he couldn't kill him, chasing him was pointless. They were both wasting time fighting against each other. He could go hunt other fate seeds instead. Everyone in here is heroically strong, especially the core disciples of some of the groups, and even more so those who have imperial weapons. "I can't defeat them yet," thought Lin Feng while riding his gigantic sword. Lin Feng didn't feel safe in that world. He needed to become even stronger. "Should I practice cultivation or try to find more fate seeds?" thought Lin Feng. He wouldn't become that much stronger if he practiced cultivation for only a short time, especially considering that he forgot about time when he practiced cultivation. Fate seeds were the keys to the holy city. However, if he wanted to become stronger, he also needed to go to the holy city, and would thus need more fate seeds. "I'll study death abstruse energy then," thought Lin Feng. He went back to the place where the dead man was at the beginning. That was a corner of Shuiyu, but also the entrance of that world. Death Qi was thick and rich there, perfect for studying. When Lin Feng arrived, he noticed the soil was still black and contained desolate Qi. Those annoying crows were still flying around overhead. Lin Feng didn't know how they were still animated. In the past, the dead man used to control them, but now he was gone, so how did they continue moving? Lin Feng landed in front of the small cabin where the dead man used to stay. The death Qi was especially thick there. Caw, caw. Crows cawed, making Lin Feng felt cold. His Tianji sword streaked across the sky and immediately lacerated the crows. Slash, slash. Crows fell down from the sky, one after the other. One crow slipped through and headed for Lin Feng. Die! His Tianji sword came back and aimed at that crow. At the same time, Lin Feng invoked his blood strength, causing dragon chants to sing. "Absorb!" shouted Lin Feng. His 9 dragon heads roared and absorbed the terrifying strength emanating from the crow. As soon as the dragon swallowed the crow, Death Qi entered Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng released life abstruse energy to protect himself. "My spirit doesn't fear the strength of the dead crows," thought Lin Feng, surprised. He shouted, "Absorb, absorb!" The 9 dragon heads looked insane. They continued eating the crows, further adding to the Death Qi entering Lin Feng's blood. Although it was corroding his blood, he was transforming that death energy to his own. After a long time, he finally calmed down. He started studying the death abstruse energy and found that it was easier now that he had absorbed the Death Qi. Especially seeing how he had made it fuse together with his soul. A month passed and Lin Feng was still surrounded by a terrifying Death Qi. His death abstruse energy was now level 6, which meant he could easily kill cultivators of the 6th Zun Qi layer and under with it. If he made it fuse together with other abstruse energies, then his attacks would become even more terrifying. However, at that moment, inside the cabin, 2 white lights gleamed. The surroundings became pitch black, except for those 2 white dots. Someone was smiling at Lin Feng. 3 months later, Lin Feng's Death Qi was even more terrifying. His death abstruse energy was now level 7. Finally, high-level abstruse energy. On that day, Lin Feng opened his eyes and stopped practicing cultivation. But when he opened his eyes, the two white eyes in the cabin disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1428, A Skeleton Leading the Way. Chapter 1428, A Skeleton Leading the Way. I absorbed the death chi from the crows and made it fuse together with my blood and studied it. Finally, it worked. Thought Lin Feng, sensing his level 7 death abstruse energy. Death abstruse energy was different from other abstruse energies. Death abstruse energy could destroy life abstruse energy, and mixing it with cursing abstruse energy made it even more horrifying. A fruit appeared in Lin Feng's hand, a Bodhi tree fruit. Lin Feng immediately put it into his mouth and chewed it. With it, demon chi penetrated into his body. This was his method to improving his demon strength. He had tons of Bodhi tree fruits, but he still couldn't waste them. Lin Feng then ate some abstruse tablets which he had obtained in Fortune City. Dirty bird, I better not see you again. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with death determination. He stood up and gazed into the distance where he saw those two white lights. Who's that? Lin Feng released an incredible amount of death intent. Another monster? Besides, that silhouette was wearing a hooded pitch-black robe so Lin Feng couldn't see their head. Apart from those two white lights, he could only see blackness. Woo, woo, a strange and mysterious whale sound echoed. The silhouette turned around and glanced at Lin Feng. What the hell is that thing? Thought Lin Feng. The thing in the robe seemed small and it had absolutely no chi. However, that thing seemed like it was asking Lin Feng to follow him. Do you want me to follow you? Said Lin Feng while walking forwards. Lin Feng got closer and saw a white skull under the hood. The person nodded, which meant he understood Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. In that world, everything seemed dangerous and strange, but nothing could still be alive in there. The dead man and the woman were both lifeless. Now, a skeleton was asking Lin Feng to follow him. Maybe he had a spirit or a consciousness? Let's go then, said Lin Feng. He wanted to see where the skeleton would take him. The skeleton looked strange and was too slow. Lin Feng picked up the skeleton and put it on his gigantic sword, telling him to lead the way. The skeleton took him to a forest where the chi was very ancient. Besides the ancient chi, it seemed like there was some life energy in there. How come such a place existed in there? It almost looked like the outside world with its life energies being so thick. The trees looked fresh and alive, the polar opposite of where he had just been. Does that place contain nature strength fate seeds? Asked Lin Feng. If so, then they were probably nature or life fate seeds which contain life or nature cosmic energies. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the skeleton. The skeleton nodded, confirming what Lin Feng had just said. Why did he bring him there though? Bzzz. A spiritual strength surrounded the skeleton. Lin Feng didn't want to harm the skeleton, he just wanted to check something. Lin Feng was surprised, a spiritual strength actually existed in that skeleton. How mysterious and enigmatic. If he hadn't checked, he wouldn't have sensed anything. Who are you? Asked Lin Feng, staring at the skeleton. But then he realized the skeleton couldn't reply, he hadn't talked this entire time actually. The skeleton jumped aside and Lin Feng followed him into the forest. Lin Feng used his godly awareness to inspect the surroundings. Bzzz. A light appeared in Lin Feng's hand, it was a black fire. It slowly burnt in his hand with demon and fire abstruse energies. Burn! Lin Feng's black fire turned into many threads of energies and they moved in all directions. Bzzz. A terrifying fire started burning, spreading and burning all the living plants around him. Bzzz, bzzz. After a short time, a dazzling light appeared. Each tree suddenly released a terrifying life strength as if it had suddenly started living again. The trees were even more green, at the same time, the trees and plants started growing even larger. It seemed like they wanted to constrict Lin Feng. Cosmic strength, there's a fate seed in here for sure. Those trees look bestial though. Thought Lin Feng. Now, he was sure the skeleton hadn't lied to him. But why was the skeleton helping him? Who had sent him? Plants continued growing, quickly blotting out the sky. Bzzz. Lin Feng released sword energies and began cutting away the branches and vines surrounding him. Lacerate. Lin Feng released even more sword chi, along with demon and fire energies. He continued cutting plants, however, there were too many branches and vines to contend with. Bzzz. Lin Feng took out his scepter and released cursing strength. Curse! Death curse! Shouted Lin Feng. Suddenly, the plants seemed like they were losing their vitality, as if they were dying. Lin Feng then saw a tree which seemed to be millions of years old. Its green lights were brighter than all the other plants in the forest. The fate seed must be there, thought Lin Feng excitedly. Even though it was only a tree, it contained cosmic strength, so taking the fate seed away wouldn't be easy. There's a fate seed! Shouted someone. At that moment, and some people appeared above him in the sky. They had seen what was going on over there and had rushed over. The nature around him was still going insane, but Lin Feng rose up in the air and stopped attacking. Many people were coming, so he wanted to let them try first. Caw! In the distance, golden and green lights shot up into the sky. The wings of that bird were hundreds of meters wide. That great oriental greenfinch rock had an imperial weapon, contributing even more to his speed, excellent offensive and defensive abilities. The bird looked at Lin Feng mockingly. You want to give me some fate seeds? Said the bird aggressively. Lin Feng smiled in a cold way as he raised his scepter and condensed abstruse energies. He was getting ready to attack the bird. Break, break, break! Shouted the bird furiously. Even though that tree had vitality, it couldn't use it very well. Not to mention its cosmic strength wasn't that powerful, even less powerful than the death cosmic energies at the start. Besides, wood-type entities stood no chance against the bird's imperial weapon. It's time! When Lin Feng saw that the bird was about to get the fate seed, he shouted furiously, Die, die, die! Bzzz. Lin Feng disappeared and reappeared right behind the bird, striking him with his scepter and releasing cursing energies. Boom! Caw! The bird caught in anger as his body became pitch black, the death strength draining away his life. Even though he had incredible defensive abilities and terrifying speed, his life was made of life energies, so the death energies could bypass all those defenses. Caw! He cawed furiously and flapped his wings as fast as he could. Block! Lin Feng suddenly disappeared again. Lin Feng didn't wait for the bird to die, he immediately moved towards the fate seed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1429, Strange Skeleton. Chapter 1429, Strange Skeleton. Come out. His hands turned pitch black as his demon fire crashed onto the tree. Bzzz. Lin Feng took out the fate seed and stored it away. Then, he released empty space energy and disappeared again. Slash, slash. The bird kept flapping his wings, lacerating everything around it. Lin Feng was soaked in a cold sweat and was breathing fast. Those people had imperial weapons, so Lin Feng still wasn't convinced he could escape. Die! Shouted the great oriental greenfinch rock. He flapped his wings after he found Lin Feng, instantly throwing himself at Lin Feng. Death curse! Shouted Lin Feng, raising his scepter again. The great oriental greenfinch rock pulled in his wings and protected himself. Lin Feng ran away, throwing his gigantic palace at the bird. Large rumbling sounds appeared as the great oriental greenfinch rock peaked down, crashing into the ground and creating a crater. Die, die, die! Lin Feng was holding his scepter in his left hand and releasing cursing intent. Slash, slash! The great oriental greenfinch rock cawed furiously. One of his wings was badly injured. In a flash, he appeared 10,000 meters away, opening his wings again. His body was still being corroded by death chi. He stared back at Lin Feng, somewhat surprised that his cursing strength could actually kill him, even with his imperial weapon. Dirty bird, I'm waiting for you to kill me, said Lin Feng mockingly. He was infuriating the great oriental greenfinch rock on purpose. Caw! The bird rose up in the sky and said aggressively, Lin Feng, I, Mo Pang, will definitely kill you. Without an imperial weapon, there's no difference between you and any other bird. If you want to kill me, but if you only want to talk shit, do it somewhere else, said Lin Feng in a disdainful way. The bird was even more furious. He circled above a few times before he disappeared. He flew so fast that people heard a sonic boom issue behind him. Lin Feng watched him leave, then he turned to a cultivator of the 7th Zun Chi layer and shouted furiously, Death curse! Die, die, die! Lin Feng shouted furiously. Even though that cultivator was a cultivator at the top of the Zun Chi layer, his life wasn't as abundant as the bird's. He also didn't have any imperial weapons, so Lin Feng killed him easily. Then Lin Feng looked at the others, but they were scared and ran away instantly. Lin Feng looked around and found that there was nobody else there. Then he looked at the skeleton in the distance, still perplexed. Just what was that thing? Woo, woo. The skeleton wailed and turned around, pointing at a place in the distance. He wanted to take Lin Feng to another place. Lin Feng's gigantic sword appeared again, then the skeleton and Lin Feng flew away. He knows where the fate seeds are and he is showing me where to go, thought Lin Feng. How strange. A skeleton was helping him, and thanks to him, he had obtained another fate seed already. But since the skeleton was helping him willingly, Lin Feng couldn't refuse. Fate seeds contained cosmic strength and were incredible treasures. They would be even more useful after breaking through to the 9th Zun Qi layer, as well as being used as keys to the holy city. They soon arrived above some ruins. There were no imperial weapons or anything special there. After all, they weren't the first people to go there. The previous generations had probably robbed all the treasures already. What was the next place going to be like? This time, the skeleton brought Lin Feng to the Yunhai mountain range and pointed at a forest, the Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng remained silent on his sword, seeing how he couldn't communicate properly with the skeleton. They both entered the forest and then the skeleton wailed again. Lin Feng stopped to see what he was wailing about. Woo, woo. The skeleton pointed at a tree. Lin Feng was surprised, a tree again? But that tree was different from the previous one, it seemed dead and it didn't seem to contain any fate seeds. Are you sure there's a fate seed inside? Asked Lin Feng. The skeleton nodded back unceasingly. Alright, move away. Lin Feng raised his hand and condensed demon fire while the skeleton moved aside. Then, Lin Feng attacked the tree. Lin Feng was surprised though, the fire hit the tree and then disappeared immediately. An illusion. Lin Feng was guessing that it might be illusion cosmic energies. It couldn't be, that tree was definitely real. He had a familiar feeling with it. So close yet so far, indeed, I have the same feeling when I use the so close yet so far technique, thought Lin Feng. That was empty space strength. That tree was in a different space so demon fire couldn't burn it. Just like when he used the so close yet so far technique, people couldn't reach him. Empty space cosmic strength, that tree is a treasure too, thought Lin Feng. He stopped condensing demon fire as he walked to the tree. He stretched out his hand and as expected, he couldn't touch it. Where's the fate seed and how can I get it? Whispered Lin Feng. He then released empty space abstruse energy and it seemed to condense with the tree's empty space strength. Lin Feng walked forwards and entered the tree, disappearing from sight. The skeleton smiled as Lin Feng disappeared, almost like a human being. Then, he turned around and left, not waiting for Lin Feng to come back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1430, Stuck for 2 years. Chapter 1430, Stuck for 2 years. Lin Feng had a strange feeling after he entered the tree. He was in an empty space which looked like a castle. It looked like a strong cultivator's small world. However, that castle was burning, flames were everywhere. Kaboom. Explosions sounded as a stone block fell down. Cosmic strength, there's cosmic strength everywhere. Besides, there are 3 different types of cosmic strength here, which means there must be 3 fate seeds, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng found the skeleton even more mysterious now. Lin Feng had a familiar feeling inside there. Bzzz. A green light appeared. The stone blocks seemed like they had eyes, it felt like they were staring at Lin Feng. There's something wrong here. There aren't only 3 kinds of cosmic strength, there's fire, empty space, and earth cosmic strength, but there's life cosmic strength as well. That's what gives those dead things that alive feeling, thought Lin Feng. He could only see 2 fate seeds, but how could he get them? Go! Lin Feng unsheathed his Tianji sword and descended from the sky. Bzzz, however, as it descended, the fire became even more powerful. The stones came together and formed a gigantic stone man which collided with the Tianji sword. Boom! The Tianji sword chipped away a piece of stone. Flames dashed to the skies as the stone man seemed to have woken up. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying strength bombarded the Tianji sword, making it shake violently. Come back! Shouted Lin Feng. Boom, 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 boom. The Tianji sword was already buried in the ground. Some more gigantic firemen appeared. Then they turned into burning mountains and buried everything beneath them as they sat down. Come out, shouted Lin Feng. He could sense that his Tianji sword was shaking violently, it was going insane. But it was useless, the burning stone men were too strong. Earth cosmic strength. Lin Feng looked upset. While Lin Feng was thinking about how to get back his Tianji sword, gigantic stone blocks appeared again and were staring at Lin Feng. Oh no! Lin Feng feared that the gigantic, burning stone men wanted to attack him. Bzzz. A burning stone flew towards him like a fireball. Break! Shouted Lin Feng, furiously punching the fireball and making it explode. Lin Feng's arm was extremely sore after that. Those energies were terrifying and contained cosmic strength, so he couldn't afford to underestimate them. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. At the same time, it started to rain fire on Lin Feng. Oh no! Lin Feng suddenly rose up in the air and released sword chi. Lacerate, lacerate, lacerate! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The fire rain was even more beautiful as it broke apart into a myriad of burning stone men, which then threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared as he used his empty space robe, reappearing higher up in the air. Boom! Fireballs crashed where he had been a second before, leaving a gigantic crater. Getting those fate seeds seems to be too difficult, thought Lin Feng. He continued rising up in the air, but more fireballs launched towards him. Slash, empty space energies appeared above Lin Feng. He raised his head and saw an incredible empty space strength above him. He hadn't realized it before because the ceiling was too high. The empty space fate seed is above me. There were 4 fate seeds in that place, but they all seemed difficult to get to. Lin Feng used his deadly demon punch and explosions sounded. If he lost focus for even a second, he would die. The Firestone men seemed furious and continued attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched one of them and moved like the wind before punching another one. Piss off! Lin Feng kept destroying the burning stones, but he felt overwhelmed. Lin Feng looked around looking for an exit, but found nothing. There was no exit and his Tianji sword was stuck in there. Boom! Lin Feng moved like the wind and dodged the next wave of attacks. He released wind and empty space energies to dodge all the attacks. Should I hide inside the Jade Emperor's palace and practice inside it? Thought Lin Feng. Then, he thought, I should try to practice here first. If that doesn't work, I'll go inside the palace. Break! Lin Feng continued punching the stones, but there were still too many of them. Break, break, break! Lin Feng punched the stones one after the other as he continued running away. After 7 days, he was still dodging attacks. He felt like he was going to run out of demon chi, but he continued on. A month later, Lin Feng looked exhausted. He couldn't use demon energies anymore, so his deadly demon punches were useless. He persevered though and continued dodging the attacks. His empty space and wind energies were getting still stronger. I'll see what my real limits are, thought Lin Feng like a madman. 3 months later, it seemed like the fire and stones couldn't kill Lin Feng. He couldn't use demon energies, but the demon intent in his eyes seemed more stable. When he condensed demon intent, a strong wind surrounded him. The wind around him was becoming even stronger, then it turned into a tornado. The strength of the earth and sky turned into demon chi and flowed throughout Lin Feng's body. Boom! Lin Feng felt great as the demon chi flowed throughout his body. He thought he had never felt so great in his life. He continued absorbing demon strength from the strength of the earth and sky. Arg! A terrifying demon chi continued building in his body as he continued running around and releasing demon punches. However, as Lin Feng became stronger, the firestones also became stronger. 3 months, then 6 months, then 1 year. Time passed quickly, but Lin Feng didn't give up. He wanted to leave, but he was stuck inside. He could only become stronger until he overcame the burning stones. More time passed and Lin Feng had been stuck inside for 2 years already. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1431, come out. Chapter 1431, come out. Back in Tiantai, 2 beautiful women were gazing into the distance while sitting on the stairs. They looked particularly sad. 3 years and he still hadn't come back. Emperor, you hadn't come back either. Where were they? In the gigantic territory of Tiantai, all the disciples were still making great efforts to become stronger. During those 3 years, the Ba Huang province had changed a lot. Many new outstanding cultivators were rising. Some people even talked about the new 10 strongest young cultivators of the new generation, because apart from a few of the 10 strongest young cultivators from the previous generation who had died, the others were already cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Several of them had disappeared for 3 years now, so if they came back, they would probably be monstrously strong. In the previous generation of monstrously strong geniuses, there was Lin Feng, sometimes called Mu Feng. He had killed many geniuses from Ba Huang. There was the great Oriental Greenfinch Rock whose speed was unparalleled, the mysterious Buddhist monk, Kong Ming from the Celestial Thunder Temple, Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui from the Wen clan, Si Kong Shao from who had a mysterious celestial vision, Fu Hei was the one nobody really knew how strong he was, Yiren Lei the seductive woman and so on. Now, new geniuses were rising in Ba Huan, for example Feng Ling from the Qifeng Mountain. It was said that she was even stronger than Feng Xian. Then there was Xie Yu from the Church of Desire. Xia Tianfan was a mysterious fighter who could fight against cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. As of yet, he had never lost a battle. Qi Zong from the Qi clan was terrifying too. But the group in the Huangxi didn't know about these things. During those 3 years, many of them had obtained fate seeds, but many of them had died. Amongst the 100 people who entered, only half were left. Inside the ancient tree, Lin Feng was still punching the burning stones over and over again. The burning stone men had become smaller, but their cosmic energies were stronger than when he first entered. "Break!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He punched the air again and another large burning stone broke apart. Lin Feng was breathing fast, but a fire strength was visible as he exhaled. 2 years, whispered Lin Feng. During those 2 years, he had destroyed many stones while consuming exorbitant amounts of qi, empty space qi, fire qi, and earth qi. Even though he didn't study it, his earth abstruse energy was already level 4. As Lin Feng became stronger, he was finding it easier to learn new abstruse energies. It was similar to when he had the strength of the Tian Qi layer. As he became stronger, he understood intent faster too. Lin Feng was wondering if someday he broke through to the Huang Qi layer and became an emperor. While studying cosmic energies, would he start from level 1 abstruse energies or higher? Besides, after understanding level 9 abstruse energies, would he immediately understand cosmic energies? "I haven't drunk or eaten anything in 2 years, all I've absorbed was empty space, fire, earth, and life qi. No wonder I learnt earth abstruse energy during this time. That must be a special power that only I have though," whispered Lin Feng. "After leaving, I'll definitely need to take a shower," thought Lin Feng. Even though practicing cultivation allowed cultivators to remain healthy, Lin Feng didn't appreciate greasy, dirty hair. Lin Feng's facial expression became sharp when he thought about the outside world. He looked around, thinking about leaving again. Bzzz. As if a stone sensed that Lin Feng was feeling unhappy, it threw itself towards him. However, Lin Feng didn't try to break it, he instead turned into an illusion. And not just one illusion, there were many Lin Feng illusions in the room. During those 2 years, Lin Feng's empty space and wind abstruse energies had become incredibly powerful. They were now both at the top of the 6th level while his demon abstruse energy was at the top of the 7th level and his life abstruse energy level 5. He had also broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer recently. He pierced through the ceiling stones and started digging a tunnel. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His body was as sharp as a sword as he made his way through the earth. Boom! Gigantic burning stone men appeared which were several dozens of meters tall. Then, they immediately threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng joined together his hands and released sword energies. Then a gigantic sword appeared which was 100 meters long. There were no explosions as it fell, it simply cut the gigantic stone men to pieces. There were 2 lights which were becoming more and more dazzling the farther Lin Feng dug, those were fate seeds. Boom boom boom. The earth shook, and a gigantic stone man appeared again. "If I don't break it, how long will I have to wait for this chance again?" thought Lin Feng. He turned into 10,000 illusions and his sword lights became overwhelming. Then, they pierced through the ocean of fire. Everything was filled with sword lights, and they weren't disappearing because they contained immortal abstruse energy. In 2 years, Lin Feng had improved a lot in terms of demon, sword, and agility cultivation. Now, he always made his sword energy fuse together with immortal abstruse energy, which was level 5 now. Boom! The ground exploded as Lin Feng dived into the fire, turning himself into a sword. Lacerate! Lin Feng released more sword energy. The stones lost their energy, the flames weren't as strong, and the stones weren't as hard anymore. Lin Feng had taken the fate seed. "I did it!" thought Lin Feng. He had failed many times during the past 2 years, but now, finally, he had taken it. It meant that he could now resist the cosmic energies. "Why can't I find the life fate seed?" thought Lin Feng, slowly rising up again. The scenery was spectacular, and his Tianji sword was whistling beside him. Lin Feng frowned, there was definitely a fate seed containing life cosmic energy, but he couldn't see it. It was probably up in the ceiling with the other seed. "I need to take it, and with the empty space fate seed, that'd be 5 seeds in total." thought Lin Feng. After that, he continued digging into the ceiling. What a powerful strength, thought Lin Feng. He suddenly sensed a pain spread throughout his body. Crack marks even appeared in his armor, but now he was strong enough that he didn't need such an armor. His physical body was stronger than his armor. Lacerate! Shouted Lin Feng. He moved like the wind and finally managed to grab a dazzling golden fate seed. Directly after, buzzing sounds appeared and Lin Feng realized that he had left the place. He was back in the battlefield. I'm out, thought Lin Feng. He was so happy and surprised. He was finally out, after 2 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1432, Displaying One's Talent. Chapter 1432, Displaying One's Talent. After Lin Feng came out, green lights were shining upon his body. Fate Seed. Lin Feng stared at the tree. Initially, it contained the life fate seed, but it had appeared with the others. Did he want to help me? Thought Lin Feng, recalling the skeleton. Although he had been stuck in there for a long time, maybe the skeleton had taken him there to help him become stronger. But if the skeleton had taken him there, it also meant that he understood Lin Feng quite well. There were 4 types of cosmic energies there, so he must have known that Lin Feng knew so many different types of energies. Lin Feng rose up in the air and grabbed the fate seed from the tree, then the green lights faded. Lin Feng put on another robe and slowly rose up in the air. He had been there for 3 years already. When would it be possible to leave that place? For Lin Feng, 3 years was a long time. He had been in the cultivation world for 10 years already. When he had first arrived in that world, he was young and weak, and now 10 years later, he was considered as an amazing cultivator inside of the Bahuang province. Bzzz. In the distance, some silhouettes started approaching. In the middle of them, Lin Feng noticed a beautiful woman, Yi Rinlei. Apart from her, there were several of her fellow disciples. They had all broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer. Even though they weren't as beautiful as Yi Rinlei, they were still drop-dead gorgeous. During those 3 years, Yi Rinlei hadn't wasted any time either. She had also broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer. Yi Rinlei was surprised to see Lin Feng, but then she smiled in a bewitching way. Then she recalled back when they used to make love. He's also broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, thought Yi Rinlei. Lin Feng's cultivation level used to be quite low in the Bahuang province, but he still stood out. Now that he had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, how strong could he be? Prince Lin, said a girl next to Yi Rinlei who was smiling thinly at Lin Feng. She was also trying to seduce him. What was that green light? Was it a fate seed? Indeed, said Lin Feng smiling. Some other people came over and looked at Lin Feng. Sisters, since Prince Lin already took it, let's go, said Yi Rinlei smiling thinly. Even though those 2 girls wanted to attack, they still nodded. Last time they had seen Lin Feng, it was at the meeting of the emperors and he had only broken through to the 3rd Zun Qi layer then. Now that he had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, he was probably stronger than them at the 8th. Besides, Lin Feng had been nice to the Heavens of Desire's palace, so they didn't want to offend him. Celestial girl Iran, have you found any fate seeds? Asked Lin Feng. He felt weird talking like that, like he was being too formal. We need one more, said a girl next to Yi Rinlei. If you were to agree, we could exchange something for one of your fate seeds. I'll give one to Yirin, what do you think? Asked Lin Feng smiling. The 2 girls next to Yi Rinlei suddenly released a terrifying qi, as if Lin Feng was threatening them. It's all right, said Yi Rinlei, preventing them from going any further. Yiran. Lin Feng took out a life fate seed and gave it to Yi Rinlei. It contained thick and rich life energies. Yi Rinlei's 2 fellow disciples looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. Why was that guy giving their fellow disciple a fate seed? Thank you, Prince Lin, said Yi Rinlei. She took the fate seed, but Lin Feng grabbed her hand, forcing her to look at him. Even though all you care about is cultivation, don't forget about love, said Lin Feng, smiling before releasing her hand. Yi Rinlei's 2 fellow disciples looked at her and then back to Lin Feng. Was Lin Feng interested in Yi Rinlei? Since you give our fellow disciple a fate seed, it must mean that you have more. You should give us some too, said 3 other people. Princes from the Ice and Snow Empire, said Yi Rinlei to Lin Feng using telepathy. I still have a lot, but if you want them, you'll have to come and take them from me, said Lin Feng, rising up in the air and smiling indifferently. Those 3 people smiled coldly, a lot? Die! Shouted one of them. Those people hadn't been to the shrine back when Lin Feng was in the Ice and Snow Empire because they were already cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. 2 of them were cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer and 1 of them of the 9th Zun Qi layer. The one who threw himself at Lin Feng was one of the cultivators who had broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer. A cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer dares face me, you must like to act recklessly, said that cultivator. A strong wind started blowing and it was ice cold, piercingly cold even. Lin Feng's clothes were fluttering in the wind as the ice energies around him fell apart. Lin Feng released demonic qi and his eyes became pitch black. He smiled and moved with the wind. He no longer feared cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer. Be careful, that cultivator is not weak, shouted the cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer. Lin Feng's qi was powerful, more so than he was expecting. Die! The prince of the Ice and Snow Empire moved faster and raised his fist. The air around him turned to ice. Lin Feng released a deadly demon punch and it streaked across the sky, seemingly unstoppable. Boom! The cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer continued moving forwards, but his mouth twitched. He lowered his head and saw a fist inside his ribs. Then he was propelled very far away. Grr! The others were furious. A cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer had been defeated in one punch. It seems like the strength of the 6th Zun Qi layer is enough to kill you, said Lin Feng indifferently. The others were surprised. Lin Feng punched again and this time the cultivator's head exploded. Lin Feng's deadly demon punch now contained level 7 death abstruse energy, level 7 demon abstruse energy, desolate abstruse energy and the force of the earth and sky. From 10 meters away, his attack was deadly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1433, I want to kill a few people. Chapter 1433, I want to kill a few people. Die! Shouted the 2 other princes from the Ice and Snow Empire. Don't get close to him. Let me take care of this, said the cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer, throwing himself at Lin Feng. He was still 100 meters away from Lin Feng as he threw out a punch. Bzzz. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he used his Xiaoyao agility technique. In a flash, he reappeared in dozens of different places. All of these illusions threw deadly demon punches at that cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer. Condense! Shouted that cultivator. His punches blocked a few of Lin Feng's deadly demon punches. His abstruse energy was level 9, which was enough to freeze Lin Feng's deadly demon punches solid. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng kept running around, but all his punches turned to ice. If it wasn't a life and death battle, it would have looked like a nice show. Die! The cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer landed on the ground and ice spread out in all directions. Even the earth and sky seemed like they were going to freeze over. Humph! Lin Feng smiled coldly and ignored his showy attack. Instead, he threw himself at the other prince. His pitch-black eyes contained a terrifying death qi, easily giving that cultivator the impression that he was going to die. Be careful! Shouted the cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer. He knew how strong Lin Feng was. The cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer released terrifyingly cold energies as he invoked his blooded strength, his spirit, and a territory. But Lin Feng was still smiling coldly with those pitch-black eyes damaging his determination. You can't defeat me. Lin Feng's voice resonated in his brain. For him, it seemed natural that he couldn't kill Lin Feng. One word is enough for me to kill you, said Lin Feng. He was nearing him while releasing demon curse energies. The cultivator didn't even try to protect himself. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. No, shouted the cultivator suddenly, but it was already too late. Lin Feng attacked with a deadly demon punch, explode that guy's head. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The earth and sky around the remaining ice cultivator froze, but Lin Feng disappeared. The enemy's punch landed where Lin Feng was just standing. The cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer released his spirit, a map of an ice world. Then an ice world appeared, resembling his spirit. In the world of cultivation, the higher a cultivator's cultivation level was, the stronger and the faster he was. That was logical, but abstruse energies allowed cultivators to overcome those principles. That cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer had focused on ice cultivation, so he was a bit slow. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, but his wind abstruse energy was level 6, coupled with his Xiaoyao agility technique, he was extremely fast, faster than a cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer at least. Therefore, the cultivator of the 9th Zunqi layer couldn't keep up with Lin Feng. If you escape, I'll kill them then, said the prince, throwing himself at Yi Rinlei and the girls. Lin Feng had given her a fate seed, so he was going to kill her and take it. Escape? You think too highly of yourself, said Lin Feng. A demon illusion appeared behind him and demon intent gushed out from it. Then, 2 swords appeared in his hands. Lin Feng only feared cultivators who were one step away from becoming emperors and cultivators who had imperial weapons. That prince didn't have an imperial weapon. You want to fight a cultivator of the 9th Zunqi layer? Whispered Yi Rinlei's fellow disciples, obviously surprised. When Lin Feng had only broken through to the 3rd Zunqi layer, he already fought cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. Now that he had broken through to the 6th Zunqi layer, he wanted to fight against a cultivator of the 9th Zunqi layer. Yi Rinlei smiled in a resplendent way. When he had only broken through to the 2nd Zunqi layer, he already fought against cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. Apart from Yi Rinlei, there were other people around who were watching. The cultivator of the 9th Zunqi layer looked at Lin Feng. He seemed surprised. Lin Feng's swords contained death qi, amongst the other energies he was still condensing inside, including the force of the earth and sky. Ice scroll, lacerate! Shouted the cultivator of the 9th Zunqi layer furiously. His spirit shook and an icy lake moved towards Lin Feng. Back! Shouted the crowd around them. That picture scroll would freeze everything in its way. Lin Feng released the sword he was holding in his left hand. A light lacerated the sky and pierced through the picture scroll, then it continued moving forwards. Die! Shouted the prince while releasing another ice attack. Lin Feng released his other sword and cut the ice attack into 2. He had condensed immortal energy in those swords, so they didn't break easily. Bzzz. The prince shivered and rose up in the air. He summoned his spirit again, and this time an iceberg crashed down. Die! Lin Feng's Tianji sword moved towards the prince this time. Death! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Death curse energies appeared and Lin Feng disappeared, reappearing higher up in the air. At the same time, he also released deadly demon punch attacks. The cultivator of the 9th Zunqi layer pulled a long face. He also punched the air ahead of him to block Lin Feng's punch. However, Lin Feng's eyes turned pitch black at that moment, momentarily influencing his determination. That sword! Lin Feng condensed abstruse energies in his hands: demon, death, fire, desolate and destructive abstruse energies. His attack looked perfect compared to before. Lacerate! Said Lin Feng. He disappeared again as a deadly light descended from the sky. That light contained black threads. The prince looked petrified. He didn't move, or rather, he couldn't move. Then, a black thread got caught in his third eye. Some crackling sounded and his body was vertically cut in 2. Lin Feng was standing in the sky and he looked proud, calm and serene. He had just killed a cultivator of the 9th Zunqi layer with 1 sword attack. He killed him, thought the crowd. Lin Feng could now kill cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. There probably weren't many people who could compete with him and Ba Huang. How strong! The mouths of Yi Rinlei's fellow disciples twitched. Lin Feng hadn't only defeated his opponents, he killed them. There was a huge smile on Yi Rinlei's face. Piss off now, said Lin Feng, glancing at those who came to take his fate seeds. They immediately left. After they left, Lin Feng smiled as 2 fate seeds appeared in his hands. One could see the fate seeds from very far away in the distance. What are you doing? Asked Yi Ren's 2 fellow disciples. Prince Lin, what are you doing? Said Yi Rinlei smiling. Was he showing his fate seeds to other people? I want to find some people to kill. They'll come if they see the fate seeds, said Lin Feng, smiling back Yi Rinlei. How cruel, thought Yi Rinlei's fellow disciples. They were covered in a cold sweat just thinking about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1434, To Wait Idly for Opportunities. Chapter 1434, To Wait Idly for Opportunities. Sisters, let's get farther away, said Yi Rinlei to her fellow disciples, who nodded back to her. Lin Feng's sword and death energies could kill them if they stayed too close. Sister, Lin Feng likes you. Maybe you should make love with him, it'd help your desire cultivation, said one of Yi Rinlei's fellow disciples, smiling. Yi Rinlei nodded and replied, I'll think about it. Her fellow disciple looked at her in a strange way and smiled. It seems like you like him too. Yi Rinlei smiled and said nothing. The two dazzling lights became even more dazzling. One of them contained earth cosmic energy and held a golden color. In Lin Feng's other hand, there was a fate seed which contained nature cosmic energy and exuded green lights. Those lights should definitely attract people's attention, thought Rin Lei. As expected, people rushed over, looking at Lin Feng in a greedy way. They wanted the fate seeds. However, the one who had taken out the fate seeds was Lin Feng, and he had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer now. Lin Feng stood in the air and said coldly, "You have nothing to do here, just leave." The crowd was surprised. One of them, a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer from the Magic World Heavenly Palace, said, "Lin Feng, did you take out those fate seeds just to attract everyone over? Do you want to trade them? If you do, what do you want in exchange?" "Piss off," said Lin Feng in a sharp way. "He's so dumb, who would want to exchange fate seeds?" whispered one of Rin Lei's fellow disciples. Rin Lei giggled. She had asked Lin Feng the same thing only a short while before. Even if some people really wanted to exchange fate seeds, apart from imperial weapons, what could they exchange for them? Bzzz. After some time, Lin Feng sensed a fist getting close to him from behind. It was a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer from Jiu. A cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer had taken out fate seeds, so he had to die. Lin Feng shook his hand and his Tianji sword lacerated the sky. At the same time, Lin Feng turned around and flew back, creating a sonic boom as they went. "How reckless," said Lin Feng. His voice turned into demon curse strength and he stared into his opponent's eyes. "Earthen armor!" shouted that cultivator. A mud armor appeared around him and it seemed rather dense. "Life drain," said Lin Feng. Then his opponent's eyes turned gray as his vitality was being drained quickly. Boom, boom. Terrifying threads of qi suddenly surrounded Lin Feng as 3 more strong cultivators attacked him at the same time. Even though Lin Feng was strong, people couldn't help themselves from attacking him, for he had 2 fate seeds. If they obtained more fate seeds, they could exchange them for other fate seeds which were more suitable for their cultivation type. That way, after reaching the top of the Zun Qi layer, if they didn't understand their favorite type of energy, they would be able to borrow the cosmic strength from the fate seed. It was said that with the appropriate fate seed, a cultivator's chances of becoming stronger were multiplied by 3. It meant that with such a fate seed, they were more likely to become emperors. In the Bahuang province, opportunities to become emperors were too rare. And cultivators only had 1 chance every 100 years to get those fate seeds, during the meeting of the emperors. "Die," said Lin Feng, putting the fate seed he had in his right hand into his left hand, then he released death strength and his Tianji sword beheaded him. At the same time, Lin Feng condensed a sword in his right hand and jumped forwards with uncanny speed. Dazzling lights and blood mixed in the air as someone else died. He didn't even have time to shout. "How fast?" thought the 2 others. Wind and empty space abstruse energies, when mixed together, amplified speed to an astounding degree. Lin Feng's wind and empty space abstruse energies were each level 6. Lin Feng moved even faster, creating several illusions. The 2 enemies looked at them and couldn't tell which one was the real Lin Feng. Slash, blood splashed. Another cultivator was killed, and even after dying he looked desperate. How had he been hit? He hadn't sensed anything. The other one looked hopeless too. An illusion moved towards him, and he attacked it, but then energies attacked him from behind and he died. Cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer are now too weak for Lin Feng, thought Rin Lei. They couldn't withstand a single attack against Lin Feng. "What the hell are you still doing here?" said Lin Feng to the others. They came back to their senses and left quickly. They knew they couldn't take his fate seeds. A moment before, when Lin Feng's illusions had appeared everywhere, he had actually used his shadow spirit to attack. After his spirit had been cleansed by the gate in Tiantai, his speed and spirit had become terrifying. He could release clones of himself and attack enemies, unknowingly, from behind. Still not here. Lin Feng was waiting calmly. That way, he would continue to attract many people's attention. Bzzz. An animal appeared in the distance. He was moving extremely fast, like he was being carried by the wind. It was a bird of the 7th Zun Qi layer. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared from where he was and threw himself at the bird while condensing death qi in his eyes. He also took out his scepter. Death curse. Boom. The bird hadn't even arrived yet, but death and cursing energies surrounded his body. Then his dazzling golden body turned gray and dull. "We'll see how hard your golden body is now." Lin Feng's scepter disappeared and a sword containing death qi descended from the sky. As expected, the sword encountered some resistance, but it still pierced through like a knife cutting butter. He took the bird and stowed it away. The body of a bird of the 7th Zun-Chi layer was even more valuable than a holy weapon. Lin Feng had successfully cut through him, which meant that his sword could now lacerate medium-level holy weapons. After killing the bird, Lin Feng continued attracting people with fate seeds. He had only killed one bird so far, that still wasn't enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1435, Fighting Against the Great Rock and the Princes. Chapter 1435, Fighting Against the Great Rock and the Princes. What's going on? Fought some people who were in the distance. They had seen lights diffusing cosmic energies farther away from them. If someone had stolen some fate seeds, they usually put them away to prevent wandering eyes. A golden great oriental greenfinch rock glanced at a group of cultivators, Tianqi, Mubei, and Li Hen. Tiantai's 10 other disciples had divided into 3 groups to protect each other in case of danger. But at that moment, they looked exhausted, especially Mubei, who was soaked in blood. He had almost been killed by his opponent's wings. Those 3 had become stronger during those 3 years. Tianqi now had the strength at the top of the 7th Zun-Chi layer, while Mubei and Li Hen had broken through to the 6th Zun-Chi layer. Even so, the Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock was making things difficult for them. The Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock had also broken through to the 6th Zun-Chi layer and had a Taoist robe made of feathers plus an imperial weapon. He was astonishingly fast and could cut through almost anything. "I'll kill you later," said the Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock before he suddenly left. He had seen lights in the distance, so he wanted to claim those fate seeds for himself. Bastard! Mubei invoked his blood strength to start recovering his wounds. That bird has an imperial weapon, and with his speed, I would have died if we hadn't been together. Tianqi's golden energies slowly dispersed. He was upset as well. That imperial weapon was almost like cheating. He gazed into the distance and saw lights. If fate seeds hadn't appeared in the distance, the situation would have been dangerous for them. "Brothers, should we go as well?" asked Li Hen. "We already have 3 fate seeds, that's enough. We don't need to worry about our other disciples either, so Mubei should recover. Let's find a calm place," reasoned Tianqi calmly. Mubei's injuries were severe, so severe that his blood wasn't going to be enough to completely recover. "All right." Li Hen nodded. At that moment, the 4 princes from Tianlong Divine Castle were still safe and sound. They hadn't separated once in those 3 years. They had imperial weapons to protect them, and in that time, they had become even stronger. The weakest one was the 6th prince, who had broken through to the 7th Zun-Chi layer now. The 4th prince had the strength at the top of the 7th Zun-Chi layer, and the 2nd prince was at the top of the 8th Zun-Chi layer. The crown prince had the strength of the 9th Zun-Chi layer. "Let's hurry up, they haven't disappeared yet," said the crown prince of Tianlong when he saw the 2 lights in the distance. The Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock and the princes of Tianlong Divine Castle weren't the only ones, many others were rushing over. Lin Feng was still there waiting, glancing around at the dozen people who had appeared. "Lin Feng!" shouted someone furiously. It was the Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock. He really wanted to kill Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had been hiding until now. "6th Zun-Chi layer, let's see how powerful your cursing strength has become," said the Great Rock while flapping his wings. He then rose up in the air and released dazzling golden lights. If Lin Feng's cursing strength hadn't improved, then this time, he'd definitely die. Caw! The Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock cawed as he jettisoned ahead. However, at that moment, Lin Feng put away his fate seeds and rose up in the air, taking out his scepter and throwing himself at him. "Death curse, die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Terrifying cursing strength moved towards the Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock and surrounded him. "Die!" shouted the Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock. They were both extremely fast. If his wings reached Lin Feng, they'd slice him in two. The Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock was stopped as that terrifying death chi surrounded him. He raised his head and saw Lin Feng towering above him. Quickly, the gigantic body of the Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock started turning gray. He turned around and flew downwards while sending his imperial weapon to attack Lin Feng. Die! Lin Feng's scepter turned into a gigantic, ancient tree which struck the bird's back. Lin Feng was only using his death-cursing energies because the bird's natural defenses were too great. Finally, the bird stopped attacking as his body was completely gray. Rumbling sounds and quaking arose as his gigantic body crashed onto the ground, leaving a gigantic crater. Lin Feng released more cursing energies, but the imperial weapon blocked it. Lin Feng was pissed off now. How could he kill that damned bird? How insane! thought the crowd. They shivered after they saw Lin Feng's attacks. Lin Feng had almost managed to curse the great oriental greenfinch rock. Lin Feng was holding his scepter in his left hand and a gigantic axe in his right. Lin Feng descended from the sky and his axe crashed into the great oriental greenfinch rock. More rumbling sounds ensued as the great oriental greenfinch rock was propelled even deeper into the ground. Even though he's using an imperial weapon to protect himself, he's definitely injured, thought the crowd. What a hard shell, thought Lin Feng, annoyed. It's you, shouted someone in the sky. It was Tianlong Divine Castle's princes. The crown prince immediately attacked, throwing himself at Lin Feng while releasing a terrifying strength. I've been waiting for you for a long time, said Lin Feng. He released terrifying amounts of demon energies and flew using wind and empty space energies. Boom! The crown prince crashed onto the great rock, making the bird cough up golden blood. He was still recovering because Lin Feng's chi had lost him half of his life. If he didn't have this distraction, Lin Feng would have killed him for sure. 6. Be careful, shouted the crown prince, who was also the fastest of the princes. He saw Lin Feng flying behind the 6th prince. Lin Feng had broken through to the 6th Zun Chi layer, so the 6th prince couldn't compete with him. The 6th prince knew that Lin Feng was extremely strong, but he still punched the air in his direction. Die! Lin Feng gazed at the 6th prince with his demonic eyes, then death-cursing strength invaded through the 6th prince's eyes. At the same time, Lin Feng appeared in front of him while releasing sword energies. Blood splattered as Lin Feng cut the 6th prince in two. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1436, Arrogantly Proud. Chapter 1436, Arrogantly Proud. 6. Shouted the crown prince as he watched Lin Feng cut him in two. The other princes were furious, their eyes were bloodshot. The 6th prince was dead, so now Lin Feng had killed 6 of them. The crowd around them was astonished at how terrifying Lin Feng was. After killing the 6th prince, a demon appeared behind Lin Feng. He looked like a demon king. Lin Feng was still holding his scepter in his left hand and a sword in his other. Any cultivator of the 7th Zun Chi layer or below can't kill Lin Feng if they don't possess an imperial weapon, thought the crowd. Lin Feng's death-cursing energies were terrifying. Maybe only Buddhist cultivators could deal with Lin Feng's cursing energies. The remaining princes threw themselves at Lin Feng. The crown prince shouted furiously, 4, move back. Lin Feng had killed the 6th prince, so the 4th prince couldn't compete with Lin Feng either. The 4th prince was startled. On the battle stage during the meeting of the emperors, he could still deal with Lin Feng, but now he couldn't? Even his brother was telling him to run away. However, Lin Feng wasn't going to let him off. He threw himself at the 4th prince using wind and empty space energies. His shadows appeared everywhere, so no one could see who the real Lin Feng was. Arg! The crown prince was furious. Dragons started roaring as he took out a scepter. It was their imperial weapon, Tianlong's scepter. Lin Feng's shadows were destroyed, but the real one remained. The crown prince's heart was pounding. He suddenly turned around and saw that 1,000 meters away from the 4th prince, there was a dazzling light. 4, run! Shouted the crown prince. The 4th prince had already sensed the energies behind him though. His hair rose on end and his face turned deathly pale. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't move because he was petrified. Die! The 4th prince suddenly turned around and his arms grew dragon scales. Slash! Lin Feng's sword cut his body in two. The 4th prince's body fell from the sky as Lin Feng quickly took his ring. The crown prince's imperial weapon now aimed at Lin Feng while emitting whistling sounds. Lin Feng took a step back and then reappeared 10,000 meters away. He released demon chi and looked down at the crown prince in a cold way, an imperial weapon again, but... Besides, the 2nd prince also had a precious treasure, a sacrificial dragon altar. Last time, Tianlong Divine Castle had used it against him too. The scepter and the sacrificial altar together were a terrifying combination. The 2nd prince was even stronger now, and so was the crown prince. The crown prince chased Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't face him directly. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he ran around. The crown prince was incredibly strong, but a lot slower than Lin Feng. The great rock had incredible speed, offense and defense, but his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Many shadows of Lin Feng's appeared in the sky. The crowd which had surrounded them now consisted of more than 20 people. Bzzz. A light suddenly shot towards Lin Feng. It was the great rock. His wings were wide open and he was flying as fast as he could. Curse! Shouted Lin Feng, releasing cursing strength. At the same time, he moved away. The great oriental greenfinch rock crashed where Lin Feng was previously standing, but now he was cursed even more from Lin Feng's energies. He glared at Lin Feng and said coldly, "I will definitely kill you. You're a little, stinky, ignorant bird. Just piss off," said Lin Feng. The bird was indeed ignorant. How could he kill Lin Feng? Lin Feng was humiliating the great oriental greenfinch rock once again. Caw! The great oriental greenfinch rock shouted furiously and continued chasing Lin Feng. But Lin Feng disappeared as he reached the crowd. Blood sacrifice! Shouted the second prince furiously. The sacrificial dragon altar rose up in the air. Lin Feng glanced at the second prince in a cold way. How ridiculous! Was the altar even useful at that moment? Lin Feng laughed and ran away with incredible speed. The second prince and the crown prince watched Lin Feng leave. They were upset, but they couldn't catch up with him. 4 and 6 were killed. Fought the princes, they weren't able to calm down. Only 2 of them remained until Lin Feng had killed all the princes of Tianlong Divine Castle. In the distance, dazzling lights once again illuminated the sky, a yellow and a green light. The crowd was speechless. Lin Feng had almost killed the great oriental greenfinch rock and he still wasn't satisfied? He still wanted to kill people? Those who knew Lin Feng knew that he probably wanted to attract cultivators from the Sikong clan and people under the East Emperor. Maybe he would get their fate seeds as well. As expected, some people who came with the East Emperor were attracted by the lights. But Lin Feng instantly killed all them who didn't have imperial weapons. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1437, Emperor Tianlong is furious. Chapter 1437, Emperor Tianlong is furious. Lin Feng. Ho Chang Lin looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. What was Lin Feng doing with fate seeds in his hands? Wasn't he afraid of others attacking him? Brother, said Lin Feng smiling. Ho Chang Lin was with Mo Qing Tian in Xingzhan. They were all safe and sound. Ho Chang Lin had already broken through to the 9th Zun Qi layer and he had an imperial weapon. With him around, nothing could happen to Mo Qing Tian in Xingzhan. They had been there for 3 years already. In that time, Ho Chang Lin had broken through to the 9th Zun Qi layer, Mo Qing Tian to the 7th and Xingzhan to the 6th. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Asked Xingzhan, glancing at the fate seeds. I'm trying to attract people. It's too difficult to find people to kill, said Lin Feng, raising his fate seeds above his head. He made it sound like this was a natural thing to do. Ho Chang Lin inspected Lin Feng's cultivation level and smiled. 3 years and you've already broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, not bad. Not many people can compete with you in here anymore. Lin Feng laughed and asked, brothers, how are the others? Tianxi is with Li Hen and Mu Bei, Roxie is with Ban Ruo, Wu Yong, and Ku Kan. They should be fine, replied Ho Chang Lin. I hope they're doing well, said Lin Feng, smiling. Bzzz. The sky shook, making Lin Feng, Ho Chang Lin and the others turned around to gaze into the distance. They saw a strange light there. It's the exit, thought Lin Feng. That was the direction where they had first arrived. It's over, that's the exit. We can finally leave, whispered Ho Chang Lin. 3 years, and now the messenger had opened the seal again. After the opening of the seal, they had 1 day to leave. If they didn't leave in that time, nobody knew what would happen to them. Maybe a destructive strength would wash over that world, or maybe they would have to wait for another 100 years to leave. Even if there was no destructive strength, if they wanted to leave in 100 years later, would they even be allowed to? Nobody knew. Therefore, they didn't want to try. Many silhouettes flickered towards the exit. Let's go, said Ho Chang Lin. The 4 of them also moved in that direction. 3 years. I wonder how the outside world is now, thought Lin Feng. He missed his friends and family members. 3 years was a long time, so many things could have happened while they were away. The 4 of them were extremely fast, so they neared the exit relatively quickly. But at that moment, in the distance, a dazzling golden light shined and sonic booms resounded in the sky. It's Ruo Xia and the bird, noticed Ho Chang Lin. His imperial weapon shined as he flew towards them. Stinky bird, thought Lin Feng as he followed Ho Chang Lin, jumping onto his gigantic sword. Mo Pine, you must want to die, shouted Ho Chang Lin furiously. Ban Ruo was covered in his own blood already. The great oriental greenfinch rock turned his head and saw reincarnation energies reaching towards him. Slash, slash. The great rock flapped his wings and flew towards Ho Changlin. Lin Feng also arrived with Ho Changlin, holding his cursing scepter and yelling, "Stinky bird, die!" Cursing strength surrounded Mo Peng's body, turning him a little gray. He flapped his wings again, wanting to escape now. "Die, die, die!" shouted Lin Feng. He used his full strength to attack the great rock. Ho Changlin's silhouette flickered as he quickly assaulted the bird with reincarnation energies. The great rock gave a horrible shriek under this joint pressure. Bzzz. He protected himself with one wing and flapped the other to push himself towards the exit. Reincarnation death! Shouted Ho Changlin. Reincarnation sword energies surrounded the great rock, slowing him down as he neared the exit. Then Ho Changlin jumped forwards and was practically on his tail as he exited the world. He knew that after the bird left, Emperor Pang would be on the other side. Then he wouldn't get another chance to kill the bird. Ban Ruo. Some silhouettes flickered. Ban Ruo was sitting cross-legged, trying to heal his injuries. Lin Feng arrived next to him and released life energies to help. He opened his eyes and nodded at Lin Feng. "What's going on?" shouted Tianqi after he sensed that Ban Ruo was injured. "That stinky bird used an imperial weapon and injured him," replied Xingzhan in a cold way. "That stupid animal again." Tianqi's eyes were filled with cold lights. "That stupid animal chased us for a while, but then he saw two lights and left. We're safe and sound now thanks to those lights. We have to kill him at some point," said Ho Changlin. "As long as you're alright, that's the most important thing." Lin Feng was displaying his fate seeds. "I wouldn't have thought that it helped you. We're all lucky." "I'm alright, so let's go," said Ban Ruo, smiling at his friends. Then, the cultivators from Tiantai moved towards the exit. After they crossed the portal, they sensed that many people were looking at them, and all of them were emperors. None of them had left during these years. Then they sensed some people's murderous energies. They turned around and saw the bird. His chi was still gray, and he was in pain. "Teacher," said Tiantai's disciples to Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu smiled and nodded back to them. "Good." "Lin Feng," shouted a voice. It was the crown prince and the second prince of Tianlong. Emperor Tianlong was astonished. "Only two princes came out? What's going on?" asked Emperor Tianlong. "Father, 6 and 4 were, by Lin Feng," said the crown prince. He couldn't even say it. The words wouldn't come out. Emperor Tianlong looked at Lin Feng with a piercing gaze. "Why didn't you kill those two as well?" asked Emperor Yu, smiling indifferently. Lin Feng was surprised and laughed. Emperor Tianlong was worried for his trashy disciples because they're too weak, so he lent them an imperial weapon. "If they didn't have imperial weapons protecting them, I would have killed them too." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1438, 1 year. Chapter 1438, 1 year. More disciples continued to cross the portal after them. There were 34 groups in total, and a little more than 70 people came out. 11 disciples from Tiantai had made it out, but most groups only saw one of their disciples come out. Some of them had even lost all their disciples inside. "Not bad," said the messenger, smiling and glancing at the crowd. "Much better than 100 years ago. Stronger people and more of you made it out this time. You must have obtained some fate seeds too. For those of you who want to go to the holy city, tell your teachers, elders, or whatever, and they'll bring you to me. At that moment, you can give me your fate seed and I'll take you to the holy city. Then you'll see how vast and great that place is." Many people looked excited after hearing him. Their teachers had never really told them about the holy city. Everybody in the continent knew that place existed, but they didn't know what it was or what it looked like. "Your Highness the Messenger, my son Qi Yan will get married soon. If you wish, you can come to the empire and have some drinks with us," said the East Emperor, Emperor Dong, to the messenger. "Oh?" The messenger looked at Qi Yan and smiled. "That's Qi Yan, right?" "Indeed," said Emperor Dong, nodding. He said to Qi Yan, "Greet the messenger." "Hello, Your Highness the Messenger," said Qi Yan, bowing respectfully. He already knew that the messenger was an incredible cultivator. "Ah, not bad, you're a real genius. Congratulations," said the messenger, smiling. Lin Feng frowned. Not only was Emperor Dong a medium-level emperor, but he also seemed to be good friends with the messenger. What was the messenger's social status in the Bahuang province and in Jiuyu? Alright, I'll close the door to the coffin. We're done for now, so everybody can leave, said the messenger while closing the door. Let's go, said Emperor Yu. Then, they left. Emperor Pang and Mo Pang left as well. Then Emperor Qi, Tianlong and all the others. Bzzz. After Emperor Yu and his disciples reached the edge of the Huang Sea, a fissure appeared in the sky and they flew through it. There was a strong wind emanating from that crack and it was pitch black inside. A short time after, Emperor Yu broke the fissure and they reappeared above the northern part of Bahuang. What a terrifying speed, thought Lin Feng. They had teleported across an incredible distance. Besides, it was as if their teacher had been avoiding attacks. He had sensed that Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi had attacked them while they were teleporting. Emperor Yu didn't say anything though. It seemed that even after the meeting of the emperors, the situation wasn't any better in Bahuang. After the meeting of the emperors, the situation is going to get really scary for everyone in Bahuang. During the meeting of the emperors, there were rules to respect, but now nobody cares anymore, thought Lin Feng. Emperors were probably going to start fighting too. After a short time, they arrived in Tiantai. Everyone in Tiantai raised their heads to see who it was. They're back. They had disappeared for 3 years, and finally, they were all back, safe and sound. Lin Feng. 2 beautiful women threw themselves at Lin Feng. Meng Qing and Xiu Uxin were excited to finally see that their lover was back. Meng Chang, Uxin, said Lin Feng, also running at them. He landed in front of them and took them in his arms. They didn't need to talk, a hug was sufficed for now. Emperor Yu, said someone else. 2 silhouettes appeared from Tiantai's sky at that moment. It was Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi. What are you doing here? Asked Emperor Yu indifferently. The 11 direct disciples of Tiantai are extraordinarily strong, not even one of them died during the meeting of the emperors. Now that the meeting of the emperors is over, how many of them can you protect? Asked Emperor Qi. He was blatantly threatening them. If they die, killed by other cultivators of similar levels because they took risks, I wouldn't say anything. However, if you, Emperor Tianlong or Emperor Qi, attack them personally and kill them, Emperor Shi and I will kill all of your disciples, said Emperor Yu aggressively. He sounded calm, but his words were oppressive and sharp. We don't need to attack a bunch of little boys like them personally, said Emperor Qi while smiling in a cold way. I don't trust you, said Emperor Yu. Protect them well. We're off now, said Emperor Qi. Then he turned into an illusion and disappeared. Arg! Emperor Tianlong shouted furiously and a dragon appeared in the sky. Oppressive energies fell onto everybody in Tianjing City. The dragon roared again, rose up in the air, then he disappeared. The emperors just came back, and Tianjing City was already in shock. After that, the news that the emperors and their disciples had come back spread everywhere in Bahuang, but almost nobody knew where they had gone for those past 3 years. People guessed that it had something to do with the meeting of the emperors. Unfortunately, they would never know. Only the most dazzling cultivators could experience such things. They were wondering though, had they gone to practice cultivation somewhere? Had they killed people? Had they been somewhere mysterious? In the sky above the sky in Tiantai, Emperor Yu was acknowledging his 12 direct disciples. Emperor Yu looked at them and said, "You'll have to be very careful from now on. Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi are insane, and the situation in the Bahuang province is chaotic now that the meeting of the emperors ended." Chaotic, whispered Lin Feng. Indeed, very much so. Do you still remember the Imperial Assassin Union? Disciples who finish the meeting of the emperors alive all have the potential to become emperors, which means they're precisely the Imperial Assassin Union's targets, explained Emperor Yu. And what about the Watchers? They were also very mysterious. Could they allow the province to be so chaotic? What if the Imperial Assassin Union wants our fate seeds? Thought Lin Feng. A chaotic situation is sometimes necessary for stability in the end. Just be vigilant for now, that's all. It's not the end of the world, said Mu Chen smiling. He was trying to cheer up his fellow disciples. In times of chaos, things changed, for better or for worse. What about the Holy City? Whispered Lin Feng. His teacher hadn't mentioned the Holy City yet. They had taken great efforts to get fate seeds in the Huang Sea to go to the Holy City after all. Emperor Yu heard Lin Feng's whisper. He remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "In 1 year, bring your fate seeds to me and I'll take you to the Holy City." In any case, added Emperor Yu. The crowd looked at him in a strange way. It was as if Emperor Yu still worried about something. Only 1 year? Whispered Lin Feng. His heart was pounding. He was wondering if something incredible was going to happen within a year. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1439, Xia Tian Fan. Chapter 1439, Xia Tian Fan. There was a mist floating at the top of the flight of stairs in Tiantai. Lin Feng was there, fighting against his own illusion again. Boom! Explosions sounded and Lin Feng was propelled away. He was covered with sweat and fixedly staring at his own self. If I don't use abstruse energies to fight against myself, I don't stand a chance. He is 100 times stronger than me. I need to condense the force of the earth and sky better before I'll be able to win. My teacher told me that if I understood the force of the earth and sky properly, I'd definitely become an emperor. Thought Lin Feng. Each floor was the same, another stronger counterpart. Lin Feng thought that if he passed the tests, he'd find a great place with cultivation treasures, but in fact there was no such thing. What Emperor Yu wanted them to understand was that if they didn't unceasingly surpass themselves, they would stop becoming stronger. The test Lin Feng was trying to pass was meant to better teach them the force of the earth and sky. Becoming an emperor is difficult. Maybe after this counterpart, I'll have to defeat myself again, but 1,000 times stronger. Thought Lin Feng. He stood up and continued fighting against himself. Lin Feng, have a rest, said Meng Cheng when she saw that Lin Feng wasn't giving up. All right, said Lin Feng, turning around and smiling back at Meng Cheng. Then he sat down. Cultivation is something you accomplish step by step, there's no need to rush, said Meng Cheng, wiping the sweat off Lin Feng's forehead with her sleeve. I can't wait though. Besides, after becoming an emperor, I want you to give birth to our child, said Lin Feng. Meng Cheng blushed and leaned against him. Meng Cheng, I'm dirty, said Lin Feng. He was covered with sweat and he still hadn't had a shower. Never mind that, said Meng Cheng, seemingly not caring. Lin Feng, said someone from the 7th floor smiling. Teacher. Lin Feng stood up and went down the stairs. He arrived in front of Mr. Bai and sat down. Teacher, you are almost a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, said Lin Feng smiling. His teacher had also been cleansed by the lights of the gate of Tiantai. He had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer already. Little boy, don't flatter me. You can defeat me in one punch now, said Mr. Bai smiling back. Then, he looked at Meng Cheng and said, You remind me of my teacher and his lover. Teacher and his lover? Lin Feng repeated. Did Emperor Shi have a wife? He had never seen Emperor Shi, so he was curious. Yes, he had a wife too. She was very beautiful, a celestial being even. Everybody was jealous of them back then, said Mr. Bai smiling nostalgically. Back then, she was the most beautiful woman of Ganyu, and she was exceptionally talented. Many men courted her, and nobody could defeat her besides my teacher. They kept fighting, but she kept losing. Finally, I don't know how, but my teacher managed to make her fall in love with him. Lin Feng and Meng Cheng glanced at each other and giggled. Emperor Shi had funny stories too. He had been in a relationship with the most beautiful woman of Ganyu. Teacher, did Emperor Yu tell you anything about Emperor Shi? Why have I never seen him or heard about him? He didn't, said Mr. Bai shaking his head. Maybe he left with his wife. Emperor Shi couldn't let Emperor Yu take care of everything alone. Maybe Emperor Shi really was practicing cultivation? I don't know if his wife has become a cultivation emperor yet though, said Mr. Bai. Lin Feng, I heard that you'll go to the holy city in a year. Will you be going back to Tianqi before then? Asked Mr. Bai. I'll go back at some point, said Lin Feng nodding. He was planning to go to the holy city, but he didn't know when he'd come back after the holy city, so he had some things to do before that. Meng Cheng, I want to go back to Shuiyu, said Lin Feng. He had been away from home for 4 years, so he needed to go back and see his family. Then, he'd go to Ganyu and avenge some people. Should I come with you? Asked Meng Cheng. She didn't directly say she wanted to go. Lin Feng dragged her hand and smiled. I initially wanted you to come back, but too many people want to kill me. You should stay in Tiantai for now. I'll come back soon. Alright, I'll wait for you, said Meng Cheng in a gentle way. Teacher, I'm going. said Lin Feng, waving at his teacher. Then, he went back up the stairs to Chiu Uxin and Meng Qing followed. Uxin, I'm going away for some time. I'll come back within a year. You and Meng Qing should stay here and practice cultivation, said Lin Feng, caressing her face and smiling. Be careful. Chiu Uxin was worried but didn't ask anything. Don't worry, said Lin Feng. Then, he hugged Meng Qing and said in a gentle way, wait for me. Then, Lin Feng left the two girls and rose up in the air. He jumped onto his gigantic sword and streaked across the sky at full speed. Lin Feng went to Tiansu town in the central part of Bahuang. Then, he went to the Wen clan. Shui was far from Bahuang province, so Lin Feng needed time to go back and forth. He was heading in the direction of the Tiansu teleportation portal. The Tiansu teleportation portal could teleport cultivators to the Yunhai mountain range in Shuiyu, which would save him time running between countries. Outside of the Wen clan, there were many people there. On a broad platform, there was a cultivator in black clothes with a crowd of people around him. He looked particularly proud. Lin Feng was intrigued. Was that young man causing trouble at the Wen clan? He didn't know who that young man in the black clothes was. Lin Feng landed in the middle of the crowd and listened to some people talk. That young man was called Xia Tianfan and he was famous in the Bahuang province. He had become famous when they traveled to the ancient battlefield. He was famous because he had challenged Mu Fanchun from the Magic World Heavenly Palace and had defeated him in one punch. Now, he had come to Tiansu town to challenge Wen Tiangu. He wanted to challenge all the 10 strongest young cultivators. In the distance, someone arrived. That cultivator was wearing white clothes and was holding a sword. Wen Tiangu had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, like Lin Feng. Xia Tianfan rose up in the air and looked down at Wen Tiangu in a disdainful way. Wen Tiangu, one of the 10 strongest young cultivators, I've heard about your sword abilities. Let's fight, one attack will determine who the winner is, said Xia Tianfan straightforwardly. All right, replied Wen Tiangu nodding. He didn't look conceited at all. He had heard of Xia Tianfan and how he had defeated Mu Fanchen in one strike. Unsheath your sword, said Xia Tianfan calmly. All right, said Wen Tiangu nodding. He jumped forwards and condensed the strength of the earth and sky. He looked like he could defeat a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer with such an attack. Xia Tianfan's black robe fluttered even more violently as he condensed more and more qi. Loud sounds echoed, it sounded like a million horses galloping at the same time. A subtle noise sounded as Wen Tiangu unsheathed his sword. He condensed deadly and empty space strength into his attack. Die! Shouted Xia Tianfan finally. He looked like an emperor with his energies whistling furiously. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1440, Beautiful Memories. Chapter 1440, Beautiful Memories. How strong, he definitely studied some strange and ancient scriptures, thought Lin Feng. He knew because he had studied such ancient scriptures himself. He had never seen other people use skills from ancient scriptures though. At that moment, Xia Tianfan's punches soaring through the sky. Wen Tianji's deadly abstruse energy was already level 8. Xia Tianfan also used deadly abstruse energy, but coupled with monarchic qi, it was even more explosive. Rumbling sounds appeared before Wen Tiangu was propelled backwards. Whoa! When Tiangu coughed up blood, his face was deathly pale. Wen Tiangu looked at Xia Tianfan, but he didn't look upset. Instead, he looked calm. There were always stronger people, so Wen Tiangu had never been conceited. He knew many people who were stronger than him, such as Lin Feng. Thank you, said Wen Tiangu calmly. Many people were surprised by that, thank you? Wen Tiangu was thanking Xia Tianfan. You're stronger than the last one I fought, said Xia Tianfan indifferently. He then rose up in the air, wanting to leave. The Wen clan didn't try to prevent him from leaving. Wen Tiangu had been defeated and he would benefit from it. He's now going to challenge Si Kong Xiao, thought the crowd. Xia Tianfan was so strong, so he probably wanted to defeat Si Kong Xiao, who was also one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of his generation. I hadn't thought that Wen Tiangu would be defeated in one punch, let alone coughing up blood. Only Mo Pang and Kong Ming could defeat him amongst the 10 strongest young cultivators of the previous generation, and Lin Feng, thought some people. They were wondering where those geniuses were now. They had disappeared for 3 years. How strong had they become? The crowd slowly dispersed, and Wen Tiangu also went back to the Wen clan. When Ao Shui was there too, and he nodded at Wen Tiangu after the fight. Brothers, said someone. Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui recognized the voice and turned around to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Wen Ao Shui smiled in a resplendent way. He was happy to see Lin Feng after such a long time. You must think I'm worthless and ridiculous, said Wen Tiangu. Losing a battle didn't make him sad or angry. He was an extraordinary cultivator all the same, but still he apologized to Lin Feng. Brother, losing is normal sometimes. Becoming stronger and learning from one's defeats is the most important thing, said Lin Feng politely. But you've never lost a battle, said Wen Tiangu smiling. Qi Qianxing banished me, and I almost died. Lin Feng reminded him while shaking his head. That was an exception, said Wen Tiangu smiling. Come to the Wen clan, let's have something to eat and drink. Tiantai and the Wen clan were allies now, so Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui were Lin Feng's friends. And now that everybody knew how strong Lin Feng was, everybody wanted to be friends with him. I came to ask for something though. Please tell me. Can I use the Tiansu teleportation portal? I need to go back to Shuiyu, said Lin Feng honestly. He was convinced the Wen clan wasn't going to refuse his request. Maybe he'd have to pay something though. Of course you can. It's no problem at all, said Wen Tiangu smiling happily. But you should have a drink and something to eat with us then. I can't, I'm in a hurry. I'll come back and take you up on your offer though, if you don't mind. When Tiangu remained silent, he was about to say something when Wen Ao Shui said, Lin Feng, if you want to go home and see your family, I'll come back with you. My clan has a special portal in Shuiyu, so if I come with you, it'll be easier for you to make it back. Lin Feng wanted to refuse, but after listening to Wen Ao Shui, he looked at him in a strange way. The Wen clan had cast a special teleportation spell in Shuiyu? There are still some things he didn't know about. I've lived in Shuiyu for so many years. Initially, I planned to go back with the clan, but now the whole thing is over. However, I really want to go back and see the Celestial Academy, said Wen Ao Shui, smiling gently. Lin Feng nodded, but he didn't say much. Then, when Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui brought Lin Feng to the Tiansu teleportation portal. There were many marks carved into the altar and it contained incredible empty space energies. When Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui knew how to activate it, and the guards didn't say anything when they approached. Lights dashed to the skies, surrounding Lin Feng and Wen Ao Shui before they disappeared. When Lin Feng and Wen Ao Shui reappeared again, they were in a mountain range. Yunhai Mountain Range. The geographical coordinates were exact, but each time they would end up in different places. The portal wasn't extremely precise. Lin Feng lowered his head and was surprised to see that some of the Yunhai Mountain Range, which had been destroyed, were starting to grow again. It seemed like those mountains weren't natural though, they looked too perfect, like the Yunhai Mountain Range in the past. Good. Lin Feng was happy and smiled in a gentle way. The disciples of the Yunhai sect had practiced cultivation and had created the entire territory of the Yunhai sect again, just like in the past. There was the valley, the life and death battle stage, everything was there. Who are you and what are you doing in the territory of the Yunhai sect? Shouted a young man, rising in the air using pure qi to fly. That young man looked a bit scared because those two people weren't even using pure qi to fly. That meant they had broken through to the Tian Qi layer already. We're just having a walk, said Lin Feng smiling. That young man was only a cultivator of the second Qian Qi layer. Lin Feng continued walking and then flew above the valley. He looked at the people who were practicing cultivation, and those were fighting in the life and death battle stage. The Yunhai sect had become a lot stronger than when he was a disciple. After all, the Yunhai sect was now the strongest sect of the country. The Emperor of Shuiyu supported it, the legendary Lin Feng. Each year, many young men came to join the Yunhai sect. They first of them became external disciples, some people even came from abroad because it was said that Lin Feng had left incredible treasures there, many terrifying skills and techniques as well as holy weapons. That young man didn't dare stop Lin Feng. He immediately flew away and to inform the elders of the sect that two terrifying cultivators had arrived and that they looked dangerous. Lin Feng was in the sky above the life and death battle stage and laughed. I've fought some people on there as well. How do you feel? Nostalgic? It must feel strange, said Wen Ao Shui smiling. It feels strange indeed, said Lin Feng. He recalled things from the past, both good and bad. Lin Feng was already a terrifying cultivator now, but he could still recall how weak he was back then. Mr. Kong and Mr. Lin. Two people were flying over. These two elders arrived and immediately noticed the two young men floating in the sky. They looked calm but enigmatic. It seemed that they had gone through a lot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1441 The Yun Hai Sect's New Face. Chapter 1441 The Yun Hai Sect's New Face. Now, the Yun Hai sect could be called the new Yun Hai sect. There weren't many old men, but Lin Feng had saved a few people back then, including the Chi Xie soldiers. Those elders were amazed after seeing Lin Feng and Wen Ao Shui. They were older than most of the people in the Yun Hai sect, but they looked incredible. They seemed very experienced and mature, especially the one who looked clean and manly. Lin Feng inspected them. Those two elders were high-level Xian cultivators. That wasn't bad considering what the Yun Hai sect used to be. The two elders sensed that Lin Feng was inspected them, but they felt powerless. Just how strong were those young men? Mr. Kong remembered a statue he had seen in Yangzhou City. He shivered. Are you Lin Feng? Lin Feng. The other elders shivered. Lin Feng, the legendary cultivator, could easily kill cultivators of the Zun Qi layer. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. The two elders breathed even faster. They were nervous. Then the two old men bowed respectfully. Even though the patriarch of the Yun Hai sect wasn't Lin Feng, he was the one who had made it revive and was still considered as the patriarch by some. Children, Patriarch Lin Feng came back to see you, shouted Mr. Kong with his hands around his mouth. Receiving Lin Feng as a visitor was an honor to them. Lin Feng was surprised but smiled in a calm and serene way. He hadn't thought his visit was anything special, but for the members of the sect it was different though. He remembered when he only had the strength of the Ling Qi layer or the Xian Qi layer and saw cultivators of the Zun Qi layer, he had admired them then as well. Zun cultivators used to be legendary back then. Lin Feng. Patriarch Lin Feng. The valley suddenly became silent. The disciples who were practicing cultivation opened their eyes and looked at Lin Feng in the distance. That handsome young man was Patriarch Lin Feng. I've heard that he can easily kill Zun cultivators. Besides, he has a terrifying army that nobody can defeat. Even the best Zun cultivators bow before Patriarch Lin Feng. Legends say that he has a godly sword and that nobody can defeat him. Gossip quickly passed from mouth to mouth. Those were all the legends about Lin Feng. Everybody knew about him in Shuiyu. They now also knew many things people used to be unaware of in the past, such that after the Zun Qi layer, cultivators became emperors or even great emperors. Patriarch Lin Feng. Many people shouted at the same time. Their voices resonated in the valley and echoed both far and wide. Many silhouettes flickered over as if something great was happening. Many people who were far away in the distance realized that something was going on, so there was only one possibility: Patriarch Lin Feng had come back. How dignified, thought Wen Ao Shui, who was calmly standing behind Lin Feng. He smiled happily. He felt determined after hearing all those people. Lin Feng hadn't realized how popular he was until then. They looked at him as if he were a hero. He remembered when he was down there himself and had just started practicing sword cultivation. Some silhouettes rose up in the air towards him. Lin Feng smiled thinly. His robe and hair were fluttering in the wind majestically. Many young women looked at him with admiration. He was so handsome. "Brother!" shouted a loud voice. Lin Feng turned around and smiled. "Brother, you're here." Two people came towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped forwards and hugged them. He put his hands on their shoulders and said, "Han Man, Pejun, you finally came back. We came back when you had just left. Uncle Lin told us to rebuild the Yun Hai mountain range, so we did all that we could. It took us 3 years to do it though," said Han Man and Pejun. They weren't wearing masks anymore, seeing how their slave marks had disappeared. "Not bad," said Lin Feng, bumping fists with them. Han Man and Pejun had rebuilt the Yun Hai mountain range. That's why it looked so magnificent again. It was a present for Lin Feng. Patriarch Han Man and Master Pejun are friends with Patriarch Lin Feng. They even called him brother, thought many people smiling. Seeing them act like brothers made them think that someday they'd become strong cultivators too, and that they'd also have extremely strong friends whom they'd call brother. "We did all we could. Uncle Lin told us you left some incredible resources and that you hoped the Yun Hai sect would be rebuilt. That was our dream, so we're happy we did it," said Han Man smiling. He then said, "Brother Lin, look at the disciples, they look very motivated, don't they?" "They do," said Lin Feng, nodding and smiling. "Disciples of the Yun Hai sect, tell Patriarch Lin Feng where you are," shouted Han Man. "Yun Hai sect," shouted everyone. They were so loud that they surprised the animals in the distant mountains. They were ordinary cultivators, but altogether, their voices resonated loudly. "Brother Lin, since you came back, you should write something here. It's your Yunhai sect after all," said Han Man smiling. He sounded very enthusiastic. "Write something?" Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Just a few words," said Pajun. "All right." Lin Feng nodded and jumped into the valley, landing in front of a wall. The crowd looked at Lin Feng, seemingly impatient. Bzzz, Lin Feng carved some words with his finger on the wall. His finger was as sharp as a sword. He continued writing, and the sword energies in his finger alone made people shiver. A few words from Patriarch Lin Feng was a priceless gift in their eyes. "Patriarch Lin Feng is writing the word Yun," thought the crowd. The second word was Hai, the third word was sect. Those words were each filled with a substantial amount of sword chi. "Go!" shouted Lin Feng. The three words were deeply carved in the wall. They possessed immortal energy so that they would never disappear. "Yun Hai sect," whispered the crowd. They were so happy. Those words had been written by their patriarch himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1442, Wu Shang. Chapter 1442, Wu Shang. After carving those few words, Lin Feng flew back to the top of the valley. Everybody was still staring at the words Lin Feng had written. Those words would motivate many future sword cultivators. Patriarch Lin Feng didn't have a sword spirit, but his sword energies were terrifying. "I'll practice sword cultivation from now on. Those words are even more precious than sword skills," thought many people enthusiastically. Lin Feng looked at the young cultivators, noting their enthusiasm. Lin Feng sighed. He remembered Patriarch Nangong and the protectors. He missed them. "Let's go," said Lin Feng to his friends using telepathy. Then, they flew away, leaving the crowd to think about a lot of things. "Patriarch Lin Feng will definitely come back to see us again someday," thought the young women. They were sad to see him leave. Lin Feng soon arrived in a vast and desolate area. He looked around and saw that the small world was well sealed. He was happy that Yen Di had done things properly. "Han Man, I don't know where the entrance is. Can you take me there?" Lin Feng asked Han Man using telepathy. He hadn't been there for 3 years, so he didn't know how his father had organized things. "All right. Uncle Lin listened to you in that the area is sealed. Yangzhou City itself is the entrance. Uncle Lin still lives in Yangzhou City, but Yangzhou City and the small worlds are protected by the same deployment spell. Few are allowed to go there," said Han Man using telepathy. He couldn't help but glance at Wen Ao Shui while he was talking. After all, Yen Di had protected those small worlds so that only those who were extremely close to Lin Feng's family could know their secrets. "Lin Feng, I'm going to the former Imperial City. The Wing Clan's teleportation spell is at the Celestial Academy, so when you're done here, just come and find me there. Then we'll go back to Ba Huang together," said Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you, Ao Shui. Don't act so polite to me. Offer my greetings to Xin Yi when you see her." Then when Ao Shui turned around, waved and left looking confident and at ease. Lin Feng watched when Ao Shui leave. Then, his two friends and he jumped onto his gigantic sword and flew to Yangzhou City. In a very short time, they arrived and were greeted by the deployment spell. "Brother Lin, I can't believe Yangzhou City has become so incredible," said Han Man smiling. He hadn't seen Yangzhou City in a long time. Han Man and Pajun had already broken through to the Tianqi layer, but now it was normal to see cultivators of the Tianqi layer in Yangzhou City. Zun cultivators were still rare though. Shuiyu has the strength of a low-level empire now. It's also the strongest state in the Shuiyu region, said Pajun. Yangzhou City is the strongest city in the Shuiyu region, thought Lin Feng. He felt proud. There were cultivators of the Xianqi layer everywhere, even Tian-level cultivators were normal. That was amazing. Yangzhou City had become strong. After a short time, they arrived at the palace. Lin Feng immediately disappeared and moved through the corridors with incredible speed. He was back, so he wanted to rest for a short while, see his friends and family, then leave again. A pavilion, located in a calm and peaceful courtyard, Yu Mengyi was playing with a 2-year-old child. Even though she was growing old, she was still strong and quite attractive. "Wu Shang, come here," said Lin Hai, smiling at the child. The little boy smiled and looked at Yu Mengyi, then he looked at Lin Hai. He was extremely cute. Mother! Said the baby crawling towards Yu Menghe. Lin Hai smiled wryly. Yu Menghe smiled. She looked like a caring and loving mother as she took the child in her arms. Wu Shang, be a good boy. When you grow up, you'll be as strong as your big brother. You'll be a hero, said Yu Menghe, tickling the little boy's nose and smiling. Where's my brother? Asked the little boy. Because of the pure chi form the earth and sky, children were smart in the cultivation world and developed faster. Lin Wushang could already speak and understood a lot of things even though he was only 2 years old. FWWWW. A strong wind started blowing, surprising Yu Menghe. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of her. First, she was startled, then a warm and gentle expression appeared on her face. Lin Feng looked at the little boy and the little boy looked back at him. Brother! Whispered the little boy. He was amazed. Then, he turned his head to Yu Menghe as if he had been asking for her confirmation. You're very smart, Wu Shang, said Yu Menghe. She blushed unknowingly though. Brother, hug, said the little boy. He looked to be fascinated with Lin Feng. Yu Menghe gave Wu Shang to Lin Feng. It was the first time Lin Feng saw Wu Shang, so he felt touched. Wu Shang, said Lin Feng in a gentle way. He hadn't thought he would have a brother after those 3 years. But that was a good surprise. Maybe Yu Menghe and Lin Hai had decided to have a child because Lin Feng was never there. Brother, said Lin Wushang. He was getting used to saying the word, brother. He smiled, he was so cute. I have a little brother, thought Lin Feng smiling. Mom, Dad, thank you. You silly boy. Why thank us? Said Yu Menghe wiping away her tears with her sleeve. Thank you for giving birth to such a cute and good little brother, said Lin Feng smiling. He raised Wushang up and said loudly, my brother, Lin Wushang, you'll become a hero someday. Hi hi. Lin Wushang smiled fatuously. Right, Wu Shang. You're 2 years old now and it's the first time I see you. I'm sorry about that, but I have a gift for you, said Lin Feng. He looked happy and excited. Yu Menghe and Lin Feng glanced at each other though. Lin Feng looked a bit strange compared to before, but they were still happy to see him. Lin Feng put Wu Shang on the ground and took out a ring. In a flash, a light appeared, and a cosmic strength flooded out. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai started suffocating. What a terrifying item! There were 9 fate seeds on the ground. Lin Feng had obtained 5 alone and had killed some people to get the other 4. Now, he had 9 in total. The fate seeds were of different colors, one was yellow like the ground, one was green like trees, one was red like fire, and so on. It was very beautiful. Everybody in Shui raised their heads and saw those lights in the sky. Lin Feng, said Yu Menghe. She was astonished. Lin Feng took Wu Shang in his arms and smiled. Wu Shang, look at them. Which stone do you want? You can only have one. Lin Feng wanted Wu Shang to choose the most suitable for himself. Wu Shang could be exposed to cosmic energies for the rest of his life. That would be great for his future. Brother, I want that one, said Wu Shang, pointing at the earth fate seed. Alright, it's for you, said Lin Feng, taking the others back and giving the small seed to Wu Shang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1443, Astonishing. Chapter 1443, Astonishing. Back in the ancient battlefield of the Huangxi, so many things seemed alive because of those fate seeds. Lin Wushang had chosen the earth fate seed, so he would have an advanced knowledge of earth cultivation in the future. Thank you, brother, said Lin Wushang. He looked extremely cute as he put his hand on Lin Feng's face, making everybody laugh. Wu Shang, take a ring. What your brother offered you just now is an incredible gift, so don't take it out carelessly, said Yu Menghe. She looked at Lin Feng and said, Little Lin Feng, what did you give him? A fate seed. It contains cosmic strength. It's useful for a cultivator who wants to break through to the Huangqi layer. Wu Shang will be exposed to cosmic energies all the time from now on, so it'll be very beneficial for him, explained Lin Feng. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai's mouths twitched. Cosmic energy? Huangqi layer? They had never heard of those things before. They looked at Lin Feng with love. Their son was so amazing. He was definitely going to become an emperor. Wu Shang would probably become very strong too. Bzzz. 2 silhouettes appeared. Jian Ling Kong and Jian Ling Xiao, both cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Lin Feng frowned. Young master. Jian Ling Kong and Jian Ling Xiao bowed after they saw that it was Lin Feng. You're not very polite, said Lin Feng indifferently and coldly. Young master, we saw the lights so we were worried, explained Jian Ling Xiao after he saw Lin Feng was angry. You want to see what kind of treasure that was, right? Said Lin Feng coldly. Jian Ling Kong and Jian Ling Xiao protected Shuiyu, so they weren't supposed to be impolite and hurry over when they saw treasures. They didn't even greet him properly. Little Lin Feng, forget about it, said Lin Hai. He knew Lin Feng could be impulsive, but he knew how strong those two cultivators were. They were cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. They didn't know why Lin Feng had become their young master, but Lin Feng couldn't do anything to them. How could I? Said Lin Feng. He jumped forwards and released terrifying destructive energies which quickly surrounded Jian Ling Kong and Jian Ling Xiao. Die! Shouted Lin Feng while releasing death qi as well. Jian Ling Kong and Jian Ling Xiao started shaking. Instantly, their bodies were filled with death qi. They suddenly looked terrifying. Were they going to die? They had never felt that way before. Lin Feng could actually kill them. Forgive us, young master, shouted the two of them, kneeling down. They realized they had made a mistake. They used to respect Lin Feng because he was their ancestor's sword, but now he had become strong enough to kill them even. Next time, I won't be merciful, said Lin Feng, recalling his death energies. The two cultivators stood up again, but they were soaked in sweat. Thank you, young master, said the two, lowering their heads. Do what you must do, and you'll see Jiang arise again. You'll also get your fair share, said Lin Feng. He suddenly sounded gentler. The two nodded back to him. You can leave now, said Lin Feng. Jian Ling Kong and Jian Ling Xiao immediately left. They didn't calm down for a long time after that. Their young master had become terrifyingly strong. He'd soon become an emperor and Jiang would rise. Phew, Lin Hai took a deep breath. Little Lin Feng had become terrifyingly strong in those 3-4 years he had been gone. Even the two strong cultivators from Jiang feared him now. Lin Feng had done that on purpose. When he wasn't in Shuiyu, Jian Ling Kong and Jian Ling Xiao were the two strongest cultivators in the territory. If they didn't obey him, they could destroy everything he had built. They weren't supposed to come when they saw the cosmic energies, and when he wasn't there, his parents shouldn't have to be polite to them. Therefore, Lin Feng had to teach them a lesson and prove to them that he was strong enough to punish them if they went against him. Brother is so strong, said Lin Wushang, pulling on Yu Menghe's hand. Of course, he's the strongest. When you grow up, you'll also be a peerless cultivator, then nobody will dare annoy your dad and I again, said Yu Menghe while caressing Wushang's face and smiling. Yes, I'll be like my brother when I grow up and I won't let anyone annoy you, said Lin Wushang. He looked so cute. Wushang, said a voice at that moment. Wushang raised his head and shouted, Sister, You're still hiding, said Xiaoya, grabbing Wushang and hugging him. Then she threw him up in the air and caught him again. Brother, said Wushang in the air. Lin Feng shrugged, that girl was interesting. Xiaoya turned around and saw Lin Feng. She had become even more beautiful. Your brother didn't come to see me because he wanted to play with you, said Xiaoya to Wushang, giggling, which almost made Wushang cry. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe glanced at each other and smiled. Xiaoya was almost like their own child. Lin Feng walked forwards and Xiaoya stopped what she was doing to look at him. I haven't seen you for such a long time. I'm here now, said Lin Feng, pinching her cheek. Wushang, who was in her arms, slapped her face. Humph. Xiaoya looked angry. All right, I'm sorry, said Lin Feng in a gentle way. That's almost enough, said Xiaoya jokingly. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said, Bro, Xinyi and Fei Fei miss you too. Let's go and see them, Little Lin Feng, you and Xiaoya can go, said Yu Menghe, taking Wushang from them. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. He pinched Wushang's cheek and said, I'll come back to see you soon. All right, said Wushang, nodding. Then, Lin Feng and Xiaoya left. Elsewhere in the Imperial Palace of Shuiyu, there was a special portal in the deployment spell which protected the city and the small worlds. Only members of the family and their close ones could use it. It was one of the most important locations in the city, so very few people knew about it. Lin Feng and Xiaoya entered the empty space of the deployment spell and immediately landed in Empress Xi's small world. That's where Xinyi and Lu Fei lived. Lin Feng and Xiaoya flew over to them in a short time. Xin Yi and Lu Fei already knew Lin Feng was there because they had heard some sounds before seeing him. There were many trees in the small world, among everything else which made that world so beautiful. Lin Feng smiled at them and hugged them. Lu Fei and Xin Yi put their heads on his shoulders, but said nothing, they just enjoyed that moment. Hi hi. Xiaoya giggled. She felt happy for them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1444, Lu Fei. Chapter 1444, Lu Fei. They enjoyed that peaceful moment for a short time. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe soon came and brought Wu Shang there. Yu Menghe was happy when she saw Lu Fei and Xin Yi in Lin Feng's arms. Xin Yi, my big sister, said Wu Shang, running towards Xin Yi. Xiaoya liked to tease Wu Shang, but Xin Yi always praised him, so he preferred Xin Yi. You silly boy, she's your sister-in-law, said Xiaoya giggling. I prefer big sister, it sounds more friendly, said Xin Yi while caressing the child's head. Yu Menghe was so happy, what a beautiful family. Yu Menghe walked to Lin Feng and whispered, why didn't you bring Meng Cheng, is she alright? Yu Menghe loved Meng Cheng as her daughter-in-law. She was Lin Feng's first woman, and she was pure and celestial. Mom, I just came back for a few days, whispered Lin Feng. Yu Menghe seemed disappointed. Xin Yi pinched Lin Feng. Only a few days? Lin Feng smiled wryly. There were great changes happening in Ba Huan, so we couldn't spend too much time in Shuiyu. Mom, don't worry, I have broken through to the 6th Zun Shi layer, and I'll soon become a cultivation emperor. When the time comes, I'll create my own small world and take you with me in there, said Lin Feng, cheering up his mother. She had no choice but to nod. Be careful when you're abroad and take good care of Meng Cheng. I won't let you off if something happens to her. Don't worry, said Lin Feng smiling. Brother, Xin Yi always says Meng Cheng is the most beautiful girl in the world, why didn't you bring her here? I want to see her, said Wu Shang. Lin Feng laughed and said, when you grow up, you'll meet her. All right. It's a promise, said Wu Shang giggling. Wu Shang is so cute. I wish I had a child too, said Xin Yi smiling. Lin Feng caressed her cheeks and smiled, don't be impatient, when I become a cultivation emperor, my blood will be better. Then, you'll all give birth to my children. You think you're going to make us all pregnant and get a bunch of children? Said Xin Yi, grinding her teeth shyly. Lu Fei turned red. Even though Lin Feng had told her she was his woman, it wasn't that official, so she blushed when she heard him. Lin Feng looked at Lu Fei. She looked stunning and charming in her red skirt. Have you gotten used to living here? Asked Lin Feng to Lu Fei. By now, her face was almost as red as her dress. I'm happy to live with your parents and Xin Yi, said Lu Fei. She wasn't as impulsive as in the past. She sounded warm and gentle now. That's good. I didn't want to make you angry a moment before, said Lin Feng. What are you talking about? Said Lu Fei, smiling and blushing. She still had her head resting on Lin Feng's shoulder. Mom, Dad, I should take Wu Shang out to play. Xin Yi looked at Lin Feng and Lu Fei, then she smiled in a gentle way. All right, said Yu Menghe. She knew what Xin Yi meant, so they all left. I'll go play with Xin Yi and Wu Shang as well, said Xiaoya while smiling and looking at Wu Shang. He looked at Xiaoya as if she was evil because she always teased him. Lu Fei blushed even more. Xin Yi, said Lu Fei. She looked impatient though, she wanted to be Lin Feng's woman officially. Xin Yi smiled at Lu Fei and saw Yi Shui and Yunxi in the distance. The two girls lived with Xin Yi, so they naturally understood why Xin Yi was looking at them as they left. The atmosphere became very calm. Lin Feng and Lu Fei were alone now. Lu Fei's heart was pounding, she was feeling extremely shy. You're so beautiful, we should do something, said Lin Feng smiling. He knew Lu Fei was feeling nervous. I don't want to, said Lu Fei in a weak voice. Her fingers felt extremely rigid. Are you sure? Said Lin Feng, putting his hand on her chin. She didn't know what to say. She was overwhelmingly nervous. Lin Feng had a smile, yet not a smile on his face. She pushed him away and said, you bastard. Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed. He grabbed her hand and pulled her in closer. You've always thought I was a bastard. Lin Feng kissed her on the lips and put his hands around her. Then, he dragged her down to lie down on the grass. Lu Fei relaxed and let herself go. Her heart was pounding as Lin Feng kissed her passionately and put his hand on her breasts. He slowly reached his hands up inside her skirt, resting it on her thighs. MMH. When Lin Feng put his hand on her breasts and caressed them, Lu Fei moaned. She felt like she was going to faint, she felt so weak. What a bastard. Lin Feng was gently caressing her, making her all red. She closed her eyes and submitted herself to him. Lin Feng was burning. After having made love with Ren Lei back then, he had become extremely perverted. He loved beautiful women even more nowadays. He looked at her face while making love to her and saw that she was enjoying it a lot. She was biting her lips as he continued taking off her clothes. Her breasts were extremely beautiful. They looked silky white, and her nipples were red and erect. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with fiery passion. MMH, Lu Fei put her hands around Lin Feng. She had no strength anymore. It was an amazing feeling. Lin Feng raised her up and held her. They were making love and he was walking at the same time. How strange. Very quickly, they arrived in her room. He set her down on the bed and undressed her completely. Lu Fei put her head under the blanket for she didn't dare look. Fei, you're mine, said Lin Feng, biting and licking her lips. Lu Fei had the sensation she was going to faint. She couldn't convince herself to look at his face. It was her first time having intercourse, so it was painful, but at the same time it was incredibly pleasant. She was finally Lin Feng's woman, officially. She belonged to him. Lin Feng, I'm yours, said Lu Fei as she opened her eyes and looked at him. He put his hands on her breasts again and played with them. She was so soft and so beautiful. Lin Feng continued making love to her for hours. How wonderful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1445, Beautiful Times. Chapter 1445, Beautiful Times. For a long time afterwards, that room would still smell like Lu Fei and Lin Feng. Lu Fei was resting on the bed, she was exhausted, and she was in pain, but she was happy. She was covered with sweat and was breathing deeply. Her breasts continued bobbing up and down. Fei, you're so beautiful, said Lin Feng, watching her milky white breasts. Outside, Xin Yi and Xiaoya had came back already. Their hearts were pounding when they saw nobody was there, were they? Xiaoya, let's sit down here, said Xin Yi, recalling when she had been deflowered by Lin Feng. Xiaoya sat down, her eyes were twinkling, and she nodded. She felt awkward, as if she was still innocent herself. Xin Yi looked at Xiaoya and smiled. Xiaoya, you're beautiful too. You should also find a man. Xin Yi, I don't want to, said Xiaoya, blushing. Cough. Lu Fei and Lin Feng came out. Lu Fei's hair was messy, and her face was red. She didn't dare look at Xiaoya and Xin Yi in the face. Xin Yi smiled in a gentle way. Fei had been waiting for that for such a long time. Lu Fei, are you alright? You're so red, said Xiaoya while running to Lu Fei and grabbing her hand. Lu Fei was speechless, she was still sweating intensely. She feared that she might even faint. Fei, sister, your dress is torn apart and all wrinkled, said Xiaoya. Lu Fei's heart felt like it was going to explode from embarrassment. Cough. Lin Feng coughed. He was shy too. My little Xiaoya, you're so beautiful, you need a man, said Lin Feng, pinching her cheeks. She pushed his hands away and put her hands on his neck, saying, I don't want to. I want to stay with you and my sisters forever. You still have to take me to my grandfather. Alright, in 1 year, I'm going to go to the holy city. If it's safe then, I'll take you there, said Lin Feng, still pinching her cheeks. Xiaoya's eyes twinkled, she smiled, and said, when you go, please be careful. There are many strong cultivators in the holy city. Thank you for warning me, said Lin Feng. He knew he had to be careful if he went to the holy city. Alright, I'm going to see Wu Shang and play with him some more, said Xiaoya, smiling as she ran away. Xin Yi smiled wryly. Poor Wu Shang, Xiaoya was going to tease him again. Lin Feng, go to the hot springs and take a bathe. You're covered with sweat, said Xin Yi, smiling. Fei, go with him, said Xin Yi, smiling at Lu Fei. When Xin Yi said that, Lin Feng took Xin Yi in his arms and lifted her up. Then they started running towards the hot springs. Xin Yi, you're going to bathe with us, said Lin Feng, smiling. Xin Yi blushed. The three of them were then in the hot springs, laughing and talking. They were more open-minded now that Lin Feng and Lu Fei had made love. Xin Yi, Yi Shui, and Yun Shi, why don't you find men for them? The Qixia soldiers are outstanding men, you should check if some of them are a good match. Said Lin Feng as his hands roamed over her. They don't want to and it's your fault. Yun Shi is innocent, you took her back and saved her life after all. She'd never abandon you. Yi Shui is like a sister to me, she would never leave me either. She often talks about you, how you saved her from slavery. Said Xin Yi in a gentle voice. Lin Feng was surprised, but he understood though. Yun Shi was innocent, and Yi Shui was smart. When he was there, they were always silent. They always looked at him from far away and smiled. They also wanted to be close to him, but they respected him. Maybe if you take them out often, they'll meet a man they like. Said Lin Feng smiling and hugging Xin Yi. They changed their clothes and went to where Xiaoya and Wu Shan were playing. Wu Shan looked at Lin Feng, stuck his tongue out and shouted, "Brother!" Ha ha! Xin Yi and Lu Fei laughed at Wu Shan's expression. Lin Feng took Wu Shan in his arms. Too bad he was too small, Lin Feng couldn't transmit any of his knowledge to him with his godly awareness. He had to break through to the Tianqi layer first and then Lin Feng would transmit imperial scriptures to him. Yi Shui, go and find my parents, Han Man and Pajun. They must all be in the palace. We'll have dinner together. Said Lin Feng to Yi Shui who was behind. Understood, master. Said Yi Shui nodding. Then Yun Shi and Yi Shui ran away. No rush. Said Lin Feng shaking his head and smiling. It's all right. Shouted Yi Shui in the distance. After a short time, Lin Feng, his parents, Han Man and Pajun were all together outside, chatting, drinking, and laughing. Lin Feng took out some strong alcohol, which he shared with Han Man and Pajun who he hadn't seen for such a long time. They had to get drunk together. Little Lin Feng, that one is for you, my son. Said Lin Hai raising his glass and cheering with his son. He smiled and shouted back, Dad. Little Lin Feng, you've been through a lot abroad. Even though I don't understand everything, I'm happy we can be together today and enjoy ourselves. I wish you much more success, and I hope you'll reign over the entire continent someday, but most importantly, take care of yourself. Said Lin Hai. Yu Menghe also raised a glass and said, Little Lin Feng, you're my little treasure. I also wish you the best, take care of yourself. Said Wu Shine grabbing a glass on the table and raising it. Everybody then laughed together. I will. Replied Lin Feng. Life was so beautiful sometimes. They all drank, even Wu Shang drank a sip of the strong alcohol, but it burnt his throat and caused him to cry. His face turned all red and everybody laughed loudly. He was only 2 years old and was already drinking. Lin Hai tapped Wu Shang's head and smiled. When Lin Feng was small, he wasn't so lucky. He had a very difficult life because I wasn't very strong. You can be happy and grateful to have such an incredible brother. Wu Shang is lucky. Said Yu Menghe happily and gently. Everybody looked at Wu Shang. Indeed, he was lucky, not many people would dare offend him in the entire Shuiyu region in the future. Everybody laughed, drank, and ate for 2 more hours. After that, Lin Hai and Yu Menghe left with Wu Shang. Han Man and Pajun also went back to the Yun Hai sect. Lin Feng said to Yi Shui, go to Jian Lingkong and Jian Lingxiao, tell them to go to Black Feather and destroy the Tianxia sect. Then, give my sword to Jian Lingxiao and tell him to go to the Ganyu region. Tell him to take my sword to the Tianqi Empire, to the top of the Tianqi snowy peaks. Tell him to ask the current leader of the Tianqi peak to organize the great sect meeting in Ahsoka Mountain. Roger, master. Said Yi Shui, and then she left with Lin Feng's Tianqi sword. Lin Feng smiled thinly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1446, Meeting in Ahsoka. Chapter 1446, Meeting in Ahsoka. After everybody left, things became calm again. Lin Feng, Xin Yi, and Lu Fei were alone together again. Lin Feng raised his head and smiled looking at the moon. Yendi, that guy is mysterious. From outside we can't see the small worlds, but from inside we still can see the moon and the sun. It's beautiful. Said Xin Yi who was leaning against him. The moon is beautiful, just like you. Said Lin Feng. Xin Yi smiled thinly, you're even more glib-tongued. Lu Fei is more beautiful than me. It depends from which perspective. Said Lin Feng laughing. Xin Yi and Lu Fei turned red and nudged his shoulder. Ha, you're both beautiful. You look sophisticated and elegant, whereas Fei Fei is extremely sexy," said Lin Feng, smiling and hugging his girls. "You're just lucky to have us," said Xin Yi. "Should we all sleep together tonight?" said Lin Feng. "You can stay with Fei Fei." "Nah, he stayed with me already." "He should stay with you," said Lu Fei. Lin Feng laughed and said, "You're so complicated, let's just sleep together." "Stop it. Lin Feng, you're so perverted," said the two girls. "I can take care of both of you," said Lin Feng, laughing. He looked at Lu Fei and said, "Fei Fei, tomorrow evening, I'll stay with you. Of course, if you want to, you can also join us tonight." "Bastard!" shouted Lu Fei furiously. Lu Fei then left with Xin Yi. In a small cabin, Xin Yi took off her clothes and lied down on the bed next to Lin Feng. He put his hands around her and kissed her lips. What a perfect night for Lin Feng and Xin Yi. However, for Lu Fei, it was a bit different. She felt uncomfortable. She kept recalling that moment when they were making love before. She was wondering what Lin Feng and Xin Yi were doing. She was wondering if they were making love too. When she realized what she was thinking about, she blushed shyly. Lin Feng spent some days in the small world, and they were all amazing days. He didn't practice cultivation, he just focused on his friends and family members. He hadn't come back for 3 years, so he played a lot with Wu Shang. Han Man and Pajun ate and drank with him every day. They also talked about cultivation. Lin Feng even taught them some things. Sometimes, they also talked about the Yunhai sect. Lin Feng spent his nights either with Xin Yi or with Lu Fei. He enjoyed himself a lot, making love with them every night. What a wonderful life. He felt grateful, and the girls also enjoyed his company too. They knew he was going to leave soon and they didn't know when he would come back. Yi Shui and Yun Shi even chatted with Lin Feng sometimes. Xiaoya also teased him a lot, no wonder that Wu Shang feared her. Lin Feng was happy to see Xiaoya growing up. She slowly forgot about her brother's death and missed her grandfather even less than before. The imperial palace was like her home. Finally, Lin Feng had to leave for Ganyu. At that moment, Jian Lingkong came back from Black Feather. He had destroyed the Tiansha sect. In the Ahsoka Valley, the fire had gradually disappeared after Lin Feng used a spell to cheat them and steal their fire. He had also killed many strong cultivators. Then, he disappeared in powerful people that wanted to destroy Tianqi, but it was protected by a powerful spell. After that battle, Tianqi had risen and become stronger. Lin Feng had attacked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, who then left Ganyu and chased him to Bahuang. In the end, he came back with some strong cultivators and recreated the Xiaoyao sect. Shingong had been destroyed because the strong cultivators from Tianqi had killed them. They had recreated Shingong afterwards, but it was less powerful than the Xiaoyao sect. The East Sea Dragon Palace and Jade Heaven were still there, and they were still powerful but less than Tianqi, since 2 extremely strong cultivators had left Tianqi. The other leaders of Ganyu had started taking cultivation seriously again. Now, Tianqi wanted to organize the Great Sect meeting where the all young disciples of Ganyu were going to compete. Tianqi had organized the meeting in Ahsoka. The previous Great Sect meeting had also taken place there. Ahsoka's soil was arid after everything had burnt from the void fire. The battle stage was still there, so it'd make a perfect spot to host the competition. There were many people from different groups around the battle stage. Tianqi, the Xiaoyao sect, Jade Heaven, the East Sea Dragon Palace, Shingong, the Nine Cloud Sword sect, the Necropolis sect, and so on. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had lost an arm and still hadn't recovered it. Spells imbued with holy marks should not be taken lightly. All the leaders are here, thought the crowd, glancing around. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, Duanmu from Jade Heaven, Miecheng, the King Dragon, and so on, Tianxian's leader, was there too. Those days, Tianxian was the leading peak of Tianqi after Tianjizi and Mr. Bai had left. Tianxian had been chosen to lead the 7 peaks since they had risen thanks to them and since Lin Feng had studied there. "Why did you decide to organize the meeting here?" said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect in a cold way. They still wanted to destroy Tianqi, so Tianqi was insane to organize that meeting. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, the King Dragon, and the others glanced at each other. Tianqi wanted to bring about its own destruction this time. "Mister, is there a problem?" asked an old man to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect using telepathy. "There's only one trivial cultivator of the 7th Zunqi layer here, will gain control over Ganyu this time," said the old man. He was a strong cultivator from the godly Xiaoyao sect, one of the more powerful groups from the Bahuang province. He wanted to help the Xiaoyao sect become the rulers of Ganyu. "Just wait. Don't be impatient," said the leader of Tianxian to Jian Lingshao. The Xiaoyao sect has cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, 3 of them, and one of them has broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer. Just wait until our young master comes, said Jianling Xiao using telepathy. The godly Xiaoyao sect was helping, otherwise, the Xiaoyao sect couldn't possibly have cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1447, Beginning of a Massacre. Chapter 1447, Beginning of a Massacre. The leader of Tianxin frowned. 3 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer were on the side of the Xiaoyao sect? He had never seen such strong cultivators in his life. He was worried about how he could fight against them. Let's start, said someone at that moment. The leader of Tianxin turned around and saw someone in the middle of the group from Tianqi. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and glanced around. We'll see who the strongest young cultivators of Ganyu are. Those who want to try need to hop onto the battle stage. Humph. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect groaned coldly. A young man behind him immediately ran towards the battle stage and jumped on it. He had broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer, so he was already quite strong in Ganyu. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was surprised and looked at the cultivators from Tianxian. A young man from Jade Heaven also jumped onto the battle stage and released his qi. The young man of the East Sea Dragon Palace also released dragon qi. Then, Shingon, the 9 Cloud Sword sect, Jade Heaven, and so on all had disciples who jumped onto the battle stage. Some disciples from other groups also joined in, but not many. Why had Tianqi organized the Great Sect meeting and why in Ahsoka? What about Tianqi? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. Here, said a silhouette who rising in the air. It was again Lin Feng. He had asked Jianling Xiao to organize the meeting so that all his enemies would gather together and now they couldn't escape him. Dealing with all those people at once was less troublesome. East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven, you're here, thought Lin Feng. He had to approach this slowly. The East Sea Dragon Palace and Jade Heaven had made him suffer a lot in the past. Even Meng Qing had turned back into an animal because of them. He had turned into a demon, they had killed his teacher Yenyu, Lu Canlan had also died because of those things. Lin Feng wanted to avenge those people he loved and respected. King Dragon, Duanmu from Jade Heaven, Nia Cheng from Shingon and the others were all greatly upset after they saw Lin Feng, especially the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Nia Cheng and the others had almost fallen because of Lin Feng. Die. Terrifying energies moved towards Lin Feng. They have wanted to kill Lin Feng for a long time now, and surprisingly, he had come. How dare you show your face? Even though the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was strong, after chasing Lin Feng to Bahuan, he went to the godly Xiaoyao sect who then sent him back with some cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. The godly Xiaoyao sect wanted the Xiaoyao sect to rise again in Ganyu. Lin Feng glanced at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect indifferently. He looked calm and serene. Then, he also looked at the leaders from the East Sea Dragon Palace and Jade Heaven. He was trying to see if there were any others he recognized. Quickly, he noticed 2 silhouettes. One was from Jade Heaven, the one who had saved Duan Wu Dao. The other one was from the East Sea Dragon Palace, he had also taken Duan Wu Ya. Those people looked quite weak, but back in the day, they were extremely strong for Lin Feng. Do you recognize me? Asked Lin Feng to those 2 people. They were surprised, of course they recognized him. Do you all want to die? Said Lin Feng, looking over them in a cold way. You should think carefully first, said King Dragon aggressively. Lin Feng was being ridiculous. Without the deployment spell in Tianqi, they would have died long ago. Is that so? Come and kill me then, said Lin Feng smiling. You think hiding your cultivation level is enough? You may be strong, but after a few years, you can't be that strong either, said Duan Mu. Kill him, shouted Duan Mu. Kill him. Kill him. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, Nia Cheng, and the King Dragon's silhouettes flickered. Who is he? Asked some people who didn't know Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng, he used to be a genius disciple in Tianqi in the past and now he's back. Even though years had passed, many people still remembered Lin Feng. That's Lin Feng. No wonder. Some younger people had already heard about Lin Feng but had never seen him. The Necropolis sect and the 9 Cloud Sword sect are not showing any emotion. Do they want to kill Lin Feng too? Thought some people. Patriarch, the godly Xiaoyao sect is involved. What should we do now? Asked a strong cultivator from the 9 Cloud Sword sect to the patriarch using telepathy. The patriarch's eyes twinkled, then he looked at Lin Feng and said, lacerate him. After a short time, they joined the others. Lin Feng maybe had precious treasures. If they helped kill him, they'd get a share of his treasures. Then, they could let the Xiaoyao sect deal with Tianqi if they both suffered heavy losses. That'd be more than okay with them. That was what the patriarch of the Nine Cloud Swords sect was thinking. You shouldn't have come back. The patriarch of the Necropolis sect had also made his decision. He knew that everybody wanted to kill Lin Feng, which also came down to fighting against Tianqi. Lin Feng looked at the patriarchs of the Nine Cloud Swords sect and the Necropolis sect, then he smiled indifferently and said, your decision is not the best one, I think. At that moment, millions of threads of qi moved towards Lin Feng. Even the patriarchs of the weakest sects were participating. Come, all of you, said Lin Feng, turning around. He also looked at the disciples on the battle stage, a bunch of insects compared to Lin Feng. Boom! Die! All the disciples on the battle stage also decided to attack. Die! Said Lin Feng. He released a terrifying death qi and all the cultivators who were attacking Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Their qi became gray and they looked desperate. Boom! A silhouette collapsed, and then another. A large majority of them had died. Their vitality was nothing compared to Lin Feng's death qi. How weak! Next batch, but send stronger people this time, said Lin Feng, glancing at the crowd. The massacre could start. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1448, Who was not going to die? Chapter 1448, Who was not going to die? How weak! The crowd was awestruck. They looked at all the corpses and their hearts started pounding. He had killed a bunch of people in the blink of an eye. Abstruse energy, it's a rare kind, death abstruse energy. Fought a few Zun cultivators. They understood that Lin Feng was using abstruse energies, but that kind of abstruse energy was incredibly rare. Cursing strength. Fought the old man next to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He was even more horrified. Surprisingly, that young man knew cursing energy. Unfortunately, the old man didn't know Lin Feng would be there, otherwise, he wouldn't have come. What about the patriarchs? Are you all cowards and weaklings? Said Lin Feng, glancing at the patriarchs. Then, they all released qi at him. This time, Zun cultivators were attacking. They were only cultivators of the second or third Zun qi layer though. You will die, yelled a strong cultivator from the East Sea Dragon Palace. His hand turned into golden claws which moved, aimed for Lin Feng's viscera. Lin Feng didn't move again. Some metallic ringing sounded, and Lin Feng's clothes were torn apart, but the claws didn't affect him at all. That cultivator frowned. He continued bombarding Lin Feng's body, but his golden abstruse energy didn't work on Lin Feng. That attack could destroy a mountain, but they didn't even leave a paper cut on Lin Feng. How's that possible? He thought. Finally, some fire energies surrounded him. Then, he gave a horrible shriek and he burned to death. The cultivators of the East Sea Dragon Palace are all trash, said Lin Feng, glancing at the patriarch of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Then, he looked at the other Zun cultivators who were middle-aged men, the strongest of which was a cultivator of the third Zun qi layer. What are you looking at? Why don't you attack? Said Lin Feng rather calmly. Those people then released their spirits and attacked at the same time. At that moment, she rolled in waves towards Lin Feng, distorting the space around him. Life drain, said Lin Feng, releasing more death qi. No matter how strong their spirits were, Lin Feng's death energies were terrifying. Those people stopped moving at the same time and collapsed. Their corpses fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. Lin Feng hadn't even moved yet. They're all dead, just like before, thought the crowd. What is his cultivation level? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect while clenching his fists. Lin Feng's qi was unfathomable. Surprisingly, he managed to kill so many Zun cultivators already. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked at the old man who frowned, then he said to Lin Feng, I'm not sure, but he is using death-cursing energies to kill people. That alone makes him a difficult opponent. We must kill him anyways, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. A bunch of trash, everybody come and attack me at once, said Lin Feng. He then pointed his finger at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the others and added, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, King Dragon from the East Sea Dragon Palace, Nie Cheng, Duanmu, the patriarch of the Nine Cloud Sword, the Necropolis sect, all of you, come and attack. I don't mind. Who's going to kill him? The Xiaoyao sect was being humiliated by a young man, so the patriarch was even more furious. Boom! A silhouette jumped onto the stage. He moved very quickly using the Xiaoyao agility technique. Die! Shouted that cultivator. He punched the air in Lin Feng's direction, but then he realized Lin Feng wasn't there anymore. Is that the Xiaoyao agility technique you're trying to use? Asked Lin Feng. He was already far away in the distance and was glancing at that cultivator indifferently. Should I teach you how to use it properly? Lin Feng continued to mock him. Then, he disappeared and illusions of him appeared everywhere. He looked confident and at ease. That was the real Xiaoyao agility technique. That person's face turned deathly pale, he couldn't even see Lin Feng anymore. You should give me a try too, said Lin Feng. At that moment, he had already killed the one who just tried to attack him, and kicked his corpse towards the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect who caught it. He looked furious. How come Lin Feng was so strong? Boom, boom, boom. Many strong cultivators threw themselves at Lin Feng, and all of them belonged to different groups. The majority of those people were elders now. The elder of the Nine Cloud Sword sect was particularly strong. Terrifying energies rolled in waves towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still standing there, looking at those people. Then he said, die. Slash, slash, his death chi flooded out and drained those people's lives out. No! Shouted the strong cultivator from the Nine Cloud Sword sect. He was still flying towards Lin Feng and holding his sword when the death chi overcame him. Collapse! Said Lin Feng. Death lights emerged from his eyes and that cultivator suddenly looked petrified. His body turned gray, his life was draining out, then he collapsed and died. Die! Said Lin Feng when he saw that some people were still standing. His voice contained death energies, enough of them to kill the few who were still standing. This time, the elders of all the sects were dead and had crashed onto the battle stage. Impossible, thought the crowd. How was that possible? Lin Feng could kill people just by saying die. Brother Lin Feng is so strong. No wonder he's a genius from Tianqi. Fought some people from Tianqi. Are you going to come or not? Asked Lin Feng to the patriarchs. They were afraid now. He had killed the elders of their groups, which meant he was probably as strong as them. A young man from Tianqi had become so strong, but how strong would he become in the future? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, King Dragon from the East Sea, Mia Cheng, Duan Mu, if you're not coming to me, I'll come to you, said Lin Feng, slowly walking towards them. The people from the East Sea Dragon Palace released chi to oppress Lin Feng, but without much of an effect. Kill him! Shouted many senior officials of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Then they threw themselves at Lin Feng. You're being too reckless, said Lin Feng, still walking normally and indifferently. The strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace looked like dragons as they lunged forwards. But Lin Feng didn't even need to move, he just had to walk and people around him died from of his death chi. He was terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1449, You Can Shake. Chapter 1449, You Can Shake. When Lin Feng reached the edge of the battle stage, all the senior officials of the East Sea Dragon Palace were already dead and lying around. The crowd was wondering how could that young man be so strong. The crowd noticed that King Dragon from the East Sea Dragon Palace was looking terrified. What was Lin Feng's cultivation level? Back then, the East Sea Dragon Palace came to Shuiyu to kill my people? Who sent you to Shuiyu? Said Lin Feng to King Dragon. Does it matter now? Asked King Dragon. Lin Feng was maybe going to die, or he was going to die, so it didn't matter any longer. You're right, but I can't forgive people who participated in the massacre. Therefore, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with ice-cold energies, staring King Dragon. He looked at the corpses and realized that Lin Feng alone posed a real threat to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Jianling Xiao! Shouted Lin Feng. Young master! Said Jianling Xiao, bowing before Lin Feng respectfully. Go to the East Sea Dragon Palace and kill everybody, none of them should remain. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Everybody heard him clearly. No, shouted the King Dragon furiously. Patriarch! Said King Dragon to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, he was begging for help. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked indifferent though, he wanted to see Lin Feng and King Dragon fight to see how strong Lin Feng was. Roger, young master. Said Jianling Xiao. Then he left with incredible speed. When you're done with them, go to Jade Heaven and kill everybody there as well. Said Lin Feng. Jian Lingxiao nodded in the distance. People heard a sonic boom as he left. The crowd, especially people from Jade Heaven, were shivering. "Kill him!" shouted Duan Mu to the King Dragon. However, at that moment, Lin Feng took a step forwards and the ground quaked beneath him. King Dragon looked at Lin Feng. He had the feeling that he was going to die. He looked desperate now that he realized that Jian Lingxiao wasn't the strongest cultivator. The crowd watched as Lin Feng raised his fist and the space around King Dragon became distorted. "No!" shouted the King Dragon furiously. He wanted to fight back but he couldn't. Explosions sounded, and King Dragon's head blew up in countless pieces. Was that actually King Dragon? Thought the crowd. They couldn't believe their eyes. Had Lin Feng destroyed him in one punch? The body of the King Dragon fell, his body was convulsing on ground without a head. It's an illusion. That's impossible. Many people closed their eyes and reopened them, and they still couldn't believe it. Tianqi's people were astonished too, they were shaking even. Lin Feng had made the King Dragon's head explode in one punch? How strong was he? Lin Feng has become so strong. Thought many people. Was the King Dragon very strong? He hadn't withstood a single attack. Who should I kill now? Said Lin Feng smiling at Duan Mu. Duan Mu was aghast. Lin Feng disappeared and reappeared in front of the East Sea Dragon Palace's cultivator who had killed people in Shuiyu in the past. He then grabbed the guy by the neck and lifted him into the air. You should know that if the East Sea Dragon Palace is going to be wiped off the map today, it's because of you, said Lin Feng, staring coldly into his eyes. Lin Feng was releasing small threads of death chi which was draining out his life. Then, Lin Feng threw that cultivator high up in the air, rose up and released sword chi. He shouted furiously, "Die, die." Sword chi whistled, and that person's body was suddenly dangling from the end of Lin Feng's sword, dead. Lin Feng turned around and looked down at the crowd from the East Sea Dragon Palace. His sword chi whistled even louder. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Then, a light shot towards them and horrible shrieks wailed. They all died. After slaughtering them, he looked at Jade Heaven's people. They looked back at Lin Feng, watching him descend from the sky and land in front of them. Jade Heaven's people were shaking, they were terrified to death. "How do you want to die?" asked Lin Feng to the one who had participated in the massacre of Shuiyu. Lin Feng sounded indifferent at that moment. That person was horrified as he said, "If I die, will you forgive Jade Heaven?" "You're going to die anyways, do you think you can impose conditions?" said Lin Feng, smiling in a cold way. They had almost killed his family members, the girl he loved the most, his friends. He couldn't forgive them. Forgive them? That was the biggest joke in the world. That person's face turned deathly pale, he looked hopeless. How tragic, Jade Heaven was going to be annihilated because he had killed some people in a tiny country so long ago. Nobody could have imagined such an outcome. "Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, why are you not attacking yet?" said Duan Mu to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The old man next to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect wasn't sure, he was still trying to grasp Lin Feng's strength. "Everybody, if we don't join hands to kill him, we'll all die," said Duan Mu to Mia Qing to the others hysterically. "There's no need to shout. You're all going to die anyways, even if you join hands," said Lin Feng. Then he took a deep breath and released death abstruse energy which surrounded all the members of Jade Heaven. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Many people who were weaker died instantly. It was even more astonishing than when Lin Feng had killed people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Everybody died but Duan Mu. Lin Feng looked at Duan Mu which, making him shudder in fear even more violently. "You're a demon. Don't do it!" shouted Duan Mu releasing chi. He wanted to kill Lin Feng but Lin Feng looked calm and serene as he said, "Die." Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. "Bei Ming and Lei Mang, you killed Shingon, all of this is on your hands," thought Mia Qing when he knew he was going to die. Why had they let Bei Ming organize the great competition of Shuiyu back then? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1450, done. Chapter 1450, done. That's the third group, thought the crowd when they saw Mia Qing's corpse on the ground. They almost felt paralyzed. Lin Feng, alone, had destroyed 3 terrifying groups from Ganyu, the East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven, and Shingon. He had punched the King Dragon to death and had killed Duan Mu and Mia Qing with death chi. He had killed them easily, alone. Who would have thought that? Lin Feng looked at the people from the Xiaoyao sect, glancing at the old man, the 3 cultivators who were at the top of the Zun Qi layer, and the 2 cultivators of the 7th and 8th Zun Qi layer. Do you want to see my cultivation level? Said Lin Feng to the old man. He laughed and said, I'll show you. 6th Zun Qi layer. The strong cultivators saw Lin Feng's cultivation level. 6th Zun Qi layer. He was as strong as the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, but he had easily killed the king dragon and the others. It meant that Lin Feng was able to kill cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. You're so confident, but do you know who we are? Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, smiling coldly. He was referring to the godly Xiaoyao sect. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He looked at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect while thinking he was pathetic and miserable. Those people are from the godly Xiaoyao sect, from Baohuang. They're incredible cultivators. The strongest one has broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer even. Said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, pointing at those people. The godly Xiaoyao sect owns the Xiaoyao sect. No wonder they're not afraid. I wonder if Lin Feng can do anything, he'll probably escape. Thought the crowd. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was smiling in a resplendent way. He was sure that Lin Feng couldn't do anything to them. Lin Feng looked at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect as if he had been looking at a buffoon. Those? Said Lin Feng mockingly. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was stupefied. The old man on his side said, You should leave. You should know when to stop, and if you leave, we won't challenge you further. Said the old man indifferently. He didn't sound that confident though. If he had been sure he could kill Lin Feng, he would have attacked already. I don't want to leave. Challenge me, please. Said Lin Feng mockingly. Those people were ridiculous. The old man looked annoyed after he heard Lin Feng. You're strong, but you can't compete with an influential imperial group. You're ridiculous. I've killed a few emperor's sons already, but you're probably too old to understand what I am saying. Said Lin Feng while releasing death chi. The old man shivered. Killed emperor's sons? And several of them? Boom. Lin Feng took a step and instantly those people were surrounded by death chi. It was a cage of death chi. Since you participated, you'll die too. Said Lin Feng at the cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer, making him turn gray from the death energies. Your Excellency, you're also from Baohuang. Please forgive the godly Xiaoyao sect. Said the old man, terrified. You're nothing. Said Lin Feng. Die. Then, those people's eyes became gray as their lives were being drained out. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked stupefied when he sensed how quickly his life was being drained out. Even cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer couldn't stop Lin Feng? Kill him! Shouted the cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer, rising up in the air and lunging towards Lin Feng. Slash, a dazzling sword streaked across the sky. Then the ground quaked as the cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer was cut in two and died instantly. The cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer hadn't withstood a single attack. The 2 other cultivators of the 7th Zun Qi layer turned deathly pale. They already looked gray and were hopeless. Their friend had been killed in one attack? Die, all of you. Said Lin Feng while releasing death and cursing strength. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was glaring, staring at Lin Feng. People's lives were being drained out and it was too late to. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was dying too. Just like the others, he collapsed. The last ones to die were the cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Lin Feng had killed all of them in one strike. When Lin Feng turned around and looked at the members of the Necropolis sect and the Nine Cloud Sword sect, he was glad to see that they looked terrified. Their patriarchs had thought it'd be smarter to follow the masses, but now they had to suffer the consequences. In such a short time. Thought the 2 patriarchs. They couldn't believe it. A cultivator of the Tian Qi layer had become so strong in such a short time. Lin Feng rose up in the air, looking down at them all. Will you let us off? Asked the patriarch of the Necropolis sect. He had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, so he was considered an amazing cultivator in Ganyu. You wanted to kill me a moment ago? What about now? Said Lin Feng in a calm and serene way. The cultivation world was cruel. The 2 patriarchs looked desperate. They had made their choice and now they were going to regret it. Kill yourselves. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Those 2 people were insects before him, so he didn't really care about them. The patriarch of the Necropolis sect smiled tragically and released demon chi. He raised both his hands and said, I was a bad patriarch, Lin Feng, I beg you, raising my disciples wasn't easy, please be merciful. Said the patriarch. The ground shook and then his body exploded. After the patriarch of the Nine Cloud Sword sect watched the patriarch of the Necropolis sect smile and commit suicide, he felt like crying. He rose up in the air, released sword chi and killed himself as well. Lin Feng had annihilated so many groups. Lin Feng looked at the two patriarchs, how sad. However, they had brought about their own destruction, so they could only blame themselves. That was the world of cultivation. Lin Feng glanced at the disciples from the Necropolis sect and the Nine Cloud Sword sect. However, Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the people from Tianqi. You can decide how you want to deal with Gan Yu's affairs. If people from the godly Xiaoyao sect come to avenge their people, tell them that they must go to Tiantai to deal with Lin Feng first. They will understand. Lin Feng then waved and then said, "Uncles, brothers, I'm off. See you soon." Then, a gigantic sword appeared, and Lin Feng jumped on it. The crowd heard a sonic boom and then Lin Feng disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1451, Back to Ba Huang. Chapter 1451, Back to Ba Huang. Lin Feng's heart was as calm as still water as he rode his sword in the sky above Shuiyu. The Tiansha sect had been destroyed. At the same time, he had also given the Tianxian stone back to Tianxian. That stone was an incredible gift and Lin Feng didn't need it anymore anyways. Lin Feng had finally finished what he has wanted to do for a long time here in Ganyu. He felt so relieved. This time, Lin Feng didn't go to Yangzhou City, he was going to the former imperial city instead. He had already said goodbye to his friends and family members, so he didn't need to go through that again, it would be too sad. Then again, he couldn't stay in Yangzhou City forever. This time, it was better to leave and next time, he might be able to create a small world to take his friends and family members with him. The former imperial city of Shuiyu didn't look as magnificent as before, but the Celestial Academy still existed. However, it was slowly falling apart. Only some of the former teachers had continued working there. Back then, the second prince led the Celestial Academy behind the scenes. After Duan Wuya left, it had no imperial support anymore. Then Yan Yu Pingsheng had died too and the academy started losing its influence. Lin Feng walked through the desolate Celestial Academy. Some disciples passed by, but they looked extremely ordinary. There were only two stronger young disciples who stood out at the central tower. Of course, with Lin Feng's cultivation level, it wasn't possible to compare them with him. Lin Feng stopped in front of the central tower for a few minutes and then continued walking. The two disciples turned around and looked at Lin Feng. They frowned. It's so strange. It seems like he's walking slowly, but in a few seconds, he's already so far at it. Lin Feng then walked through an orchard. It smelled like peaches and there were petals lying on the ground and floating around in the wind. It was extremely pleasant to rest there. Lin Feng opened his eyes and slowly walked towards the pavilion. Back then, Yan Yu Pingsheng liked to spend time there, play some music, meditate. He looked at the place where his teacher used to sit. There was someone else sitting there, they were wearing white clothes, long hair, and they were playing the zither. That person stopped playing the zither and smiled at Lin Feng. The teacher liked Xin Yi back then, even though she wasn't very strong, she was still outstanding. He thought I wasn't as good as her at playing the zither but actually, I knew all of his songs. Lin Feng knew it was Wen Ao Shui. Indeed. Lin Feng knew all of that. Of course, later, he preferred you, said Wen Ao Shui smiling wryly. Do you know what I'm thinking? Said Lin Feng, looking at Wen Ao Shui in a strange way. Wen Ao Shui nodded and smiled. You are wondering whether I'm a girl or a boy. Indeed. Lin Feng looked at Wen Ao Shui, he was as beautiful as a woman. When he was playing the zither a moment before, Lin Feng had thought it was a woman. He had long slender hands, his long hair was beautiful. You guess, said Wen Ao Shui, slowly walking towards the orchard. Lin Feng looked at Wen Ao Shui's butt. Wen Ao Shui had told Lin Feng the Wen clan had a teleportation portal in Shuiyu which led to Ba Huang province. Was it there? Lin Feng followed Wen Ao Shui for a little while before they arrived in a place with illusion chi. Is that an illusion? Whispered Lin Feng. It's also a deployment spell, said Wen Ao Shui smiling. Then, he entered it. Lin Feng realized that Wen Ao Shui's steps looked extremely strange as if there was a mysterious strength. Some holy marks appeared and the space in front of a tree became distorted. Lin Feng followed Wen Ao Shui. The space around them was changing. An altar appeared in front of him, it was the teleportation portal. Even high-level Zun cultivators can't even create that spell, right? Lin Feng was surprised to see that advanced of a deployment spell there. In fact, cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer can't even go through it on their own, let alone see it. Even if they walk here, they'll only see an ordinary orchard. Replied Wen Ao Shui smiling. Lin Feng had started studying deployment spells, but later he had stopped because he had too much to study. Let's go back, said Wen Ao Shui smiling. Then they continued walking forwards, jumped onto the altar, placed many abstruse crystals inside, and activated it. A terrifying strength rose up in the air and light surrounded them. Teleporting to such a faraway place requires so many abstruse crystals, whispered Lin Feng. With cosmic energies, which use the strength of the earth and sky, teleportation would require even less energies, explained Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng could sense the strength of the holy marks, but all in all, he still found the whole process very mysterious. The lights were more and more dazzling, and then, they disappeared. They immediately landed in the Wen clan's territory. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled over an incredible distance. Isn't it very expensive to travel using the altar? Asked Lin Feng to Wen Ao Shui. Wen Ao Shui laughed and said, indeed, it's very expensive and requires special items. Besides, the holy marks the altar contains are also incredible. My clan initially created the altar because it was convenient. It was worth it though, but of course it had a price. If you want to go home sometimes you can come and ask me to use it. Lin Feng shrugged and smiled, thank you. I just hope you don't have any prejudices, said Wen Ao Shui. He could see that Lin Feng had some doubts when it came to him. Now, Lin Feng knew about Wen Ao Shui's social status in the Wen clan and so on. You're back. Some silhouettes appeared. Wen Tiangu was there and was smiling at Lin Feng. Mr. Wen, said Lin Feng, nodding and smiling at the old man next to Wen Tiangu. Lin Feng had been to his birthday before. Lin Feng, let's have a few drinks. Last time, we didn't have any time to, said Mr. Wen, smiling in a friendly way. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. Lin Feng had used their teleportation portal, so even though he didn't want to stop, he had to out of politeness. Let's go then, said Mr. Wen, smiling happily. They arrived in a courtyard of a pavilion. Lin Feng, you're a real hero. Last time, I saw how talented you were, and in 2 years from now, apart from emperors, nobody will be able to compete with you. You're already as strong as me, said Mr. Wen, smiling. Wen Tiangu poured some alcohol in Lin Feng's glass naturally, as if Lin Feng was friends with the Wen clan. You're flattering me. I still have a long way to go, said Lin Feng, smiling. Mr. Wen was a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer. He had even killed many cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer himself. The old man was being polite, but that didn't mean he was lying. Last time when Lin Feng had been to the Wen clan, he wasn't as strong, but now he was almost as strong as the old man. That was absolutely fact. I'm not flattering you. I wish Tiangu and Ao Shui were as strong as you. Maybe then they would be able to defeat Xia Tianfan, said the old man, smiling. Lin Feng remembered Xia Tianfan. He had challenged some of the strongest young cultivators of the province. 7 days had passed now, so what was Xia Tianfan doing now? Mister, how strong is Xia Tianfan in your opinion? Asked Lin Feng. He's enigmatic. He defeated Xikong Xiao from the Xikong clan and a strong cultivator from the godly Xiaoyao sect. He left central Bahuang after that and now I don't know where he went. Do you know where he's from, mister? Asked Lin Feng. The Wen clan knew a lot, so perhaps they knew this. Xia Tianfan was suddenly rising. He had to be from somewhere important. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1452, Assassins and Watchers. Chapter 1452, Assassins and Watchers. Mr. Wen's facial expression was strange, and then he looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way. Mr. Wen did know something. What do you think? Said Mr. Wen, smiling. Lin Feng looked at his smile and took a deep breath. The holy city, central-most part of the continent, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought about all the mysterious things he didn't understand as he said that. Why did the ancient battlefield in the Huang Sea have the shape of Xueyu? Why had Empress Xi's tomb and the demon sealing Great Emperor's vestiges appear there? Why was the demon sealing Great Emperor's homeland Xueyu? Who were those people he had met in the shrines? Since you had an answer, why ask? Said Mr. Wen, laughing and sipping his alcohol. That meant Lin Feng was right. Xia Tianfan was from the holy city, so nobody prevented him from challenging all those people who belonged to powerful groups in Bahuang. Which group did he belong to though? People from the holy city can come here as they wish, but we need to pay with fate seeds to get the key to the holy city? Asked Lin Feng. Mr. Wen smiled but shook his head. It's not that easy. Many people from the holy city will come to Ba Huang province, but only during this year. 1 year after we left the battlefield. Lin Feng was surprised. Why this year? Why did they have to pay with fate seeds? Indeed, said Mr. Wen, smiling and nodding. So Xia Tianfan is not the only cultivator from the holy city in Ba Huang at the moment? Asked Lin Feng. Of course, when you were away, many people became famous, said Mr. Wen, smiling. Lin Feng was surprised. He had left for only 7-8 days and some people had already become famous. Of course, in 1 year, they will leave Ba Huang, so they're only guests here, said Mr. Wen, smiling. Lin Feng knew what he meant. Besides, Mr. Wen was telling Lin Feng those things only because Lin Feng had a very high social status now. Mister, have you ever been to the holy city? Asked Lin Feng, smiling. I have, but I came back, said Mr. Wen, laughing. Why? Asked Lin Feng. I'm old, it wasn't suitable for me there, replied Mr. Wen nonchalantly. He looked like he wanted to laugh again. Lin Feng wanted to ask more but he controlled himself. He could see the old man didn't want to tell him too much. I hope you, Tiangu and Ao Shui can go there. It will be difficult but I'm sure you'll manage to overcome the issues, said Mr. Wen. He sounded a bit drunk. He was being more and more open with him, as if Lin Feng had been one of his sons or grandsons. The old man didn't get drunk easily, he was hundreds of years old, but Lin Feng's potential was almost endless. Therefore, being friends with him could only be beneficial. Lin Feng was very happy to be able to talk about such topics with Mr. Wen. Lin Feng had nothing more to say so he decided to leave. The old man told Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui to see Lin Feng off. He smiled and said, You're all young people, I hope you can be close friends. Mister, I'm going. Goodbye, said Lin Feng, waving. Lin Feng then rose up in the air with Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui on his sides. Even though the Wen clan's governmental buildings were extremely vast, after a short time, Lin Feng and the two others made it outside. Lin Feng turned around and smiled at them. Thank you for seeing me off, guys. Alright, brother Lin, take care, said Wen Tiangu, nodding. Wen Ao Shui also smiled at Lin Feng. But suddenly, Lin Feng and the two others heard some loud sounds. Terrifying energies dashed to the skies, and Lin Feng and the two others had the feeling they were going to be killed. Bzzz. Sword light appeared in the air above them. It was as if there was a vortex sucking them in towards it. A sword condensed and it was incredibly fast. Lin Feng released sword chi and demon energies, while Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui released deadly chi. Be careful, behind you. Lin Feng saw dazzling sword lights creeping behind Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui. That sword was extremely fast. That sword hadn't killed Wen Ao Shui, its target was Wen Tiangu alone. Behind! Shouted Wen Ao Shui at the same time. Lin Feng didn't need him to tell him anything, he had also sensed energies coming from behind him. Without a doubt, those people were assassins. However, that sword attack hadn't killed anyone yet, which was weird because assassins usually killed their targets instantly. However, the sword energies which came from behind Lin Feng and behind Wen Tiangu were even more terrifying than the one which had come from the above. Lin Feng's face turned pale. He had managed to dodge the attack because he had an empty space robe, so he could hide for a few seconds, but Wen Tiangu was different. That sword attack was too fast and too scary. Lin Feng knew Wen Tiangu was strong, but he probably couldn't protect himself against such an attack. Even though Lin Feng wasn't far from Wen Tiangu, he couldn't help him, so Wen Tiangu had to rely on his own self. Lin Feng went into an empty space and disappeared. The sword pierced through the air where Lin Feng was standing second before, but it hadn't injured him. As Lin Feng disappeared, Wen Tiangu released terrifying energies, at the same time, he released empty space strength and the space around him became distorted. The sword energies pierced through the distorted space, and at the same time, the sword coming from above also continued moving towards Wen Tiangu. He had already used all his empty space energy to dodge the first attack, so what could he do about this second attack? Bzzz. Dazzling golden lights appeared, and a dazzling arrow shot out. That golden arrow crashed onto the sword above Wen Tiangu. The sword shook, but continued moving down. The assassin who was trying to kill Wen Tiangu wouldn't give up that easily. However, when Ao Shui released his own sword energies, they clashed against the sword energies. Break! Shouted Wen Ao Shui furiously. He released deadly abstruse energies, forcing the assassin move away. Then, another arrow was moving towards him. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He used his deadly demon punch to punch that silhouette's head, instantly making it explode. Assassins were adepts at hiding and killing, so if their first attack failed, they usually failed completely. At the same time, when Tiangu also attacked the other one, he quickly released sword energies and created a sword territory which lacerated the opponent alive, but when Tiangu wasn't happy about it. Since the assassin failed to kill him, the assassin had let him kill him. When Tiangu killed him only because the assassin let him. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw someone with a bow and arrows. They were wearing white clothes, with a plated bamboo hat. It was a watcher. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1453, Counter-Strike. Chapter 1453, Counter-Strike. I haven't seen a watcher in a while. Whispered Lin Feng. If the watcher hadn't gotten involved, maybe Wen Tiangu would have died. That must be Wen Tianji's watcher. Thought Lin Feng. He was even more curious about the watchers. Surprisingly, Wen Tiangu had a watcher, and nobody had noticed him. The assassins are also adepts at hiding. They had even dared to wait outside the Wen clan's territory. They're absolutely fearless. Thought Lin Feng. A strong wind started blowing in the distance. Mr. Wen and a few strong cultivators from the Wen clan rushed over furiously. How shameless! Shouted Mr. Wen furiously. That was the Wen clan's territory, an imperial clan, and assassins were waiting at the gate to kill their young cultivators. Wen Tiangu was soaked in a cold sweat. Those people weren't too strong, but the explosiveness of their attacks was terrifying. Look, over there! A strong cultivator from the Wen clan pointed at a dazzling golden word die. That gigantic word contained powerful deadly chi. Many people raised their heads and immediately thought about the Imperial Assassin Union. Mr. Wen released deadly abstruse energy which then turned into a deadly sword. It crashed onto the die word and made it explode. Only then did it slowly disperse. Was Wen Tiangu and Wen Aoshui going to have to go through such things all the time? Grandfather, those 3 assassins came to kill us, said a cultivator from the Wen clan. Indeed, those people must die. Lin Feng agreed. Thank you for your help, dear friend, and thank you to the watcher's father, said Mr. Wen to the watcher, smiling and nodding. That's my duty, said the watcher hoarsely. His plated bamboo hat shook, which meant he was probably nodding at Mr. Wen. Then, he disappeared again. Lin Feng was wondering if the watcher had really left. Watcher's father? Whispered Lin Feng. Who was the watcher's father? Who were the watchers? And who was the watcher's father? An emperor in the Bahuang province? Who were those people who acted behind the scenes? Mr. Wen, who's the watcher's father? Asked Lin Feng. I don't know either, replied Mr. Wen indifferently. But he's the one who raises the watchers. They are the Imperial Assassin Union's mortal enemies. Maybe there are new watchers' fathers from generation to generation, or maybe the watcher's father has always been the same person. How mysterious, said Lin Feng smiling. Things just got more and more confusing for Lin Feng though. Many people would never know about the watchers and the assassins, they would only hear rumors and legends while going about their lives. Even Mr. Wen couldn't know precisely. Lin Feng nodded and waved. I'm going now, mister. Goodbye. Lin Feng, you should stay here for a while longer. The Imperial Assassin Union will try to find you and kill you, said Mr. Wen. Lin Feng was also one of the Imperial Assassin Union's targets. Their previous encounter indicated that all 3 of them had the potential to become emperors. I'll have to face them sooner or later. I can't keep hiding, said Lin Feng smiling. See you, Mr. Wen. Lin Feng then turned around looking confident and at ease. Mr. Wen watched as Lin Feng left and smiled thinly. Lin Feng is so confident. He can afford being confident. The great Oriental Greenfinch Rock, who even had an imperial weapon, tried to kill Lin Feng in the battlefield, but he failed numerous times. Whispered Wen Tiangu. The great Oriental Greenfinch Rock's imperial weapon was terrifying. In terms of speed, offense and defense, he was incredible, but Lin Feng had managed to oppress him with his death-cursing energies, and had almost killed him. After Lin Feng left, he jumped onto his gigantic sword and traveled in the direction of central Bahuang. He wanted to go to Sword City again. He wanted to see the old man from the sword grave. He also wanted to know if Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword had gone back to the grave. Behind him, it seemed like some clouds had been chasing Lin Feng with incredible speed. Lin Feng noticed a silhouette and frowned. It seemed like the assassins had been waiting for him to leave as well. Can you catch up with me though? Lin Feng smiled coldly and his gigantic sword moved even faster. In a flash, he was far off in the distance. After a short time, two silhouettes appeared from the clouds. Surprisingly, they had lost him. Who's that? One of them sensed some dangerous energies around them. Suddenly, they wanted to escape, but a metallic ringing sound behind them informed them that they were too late. A sword quickly beheaded that person. The other one was astonished. They wanted to escape, but then another sword light appeared containing many abstruse energies. Who's that? Shouted the second assassin. Are you not assassins? You can't even see those who assassinate you, said a voice in a cold way. The assassin's heart started pounding furiously. He wanted to escape, but two gigantic demon hands had grabbed him by his neck. Lin Feng. That person's face turned deathly pale. They had been chasing him, but Lin Feng had reappeared behind them silently. It seems that apart from killing people, you're not good at anything else. It's only too easy to assassinate you too, said Lin Feng. Tell me what the Imperial Assassin Union is? His eyes became pitch black and demon intent filled the sky. Boom! Lin Feng suddenly sensed a powerful attack as energies penetrated his eyes. There was someone else's godly awareness in the assassin's brain. I may not be an incredible fighter, I'm even an ordinary assassin, but amongst the 7 assassins, there are much stronger ones. They'll kill you, Lin Feng, without a doubt, said that person laughing insanely. Then, that person's godly awareness broke apart and he died. I see, even if they don't want to die, they have to. There's a thread of godly awareness lingering inside their brain, thought Lin Feng. He then threw the body away and jumped onto his gigantic sword again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1454, Real Assassin. Chapter 1454, Real Assassin. Lin Feng suddenly sensed a thread of consciousness around him. He turned around, surprised to see that the thread of consciousness which was in the assassin's brain hadn't dispersed and was instead moving towards Lin Feng. Destroy, said Lin Feng, releasing sword energy. However, that thread of godly awareness broke apart into several stars which continued moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and looked at the godly awareness. It had disappeared inside his clothes. What sorcery is this? Whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't sense the energy anymore. Are they tracking me? Thought Lin Feng. Maybe it was a way of tracking his moves. He didn't think about it too much though as he continued moving at full speed towards Sword City. As Lin Feng arrived in Sword City, there were some people already waiting for him. Although he couldn't see them, he heard some sounds, strange sounds which made him feel uncomfortable. He tried to remain calm and serene as he released his godly awareness. He was ready to fight just in case his moves had been tracked. The sounds in his head were louder and louder. He had the sensation that he was going to die at any moment. Lin Feng stayed under the sunlight, but the sounds made him feel cold. It was like his 9 Netherworld song. What a terrifying soundwave technique. The sounds resonate at the same pace as the earth and sky, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced around and saw some people walking on the same street as him. The sunlight made him feel a little warmer, but the sound still resonated in his head. The sensation was getting more intense. The sound waves were attacking his determination. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and chanted a mantra. His voice contained life energies which then surrounded his body. He started calming down and was feeling warm. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's gigantic sword stopped moving as terrifying energies rolled in waves towards him from every side, like a ferocious animal. Those energies were even more terrifying than those at the gate of the One Clan's territory. The Imperial Assassin Union knew how strong Lin Feng was and had prepared themselves better this time. Dazzling sword lights appeared in the sky. All Lin Feng could see was a sun. That person must have been borrowing the strength of the sun and using it in his sword attack. Die, said Lin Feng, releasing death-cursing strength. At the same time, his sword whistled. Then, Lin Feng turned into a sharp sword, surrounded by dazzling sword lights. His Tianji sword streaked across the sky and moved towards his enemy at full speed. Slash. Behind him, some chi appeared again. Lin Feng suddenly felt very cold, like he was going to freeze. It was the polar opposite from the sun's sword above him. Another sound and some more sword lights moved towards him. He saw a silhouette wearing white clothes. It looked like a beautiful girl holding a sword. That sword was just an illusion though. Illusion strength acted a lot faster than sword strength. The two cultivators who were trying to kill Lin Feng were terrifyingly strong. They really were experts. Lin Feng felt like he couldn't move, otherwise, he'd die. So close yet so far, said Lin Feng. He suddenly appeared in a tunnel. The three people who had thrown themselves at Lin Feng couldn't get close to him now. But suddenly, Lin Feng had the sensation that he was going to be dragged out of the so close yet so far technique. He saw a stunning woman who was trying to seduce him. She was holding a sword while she was slowly getting undressed. However, Lin Feng smiled coldly. That illusion spell didn't work. Ren Lei was a million times better than her at using such spells. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. Suddenly, demon lights emerged from his eyes. The girl didn't look as seductive anymore. The death chi emerging from Lin Feng's eyes immediately moved in through the girl's eyes and beheaded her from the inside. Bzzz. After killing the girl, another woman in white clothes threw herself at Lin Feng. Her sword lights were aiming for Lin Feng's throat. What a terrifying attack, thought Lin Feng. That girl was also in Lin Feng's illusion. She had entered with the girl Lin Feng had just killed. Arg! Lin Feng shouted furiously and the ground shook. A demon king appeared behind Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't used his empty space robe, in such dire circumstances, he would have died countless times now. Boom! The ground shook. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, which resembled a demon's hand, and sword energies emerged from it. His hand was bigger than his enemy's entire body. The terrifying sword energies penetrated his demonic hand but didn't destroy it. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. In the air, 4 assassins appeared around Lin Feng at the same time. They still weren't done with him. Their energies moved towards Lin Feng. He couldn't even use his empty space robe to escape this time because he was surrounded by people on all sides. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1455, Soundwave Battle. Chapter 1455, Soundwave Battle. The assassins were all around him and were condensing their energies. They wanted to destroy Lin Feng completely. Empty space shield. Lin Feng used his empty space robe to wrap himself up in empty space strength. He almost disappeared. The assassin's facial expressions didn't change as their energies surrounded Lin Feng. He was caught in a web of energies. Buzzing sounds roared all around him, reminding him that if he reappeared again, he'd die. When Lin Feng appeared again, his Linglong's holy celestial chi blossomed out again, empty space bestial illusion technique, so close yet so far. At that moment, Lin Feng used his full strength to hide inside the illusion. Terrifying sword energies were assaulting the empty space, but they didn't injure Lin Feng. It was as if he were in an entirely different space. Finally, the facial expressions of the assassins changed. Lin Feng had used the strength of a holy weapon just before, but now he was using his own energy, high-level empty space energy. Of course, Lin Feng's abstruse energy wasn't at the maximum level, so he had made his energy fuse together with Ling Long's holy celestial to make even stronger. The sword attacks couldn't reach him. Lin Feng took advantage of the distortions in the space around him to rise in the air. Then, dazzling lights appeared along with death energies. Lin Feng finally managed to rise into the air and could look down at all the assassins under him. There were 6 assassins in total and they weren't happy that he had managed to escape. Bzzz. The 6 assassins moved back and gradually disappeared. They seemed to be fusing together with the scenery. What a terrifying attack, thought Lin Feng. He could sense what seemed like a group attack forming. Maybe that was their trump card. Their chi had completely disappeared, as if nobody was there. I shoot, you kill, said a voice in Lin Feng's head. He realized that someone was standing next to him. That person was wearing a plated bamboo hat, but Lin Feng couldn't see his face. That person had a bow and arrow in his hands. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. A watcher again. But it wasn't the same one as before. They looked exactly the same though. Even his voice was the same. However, Lin Feng knew it wasn't the same watcher from before because of his height. This one was slightly shorter. The watcher shot an arrow towards the group of assassins and then Lin Feng flew like the wind. Slash, slash. Dazzling sword lights moved along with the arrow. However, at the same time, an even more dazzling sword appeared. The cultivator who appeared was very pale. The sword energies killed him instantly. The watcher flew back next to Lin Feng and shot another arrow. More chi rolled in waves towards the enemy. Lin Feng groaned coldly and released even more sword chi with the arrow. Even though the assassins were incredible killers, if their enemies ever found them, especially an enemy like Lin Feng, they stood no chance, especially given that a watcher was now helping Lin Feng. Another assassin died. "They're escaping," said Lin Feng. This time, the watcher took out another arrow and aimed it at a third assassin. His arrow shot out just as strong as the previous ones. Lin Feng wanted to attack, but a sound invaded his brain. The watcher was also affected by the sudden attack. His hands wavered, and his arrow slowly fell. "The 7 assassins," said the watcher hoarsely. Then, she rolled in waves and a silhouette appeared. That person was wearing a green-blue robe and was holding several flutes in his hands. "How agile," thought Lin Feng. The enemy was about 1,000 meters away, but it was difficult to see him because of his agility. Lin Feng had seen some of the 7 assassins before. They were on a higher level from ordinary assassins. For example, Bai Qiu Luo from the Sunset Pavilion. He was probably one of the 7 assassins before. The 7 assassins were probably the core disciples of the Imperial Assassin Union, but some of them had already died. The other assassins didn't hide anymore, they instead jumped next to the strong one and fixedly stared at Lin Feng and the watcher in a cold way. They hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng, so now the 7 assassins had to be involved. "Lin Feng!" shouted the assassin. His voice actually made Lin Feng shake, but he remained calm on the outside. He started singing the 9 Netherworld song to counter the Soundwave abstruse energies. In terms of soundwaves, the 7 assassins song wasn't as powerful as the 9 Netherworld's demoniac song. However, Lin Feng didn't understand the 9 Netherworld's demoniac song that well. The assassins started running towards Lin Feng. The enemy began playing the flute again as more soundwaves assaulted Lin Feng. He's using the force of the earth and sky to make his soundwave energies even stronger, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng also started running. The area around them was filled with the force of the earth and sky, and soundwaves. "Die!" shouted the assassin. He put his flute away and jumped forwards. His energies rose to the skies and oppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soundwaves seemed like they were going to break under that pressure. "Move back!" shouted Lin Feng to the watcher. Lin Feng didn't know which of the 7 assassins that guy was, but he had broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer and was terrifyingly strong. Besides, he controlled the force of the earth and the sky very well. The power of his attacks was multiplied by 20 from that alone. The assassin seemed extremely confident that he was going to kill Lin Feng. He wasn't only a bit strong, he could easily destroy ordinary cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer. Terrifying demon energies surrounded Lin Feng's body and the demon behind him shouted furiously. "It's going to explode!" The watcher and the assassins moved back. They could sense that the space around Lin Feng was going to explode. The space turned black, then gray, and finally, it exploded. Lin Feng and the assassin's soundwaves were so terrifying in that they had been accumulating in one place, that Lin Feng's demon illusion exploded. It released millions of threads of energies, piercing through Lin Feng's skin. Lin Feng shouted in pain, blood now dripping. The assassin was also affected by Lin Feng's 9 Netherworld's demoniac song. His eyes had become black, and he felt like he was dying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1456, Deadly Sword. Chapter 1456, Deadly Sword. The assassin was turning into a demon, his entire body had turned black. Lin Feng then fixedly stared at him and said, "Look at me." This time, Lin Feng didn't use his demon cursing energies. He just looked into his enemy's eyes and shouted, "Go!" Boom! Demon Chi flew through the sky, moving towards his enemy. With such a terrifying attack, cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer could even turn into demons, but that cultivator was surprisingly still resisting. The cultivator looked at Lin Feng again, but he looked normal again. He had recovered and was smiling coldly. Lin Feng invoked his blood strength and dragon started chanting. "Absorbing strength?" said the assassin frowning. Lin Feng was using absorbing abstruse energy to swallow his sound waves using his blood strength? He's absorbing sound waves? Bzzz. The assassin condensed a sword. Then he moved so fast that the people around him heard a sonic boom. As he flew forwards, his sword morphed into a flight of stairs. When the other guy had conjured up a sword, Lin Feng had also released sword energies, and then used his Desolate Xana attack. It too was extremely fast. The two swords collided, and that flight of stairs made of energies grew. At the same time, the assassin had already released a second sword attack. The flight of stairs made of energies moved even closer to Lin Feng. That sword made Lin Feng feel like suffocating. Bzzz. Death energies flooded about and the stairs broke. There were so many energies in the sky that Lin Feng and his enemy were barely visible. Lin Feng's enemy was releasing sword energies which again turned into a gigantic flight of stairs, quickly enlarging again. The assassin was just as surprised as Lin Feng. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, but he could still resist his sword attacks. Die! Die! The two sword lights collided. Then, the assassin released soundwave energies while Lin Feng released cursing strength. They were both pushed backwards. The assassin then pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, "Die!" The flight of stairs broke apart into several swords which all moved towards Lin Feng. "Die!" shouted the assassin again. The earth and sky were turning into countless swords, which all moved towards Lin Feng. "Immortal!" shouted Lin Feng. He released sword energies which contained death and immortal energies, as well as the force of the earth and sky. "Come out!" shouted the assassin loudly. Sword lights rose up in the air. He stretched out his hand and his sword spirit fused together with the force of the earth and sky. "How strong!" thought Lin Feng after seeing his enemy's spirit. He released Demon Qi which turned into another Demon King. "Come out!" shouted Lin Feng. "Roar, roar, roar!" His Dragon King shouted furiously and jumped out of Lin Feng's body. "Take it!" shouted Lin Feng. He took out his gigantic axe, a peerless holy weapon, and gave it to the Demon King. At the same time, he took out Xian Yuan's axe. The assassin was surprised. Lin Feng's demon had taken form and could even use weapons. Finally, it is almost real, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng had studied the Demon King in the Demon Shrine on the 8th floor, but he hadn't been able to summon anything besides an illusion until that point. Lin Feng's Demon Qi disappeared and fused together with the Demon King. He was still surrounded by an infinite amount of sword qi though. The assassin's eyes twinkled. He wanted to create a cage with his sword spirit, and then use his energies to constrict Lin Feng and kill him. "Die!" shouted the assassin. His sword moved towards Lin Feng. "Arg!" The Demon King also roared furiously and threw himself at the assassin with his axe. Lin Feng also threw himself forward. He had used so many sword attacks in such a short time. But he never flinched away, he fought like a real warrior. He rose up in the air and condensed more immortal energies. Many people in Sword City had already raised their heads and were watching the battle take place in the sky. "Be careful!" shouted someone behind Lin Feng. Someone was attacking Lin Feng by surprise, even though he was already in the middle of a terrifying battle. An assassin! He had forgotten that he was fighting against assassins for a second. They had waited for the best opportunity to attack him. "So close yet so far!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. However, his empty space lights were instantly destroyed by the assassin. Lin Feng just needed a millisecond to release empty space energy and disappear, but his enemy wasn't going to give him that opportunity. "Die!" shouted the Watcher, shooting an arrow at the one who was attacking Lin Feng by surprise. Bzzz. Lin Feng moved away, but that sword pierced through him anyways. The deadly abstruse energies started corroding inside him. Suddenly, a choir of dragons chanting emanated from Lin Feng's body. The assassin moved away and smiled coldly. He turned to the one who had just attacked Lin Feng by surprise. He was soaked with blood and looked pale. He said, "Let me take care of this." "I have to help you," said the fourth assassin, smiling. The one against whom Lin Feng had been fighting fiercely was the third assassin. "Be careful, there are more assassins lurking," said the Watcher to Lin Feng. Then, a dozen more extremely strong assassins appeared. Lin Feng's face was deathly pale. He released life abstruse energy and recovered, but it wasn't quick enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1457, Furious. Chapter 1457, Furious. Lin Feng glanced around with his pitch-black eyes and shouted furiously, "How many of you are there?" Lin Feng could sense their qi, but it was difficult to know how many people were attacking him. In the past, each time he had been attacked by assassins, there weren't that many of them. This time, they were pulling out all the shots. 9 assassins, and over there are some people who might attack as well," said the Watcher to Lin Feng hoarsely. A moment before, the Watcher had shouted with what was probably his real voice. On top of that, the Watcher's real voice almost sounded like a woman's voice. "Are you injured? Are you all right?" asked the Watcher as hoarsely as before. "Can you shoot an arrow at the crowd?" asked Lin Feng to the Watcher using telepathy. The Watcher remained silent for a few seconds and replied, "All right. All right, get ready to attack."
Lin Feng released sword chi using both his hands.
He condensed two dazzling swords and lights illuminated the sky. His swords were particularly large. More and more people gathered below them to observe the great battle. Many people had recognized the Imperial Assassin Union and Lin Feng. Besides, on another side, Lin Feng's Demon King was also fighting using his axe. That axe weighed more than a ton and could easily destroy a mountain range. It kept striking at the third assassin, who was already injured and couldn't compete with the Demon King at all. Luckily, he was faster than the Demon King. He had told the fourth assassin to go and kill Lin Feng. Even though the two core assassins weren't happy to see each other, they were also relieved because they couldn't have dealt with Lin Feng on their own. "I'm going to attack," said the Watcher to Lin Feng. In a flash, 9 Watchers appeared, but they didn't have a bow, just arrows. They each aimed at different targets and attacked at the same time. Lin Feng was astonished, but he quickly regained his composure and attacked too. Slash, slash, blood flew as some people who were hiding suddenly appeared, injured or dead. Amongst the 9 targets, 4 were immediately killed by Lin Feng, 2 lost an arm, 1 lost a leg, 1 was vertically cut in 2, and only 1 ended up with a light injury. They weren't part of the 7 elite assassins. Considering that even the third assassin lost to Lin Feng, those regular assassins couldn't compete with Lin Feng at all. The fourth assassin was extremely strong though, but he didn't attack Lin Feng. Instead, he threw himself at the Watcher. He also knew speed abstruse energy, so his speed was unparalleled. The Watcher's illusion shot arrows at the fourth assassin. At the same time, a terrifying oppressive energy shot out, but the fourth assassin easily dodged the attacks. He was getting nearer and nearer, leaving dazzling lights trailing behind him. "What a fast sword!" thought Lin Feng. The enemy was getting too close to the Watcher. Behind, Lin Feng realized. The third assassin was attacking too. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and took out a heart. The sky shook as the heart turned into a palace and collided with the assassins. The gigantic palace was looming in the air when Lin Feng opened the door and told the Watcher, "Go inside." Lin Feng noticed that his Watcher wasn't as strong as when Tianji's Watcher. Even though he couldn't see that Watcher's cultivation level, he could sense the power of their arrows. "All right. You be careful," said the Watcher, nodding. He then jumped into the Jade Emperor's palace. He didn't want to pretend that he could keep fighting, he knew Lin Feng was stronger than him. After the Watcher disappeared into the palace, Lin Feng's palace became small again. Then he looked at the fourth assassin in a cold way. At the same time, a scepter appeared in his hand. He was beyond infuriated. He turned around and looked at the ordinary assassins with his pitch-black eyes while releasing terrifying death chi. Cursing strength turned those assassins gray. They wanted to escape and hide but they couldn't. "Die, all of you!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Terrifying death-cursing energies surrounded their bodies, and at the same time, Lin Feng released sword energies beheaded all of them at once. Lin Feng turned around but found that the fourth assassin had disappeared again. "Godly Awareness Palace," said Lin Feng. In a flash, a dazzling Godly Awareness Palace appeared. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng. His Godly Awareness Palace turned into 10,000 threads of awareness and they moved in every direction around him. Very quickly, a thread of his Godly Awareness Palace touched something. Lin Feng instantly lunged towards that direction while releasing sword chi. Slash, slash. The enemy's sword appeared. He knew he couldn't hide any longer. Almost as soon as his sword appeared, it collided against Lin Feng's desolate Xana attack. Lin Feng disappeared and released more cursing energies, curse. Boom! The scepter's cursing energies collided against the enemy's sword, corroded his body. The assassin wanted to escape, but a demonic territory surrounded them. A horrible shriek sounded after Lin Feng's death sword destroyed his own sword. Lin Feng's sword, which contained death and immortal energies, continued moving forwards and cut off his arm, and then Lin Feng grabbed him by his throat. His demon territory disappeared. Lin Feng raised the fourth assassin's body, which was already soaked with blood. "I can't wait to meet the first and second assassins," said Lin Feng, smiling devilishly. His sword chi then descended from the sky as he shouted, "Die!" His sword chi lacerated the fourth assassin's body and he turned to ashes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1458, Sword Grave. Chapter 1458, Sword Grave. The third assassin was terrified. He was already in the distance, glancing behind him to see everybody else dead.
The fourth assassin was dead. All the other ordinary assassins were dead. They had lost again. Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way, then more sword energies rose up in the air.
Bzzz.
The third assassin created an empty space and flew into it. He disappeared from Lin Feng's field of vision and Lin Feng didn't continue chasing him.
The second and first assassin will be even stronger.
The third assassin is already so strong,
thought Lin Feng. Who was the leader of the Imperial Assassin Union? How strong was the first assassin?
They had lost this time, so they would try again, even stronger than before.
Arg! Demon energies whistled and then went back into Lin Feng's body.
Lin Feng took out the Jade Emperor's palace and told the Watcher to come out. The Watcher glanced around and nodded at Lin Feng before leaving.
Wait! Shouted Lin Feng. The Watcher stopped. Can I see you face? Said Lin Feng. The Watcher shook his head and said hoarsely, goodbye. Then, he left and disappeared.
They almost had the same methods as the assassins, but the Watchers were better at hiding than the assassins.
He turned around and flew towards Jianghe.
Lin Feng hadn't arrived in Jianghe yet, but the strong cultivators from Jianghe were already there waiting for him. They had seen the battle.
Jian Muan sent strong cultivators from Jianghe to watch the battle.
They were amazed by their young master's progress. He could already defeat high-level Zun cultivators. Maybe that within the next 10 years, apart from emperors, nobody could defeat Lin Feng.
Lin Feng entered Jianghe and went straight to the sword grave. Nobody doubted Lin Feng's ability anymore.
Even though the sword had come back, and people still asked themselves questions about it, they had calmed down about it for now. Lin Feng entered the grave and found the same old man standing there, cleaning the grave.
Bzzz, a terrifying sword chi invaded the cave as Emperor Wu Tianjin's sword started whistling.
The strong cultivators from Jianghe heard the sword and sharp lights appeared in their eyes. Emperor Wu Tianjin's sword was whistling because their young master had come back.
Bzzz.
Emperor Wu Tianjin's sword flew around Lin Feng very loudly. Lin Feng smiled and grabbed Emperor Wu Tianjin's sword. It continued shaking though.
You've become good friends,
said the old man smiling. Not bad, your chi has become quite strong. You've already broken through to the 6th Zun chi layer and your blood is strong as well.
How are your fighting abilities? I can easily kill ordinary cultivators of the 9th Zun chi layer,
replied Lin Feng smiling.
I see.
People who manage to break through to the 9th Zun chi layer are quite strong.
If you say you can easily defeat them, that means you are very talented.
Show me how strong your sword spells are, said the old man smiling. Lin Feng took out his Tianji sword. It was dazzling and seemed to be breathing. It then released wind, thunder, empty space energies and so on.
Not bad. You still need to raise it more. Then, it could kill high-level Zun cultivators alone, said the old man indifferently.
Lin Feng put it back, apparently not impressing the old man. Lin Feng knew the old man was extraordinary, so impressing him was probably out of the question. Mister, I've been to the ancient battlefield in the Huangxi and I sense the energies from Emperor Wu Tianjin's sword, said Lin Feng.
The ancient battlefield? People have been going there for tens of thousands of years.
5,000 years ago, Emperor Wu Tianjin was also a strong cultivator, so he went there too, of course.
There's nothing surprising about that, said the old man laughing. Did you get fate seeds? Asked the old man. I did.
Lin Feng nodded and took them out. When you manage to utilize the force of the earth and sky really well, when you're about to achieve enlightenment, put a fate seed in your brain and you'll be able to understand the cosmic energy easily.
Your chances of becoming an emperor will be multiplied by 3, said the old man smiling. Of course, it's better to rely on your own abilities and own energies, said the old man sitting down. I see. With talent, you always have the advantage, thought Lin Feng. It was better to rely on one's cosmic energies than on the fate seeds. Fate seeds were good for the first step while breaking through to the Huangqi layer. Many people knew it was better, but they still relied on external resources. The Imperial Assassin Union attacked you? Said the old man smiling. Lin Feng also sat down. Yes, on the way. Who are they exactly? Asked Lin Feng. Did the old man know? You cannot imagine who they are. You'll face many dangers this year, but I'm convinced you'll always manage to find solutions. Many geniuses will fall, but I hope that you will survive and become stronger. The Demon Emperor, 1,000 years ago, had managed to overcome all difficulties. I hope you'll do the same.
I hope you won't just become an emperor of the Ba Huang province," said the old man, smiling.
Explore the world and see how vast it is, thought Lin Feng, his eyes were twinkling.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1459, How to Become an Emperor. Chapter 1459, How to Become an Emperor.
Lin Feng and the old man chatted for some time. They talked about cultivation, swords. The old man taught Lin Feng some things. Lin Feng also asked the old man about his sickness, but he just shook his head and changed the topic. Lin Feng couldn't insist. When they finished talking, Lin Feng decided to leave.
Do you need Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword? Asked the old man, smiling at Lin Feng.
Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword was floating above Lin Feng's hand. It wanted to stay with Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Lin Feng smiled and caressed the sword, saying, "Little guy, you've spent some time with me, you also protected me, now you should stay with Grandpa because he's all alone in here."
Bzzz.
The sword moved back above the old man's head.
You really don't want it? Asked the old man, smiling. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword is not an ordinary weapon, it's a terrifying imperial weapon. Lin Feng obviously knew that.
Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword was alive and could attack on its own, just like a person. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "Mister, I have to walk on my own path. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword is not my sword, so I can't rely on it. It is better if it stays with you.
See you later."
Lin Feng bowed and left. The old man looked at Lin Feng and smiled. When he had seen Lin Feng arrive, he thought that it was for Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. He knew how precious it was and that it had saved Lin Feng a few times already. But no, Lin Feng had come to see him. The old man was very happy with him. After Lin Feng left, Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword kept whistling and dazzling about the grave.
People from Jiangya were happy because they thought that it was a good sign.
In the sky, wind, thunder, and sword energies rolled in waves.
Many people raised their heads to see Lin Feng going up the stairs to Tiantai.
Two beautiful women came out when they heard him. Lin Feng put his arms around them and caressed their heads, smiling in a resplendent way. He hadn't left for a long time, but he had missed them.
"How's everybody at home?" asked Meng Cheng, smiling at Lin Feng.
"Everything is perfect. Those who made you turn back into an animal back then are all dead.
I killed every one of them. The Yunhai sect has genuinely come back to life. Everyone in the Imperial Palace is alright as well," said Lin Feng, smiling back. "Lin Feng, when will you take me there?" asked Xiu Yuxian angrily.
Lin Feng smiled. "Wait for when I become an emperor, we'll all gather together then." Lin Feng was worried.
How would Xiu Yuxian and Xin Yi react when they first met?
The following days, Lin Feng practiced cultivation calmly in his castle. He kept fighting against himself, trying to understand the force of the earth and the sky. After having been cleansed by the lights of the gate, he understood it a lot better. 1 month later, without using abstruse energies, Lin Feng could defeat himself, the one who was 10 times stronger than him.
Apart from that, Lin Feng also studied enlightenment marks.
3 months later, Lin Feng and his own self were fighting again. The flight of stairs seemed like it was going to explode from their fight. That illusion was Lin Feng, but with a force 100 times stronger. Lin Feng couldn't win against himself relying solely on force, but using special powers, he could resist himself at least. His body was becoming stronger as he understood the force of the earth and sky better. At that moment, Lin Feng was breathing heavily. He had just finished another battle. In the illusion, he saw a silhouette who was smiling at him.
"Brother," said Lin Feng to Mu Chen.
Mu Chen nodded and smiled. "Lin Feng, your understanding of force condensation is getting more and more terrifying. At that speed, you'll manage to defeat yourself with a force 100 times better and in less than 2 years. 2 years is a long time and that's only 100 times stronger,"
said Lin Feng. He wasn't satisfied.
He needed to understand the force of the earth and sky to its highest degree, otherwise it would be difficult to surpass himself. "Brother, how strong does one's force have to be to break through to the Huangqi layer?"
asked Lin Feng. "The third illusion's force is 1,000 times stronger. You must have tried it already." 1,000 times your force, what do you think?" said Mu Chen, smiling. Lin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. 1,000 times? That's too strong. Becoming an emperor is difficult, thought Lin Feng. 1,000 times stronger? Plus cosmic energies? How strong? No wonder emperors belonged to another world. Of course, that's why there are few emperors in Ba Huang.
Besides, emperors need time to become stronger. Step by step, some people have broken through the 9th Zun Qi layer, but are still very far from breaking through to the Huang Qi layer. High-level abstruse energies are good, but you also must see how powerful a cultivator is using force. Intensely studying abstruse energies and focusing on fighting are good things, but then you still need to focus on force,"
said Mu Chen smiling. Becoming an emperor was easier said than done.
Mu Chen says some cultivators at the very top of the Zun Qi layer have incredible abstruse energies, but can't understand force.
Thought Lin Feng, and then he said, "A force that is 1,000 times stronger, what kind of feeling is that?" "Ha, you'll see when you achieve it. Our teacher said that when you manage to deploy a force that is 1,000 times stronger than you, something happens in your body and you will sense it. When you borrow the strength of the earth and sky, it listens to you, but when you manage to have a force which is 1,000 times stronger, it's a part of you. It's like your hands and feet. That's the only way for you to understand and absorb cosmic energies." In other words, without a force that is 1,000 times stronger, even if you can sense cosmic strength, it's not a part of your body, so you can't use it properly in battle, explained Mu Chen. In the past, Lin Feng used to dream about that. He had always wondered how to become an emperor, and now he knew. "Let's go, Lin Feng. Let's go to the sky above the sky. Let's go and listen to our teacher's teachings," said Mu Chen. "Lin Feng, come," said Emperor Yu. Lin Feng and Mu Chen then sat down. The teacher smiled at his disciples. He wasn't a strict teacher. "Teacher," said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding at Emperor Yu. Mu Chen, Lin Feng, and the others were sitting with the others. "You've become so strong already, I didn't want to disturb you. It seems like a shout from you and you can make your friends collapse," said Emperor Yu smiling. Lin Feng felt embarrassed. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1460, Powerful Attack. Chapter 1460, Powerful Attack. "No problem, I love attending classes," said Lin Feng smiling. "Alright, I told your fellow disciples about how to become an emperor. Mu Chen probably told you some things too. Is there anything you still want to ask?" asked Emperor Yu to Lin Feng. "I want to know, how strong is cosmic energy compared to abstruse energy?" Mu Chen had told Lin Feng that if a cultivator's force was 1,000 times stronger, something happened in their body. It meant that cosmic energy had to be a certain amount stronger than abstruse energy to turn into cosmic energy. "Why do you ask?" asked Emperor Yu. "Emperor's force is 1,000 times stronger from my understanding. For Zun cultivators, cosmic energy is too powerful, so they belong to two different worlds. I have broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, but I can kill cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer. If I get a little stronger, I'll be able to kill cultivators at the very top of the 9th Zun Qi layer, but I have the feeling that after that, no matter how strong I get, I won't be able to defeat emperors," said Lin Feng calmly. "Teacher, I've also heard that Zun cultivators could never possibly defeat emperors." Emperor Yu was surprised. He looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. What was Lin Feng thinking? Lin Feng's fellow disciples thought the same as him. They also had the feeling that emperors and Zun cultivators belonged to two different worlds. Emperor Yu then smiled and glanced at Mu Chen. "You tell them." Mu Chen smiled and nodded. "Amongst all of you, if anyone with the strength of the Zun Qi layer could defeat an emperor, it would be you, Lin Feng." "Me?" Lin Feng was surprised. "What?" Of course, it was an if. The others looked disappointed but still smiled at Lin Feng. "Indeed, you. I'm not saying that the others aren't strong. Can you try and guess what advantage emperors have compared to Zun cultivators?" asked Mu Chen. "Of course, there are two things, a force that is 1,000 times stronger, which means being able to fuse together with the earth and sky, and then cosmic energies. Neither of those were easy to accomplish though. For a Zun cultivator, without a force that is 1,000 times stronger, defeating an emperor is impossible. Being able to fuse together with the earth and sky is an absolute requirement. And it's impossible to resist against cosmic energies as well. Abstruse energies are far from being as powerful, but what about 2 types of extremely powerful abstruse energies? And 3 types? 4 types? 7, 8? Not enough. If that's not enough, then you need to make more types of abstruse energies fuse together, and then?" said Mu Chen slowly. Everybody understood what Mu Chen meant at that moment. Lin Feng had amazed the whole province because he knew so many types of abstruse energies, and his fighting abilities were incredible because he could make them fuse together. The better a Zun cultivator's abstruse fusions were, the more chances he had to defeat emperors. "You have great abilities, Lin Feng,"
Even after you become an emperor, you'll become incredible, you'll probably become the strongest of all of us," said Ruoxia. "Of course, don't try and fight against emperors. If you can, study cosmic energies first. It would be better if you became an emperor before challenging other emperors," said Emperor Yu. He was worried that Lin Feng would go and offend an emperor alone. "I understand," said Lin Feng, nodding. "Teacher, let's study the force of the earth and sky first, or abstruse energies?" asked Mu Bei. "As you wish, the most important thing is determination though. When you think you need to understand a kind of strength, study it, there is no need for a particular order. You can have a fight against Mu Chen, he'll show you what force feel like as well as high-level abstruse energies," said Emperor Yu. "All right. Let's do it," said Xingzhan, smiling. He wanted to try. "All right, I'll show you," said Mu Chen, laughing teasingly. Xingzhan jumped in front of Mu Chen, and suddenly, he couldn't smile anymore. Mu Chen's force was oppressing him incredibly with a force 100 times stronger than him. Lin Feng wasn't far, but he also sensed the force. As expected, when Xingzhan wanted to counterattack, but he collapsed. He couldn't stand such an oppressive force. "How does it feel?" asked Mu Chen. "Again!" shouted Xingzhan furiously. Bestial qi emerged from his horn this time. "All right." Mu Chen smiled, his oppressive strength had disappeared, but Xingzhan had the impression that Mu Chen had the situation under control. Everybody had the same impression, even Lin Feng was astonished. The space around Xingzhan had turned into a cage. Mu Chen's force is already 1,000 times stronger, which is a requirement to break through to the Huang Qi layer. Lin Feng and the other disciples were astonished. Mu Chen was a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer. His abstruse energies were also at a high level. Did that mean he was going to become an emperor soon? "Do you know how to build a small world?" asked Mu Chen. Lin Feng was astonished, a force 1,000 times stronger. That small piece of space had become Mu Chen's own small world. "I'll show you," said Emperor Yu, smiling. An incredibly oppressive energy surfaced, making everybody suffocate. Emperor Yu was just calmly sitting there, but the energies he was giving off were insane. "Teacher, when emperors fight," Lin Feng said. "That's exactly what I was getting to. Two sorts of energies need to intertwine. For that you need cosmic energies and a force which is 1,000 times stronger than yourself," said Emperor Yu. Lin Feng nodded. 1,000 times stronger. Boom! At that moment, the ground shook violently. It seemed like the earth and sky were going to collapse, including Emperor Yu's small world even. Boom, boom, everybody was looking around. What's going on? It seemed like that world was really going to collapse. Emperor Yu raised his head and sharp lights appeared in his eyes. Bzzz. Gigantic clouds appeared, and then black hole appeared. From it, a silhouette appeared. Emperor Qi. Lin Feng and the others were astonished. Emperor Qi was attacking Emperor Yu's small world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1461, Emperor's Battle. Chapter 1461, Emperor's Battle. When the ordinary inhabitants of the small world realized that they were living in a small world and that it was fake, they were dumbstruck. The small world had existed for a few hundred years. They hadn't seen much of the outside world, so they didn't understand what was going on. They're going to be annihilated, thought Lin Feng. For the ordinary inhabitants of the small world, it was a tragedy. Emperor Qi, there's no need to attack again, I'll just come out, said Emperor Yu calmly. He rose up in the air and the small world progressively went back to normal again. Let's go out, said Mu Chen to everybody, leaving the sky above the sky. Once they got outside, they saw 3 emperors flying above them. Emperors are going to fight, this will be a tragedy, thought some people. Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi were joining hands to fight against Tiantai's emperor. You could have just talked. Why scare ordinary people? Asked Emperor Yu calmly and serenely after remaining silent for a few seconds. Doesn't it work better that way? Said Emperor Qi indifferently. Maybe, but it's impolite. So what? Said Emperor Qi smiling in a cold way. Attack, said Emperor Yu calmly. Emperor Qi and Emperor Tianlong hadn't come to have a cup of tea, obviously, they wanted to fight. They were all low-level emperors, but killing Emperor Yu wouldn't be easy either. Die! Shouted Emperor Qi, jumping forwards. In a flash, the sky shook violently and the people residing in Tiantai looked extremely nervous.
Emperor Qi and Emperor Tianlong wanted to kill Emperor Yu.
Some black fissures and marks appeared in the sky and they were heading for Emperor Yu.
Empty space cosmic strength, those are empty space fissures, thought Lin Feng.
Those fissures were extremely fast, they also looked powerful. If such an attack reached Tiantai, many, if not all of them would die.
But it didn't seem like Emperor Qi wanted to attack Tiantai. Don't forget that there are binding forces between emperors.
If Emperor Qi and Emperor Tianlong kill us, Tiantai still has two emperors. Their descendants and disciples would all die if they did,
said Mu Chen. Everybody nodded.
Even if those people were emperors, before killing the two emperors of Tiantai, they wouldn't be able to kill Tiantai's disciples. That was an intangible rule. That was also why until now, no emperor had ever dared attack Lin Feng directly. The previous time outside of Tianyuan City, Emperor Qi and Emperor Tianlong were there to block Emperor Yu, but they wanted Qi Qianxing to kill Lin Feng. The fissures, which were as fast as lightning, lacerated the sky and moved towards Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu was surrounded by incredible yellow lights which condensed into an earthen armor. The gigantic fissures crashed onto his earth armor, and a layer of armor broke apart, but Emperor Yu still looked calm and serene. They use cosmic energies to protect themselves and attack. The intensity of their force is similar, but their cosmic energies make all the difference,
thought Lin Feng. Emperor Qi couldn't kill Emperor Yu with one strike with cosmic energies. Boom boom.
Lin Feng suddenly shook violently and so did the earth and sky around him.
Emperor Tianlong jumped forwards, punching the air in Emperor Yu's direction.
A gigantic dragon fist appeared, and it contained a terrifying strength. Emperor Tianlong understood physical strength cosmic energy, so his attacks were extremely powerful. Emperor Yu shook his hands and a mountain appeared, causing the earth and sky to shake even more.
Emperor Tianlong felt oppressed beneath that mountain. Earth punch! Shouted Emperor Yu furiously.
A strong wind blew, and a hole appeared in the sky. Emperor Qi's silhouette flickered, and he appeared near Emperor Yu. He shook his hand and a broken empty space appeared next to Emperor Yu.
The crowd couldn't even follow their attacks with their eyes because they were too fast. Gotcha! Emperor Yu's body turned into a mountain.
The mountain exploded after the two enemies' attacks crashed onto it, however, when it broke apart, Emperor Yu was still looming above them.
Die! Shouted Emperor Yu furiously. Several gigantic mountains descended from the sky, faster than anyone ever imagined a mountain could travel.
What a terrifying strength,
thought the crowd.
Lin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. It reminded him of when he watched movies on TV in his previous life. For example, Su Wukong, the Monkey King who could destroy mountains with just his 5 fingers. Emperor Qi was already blurry, he was moving too fast actually.
Emperor Tianlong didn't dodge them, instead he destroyed a mountain heading towards him. Lin Feng's eyes turned black.
He was in his own world, watching those people fighting at the speed of light. Their moves seemed slower in his head, but as before, he could only see their shadows. Emperor Yu wanted to move back, but suddenly, an empty space wall appeared. Golden lights appeared and sealed the space around him. Emperor Si Kong appeared out of nowhere and attacked by surprise.
Break! Shouted Emperor Yu furiously.
He punched the empty space wall, causing explosions to light up the sky. As he wanted to leave, Emperor Si Kong attacked him, and blood splattered.
Emperor Yu is injured. People from Tiantai were extremely worried and scared.
Emperors were the hearts of influential imperial groups.
3 emperors were fighting against Emperor Yu, so if Emperor Yu died, things would become difficult for Tiantai. Emperor Qi and the others entered the empty space and chased after Emperor Yu.
In the distance, some terrifying sounds appeared.
It's Emperor Wen, he came to help Emperor Yu, thought the crowd. They felt a bit relieved. Don't worry. They're all low-level emperors. They can't really kill each other, said Mu Chen to the crowd. An emperor had to be a lot stronger than another emperor to kill him.
I wonder how the strength of emperors is classified, but it seems that I'll have to wait until I'm an emperor to learn more about that,
thought Lin Feng. He felt like an alien watching that battle. He couldn't imagine how strong those people were. Were they all equally strong? Were there ways to differentiate emperors in terms of strength?
A silhouette came out of the empty space and the crowd was surprised.
Emperor Tianlong had left the empty space. Tiantai's people were extremely nervous and fixedly staring at Emperor Tianlong. Did he want to attack Tiantai's disciples? Lin Feng, said Emperor Tianlong coldly.
Lin Feng had killed 7 princes, so he wanted to avenge them. Mu Chen moved in front of Lin Feng and said coldly, Emperor Tianlong, don't forget imperial rules.
If you attack our disciples, Tianlong Divine Castle will be annihilated. Emperor, you won't come back to Tiantai, so get ready to die, said Emperor Tianlong.
Then he moved back into the empty space and disappeared.
Tiantai's people were sad and worried. Humph. Emperor Tianlong couldn't catch up with Emperor Yu, otherwise he wouldn't have come back, said Mu Chen, smiling in a cold way.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1462, Tiantai's Disappearance. Chapter 1462, Tiantai's Disappearance.
All four emperors were in the empty space, so nobody knew what the battle looked like inside, but many people were still recovering the initial fight.
3 emperors had attacked Tiantai, so things were going down. Elsewhere in Tianjing City, there were 3 groups of people. Ordinary people looked at them and they were shaking in fear. Those 3 groups of people wanted to attack Tiantai because they belonged to their enemies. When Emperor Yu wasn't there, Mu Chen was the leader. He rose up in the air and said to Tiantai's people, everybody, disperse now, it's too dangerous. If Tiantai comes back to life, you can come back. Of course, if you want to join other groups, Tiantai won't blame you. Lin Feng and the others were together while looking up at Mu Chen. They were speechless. Did he want to dismantle Tiantai? People from Tiantai looked at Mu Chen but remained silent. Mu Chen smiled and said, don't be sad. Tiantai will come back and it will rise to even greater heights. For the time being, you can just go elsewhere and practice cultivation. Brother, can't we fight against them? Asked someone. Why was Mu Chen acting like that? The emperors were fighting, so would more people come to attack Tiantai?
Mu Chen shook his head, 2 big clans, plus Tianlong Divine Castle which has existed for over 1,000 years, while Tiantai has existed for a short time only.
Let's disperse. We'll gather again someday. Mu Chen was right.
If people fought, they had to at least be Zun cultivators or else they'd die on the spot.
Take care, brothers. Many people waved at Mu Chen and the others and left. Mu Chen turned around and looked at Lin Feng and the other direct disciples. You can also disperse, I'll leave some memories in your brains so that I can find you in the future.
If I don't, remember that since you came out of the ancient battlefield, you've started your real journey.
In 1 year's time, come back to Tiantai, said Mu Chen, smiling.
He then left memories in Lin Feng and the others' brains.
Brother!
The direct disciples were unhappy.
If we get destroyed, we'll never rise again.
Please, brothers, just take care of yourselves,
said Mu Chen, smiling. All right, there are 8 more months, become stronger and come back, said Mu Chen, waving. Go and become stronger,
said Ho Ching Lin to everybody.
Then, he jumped and left.
He was the first one of them to leave. Brothers, take care. Everybody started dispersing. If one of the teachers remained, as well as the direct disciples, Tiantai wasn't dead.
Concerning Tiantai's territory, it was just a symbol. It could have been situated anywhere else. Meng Qing and Xiu Yuxian flew over to Lin Feng. Let's go, said Lin Feng, smiling at the girls. They nodded at Mu Chen and then they jumped onto Lin Feng's gigantic sword and left. After everybody left, the 3 armies arrived in Tiantai, but there was nobody there. It was empty, as if Tiantai had never existed in the first place. Damn you, said Qi Qianxing. He clenched his fists and released terrifying energies meaninglessly into the sky. The Crown Prince and the second Prince of Tianlong were also upset. If you see any disciples from Tiantai, kill them, shouted Qi Qianxing furiously. Immediately, people's silhouettes started flickering away. Roger, replied the members of the Qi clan. At the meeting of the emperors, Tiantai's people had killed so many people from the Qi clan, but that didn't mean the Qi clan was weaker. It was just that the medium-level Zun cultivators from Tiantai were too strong. All disciples from Tiantai must die, said the members from Tianlong Divine Castle as well. Even if Tiantai's disciples were running away, they still had to die. A sword was whistling outside of Tianjing City. Meng Qing and Xiu Yuxian were leaning against Lin Feng. Xiu Yuxian said, Lin Feng, why did Mu Chen make that decision? Xiu Yuxian didn't understand. We are the 12 direct disciples. We're not only talented, but we're also close to each other. Mu Chen wants to protect us, but it's also a kind of test. We have to become stronger, we have to become emperors, said Lin Feng, raising his head to the sky. Then, he whispered, of course, maybe I don't understand everything. Emperor Shi has never shown up. What were Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu thinking? A day later, the news spread all around Ba Huang that Emperor Tianlong, Emperor Si Kong and Emperor Qi had joined hands to attack Emperor Yu. That and Tiantai had disappeared without leaving a trace. Concerning the result of the battle, some people said that Emperor Yu had been chased and that Emperor Wen had appeared to help. However, nobody knew the results of the battle. 1 month later, in many influential imperial groups in the Ba Huang province, many former disciples of Tiantai had started integrating themselves. However, nobody knew what the emperors of Tiantai or their direct disciples had become. However, some people said that Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan had captured some former disciples of Tiantai. 2 months later, it was said that a young man had been to the island of the 9 dragons on the Huang Sea and had killed people there. He had even chased the leader of the island of the 9 dragons. Some people said that the young man was Lin Feng, one of the incredible geniuses from Tiantai. The leader of the island of the 9 dragons had, before dying, shouted, "Lin Feng, we're not enemies, why kill us?" Some people said that he was with 2 beautiful girls, so it was probably Lin Feng. 4 months later, in the Qi Empire from Jiuyu, Emperor Dong's son, Qi Yan, had announced that he was going to get married a month later and had invited many people from everywhere to attend. At that moment, Lin Feng had also come out from the ancient battlefield, and that 4 months were left before he could go to the holy city. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1463, Who is he? Chapter 1463, Who is he? In the eastern part of Ba Huang, in Shuri City, many people were talking about the gossip of Ba Huang in a restaurant. Many bloodbaths had occurred, and many geniuses had risen and fallen. The influential imperial groups of Ba Huang province were also fighting like madmen. The battles between the Wen clan, the Qi clan and some others were the fiercest. The Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle and the others joined hands to fight against the Wen clan because the Wen clan was working with Tiantai. Even though Tiantai disappeared, the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle won't give up. The Qi clan had even captured some disciples from Tiantai. He also burnt Tiantai's territory down to the ground. He wanted to attract some people from Tiantai with that stunt. Some people did flock over because they were upset, but Qi Qianxing killed them easily. Said some people sighing. They didn't have any new news from Tiantai. The emperors from Tiantai had protected their disciples and made everyone disperse. The Qi clan and the others knew that Tiantai had probably asked their disciples to leave and practice cultivation while they were away. They even paid attention to any clues they might find. For example, the number of abstruse tablets a cultivator had was considered a clue. Don't you know that some of the homes of Tiantai's disciples are under surveillance? In order not to infuriate their allies, they hadn't killed their families, because they're just too scared. Said someone loudly. Don't be too loud. You want to get killed or what? Said someone else. Then, that person stopped talking because he noticed that many people were looking at him. Your tongue or an arm, you choose. Said a young man at that moment. That person immediately turned pale. Your Excellency, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Said that person bowing, he was terrified. His face was deathly pale. In Shuri City, if he infuriated the Qi clan, he would certainly die. A table exploded. The young man stood up and looked at the person he had infuriated. It's Qi Zhang. The crowd was horrified. Qi Zhang was alone in the restaurant drinking and eating. Qi Zhang had risen after the meeting of the emperors. He had already broken through to the 7th Zun Qi layer and his abstruse energy was level 9. Should I do it myself? Asked Qi Zhang calmly. That person's face was deathly pale. He closed his eyes and shouted furiously. Then he cut off his own arm. He was a cultivator of the Tian Qi layer, so he couldn't recover it until he became a Zun cultivator. Qi Zhang didn't look at him again. He just walked away and left the restaurant. Qi Zhang is cruel, but he's very strong. People must obey him in these parts. Humph. If someone is reckless, they must pay the consequences for it. Now people were making fun of the guy who had lost an arm. The one who had lost an arm left the restaurant. He was still bleeding intensely. Wait, said someone at that moment. He turned around and saw a young man who was at the table next to the one where Qi Zhang was sitting a moment before. I'll help you stop the bleeding. Then that person walked to him. It was Lin Feng, but he had changed his face. The masks Mr. Xiao had given him were peerless items, so nobody could recognize him. The Qi clan couldn't imagine it either, that the young man they wanted to kill the most was in their Shuri city. Lin Feng put his hand on the young man's wound and released life energies. That person instantly felt better. Abstruse strength, life abstruse energy. Thought that person.
Lin Feng was so young and could already use life energy.
He had to be at least a medium-level Zune cultivator.
After all, Lin Feng didn't know him, and on top of that, he had just offended Qi Zhang.
People around were surprised to see someone helping him. Have a sip of that.
Lin Feng took out some life water and put some drops in the young man's mouth. Slowly, his arms started growing again.
People were astonished.
Life water was priceless, and that guy was seemingly wasting it. After watching his arm grow again, he stood there speechless for a moment.
Then, he deeply bowed before Lin Feng and said, "Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I am unable to repay your kindness though. Let's go out and have a walk,"
said Lin Feng, nodding.
He stood up and left. That young man didn't understand. Did Lin Feng need him to do something?
Even though he didn't understand, he still followed him.
"Do you want to get your revenge?" asked Lin Feng. They were walking on the main road. That person was incredulous and said to Lin Feng using telepathy, "We're in Shuri City, it's the Qi clan's own territory.
Qi Zhang is the most talented young cultivator of the Qi clan at the moment, and I only have the strength of the Tian Qi layer.
There's no way I can get my revenge. I can help you,"
said Lin Feng, smiling. That person looked at Lin Feng and guessed that Lin Feng probably didn't like Qi Zhang either, but he hesitated because the Qi clan was too dangerous.
"What do I have to do?"
"Qi Yan, Emperor Dong's son, is going to get married soon. The emperor of the Qi clan, Emperor Qi, is an elder for Qi Yan.
He will definitely go to Jiuyu for the wedding.
Besides, he'll bring some high officials from the Qi clan with him.
When they're gone, I can maybe kill half of their people,"
said Lin Feng calmly. Lin Feng knew that the Qi clan had captured and killed some people from Tiantai recently.
Wedding? Would the Qi clan still be protected during Qi Yan's wedding? He's so confident. Thought that person. Can you check when they're leaving the Qi clan?
That person was surprised and nodded. If the high officials of the clan do leave, then people will talk about that, definitely. They have a special portal on their territory, therefore, they won't leave using the main roads.
Maybe they'll be gone, but we just won't see it," said Lin Feng. "I don't blame you if you don't find any information. Helping you was only a slight effort." After listening to Lin Feng, his eyes twinkled.
Qi Zhang had made him cut off his arm because of one simple sentence. He obviously wanted to get his revenge.
"I'll try and find a solution. If I don't have precise information, I won't let you take any risks. Alright, if you hear anything, we can show up at high noon in that restaurant and I will understand.
If you have no news, don't go to that restaurant and I will understand too.
I'll be there every day. Be careful,"
said Lin Feng, nodding. Then, he disappeared. That was a good way to get some information, but even if that person didn't learn anything, it didn't matter. The most important thing was not to make any mistakes. After that, Lin Feng went to that restaurant every day and drank alcohol at high noon.
He changed his face every day even.
After 10 days, that person showed up, sat down and glanced around. Lin Feng left the restaurant and came back in with the face he had when he had first met that guy.
That person looked happy to see Lin Feng. "Let's go. The Qi clan has been gathering presents for the past few days. They left this morning. However, I'm not sure whether Emperor Qi left or not.
After all, nobody will talk about Emperor Qi's whereabouts, so nobody knows his timetable,"
said that person to Lin Feng using telepathy. "That's good enough," said Lin Feng, smiling. He then cheered with that guy and said, "Cheers." "Cheers," said that person, smiling as well. Then, Lin Feng left. That person looked at Lin Feng and whispered, "Who is he? Maybe he would know soon."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1464, Nightly Massacre. Chapter 1464, Nightly Massacre.
That night, in the vast territory of the Qi clan, people were chatting, but as it became later, less and less people were active.
Some people slept while some practiced cultivation. All in all, it was an average night.
The Qi clan was such a powerful clan that they didn't need night guards or guards in general.
They were very confident that their reputation was high enough that it would deter any unwelcomed visitors.
There were special cultivation towers in Qi clan. One of them was a fire cultivation tower. Someone came out of it, but it wasn't necessarily heat but some type of cold fire that was emanating from him.
"Who's that?" someone suddenly shouted.
Some lights appeared, and that person was suddenly surrounded by energies.
"Don't talk," said someone. A black robe appeared, and someone grabbed his neck. That person looked at the cultivator in black clothes and pulled a long face.
Then, he told him using telepathy, "Your Excellency, this is the Chi clan."
"I know.
I just want to use your teleportation portal, I have no other intentions. Bring me there, of course, if you do anything reckless, I can guarantee that you'll die before the Chi clan even knows I'm here,"
said the cultivator in black clothes indifferently. Then, he disappeared in the darkness again.
That person was freaked out.
"All right, I'll take you there,"
said the Chi clan's cultivator walking towards the portal. After all, Emperor Dawn had organized a ceremony, so if that person wanted to use their portal, it was only normal. Surprisingly, he used force though, but he didn't ask himself too many questions.
Would anyone dare attack the Chi clan anyways?
The Chi clan's portal was centered in a courtyard. There was an ancient room with a hole inside. "There are 2 guards there, you must go through them to use the portal,"
said that person to Lin Feng using telepathy. "All right, you take me there," said Lin Feng.
That person was surprised and Lin Feng disappeared again.
He couldn't refuse, so he continued walking towards the room.
They walked in, and there was, indeed, a portal filled with empty space energies and 2 guards just calmly standing there. "Masters, I want to use the portal to go abroad and practice cultivation," said that cultivator.
The 2 guards opened their eyes and frowned.
They found it strange. They had broken through to the 8th Zun Chi layer, so their perceptions were acute.
Suddenly, dazzling lights appeared, and the cultivator's head was cut off. "Die!"
A terrifying death energy surrounded the 2 guards. Then, sharp sword lights and a desolate Xana attack made one of the elders' head explode. The other guard noticed a black robe, but it was only for a second.
Terrifying empty space holy marks surrounded his body, preventing him from moving.
Then a gigantic black hand grabbed his head. He was soaked in a cold sweat. He was surrounded by death energy. It was the first time that he thought he was going to die.
Surprisingly, someone was attacking them in their own territory. "Did Qi Qianxing leave with Emperor Qi?" asked Lin Feng using telepathy.
His voice sounded like a demon's voice. His eyes were pitch black.
"He did," said that person. He was obviously terrified. Demon cursing energies were corroding his body.
He realized he had replied to Lin Feng only after having spoken.
"How many people did Emperor Qi bring?" asked Lin Feng.
"Some outstanding young cultivators, Qi Qianxing and some core disciples."
Bzzz. While they were talking, suddenly, 2 more people appeared at the entrance.
They were stupefied and stopped.
Someone was threatening a strong cultivator from the Qi clan? That's exactly what they wanted to do.
"Brother!" Lin Feng was astonished.
It was Ruo Xie and Mo Qing Tian.
"You are," that strong cultivator's face changed drastically. Then, Sword Chi emerged, and Lin Feng beheaded him.
"Lin Feng." Ruo Xie and Mo Qing Tian recognized Lin Feng and smiled. "We were wondering if it'd work and now you're here. We're even more relieved."
Lin Feng laughed, he was happy. "Lin Feng, it's not the first time we've done that," said Mo Qing Tian smiling at Lin Feng. They had done something similar in Tianyuan City at the Yang clan. It was just more dangerous this time since it was an imperial clan. "Brothers, we have to hurry up because this place is huge,"
said Lin Feng. "You're right. They left this morning, so let's kill as many people as possible. We have to get our revenge," said Mo Qing Tian.
"We should change our plan now.
Leave a memory with Lin Feng and me.
Then, stay near the teleportation portal and if you see them come back, break the memory to inform us. We're better at killing, so Lin Feng and I should go," said Ruo Xie to Mo Qing Tian. Mo Qing Tian knew how to use the power of the stars, so he could change colors to become sneakier.
"All right, I'll wait in the empty space until they come back. Then I'll inform you that you must leave immediately," said Mo Qing Tian. Initially, they were only 2, so it wasn't enough.
After having organized a strategy, Mo Qing Tian left some memories in Lin Feng and Ruo Xie's bodies and then entered the empty space. Lin Feng and Ruo Xie didn't leave immediately, they waited for Mo Qing Tian to arrive first.
"Ruo Xie, brother, we can't show ourselves too soon, we must first slowly kill people," said Lin Feng.
Ruo Xie knew desolate abstruse energy, speed abstruse energy and was good at killing people with speedy sword attacks. But Lin Feng knew even more things.
2 people silently left the teleportation room and then disappeared into the darkness of the night. In some room, a cultivator of the 6th Zun Chi layer was lying down sleeping.
He had practiced cultivation and had just broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, so finally, he could have a rest. However, at that moment, he sensed something and opened his eyes. A black shadow had appeared in front of him. Slash, a sword beheaded him. He hadn't even had time to react, he was killed in his own room. The killer disappeared into the darkness again and moved from room to room killing Zun cultivators.
Ruo Xia was doing the same.
His speed abstruse energy had reached the top of the 8th level already, so he could move like an illusion.
Of course, Ruo Xia wasn't as fast as Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng used shadow abstruse energy and could hide in the darkness perfectly. He killed countless people in the first half an hour. Cultivator Tower.
Lin Feng saw some cultivation towers in the distance.
The fire tower was illuminating the darkness of the night.
There must be a lot of cultivators there,
thought Lin Feng, smiling evilly.
Then he flew over to the tower. Any member of the Qi clan could go in without any restrictions, so there were no guards.
Lin Feng entered the tower and glanced around.
There were many people, most of them being low-level Zun cultivators who were sitting cross-legged and practicing cultivation.
The fire on the top floors is hotter.
Lin Feng released fire energies, so nobody paid any attention to him. Besides, the Qi clan was gigantic, people couldn't possibly know everyone else in the clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1465, Chaos at the Qi Clan. Chapter 1465, Chaos at the Qi Clan.
On the higher floors, people were a lot stronger. Lin Feng also released more powerful fire energies, but he still drew some people's attention. They had never seen him before, but he was so strong. When Lin Feng arrived at the top of the tower, there were only 4 people, each in a corner of the room. Their eyes were closed, and they were bathing in flames.
3 cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer and 1 of the 9th. Thought Lin Feng. Killing those people silently would be impossible. Those people were meditating. The Qi clan had one rule too, such that it was forbidden to fight in the towers, otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to come back to the towers. Nobody liked being disturbed while practicing cultivation, therefore, silence was mandatory. He went back to the flight of stairs again where there were cultivators of the 7th and 6th Zun Qi layer. There was something like 7 to 8 people there studying fire energy. 6th and 7th Zun Qi layers. Thought Lin Feng glancing around. Then he walked over to someone. That person opened their eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately stared back at him and released death-cursing energies. That person's soul shook, and he instantly lost his determination. That cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer didn't stand a chance. After that, Lin Feng walked to the second cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer and sat down opposite him. He poked that person, who then opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng in a cold way, but Lin Feng released death energy from his eyes and grabbed his throat. That person's mouth was open, but he couldn't move. Only some choking sounds could be heard, but nobody paid attention to that. After that, to the third person, Lin Feng did the same, and then the fourth. But when Lin Feng had killed the 5th cultivator, someone else opened their eyes having sensed danger. Lin Feng moved like the wind and quickly beheaded that person with sword qi. The others opened their eyes too, but as soon as they opened their eyes, they died instantly. Lin Feng was too fast. Nobody heard or sensed anything on the floors above or below. Lin Feng glanced at them and went down the stairs again. People were still practicing cultivation, and nobody had sensed any danger. Very quickly, Lin Feng killed everyone on the floor below. They were weaker, so it was easier for Lin Feng to curse them. In a temple inside the Qi clan, 2 old men opened their eyes. "What time is it?" asked one of the old men. "It's time, let's go and see," replied the other one. The Qi clan had a rule: some members of the Qi clan were chosen to check the temple regularly to see if everyone was still alive. "Why would we? Nothing could have possibly happened anyways," said the other old man nonchalantly. There was a list of names at the back of the temple, a list of names connected to the cultivators' souls. Without that list, it would have been difficult for the Qi clan to know how many people there were and so on. It was of the utmost importance for maintaining the organization of the clan. One of the old men walked to the list and looked at the names. But suddenly, he looked alarmed. "Oh no!" shouted the old man loudly. So many soul plates had broken. They weren't broken just 2 hours ago. Some soul names continued breaking before their eyes. The 2 old men were suddenly covered with a cold sweat. Something serious was going on. Someone is killing our people inside our own territory. The 2 old men were dumbstruck. They immediately went outside to sound an alarm.
They were moving as fast as they could, and they were making extremely loud sounds as they ran.
Many people suddenly got nervous and stopped practicing cultivation. What was going on? That's the alarm, the most serious one. But it hasn't happened for so many years. The crowd was terrified. Someone dared attack the Qi clan by surprise, but who? Who came to the Qi clan? Shouted an extremely loud voice.
Lin Feng had just finished killing everyone on the first floor when he heard that voice. He had probably only killed 100 people so far, yet he had been noticed. What he didn't know was that the Qi clan hadn't lost so many people in a very long time. In 2 hours, more than 200 of their strongest cultivators had died. Those from the top of the tower came down and saw that everybody was dead. Then, on the first floor, they came across Lin Feng. Since they were still surprised, Lin Feng used his Xana sword attack and released death-cursing energies at the same time. The 2 cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer didn't have time to react and died.
Who are you?
The 2 others released terrifying energies, fire filling the room.
Die,
said Lin Feng as he moved like the wind while releasing sword energies.
The last cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer died with that attack.
Now, only the cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer remained.
Boom!
The cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer punched the air and his fire punch ignited outside, not aiming for Lin Feng.
That cultivator wanted to warn people outside the tower before dealing with Lin Feng. The enemies are in the tower, shouted someone furiously. People from all directions ran towards the tower. Die! Death-cursing energies surrounded the cultivator. Piss off!
A fireman appeared behind him, looking like a fire god. Lin Feng used his desolate Xana attack again. That cultivator's hand turned into an ancient imprint. At the same time, the fire was destroyed by sword energies. Sword lights filled the tower. The cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer was quickly surrounded by immortal sword energies. He raised his head and his face turned deathly pale. He wanted to use his full strength to resist the energies but had failed.
Over there!
Some strong cultivators rushed over. Lin Feng smiled coldly. His sword streaked across the sky and lacerated the group of people. They still had desperate facial expressions after they died.
Lin Feng moved like the wind and disappeared into the night. He didn't want people to see him, so even if he could easily kill those people, it was better not to waste time.
Lin Feng quickly put on some white clothes and hid in the middle of a crowd.
Where are the enemies? Some people were heading in Lin Feng's direction as fast as they could. Perfect.
Lin Feng moved like the wind, and then lacerated them one after the other. The Qi clan was huge, so Lin Feng could kill people in every corner.
Shouldn't we inform Emperor Qi and the respectable elder? Asked someone at that moment. Emperor Qi left today, how can we inform him? Said a strong cultivator pulling a long face. But we're talking about Lin Feng. So what? Activate the Great Protection spell, said that person.
Since Lin Feng had come, he had to die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1466, Kill Lin Feng. Chapter 1466, Kill Lin Feng. Activate the protection spell, shouted some people.
Lin Feng watched a group of people move down to the ground while yelling that, so he frowned.
The Great Protection spell? Then, dazzling light suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire territory.
It's the Great Celestial Protection spell,
thought some people who still didn't understand what was going on. How long had it been since the Qi clan used the protection spell? Someone dared attack the Qi clan, but who? Thought some others.
What a terrifying strength,
thought Lin Feng.
The Qi clan was gradually being filled with golden energies. Besides, everybody was illuminated, so if he killed anyone, everybody would see him.
Everybody stop. Apart from the patrollers, nobody can move. If anyone disobeys, they'll die, shouted someone furiously. Then, everybody stopped moving. What an impressive organization, thought Lin Feng.
The patrollers inspected the surroundings first, then they inspected the crowd in the sky. Lin Feng was there, but he wasn't moving though.
They'll find me, thought Lin Feng.
If he moved, he'd die though. The protection spell could also illuminate people who were hiding, so he couldn't hide if he wanted to. Even using his spirit was useless with that protection spell up. Lin Feng finally decided not to move and wait patiently. Finally, the patrollers arrived near him. The leader of the patrollers was a cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer.
Turn around, shouted the strong cultivator to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng slowly turned around.
Those people frowned. I've never seen you. Which branch are you from? Who are your parents? Asked the patroller. He didn't ask Lin Feng for his name because it was too easy to make up a name.
Instead, he checked his background, which was more difficult to make up.
How dare you talk to me that way? Said Lin Feng.
He slowly turned back around and walked towards that guy.
Eh?
The crowd frowned.
I'm Lin Feng,
said Lin Feng, and then his scepter appeared, and he released cursing energies. At the same time, he released sword energies with his other hand.
Be careful.
When Lin Feng said his name, everybody released a terrifying chi, but Lin Feng's cursing energies made them stop in their tracks. Many people immediately exploded under his strength. The patrollers were either drenched in a cold sweat or were lying dead on the ground.
Lin Feng. That person was fixedly staring at Lin Feng.
Without a doubt, that was Lin Feng. His sword was terrifying. Apart from Emperor Wu Tianjian, only one person had a sword with so many energies condensed inside, Lin Feng.
Die. Lin Feng released an infinite amount of demon chi.
Ruoxie and Lin Feng had already killed over 200 people, including inside the tower. The Qi clan had existed for 10,000 years, but this was one of their greatest tragedies.
Great protection spell, luck! Shouted the strong cultivator, rising in the air. Death!
Lin Feng released sword and immortal energies.
However, the chief patroller used his empty space agility technique dodge.
Then, empty space punches appeared behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng released sword energies and destroyed them. At the same time, he released terrifying demon intent and his Tianji sword shot out from his body.
It immediately cut off that person's head.
A gigantic picture scroll appeared in the sky and turned into a cage surrounding Lin Feng, just after he killed the strong cultivator.
Bzzz.
Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. However, he found that the picture scroll threads were following him. His body became even more dazzling, so now everybody could see him.
Break!
Lin Feng's sword lacerated the space around him, but it didn't work.
It seemed like he was in an illusion, and whatever he did, the picture scroll would follow him.
People quickly surrounded Lin Feng, trapping him. They were all medium-level Zun cultivators or higher. The weakest cultivator around him had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer.
There were hundreds of people even.
The Qi clan had existed for such a long time, so it was no surprise that they had so many extremely strong cultivators.
Arg, demon energies rolled in waves. Lin Feng condensed energies which turned into a demon. Surprising the crowd, a gigantic demon appeared behind Lin Feng's back holding a gigantic axe.
As soon as he formed, he threw himself at the crowd. The gigantic axe contained cosmic energies, creating fissures in the sky when it attacked, instantly killing some people.
That demon is not affected by the empty space, thought Lin Feng.
He then released sword intent.
Empty space lock! Shouted the patroller.
Lin Feng and people around him were stuck in the empty space with him.
Enlightenment!
Shouted the strong cultivator again while condensing terrifying energies. The Qi clan's own people were illuminated by dazzling lights. What a terrifying protection spell, it connects all the cultivators of the Qi clan together,
thought Lin Feng.
He condensed sword energies all around him. He didn't chase anyone, instead, he condensed immortal Qi and sword intent.
Celestial death!
Shouted the chief patroller coldly. The strong cultivators from the Qi clan condensed their energies together and a gigantic sword appeared in the sky.
Die!
Suddenly, terrifying lights illuminated those people. It was Ruoxie with his own terrifying sword.
Some people collapsed and fell down from the sky.
Those people's target was Lin Feng, so nobody had noticed Ruoxie.
There's someone else. The Qi clan's people realized there was someone else with Lin Feng. It's Ruoxie from Tiantai,
shouted someone who recognized him.
Die!
A fist moved towards Ruoxie.
Slow!
Shouted Ruoxie furiously. The fist then slowed down.
Decay! Shouted Ruoxie again.
The entire crowd around him started growing old.
Arg!
The demon killed someone else with the gigantic axe at that moment. Lin Feng continued condensing sword and immortal energies. The strong cultivator looked at Ruoxie and the demon, then he shouted, Die! Die, 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 that voice resonated far away in the distance.
Go, go!
Sword energies emerged from Lin Feng's hands and collided with all the other energies aimed at them. At the same time, he continued condensing more sword energies in his hands.
Arg!
His demon continued attacking people with his gigantic axe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1467, Cursing Myself. Chapter 1467, Cursing Myself.
The demon was soon destroyed, and the axe moved back to Lin Feng. His immortal swords was struggling to deal with all those cultivators as well.
Slash.
Lin Feng released more sword energies. At the same time, gigantic silver wings appeared from his back. They were a few dozen meters long. Lin Feng wrapped himself up in them.
Die!
Shouted a few strong cultivators of the Qi clan.
Slow! Shouted Ruoxia furiously. Everything slowed down around them again.
The sword attack slowed down and then Ruoxia released sword energies again while condensing acceleration energy. His sword collided with the sword which had been slowed. Even though he knew he couldn't destroy it, he used his full strength to weaken it a lot. At least, Lin Feng had less chances to die that way. The sword in the sky slowed down for a few seconds but picked up some speed again towards Lin Feng and destroyed his sword.
It also destroyed Ruoxia's sword and then crashed onto Lin Feng's wings with a loud crunch.
Lin Feng opened his silver wings and found that there was a hole in one of them. Then, the wound became larger as the terrifying sword pierced through his wings again. Lin Feng condensed some immortal energies into his wings, then he released sword and immortal energies together again.
Break! Shouted Lin Feng. He was furious but tired.
His whole body became a sword filled with immortal energies before he threw himself at the gigantic sword.
Boom boom! A hurricane of terrifying energies swept the crowd. Some people even exploded and died.
A loud metallic ringing sound hung in the air for a few seconds before the gigantic sword of the Qi clan slowly turned into an illusion and dispersed. Lin Feng had also turned back into his own self, though he was panting with exhaustion.
At that moment, the Qi clan's people were even more horrified by Lin Feng.
The sword of their clan was incredible and yet it still failed.
Die! Shouted Ruoxia. He moved using speed abstruse energy and killed another cultivator.
Kill Lin Feng first, he has run out of energies.
Shouted someone.
It was the chief patroller. Lin Feng's Demon King had been destroyed by the sword and then he had condensed so much energy to break the Qi clan sword.
Now was the perfect time to kill him. Bzzz. Many people threw themselves at Lin Feng while releasing empty space energies.
Lin Feng was surrounded once again.
Death curse!
Shouted Lin Feng, taking out his scepter. Everybody was surprised by his strength, they had the feeling that they were going to die.
Bzzz.
Lin Feng threw his scepter in the air and it turned into a gigantic, ancient-looking tree.
Ruoxia, brother, go and lacerate the empty space around us. Leave them to me. Said Lin Feng. He sounded a lot like demon. Ruoxia was surprised by Lin Feng's voice but nodded.
His silhouette flickered, and he jumped into the empty space lights. He had to break the empty space which had trapped them, otherwise, if Emperor Qi came back, they wouldn't be able to escape.
How can you be so confident?
There were still too many strong cultivators in the empty space.
Lin Feng was suggesting that he was going to kill them, but how could he be so sure?
Curse! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. In a flash, his gigantic ancient cursing tree released a terrifying amount of cursing energies which surrounded his own body.
He cursed himself, but why?
The crowd was astonished. Some marks appeared while his ancient tree looked even more like an illusion.
There's something wrong.
The tree is integrating itself with his body.
He's probably turning into a curse himself. Thought some of the strong cultivators.
He was cursing himself, so nobody naturally wanted to touch him.
Kill him.
A cultivator of the 7th Zun Qi layer condensed a black fire and attacked Lin Feng from behind. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at him with his cold eyes. That person instantly turned gray and looked hopeless.
Kill him!
Shouted Lin Feng to that cultivator. He listened to Lin Feng and threw himself at some other members of the Qi clan.
Lin Feng raised his head and swallowed the ancient cursing tree. It was completely absorbed by his body now.
From that moment on, Lin Feng didn't have the scepter anymore, instead, he was the scepter.
Die!
Lin Feng glanced at someone next to him. That person looked scared but then collapsed, dead. Lin Feng could glance at people and kill them instantly now.
Bzzz.
Someone else threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and looked them in the eye. That person wanted to kill Lin Feng, but they stopped immediately, their face turned gray and he collapsed.
He was dead as well. The other strong cultivators were a bit perplexed, what to do?
Lin Feng's cursing energies were becoming more powerful the longer they waited.
Use the Great Protection again! Shouted someone.
They joined hands and dazzling lights appeared again as well as the picture scroll. Lin Feng's began to run forward, but someone's silhouette flickered in front of him. No matter, that person's life was drained out and he died on the spot. Someone else wanted to attack, but Lin Feng released more cursing qi and killed them. At that moment, Ruoxia was releasing twinkling marks which were intertwining together. They condensed into a pattern. Its qi wasn't that powerful, but Ruoxia wasn't in a rush, so he continued carving marks in the air. He needed time to destroy the sealed space. People from outside the empty space could only watch as all those corpses fell from the sky. They were massacring all those Zun cultivators. Apart from the people Emperor Qi had brought to the wedding, those people were the strongest cultivators of the Qi clan.
We must inform Emperor Qi, thought the crowd.
If they didn't inform Emperor Qi, the Qi clan would be in danger. Slash, slash. Two sounds sounded in Lin Feng and Ruoxia's minds. A special qi surrounded their bodies as the memory Qin Tian had put in them was broken.
That meant that Emperor Qi was coming back. Lin Feng, let's get ready to leave, shouted Ruoxia. Two more corpses fell down from the sky. Lin Feng knew they had to leave, so they couldn't waste time. Emperor Qi was fast, so he'd arrive soon. If they didn't hurry, he could easily kill them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1468, Difficulties for the Qi Clan. Chapter 1468, Difficulties for the Qi Clan. Stop him, use the Celestial Death Attack, shouted the patroller furiously. This travesty was starting to look like a joke. So many powerful Zun cultivators, a protection spell, and their terrifying sword were all paling to just two Zun cultivators. Die! Lin Feng moved like the wind. A cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer landed in front of him, but an ocean of cursing energies surrounded him. Lin Feng's death qi made him feel like suffocating. At the same time, but he continued condensing energies above. Even if Lin Feng had killed so many people already, those who remained sufficed to condense enough energies for the Great Protection spell. Piss off! That person released empty space energies and released his spirit. Kill him! Shouted Lin Feng.
In a flash, several people threw themselves at that cultivator.
Those who had already died were now obeying Lin Feng's orders.
That strong cultivator was furious and upset that his friends were attacking him. He released empty space energies, but it was not efficient because they were already dead.
Die! Said Lin Feng.
He threw himself towards the opponent.
You must want to die! Shouted that cultivator furiously.
He released qi, but his qi dispersed after the cursing energies arrived near him. His life was drained out and his face turned gray. Then, Lin Feng condensed sword energies in his hands and beheaded the guy. At the same time, the gigantic sword of the Qi clan stopped condensing and had disappeared. That cultivator stood as the core of the spell, which meant that after he died, the spell fell apart.
Let's go! Shouted Ruoxia, punching the empty space surrounding them.
His holy marks lit up and the light curtain opened itself. A hole appeared allowing Ruoxia to jump through it.
Lin Feng! Shouted Ruoxia.
Lin Feng had continued killing people instead of following him.
Go!
Said Lin Feng while running towards Ruoxia. The Qi clan didn't want to stop Lin Feng anymore, they knew they weren't strong enough. The Great Protection spell was still working, but Lin Feng and Ruoxia weren't inside anymore. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure oppressed the entire territory of the Qi clan. Everything became illusionary as a silhouette appeared in the sky.
Emperor Qi!
All the cultivators of the Qi clan were elated. Emperor Qi had come back, but Lin Feng and Ruoxia had just left.
They seemingly knew the emperor was coming back.
Emperor Qi was with Qi Qianxing. However, all they saw were corpses, hundreds of corpses in fact. It was as if all the Zun cultivators were killed.
Who did this? Screamed Emperor Qi.
The crowd was horrified, their lives were in Emperor Qi's hands, so if he was furious, he could kill them all. Lin Feng from Tiantai as well as Ruoxia,
said someone in a low voice.
Suddenly, a terrifying energy surrounded those people.
Lin Feng.
Qi Qianxing condensed strength which rose to the skies. Back then, he hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng and now the Qi clan had lost face. They were a joke. Now, the whole city knows about this. In just 2 days, this news could spread all around Bahuang and even to the Qi Empire.
Thought Qi Qianxing.
Not only hadn't they managed to kill Lin Feng, but they had used the Great Protection spell at night so everyone in Shuri City knew about it.
How did they know I wasn't here? Find out why! Yelled Emperor Qi. How come Lin Feng and Ruo Xia knew he was away? It seemed like someone had told them.
Also, how did Lin Feng know Emperor Qi had come back? But in eastern Bahuang, powerful cursing energies were creeping outside a cave, which was hidden inside a mountain range. Ruo Xia was sitting outside the cave, cross-legged, on a gigantic stone. He opened his eyes and looked at the cave. In a few days, Qi Yan's actual wedding ceremony will start. I hope we can catch up with them, whispered Ruo Xia. After Lin Feng and Ruo Xia had left the Qi clan, they immediately hid themselves. Emperor Qi had been looking for them in Shuri City, but they had hidden themselves in the Jade Emperor's palace. After that, they made their way to that mountain range and Lin Feng had non-stop practiced cultivation. He still had cursing energies corroding inside his body. Even though the scepter fusion had allowed him to display amazing powers, he might have to keep those cursing energies in his body forever.
Eh? At that moment, Ruo Xia frowned.
He saw some cursing qi coming out of the cave which then turned into several whirlwinds. Besides, that qi was getting stronger. After the last whirlwind disappeared, Ruo Xia couldn't sense the cursing qi again. Finally, Lin Feng came out.
Are you alright? Asked Ruo Xia smiling at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng didn't have cursing qi surrounding his body anymore.
He looked normal again.
Yes, said Lin Feng nodding. Finally, he had managed to modify the cursing strength in his body and had swallowed it completely. Now he could use it for himself without any consequences. It was part of his energies. He had lost his scepter, but at least his cursing strength had become stronger.
Since you're all right now, let's go,
said Ruo Xia jumping off the big stone. Then, he smiled at Lin Feng and said, Qi Yan's wedding ceremony is going to be great.
Incredible people from all over Bahuang and Jiuyu will be attending. We'll have some fun. What if Emperor Qi sees us?
He'll kill us on the spot,
said Lin Feng. Ruo Xia was insane. Emperor Dong invited many geniuses.
Even the messenger was invited.
That day will be Qi Yan's wedding, so do you think Emperor Qi will attack people there?
He killed some of our disciples too, so we just avenged them,
said Ruo Xia. Ha, maybe Qi Qianxing will attack us then,
said Lin Feng smiling indifferently. If Qi Qianxing said he wanted to avenge the Qi clan's people's death, nobody would say anything against him. Qi Qianxing wasn't an emperor, so he didn't need to respect Cultivation Emperor's rules.
And on top of that, Tiantai still has some people,
said Ruo Xia shrugging and smiling. Qi Yan's wedding ceremony would be similar to the meeting of the emperors in that many geniuses were going to gather there. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1469, The Qi Empire. Chapter 1469, The Qi Empire.
The Qi Empire was one of the largest empires in Jiuyu. In Bahuang province, few people knew that the leader of the Qi Empire and the emperor of the Qi clan belonged to the same family. Only those who had a high social status knew that. Even the Wen clan and the Sikong clan had deep connections to Jiuyu, just like the Qi clan. Some people like Lin Feng who gained strength and recognition in Bahuang had learnt about those things though. And the more they learnt about those things, it seemed like there were even more secrets behind the scenes. The more they learnt, the less they knew. Bahuang province and Jiuyu were already very mysterious for most people, so what about the holy city? In the imperial city of the Qi Empire, there was a flight of stairs with many, many steps. There were 10,000 steps in total. Ordinary people would need a long time to go up them. From the top, they could see the spectacular landscapes of the imperial city, making them feel like they were flying. At that moment, many people were flying over that flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs, there were soldiers adorning dazzling armors. Those guards looked majestic and domineering, and everyone had to go through them to enter the city.
Except, members of the imperial city of the Qi Empire could fly over and directly into the city. Even the strong cultivators from the Bahuang province had to go through the guards. But at that moment, someone flew into the city, seemingly violating the rules. Many people raised their heads. They were astonished because they recognized who it was. It was a young man who had become very famous in the Bahuang province. Some people even compared him to Lin Feng. Even though many people had never seen him, they had, at least, all heard about him. Xia Tianfan. Surprisingly, he flies into the city, violating the Qi Empire's rules, thought some people sighing. Xia Tianfan was insane. Xia Tianfan's name is Xia, so he doesn't belong to the Qi clan. He's not an emperor either. Does he think he's strong enough to ignore Emperor Dong's rules? Thought the crowd.
Nobody stopped Xia Tianfan and the guards ignored him as if Xia Tianfan had done nothing wrong. He suddenly appeared in Bahuang. His social status is mysterious, and he's incredibly strong.
What is his background exactly? Xia Tianfan's social status has to be incredible. Thought some people. More people are flying as well. Who are those now? Thought the crowd again. Some people were smiling indifferently and flying into the city behind him. The one in white clothes looks unfathomable. I only have that feeling when I see my teacher. Thought someone. That's the messenger.
Some people who had made it out of the ancient battlefield alive recognized the messenger instantly.
Surprisingly, he had come, but he was with some young men. Who were those people?
They were all Zun cultivators, some of them were even cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Those young men who were laughing and talking to him as if he were a friend. Just like my teacher said, after the meeting of the emperors, Bahuang and Jiu you have changed a lot.
Someone thought. Then, they saw the guards suddenly rise up in the air and bow before those people. Your Highness the messenger. The messenger smiled and waved, then he continued moving forwards. He was satisfied. People from the Qi Empire showed him respect when they saw him, which meant that Emperor Dong must also be nice. After that, more people continued arriving.
At that moment, the crowd was astonished when they saw Emperor Yu, the leader of Tiantai, who had vanished for some time now. He was going to participate at the wedding ceremony as well. Today, all the emperors and the messenger are here. Even though Emperor Dong doesn't like Emperor Yu, he's probably not going to fight Emperor Yu on the wedding day. There might be some tensions though. Thought the crowd. Do you think Lin Feng will come today? Asked someone. I don't think so. If Lin Feng comes, the Qi clan will find a way to kill him. The Qi clan hates Lin Feng more than anything, after all. Replied someone else. I don't think he'll come because it is too dangerous. Lin Feng is insane, how can you be so sure? Said someone laughing at that moment. That guy was precisely when Tiangu and when Ao Shui. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1470, Breaking Rules. Chapter 1470, Breaking Rules. The doors at the top of the flight of stairs looked like doors to heaven. When Tiangu and when Ao Shui arrived at the gate and smiled indifferently. When Tiangu just said indifferently, such grandeur architecture, they're quite the ambitious bunch. The one next to when Tiangu didn't understand. What did he mean? Outside, in the gardens, there were tables set up with food and drinks. At the top of the flight of stairs, one could smell the food and alcohol wafting over. The buildings were white and beautiful, majestic and lofty. The Qi Empire was proud of themselves and their buildings. Their buildings were even better than the Qi clans in the Bahuang province. Your Highness the messenger. Emperor Dong rushed over to the messenger after he saw him. He came to greet him himself. He was smiling wholeheartedly. Emperor Dong, congratulations, said the messenger, smiling and nodding. Thank you very much, Your Highness the messenger. Come, have a seat, said Emperor Dong politely. Then, he smiled at the young men who were with the messenger and said, those young men must be from the Gu clan. They all look outstanding. You're too kind, said the young men, smiling. But Emperor Dong smiled coldly. Surprisingly, those young men were very arrogant and impolite. Translator's note: interesting thing about Chinese culture, when someone compliments you, you're supposed to reply something like no, that's not true at all. If you reply something like you're too kind, it means that you agree with the compliment, which comes down to bragging. The worst thing you could ever do in Chinese culture is reply to a compliment by saying thank you. Of course, even though he thought that way, he didn't show his anger. He just showed them where to sit. Thank you everyone for coming, said Emperor Dong to the emperors while showing them their seats. They didn't sit together though, they were still waiting for their disciples. Emperor Dong welcomed the emperors himself. Emperor Qi also helped. Qi Qianxing didn't come though. He didn't dare come, he couldn't take the risk after what Lin Feng had done to his clan recently. Very quickly, people from all over Bahuang and Jiu all arrived and gathered with their friends. Even as Emperor Yu arrived, Emperor Qi welcomed him warmly. Ho Changlin and Tian Qi arrived as well. Some people saw two people move towards Emperor Yu. Tiantai's direct disciples, Ho Changlin and Tian Qi. Ho Changlin has broken through to the 9th Zun Qi layer. How terrifying. He'll soon become a cultivation emperor. He's so close to becoming one now, thought the crowd. Many people were stuck at the 9th Zun Qi layer or couldn't even reach the top of the Zun Qi layer. Nobody doubted that Ho Chang Lin was going to break through to the Huang Qi layer though.
Bzzz. At that moment, dazzling lights appeared in the sky.
It was a gigantic bird, and there was another bird next to him who was a bit smaller.
Emperor Pang and the little bird emperor arrived. The crowd saw two birds. They were both great oriental greenfinch rocks. They're really obstinate and unruly. Fought everybody. Those days, people were used to calling Mo Pang the little emperor. Last time, the emperor had been bullied by Lin Feng.
Since then, Mo Pang had broken through to the 7th Zun Qi layer as Emperor Pang continued helping him practice cultivation. He wanted him to break through to the Huang Qi layer.
Emperor Pang, the little emperor, come here and have a seat, said Emperor Qi indifferently.
Even though he smiled coldly on the inside, he remained polite.
The great oriental greenfinch rock was different from the others. Bzzz. Waves of qi rolled in the sky behind Emperor Pang.
The crowd was astonished.
He was there.
Emperor Qi was astonished as well. He felt like he was going to explode with anger.
Emperor, you smiled happily though.
Lin Feng and Ruoxia had made it.
Caw. Mo Pang cawed furiously.
He was surrounded by golden qi as he instantly threw himself at Lin Feng. He hated Lin Feng more than anything else because he had made him suffer so much. Even when he had an imperial weapon, Lin Feng had made him suffer. Lin Feng smiled indifferently.
He didn't even glance at the bird.
Emperor Yu, Emperor Wen, and Emperor Devamara were all there, so no emperor could attack him. Besides, those who had violated the rules might suffer severe consequences.
Those who aren't emperors have to go through the gate, they can't fly into the city. Who do you think you are? Who are you?
Said a guard who knew who Lin Feng was.
Are you blind?
Replied Lin Feng indifferently.
Lin Feng pointed at Mo Pang and said indifferently, is he an emperor? Humph. Ruoxia groaned coldly and said, it's a wedding today and everybody has been invited. We came, so it's already an honor for the Qi clan.
If the Qi clan wants guests, why impose such rules, especially if not everybody respects them?
Do you want to imply that some geniuses are less important than others? The guard looked at Ruoxia.
Ruoxia was talking with everybody in mind.
He's a great oriental greenfinch rock, replied the guard.
He seemed a little unsure of himself.
What you mean to say is that great oriental greenfinch rocks are more important than anyone else? Then, you should have only invited the great oriental greenfinch rocks and that's it. Why'd you invite everyone else? Replied Ruoxia.
The guard was speechless. The birds looked furious too.
Great oriental greenfinch rock's social status is obviously higher than ordinary people's, replied the bird.
He didn't dare offend everybody, so he only talked about ordinary people.
Is that so? Strength is the most important thing in the cultivation world.
I am at the top of the 6th Zun Qi layer, so I'll fight against him, a battle to death with no imperial intervention, nor imperial weapons.
We'll see then. Does Emperor Pang agree? Asked Lin Feng, looking at Emperor Pang.
The emperor was incredulous.
What an arrogant guy. A battle to the death, thought the crowd. Mo Pang probably didn't want to because Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary person. If you kill me, it'll prove that your social status is higher than mine. If I die, then I deserve it.
I'll probably die so Emperor Pang doesn't need to act so polite.
Don't worry yourself, Mo Pang, let's fight,
said Lin Feng smiling indifferently.
Humph.
Emperor Pang groaned coldly.
The birds didn't look as arrogant as before. Today is a wedding ceremony, so don't worry about the rules, said Emperor Qi indifferently glancing at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng and Ruoxia continued flying. They didn't even glance at Emperor Qi as they flew overhead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1471, Qi Yan's Wife. Chapter 1471, Qi Yan's Wife. Lin Feng, Ruoxia.
Ho Chang Lin and Tianqi smiled at Lin Feng and Ruoxia and said, you did a good job.
Lin Feng shrugged. He knew what he meant.
They were talking about the massacre at the Qi clan.
The Qi clan in Tianlong Divine Castle had killed many people from Tiantai, so it was very warranted.
Lin Feng and Ruoxia had slaughtered people from the Qi clan in their own territory. That was an incredible humiliation. After what happened at the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle's people stopped killing people from Tiantai and they became much more discreet. The Qi Empire seems even more powerful and larger than the Qi clan though. Lin Feng had glanced around.
There were many people, all of whom were incredible and heroic warriors. The Qi clan is powerful. They wouldn't give up a territory which has a shrine. Many years ago, the Qi clan took over this land, but in the past this place wasn't called the Qi Empire. Explained Emperor Yu. Lin Feng nodded. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Leader ruled over the Ice and Snow Empire. Being an emperor was suffice to take over an empire sometimes. The Qi clan was powerful because they had a medium-level emperor. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed some sharp lights. He turned around and saw the two princes from Tianlong Divine Castle as well as Jinggu arriving. If the first and second prince of Tianlong Divine Castle and Jinggu died, Tianlong Divine Castle would have no proper descendants left. Lin Feng took a glass of alcohol, he raised it up and smiled at Emperor Tianlong indifferently. Emperor Tianlong groaned coldly and ignored Lin Feng. He stood up, with his glass in hand, and went to another table, the one at which the messenger was sitting. Lin Feng smiled in a cold way and slowly downed his drink. He was staring at the table where the messenger was. Many people raised their glasses at the messenger as a sign of respect. His seat was higher up than everyone else's since he had a higher social status. He also raised his glass and smiled at people who were cheering with him, however, he looked indifferent. The messenger must be a medium-level emperor, whispered Lin Feng. Emperor Yu nodded. Indeed, he's a medium-level emperor, but his position is a bit special. The messenger controlled the road which led to the holy city. He also managed the ancient battlefield of the Huang Sea. He alone could determine some rules. Let's go and have a drink with the messenger, said Emperor Yu to Lin Feng and the others. Then they all walked towards the messenger. The messenger was sitting with some extraordinary and heroic, yet arrogant, young men. They must all be from the holy city, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng noticed that some of the young men looked arrogant while some of them didn't. They just looked indifferent. Your Highness the messenger, my disciples and I raise our glasses in your honor, said Emperor Yu politely. You're too kind, Emperor Yu, said the messenger while still smiling indifferently. He also raised his glass and even bumped his glass against Emperor Yu's glass. He didn't look arrogant at all, he looked indifferent and friendly. You're Lin Feng, said a young man at that moment. That's me, indeed, said Lin Feng nodding to them. I've heard about the geniuses of the Bahuang province, including you, Lin Feng. If we have the opportunity today, I'd like to fight against you, said the young man, smiling and raising his glass. He didn't stand up though, he remained seated. If we do have the opportunity, I'd be happy to, said Lin Feng smiling. However, he didn't raise his glass. Then, Emperor Yu and the others turned around and walked away. The young man looked angry as Lin Feng walked away. How disrespectful, said a young man on his side. If he knew your social status, he wouldn't dare be disrespectful, said another one in a calm and serene way. The young man smiled and didn't say anything else. He just glanced at Lin Feng from time to time. Those young men must be from the holy city if they can stay with the messenger, whispered Ho Changlin. I guess so, said Emperor Yu smiling in an uncaring way. Lin Feng smiled indifferently, he didn't care either. That young man had remained seated whilst raising his glass, which was a sign of disrespect, so Lin Feng didn't raise his glass in return. Emperor Tianlong stayed with Emperor Qi the entire time. It was as if he wanted to show off how great he was because he knew Emperor Qi. Many people despised him for that but said nothing, after all, it was the Qi clan's event. Emperor Yu, what do you think? Asked some people at that moment. Emperor Wen, Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui. Emperor Wen, please sit down, said Emperor Yu politely. Then, he looked at Emperor Tianlong and said indifferently, he knows Tianlong is falling, so of course he's not happy. We can't blame him. After all, he lost so much already, he won't be able to rise up again anytime soon, said Emperor Wen. He talked loudly though, loudly enough that the two princes from Tianlong Divine Castle looked at him in a cold way. They knew that their father didn't want to follow Emperor Qi like a dog, but he had no choice. Without Tiantai, they wouldn't have had such problems. Now, if Tiantai didn't completely disappear, they would suffer, perhaps even disappearing themselves. By the way, do you know who Qi Yan's new bride is? Asked Emperor when smiling at Emperor Yu. The Qi clan didn't give any hint. Do you know already? Asked Emperor Yu. Qi Yan was Emperor Dong's son, so his wife had to be outstanding. But still, the Qi clan didn't say who she was. We'll know soon enough, said Emperor when smiling. He was curious. Everybody was. Emperor Devamara and some strong cultivators from the Devamara palace went and sat down next to Emperor Yu and the others as well. Many people were chatting and enjoying themselves. At that moment, a gong resonated. At the same time, in the distance, a golden crow with 9 heads was pulling a golden carriage which shined like the sun. Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi looked at the carriage and smiled. Many soldiers rose up in the air and opened the way for them. The door of the carriage opened itself and someone came out, Emperor Dong's son, Qi Yan. Qi Yan stretched out his hand and a slender white arm appeared. With the sun shining upon that arm, it looked even more beautiful. Who is she? Thought some people. A silhouette gradually appeared in people's field of vision. She seems so beautiful. She's perfect for Qi Yan, what a perfect match. Thought some people. However, many people from the Ba Huang province were astonished because they recognized her. Lin Feng frowned, he was surprised, how could it be her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1472, Doubts. Chapter 1472, Doubts. Qi Yan held her hand. She was one of the 4 most beautiful women of Ba Huang province. How could the celestial land of alchemists join hands with the Qi clan? Thought the crowd. That beautiful woman was Shui Baiyao. Lin Feng was astonished. There had been a misunderstanding between them, but in the end, they were not enemies. She had even given Lin Feng the pill Meng Qing needed to turn back into a human being. However, Qi Yan was a member of the Qi clan, so they were enemies. Lin Feng wasn't happy to see her with Qi Yan. Of course, that was her choice, so Lin Feng couldn't get involved. Lin Feng hated the Qi clan, so he hated Qi Yan too. Shui Baiyao wasn't his enemy though. Qi Yan was a great cultivator, his father was Emperor Dong, and he was a genius in the Qi Empire of Jiuyu. Lin Feng could understand why a woman would want to be in a relationship with him. How disappointing. Surprisingly, the celestial land of alchemists is just like Tianlong Divine Castle. Said Emperor Yu sighing. He was even angrier than Lin Feng. Is that an alliance through marriage? Whispered Lin Feng. Both had a special social status. One was Emperor Dong's son while the other was the holy girl of the celestial land of alchemists. They were both supported by influential imperial groups, so it was easy to imagine that it was an alliance. Some people were still in love with Shui Baiyao in the crowd, so they looked disappointed. I don't think Qi Yan and Shui Baiyao could possibly be in love. Said Ho Qing Lin frowning. She doesn't look happy. Lin Feng frowned. He was gazing into Shui Baiyao's eyes. It was her wedding, so she should have been happy if they loved each other, but instead she looked very unhappy. She walked forwards only when Qi Yan tugged on her. Indeed, it doesn't look good. Said Tianqi. Tianqi was a Buddhist, he understood people's emotions. But in any case, most people who knew Shui Baiyao could see that she wasn't happy. She has no choice. Said Emperor Yu indifferently. The bride and the groom walked on the main road as the dazzling sun shone upon them. Qi Yan, you and Baiyao, raise your glasses for the emperors. Said Emperor Dong, smiling at Qi Yan. All right, father. Said Qi Yan nodding. Then, he took Shui Baiyao to the messenger and smiled, Your Highness the messenger, thank you for coming. It's an honor to see you here. I raise my glass in your honor. You're too kind. Your wife is beautiful. You're a good match. Said the messenger smiling politely. The messenger still hadn't stood up though. Please make yourself at home, and please forgive me if I've forgotten anything. Said Qi Yan politely. Then, he raised his glass and cheered with the other young men. Qi Yan wasn't happy though because none of them stood up with him. Besides, they didn't look at him, they mostly looked at Shui Baiyao. But Qi Yan remained calm and went to each table, cheering with all the emperors. Some of them stood up to give Qi Yan face, while some remained seated. Emperor Dong smiled indifferently and observed the people, especially how they behaved when they faced Qi Yan. When Qi Yan arrived near Emperor Yu's table, he just smiled at them and his disciples in a cold way. Then, he continued walking without stopping. The Qi Empire and the Qi clan both hated Tiantai, so Qi Yan didn't need to give them face. Shui Baiyao looked at Lin Feng in a meaningful way, as if she wanted to tell him something, but then followed Qi Yan. Wait. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Qi Yan and Shui Baiyao stopped and turned around. Lin Feng stood up and looked at Shui Baiyao. Shui Baiyao frowned and stared back at Lin Feng. Celestial girl, we're friends, aren't we? Said Lin Feng to Shui Baiyao. Let's go. Said Qi Yan pulling Shui Baiyao's hand. Shui Baiyao was being dragged by Qi Yan, but she still didn't turn around.
She continued looking at Lin Feng.
Qi Yan! Shouted Lin Feng.
Qi Yan turned around and looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng, this is my wedding ceremony, be respectful.
Otherwise, Emperor Yu won't be able to protect you for very much longer. I'm just talking to Bai Yao, so why are you acting so nervous?
Said Lin Feng smiling.
Bai Yao, we had something special before, you must remember.
Said Lin Feng loudly.
Qi Yan was astonished and suddenly looked even more furious. Lin Feng, if you dare disrespect my wife again, don't blame me for being impolite. If you want to fight, then I agree. Said Lin Feng. Then, he looked at Bai Yao. Bai Yao, have you forgotten what we did in the cave in the mountains?
The crowd gasped.
Did Lin Feng have sex with Bai Yao?
In the distance, a beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng angrily. Ren Lei.
Had Lin Feng made love with Bai Yao too? Who are you? Asked Bai Yao in a cold way.
She knew Lin Feng though, so what was with her act?
Bzzz.
A huge amount of qi moved towards Lin Feng. Emperor Qi had started walking towards him. Emperor Yu stepped in front of Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. Emperor Qi, there's no need to be angry.
Lin Feng is just joking. He's just sad because Qi Yan didn't raise his glass with us too. Just a joke?
Said Lin Feng shrugging.
Then, he sat down and said confidently, back then, before going to the Fortune City, I had a fight against the Celestial Girl. Many people witnessed it. After that, we became good friends. Cultivators have a good memory, so the Celestial Girl should remember.
Lin Feng dared continued, the crowd was speechless.
Cultivators also have special means to make someone become amnesic using their godly awareness. There's nothing surprising. Lin Feng, have you never studied that? Asked Emperor Yu to Lin Feng. Bai Yao, we're going. Said Qi Yan while dragging Bai Yao.
This time, she didn't follow him though, she remained motionless and looked at Lin Feng and Emperor Yu.
Amnesic? Teacher, how can you change people's memories then? It's very easy. You first seal somebody's memories.
Then, you use a dream technique to inject new memories in that person's brain. Apart from using techniques, you can also use pills.
Replied Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu, you're talking too much. Said Emperor Qi in a cold way. Does it bother you, Emperor Qi? Asked Emperor Yu, who was smiling thinly. Of course it doesn't. Said Emperor Qi. Saying yes would have been a humiliation. Bai Yu, what's wrong? Asked Qi Yan to Bai Yao. Bai Yao was still looking at Lin Feng and Emperor Yu. She seemed to be interested in their conversation. Teacher, can the seal be broken, and can a person's memory be inspected? Asked Lin Feng.
Inspecting their memories shouldn't be a problem, breaking the seal is another story. It all depends on the cultivator who sealed the person's memories. Explained Emperor Yu.
Bai Yao then stepped away from Qi Yan. Qi Yan was astonished and said, Bai Yu, don't listen to them, they're just talking bullshit.
I'll let him inspect my memory and he'll see if it's sealed.
Even if it's not sealed, it won't hurt me. Replied Bai Yao. Qi Yan pulled a long face. He couldn't refuse.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1473, Danger. Chapter 1473, Danger. Actually, Bai Yao couldn't remember much.
She could remember her teacher and that she was the holy girl from the celestial land of alchemists, but her memories were too blurry. In her memories, apart from the fact that Qi Yan was her lover and that day was their wedding ceremony, she couldn't remember anything else. Her teacher had told her that she had been injured and that she had forgotten a lot.
However, she felt like she should recognize Lin Feng.
So when she heard Lin Feng and Emperor Yu talking, she also started to have doubts.
Qi Yan was upset. He shook his head and said, Bai Yu. No problem. Said an old man at that moment. Bai Yao looked at that person and said, Teacher. Bai Yao, do it only if you want to. Warned the old man. Teacher. Said Bai Yao bowing before the old man. She looked at Emperor Yu and said, Thank you for helping me check. All right. Said Emperor Yu glancing at Emperor Dan, then the emperor from the celestial land of alchemists. Emperor Yu released his godly awareness and inspected Bai Yao's memories. After a short time, he came back out and frowned. There was something there that he couldn't explain. Emperor Yu, is Bai Yao's memory sealed? Asked Emperor Dan. Emperor Yu frowned and shook his head. No, it's not sealed. It's not. The crowd was surprised. Why couldn't Bai Yao remember Lin Feng then? Humph. Emperor Dan groaned coldly and said, "Are you sure? She has forgotten a lot, so what would explain that?" Emperor Yu shook his head.
Shui Baiyao's memory wasn't sealed, he didn't even know what was wrong with her. Her memory had looked intact.
Since there's no seal, she couldn't have become amnesic?
Lin Feng was skeptical.
Why would Shui Baiyao want to get married with Qi Yan? "Teacher, I'm sorry,"
said Shui Baiyao bowing before Emperor Dan. She looked authentically apologetic. She felt guilty because she had had doubts.
"Baiyao, I don't blame you.
Our world is mysterious and strange. Lin Feng said you had had an affair, but he's just a pervert. You're so beautiful, you wouldn't do such things,"
explained Emperor Dan. Then Emperor Dan looked at Emperor Yu. "Emperor Yu, your disciple is talented, but it seems like you're not done bullying Baiyao. You should educate him better." "You don't need you to worry about how I educate my disciples," said Emperor Yu in a cold way. Shui Baiyao looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, "You're that kind of person.
Even though there was a misunderstanding in the past, things didn't happen the way your teacher said. If I tell you that your teacher is trying to make you hate me on purpose, you probably still won't believe me."
"How dare you humiliate and disrespect my teacher?" said Shui Baiyao.
A lotus appeared in her hand and celestial qi flooded out.
"Die!"
Shui Baiyao jumped towards Lin Feng. But Lin Feng moved like the wind.
Explosions sounded, and Emperor Yu's table broke apart.
The celestial lotus chased Lin Feng, then while growing in size, suddenly blotting out the sky.
"How strong!" "Shui Baiyao has become a lot stronger since the meeting of the emperors. She's changed a lot too."
Lin Feng was observing her strength.
Shui Baiyao rose up in the air and a celestial territory appeared.
A beautiful celestial girl appeared behind her. It was Xian Envi, the celestial fairy.
"Metamorphosis," thought the emperors. Shui Baiyao had become a lot stronger. "Last time we fought, you also used your celestial territory. You should think about it," said Lin Feng. At the same time, he also used his demonic territory. He was trying to imitate the battle they had had the last time. "You think that I trust you?" shouted Shui Baiyao furiously. Celestial laceration. Dazzling lights shot out towards Lin Feng. Bzzz.
Lin Feng released sword qi and a curtain made of sword qi enveloped him.
He was fixedly staring at Shui Baiyao. "Think about it," said Lin Feng with a demonic voice.
His voice resonated in her brain and stutter. A lotus appeared under Lin Feng's feet and started enveloping him.
"If you think I'm your enemy, then let's be enemies," said Lin Feng, jumping onto the lotus while releasing more sword qi. The lotus started to crack apart. "Curse," said Lin Feng. Cursing energies then surrounded Shui Baiyao.
Lin Feng jumped forwards.
The lights from Shui Baiyao's celestial body slightly faded.
Lin Feng released demonic intent with his right hand.
"Piss off."
Lin Feng punched the air in Shui Baiyao's direction, and her celestial lights exploded.
Shui Baiyao was propelled backwards. She even spat out some blood. Shui Baiyao's face turned deathly pale as she coughed.
Lin Feng continued running towards her.
"I'll give you one last piece of advice. Even though you're amnesic, you're not stupid. You can make your own decisions. If you get married with Qi Yan, then you'll regret it," yelled Lin Feng.
His voice resonated deep inside Shui Baiyao's brain.
"Lin Feng, you're insane. You dare attack my bride on the day of our wedding. You're humiliating the Qi Empire," said Qi Yan coldly.
Some guards in white armor ran towards Lin Feng.
"She attacked me first, everybody saw that. I was merciful because I didn't kill her. Of course, I don't care about giving you face, everybody already knows what kind of person I am. At least I have honor and dignity. If you want to fight, come, but against you, I won't be as merciful," said Lin Feng. "Who's lying to me?" shouted Shui Baiyao. She felt conflicted inside.
She had the impression she should trust her teacher, but from Lin Feng's expression, she didn't know what to think anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1474, 7 Strong Cultivators. Chapter 1474, 7 Strong Cultivators. "Since you're so confident, don't blame us for not being polite," said Qi Yan in a cold way.
"You're a guest here, so you shouldn't get involved.
You even injured my wife, so I must kill you. If you want to fight, then come and fight already," said Lin Feng. However, Qi Yan just smiled coldly and shook his hand.
Instantly, 7 soldiers jumped towards Lin Feng.
Is the Qi Empire going to use those 7 soldiers to fight Lin Feng? The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng was extremely strong, and everybody knew that. By now, he had probably become even stronger. They didn't know yet that even cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer couldn't really compete with Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng looked at one of them and shivered. Those cultivators didn't seem easy to defeat. I'll go and kill him, said one of them. The 6 others moved back, and that cultivator stepped in front of Lin Feng. One person. They thought that one person could kill Lin Feng? That strong cultivator took out a spear, and with it, dazzling white lights illuminated the sky. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes to avoid being blinded by those lights. Then, the cultivator ran towards Lin Feng as fast as he could. He wanted to kill Lin Feng as quickly as possible, so his spear was aiming for Lin Feng's throat. The crowd understood how strong that soldier was when they saw his attack. He understood acceleration abstruse energy, a type of speed abstruse energy. How many of those soldiers did the Qi Empire have? Lin Feng wasn't any slower than that cultivator though. With his wind and empty space abstruse energies at level 7, plus his Xiaoyao agility technique, he was also terrifyingly fast. Lin Feng was surrounded by dazzling and beautiful white lights as a light moved towards him. How fast? Thought Lin Feng, dodging the light beam. He didn't stop though, he continued moving, running around. An ordinary cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer couldn't have dodged that attack. Even a cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer could have died. Thought the crowd, shivering. The 2 cultivators were extremely fast. Lin Feng had anticipated he might have to fight, but he hadn't thought that their soldiers would be so strong. Die! Shouted that strong cultivator. In a flash, the sky was filled with force and other energies. Some black lights had even appeared. Those are empty space fissure lights. Thought the crowd. So close yet so far. Lin Feng released empty space energies and used his so close yet so far technique. However, a metallic ringing sound dinged. Lin Feng's opponent's spear was too fast and powerful, it immediately destroyed Lin Feng's so close yet so far technique. Lin Feng flew back at full speed, but his opponent's spear continued moving towards him. His speed abstruse energy was level 9. Slow! Shouted the opponent while releasing deceleration abstruse energy. Instantly, Lin Feng felt slower. Boom! Instantly, demonic energies emerged from his eyes and rose to the skies. Die! Said Lin Feng, now sounding like a demon. He also released sword energies and condensed the natural force of the earth and sky inside. The soldier's spear and Lin Feng's sword collided, the sword broke apart, but Lin Feng also broke through the deceleration abstruse energy and got a little bit farther away. Not too far though, because he still wanted to look at his opponent with his pitch black eyes. The soldier didn't know too many types of abstruse energies, but those he did were at a very high level. Who are those 7 soldiers? They aren't ordinary soldiers. It's just impossible to say that ordinary soldiers could fight against Lin Feng. Even though that one doesn't know too many kinds of energies, his attacks are truly terrifying. That soldier could even kill Qi Yan if they fought. Thought some people. Emperor Yu frowned as well. Emperor Dong, how come you had such terrifying cultivators come? What did you want to do during the wedding ceremony? Thought Emperor Yu. Lin Feng was releasing terrifying amounts of sword and demon energies to defend himself. The soldier's spear was emitting buzzing sounds as terrifying light shot out from it. Lin Feng couldn't see clearly because of those lights, however, he didn't care because his pitch black eyes were strong enough. The soldier moved again. At the same time, he released more deceleration abstruse energies which surrounded Lin Feng. Die! Shouted that soldier. A dazzling light appeared and moved towards Lin Feng with incredible speed. Lin Feng was surrounded by demonic energies which blocked the deceleration abstruse energy, and at the same time, he raised his hands and released sword and death energies. His sword energies moved slowly, but it seemed very stable. He's insane, thought the crowd. Lin Feng saw the terrifying light moving towards him, but he didn't decide to dodge. Instead, he decided to counterattack with sword energies. The attack was too fast anyways, so he couldn't dodge. However, if his sword attack was destroyed, he might die. The spear and the sword collided. Lin Feng's sword contained immortal energy, therefore, the spear's lights moved aside and couldn't break it. Slow! Shouted the strong cultivator while releasing deceleration abstruse energy again. However, his deceleration abstruse energy was instantly destroyed. Then, Lin Feng's sword energies surrounded his face and made it explode. That cultivator's abstruse energy was level 9. Only cultivators whose abstruse energy is at the very, very top, or even those who have cosmic energies, can pose a threat to Lin Feng.
Besides, if that cultivator didn't have level 9 speed abstruse energy, he wouldn't have been able to resist that long.
Thought the crowd.
The 6 other soldiers ran towards Lin Feng and surrounded him while releasing ice-cold energies. If those 6 cultivators were as strong as the first one, then Lin Feng was in mortal danger.
Humph.
Ho Chang Lin groaned coldly and stood up. Those 6 cultivators wanted to join hands to kill Lin Feng, so how could he sit idly by?
Speed abstruse energy, level 9, earth abstruse energy, level 9, empty space abstruse energy, level 9, thunder abstruse energy, level 9, those 6 cultivators were terrifying.
The situation looked bad for Lin Feng.
It looks like Emperor Dong was prepared to welcome Lin Feng. Thought the crowd.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1475, Battlefield. Chapter 1475, Battlefield.
Not only did those 6 strong cultivators have level 9 abstruse energies, they were also gifted at using them.
The one with earth abstruse energy released an ancient seal which oppressed the earth and sky.
It contained terrifyingly hard and heavy energies which created craters all around them. The one with empty space abstruse energy lacerated the air. He condensed golden empty space abstruse energy which eventually turned into a sword. The one with thunder abstruse energy sealed the space around them with destructive chi, making the scene look even darker. Another one released speed abstruse energy which surrounded his colleagues' attacks, making them faster.
The ancient seal, the thunders and the empty space sword moved at the speed of light.
The crowd was covered in a cold sweat. They could only imagine how they would feel if they were Lin Feng. 5 attackers, 1 assistant who could make their attacks faster and slow Lin Feng down, and all of them had level 9 abstruse energies.
Reincarnation! Shouted Ho Chang Lin.
He released reincarnation energies which surrounded those young men.
They instantly sensed a pain invade their bodies.
Ruoxia rose in the air too and released acceleration abstruse energy to surround Lin Feng and deceleration abstruse energy to surround the enemies. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng released Ling Long's holy celestial chi and he suddenly looked like an animal. An empty space appeared, and Lin Feng jumped inside. The enemy's attacks crashed onto his empty space, causing the space in front of him to become distorted, breaking the space he had just hit inside. After Lin Feng appeared, energies continued bombarding his body, causing him to cough up blood while throwing him backwards. Those 6 cultivators were terrifyingly strong. The weakest one had broken through to the 8th Zun Chi layer while the others had the strength of the 9th or at the top of the 9th Zun Chi layer. They also understood the force of the earth and sky, so their force was 1,000 times stronger as well.
However, at that moment,
Ho Chang Lin, Tianqi and Ruoxia also arrived and released terrifying energies at the 6 strong cultivators who were attacking Lin Feng. The 6 soldiers stopped and looked at Lin Feng and then the others in a cold way. Lin Feng and his friends couldn't see their faces, but they could still see their eyes.
Tiantai came here on purpose to cause trouble and ruin the wedding ceremony, said Qi Yan walking forwards.
Shui Baiyao was still frowning because her thoughts were chaotic. She wanted to remember, she wanted to understand what was going on with her.
You sent people to kill me, said Lin Feng.
Qi Yan smiled and said to Shui Baiyao, Baiyao, go back to your teacher, I'll deal with this.
All right, said Shui Baiyao nodding. She felt a bit guilty.
What Qi Yan said didn't imply anything. Besides, she trusted her teacher more than Qi Yan. Shui Baiyao moved to her teacher and Qi Yan looked to Lin Feng and the others.
He was smiling coldly. He slowly turned around and smiled at the messenger.
He looked sorry. I'm sorry, you must think we're ridiculous. I just came here to enjoy some fine liquors, said the messenger shrugging. That thing had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to get involved.
Someone wants to ruin the ceremony.
The Qi Empire is an empire in Zhouyu and the Qi clan is an influential imperial group in Bahuang. We can't let these people humiliate us. If you could step away, we don't want our battle reaching you, that way, you can continue drinking,
said Emperor Qi to the crowd.
Instantly, the tables moved aside. Emperor Dong smiled at the messenger, but still, the messenger didn't mind.
The Qi clan wants to fight Tiantai even though it's a wedding ceremony. Everybody was surprised. Emperor Qi was very bold.
Some people came to cause trouble, so we have to take measures, said Emperor Sikong smiling indifferently. If you need any help, Tianlong Divine Castle can give you a hand,
said Emperor Tianlong smiling indifferently. Thank you very much, Emperor Tianlong,
said Emperor Qi smiling politely.
Many emperors looked excited about finally dealing with Tiantai. Emperor Wen, Emperor Devamara, Emperor Yu, none of them moved. The Great Ape Emperor didn't move either.
Eating here is the same as over there, so there's no need to switch seats,
shouted the great ape emperor extremely loudly. I think so too. No need to switch seats, said the empress who was next to Rin Lei. Many people didn't move. They were all from influential groups: the Fire Mountain, the Island of the Thunderbirds, the Mangnil Mountain, the Celestial Palace of the Immortals, the Celestial Thunder Temple, the Chifeng Mountain, and so on didn't move. Many people laughed and said, some people will regret causing trouble. The crowd perfectly understood what was going on. Those who moved were giving face to Emperor Dong and the Qi clan. Even though everybody was smiling, they were ready to fight. Some emperors thought that by asking them to move, the Qi clan was asking them to position themselves between the two sides. Your Highness the Messenger, I'm going to deal with this situation, said Emperor Dong, smiling at the messenger again. No need to worry about me, said the messenger, waving and smiling. Then, Emperor Dong stood up and walked to the middle of the floor. He was smiling, but he looked annoyed. Emperor Dong smiled and then said, everybody, do as you wish. Then he walked away with a sharp expression on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1476, Complex Situation. Chapter 1476, Complex Situation. Lin Feng, today is Qi Yan's wedding ceremony. There are tensions between us and Tiantai, and we initially intended to forget about those today, but in the end, you injured Bai Yao and humiliated Qi Yan. Since that's that case, we have to kill you, said Emperor Dong to Lin Feng. Emperor Dong, said Emperor Yu, suddenly standing up. He smiled indifferently and said, Emperor Dong, the Qi clan and Tiantai are enemies, indeed. You don't need any excuses to kill Lin Feng. I just hope that you will not forget the Emperor's rules though. You're a senior cultivator, so you cannot attack my disciples. Otherwise, I can guarantee that the Qi Empire and the Qi clan will get destroyed. If I attacked him, he'd die in a second. I won't violate the rules, however. No matter, I can tell you that Lin Feng won't leave the Qi Empire alive today. If you want to get involved, I won't refrain from joining as well, said Emperor Dong. The 6 soldiers then instantly released abstruse energies again. At that moment, the crowd was wondering whether Emperor Dong had organized everything for Emperor Shi to show up in the Qi Empire. All right, said Emperor Dong. He looked at Emperor Yu and the others, then said, kill. Boom. Qi instantly dashed to the skies. The 6 soldiers' energies were terrifying together. Cough, cough. At that moment, the Earth soldier coughed after suddenly feeling weak. What's going on? A cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer couldn't possibly get sick. The other's Qi is also weakening. The crowd frowned. What's going on? Emperor Dong frowned. Your Highness, maybe they've been poisoned, replied someone. Cultivators couldn't be affected by ordinary poison. Poisons which could affect those cultivators had to be extremely powerful. Poison cultivation was extremely rare, like the sorcerer's arts. Poisoners were even rarer than alchemists. Lin Feng looked at the 6 soldiers and frowned. Suddenly, he also felt like he had no strength. It was as if he couldn't control his strength anymore. Oh no! Lin Feng knew about medicinal pills, and he also knew that only some incredible beasts could poison enemies. Maybe that it was poison, a terrifying one that even emperors hadn't even noticed. Emperor Dong. Many people looked at the alcohol on the tables. The emperors might have drunk the poison too. Everybody, I'm like you, said Emperor Dong. He then looked at the crowd and said, someone made us drink a terrifying poison. Everybody was concerned, but they were skeptical though. Who would want to poison them? And that poison was extremely rare and dangerous. The emperor's reaction proved just how poisonous it was. Who did it? Yelled Emperor Dong while releasing terrifying energies. The atmosphere became extremely calm. The crowd could even hear the wind blowing. It was eerily calm. That poisoner must be stronger than me, said Emperor Dan, but all the emperors have been poisoned too. On top of that, if he dared poison us, it means he's terrifyingly strong. The emperors were being affected by that poison but could still release powerful energies. That poison wasn't lethal, it just restrained their strength a little. Some time passed and nobody showed up. The atmosphere remained eerily silent. Emperor Dan, can't you concoct a pill to cure us? Asked Emperor Dong. Emperor Dan shook his head and said, no, I can't, and concocting pills needs time anyways. Lin Feng and the others all fell down to the ground. Lin Feng tried to remain determined, but the situation was becoming dangerous. Someone is coming, said someone as everyone's attention turned towards the distance.
A group of people were climbing up the stairs. Their silhouettes flickered, and they were as fast as lightning.
The guards didn't even stop them. Xiao Yan. Emperor Yan looked surprised. Ping Zhe. Another emperor recognized someone else. Chang Feng.
Emperor Devamara frowned and looked at that person in a strange way. The crowd was getting nearer and nearer.
Xiao Yan went to Emperor Yan. Chang Feng came to Emperor Devamara.
Those people knelt down before different emperors and shouted, "Teacher!"
Chang Feng, you're back,
said Emperor Devamara, allowing that young man to stand up. He smiled happily and said, "Great, you're at the top of the 9th Zun Qi layer, very top even, right?" "Teacher, I'm about to break through to the Huang Qi layer," said that young man with sharp lights in his eyes.
"All right, very good," said Emperor Devamara, smiling happily. Those geniuses were considered cultivation monsters 100 years ago, and now surprisingly, they're back.
Besides, they are all about to break through to the Huang Qi layer, explained Emperor Yu to Lin Feng and the others.
Lin Feng was amazed. 100 years before?
They had been to the holy city and now they were finally back. But Emperor Yu frowned as if he had been thinking about something.
"Teacher, can you help me break through to the Huang Qi layer?" asked Xiao Yan to Emperor Yan.
"How can I help you?"
asked Emperor Yan, smiling in a resplendent way. Emperor Yan would be happy if he could help. "Teacher, look at my current strength,"
said Xiao Yan, releasing fire energies. His flames contained black fissures inside them.
"Cosmic energies, you can already control cosmic energies." Emperor Yan was incredulous.
His disciple was at the very top of the Zun Qi layer and controlled cosmic energies. He was about to break through to the Huang Qi layer. "You just need to control your force better,"
said Emperor Yan.
He was trying to think of a solution to help his disciple.
"Teacher, look at my cosmic energy attacks," said Xiao Yan, smiling. Emperor Yan nodded. Xiao Yan raised his hands and attacked Emperor Yan.
Emperor Yan was still smiling, he didn't realize what was going on. However, when the cosmic energy attack crashed onto Emperor Yan's body, he suddenly looked petrified.
He suddenly realized something was amiss. What was his beloved disciple doing?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1477, 7 Fish Caught in a Web. Chapter 1477, 7 Fish Caught in a Web. When he sensed the attack, Emperor Yan thought he was hallucinating.
He couldn't believe his eyes. He had raised Xiao Yan for a long time, wholeheartedly and happily. He had always thought of Xiao Yan as a great disciple. He wouldn't have thought that his disciple would try to kill him. If Emperor Yan had prepared himself for such an attack, even with the poison, the energies wouldn't have penetrated his body that easily. Unfortunately, his disciple was trying to kill him.
Emperor Yan looked like he was in incredible pain.
Xiao Yan wasn't smiling anymore, instead his eyes were filled with murder.
"Die!"
said Xiao Yan furiously.
Arg! Emperor Yan roared with pain,
the earth around him crackled even. A fire armor formed from cosmic energies appeared on Xiao Yan.
However, it broke apart when the attack reached it.
Xiao Yan was propelled backwards and coughed up some blood. Not many people paid attention to Emperor Yan because at the same time, Emperor Devamara's disciples and the other disciples who hadn't shown up in 100 years attacked at the same time. Emperor Devamara was ready though because he had sensed something fishy. He counterattacked and sent his disciple flying.
"Why?" said Emperor Yan furiously.
"Teacher."
Fu Hei's face turned deathly pale as he was worried for his teacher.
Surprisingly, his fellow disciple was attacking their teacher. Emperor Yu, Lin Feng, and the others moved further away. Lin Feng glanced at Emperor Yan and felt sad for him.
Attacking your teacher was the worst thing you could do.
Emperor Devamara, Emperor Lei, the Emperor of the Church of Desire, the Emperors of the Qifeng Mountain, the Sunset Pavilion and the Magic World Heavenly Palace are also unlucky. Their disciples came back and immediately attacked them by surprise.
Thought Lin Feng. He looked at Emperor Dong. That day was Qi Yan's wedding, so did Emperor Dong have anything to do with that? If he hadn't organized the event, nobody would have been poisoned. "There's no why, you're just going to die,"
said Xiao Yan to Emperor Yan.
"Teacher, you're poisoned, so you can't control your strength. If you use energies, you're going to hurt yourself," said Xiao Yan, smiling. "Fu Hei, go!" shouted Emperor Yan furiously.
He was surrounded by fire, so he didn't chase after Xiao Yan. Instead, he grabbed Fu Hei and started running away.
He knew that he didn't have much time left.
His energies were chaotic, and even though he was still alive, his cultivation was probably going to be crippled.
Boom boom.
In the sky, a gigantic hand formed from the earth. That piece of earth bombarded Emperor Yan and crushed him into the ground violently. Then a silhouette appeared.
Teacher! Shouted Fu Hei, coughing blood.
He was still looking at Emperor Yan though, everything was happening too fast.
Was it the Emperor's judgment day?
All the disciples from the other groups were also sad. Emperor Devamara and the Empress of the Human Desires Palace were fine because they had blocked the attacks, but the emperors from the Sunset Pavilion, the Chifeng Mountain, the Church of Desire, the Island of the Thunderbirds and the Magic World Heavenly Palace were severely injured, especially Emperor Lei from the Island of the Thunderbirds. The Emperor from the Church of Desire looked furious, he was soaked with blood and his face was deathly pale.
Feng Xian and Feng Ling were also devastated.
The emperors from the Six Desires and the Devamara Palace looked at Emperor Yu. He had shouted to warn them a moment before, so they were appreciative. At that moment, the crowd looked at the sky.
A bunch of people in black clothes had appeared and they all looked extremely strong. They're surrounding us! Shouted someone. There were people all around them.
The one who attacked Emperor Yan a moment ago used Earth cosmic energies, so there must be an emperor amongst them.
Thought the crowd. Where were those people from? Had they poisoned them? And why were those disciples attacking their teachers? Who are you? Asked Emperor Dong.
But they ignored him. One of them looked at the messenger and said, Your Highness the Messenger, you are in charge of Jiuyu and Ba Huan, please continue drinking and eating. I hope you are not offended by anything we do.
Thank you for your understanding.
The messenger smiled, he looked indifferent. Then he continued drinking and eating.
The Imperial Assassin Union? Said someone at that moment.
Everybody hated the Imperial Assassin Union in Ba Huang. The influential groups of Ba Huang and Jiuyu had prevented them from existing. Sometimes, a few assassins appeared, but this time they had all appeared. At that moment, someone whose face was covered eviled themselves. Their eyes looked evil and their hands looked like those of a very old person. That person had a black pill in their hand and their voice sounded very hoarse.
Who wants to have it? You'll live only if you take it. A pill?
The crowd didn't believe it was medicine, they believed it was poison.
I guarantee you that it can heal you,
said that person with reassurance. But the crowd remained silent. Why had those disciples betrayed their respective groups?
What was Emperor Dong's role in that story? Even though some people of the Qi Empire were also injured, could people trust Emperor Dong?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1478, The Fall of the Emperors. Chapter 1478, The Fall of the Emperors. Emperor Yan was astonished.
He wanted to leave using an empty space, but fissures appeared and blocked his way.
You think you can leave? Asked the one who had just attacked Emperor Yan.
Unfortunately, that pill is good, but nobody wants it.
I'll keep it for myself then, said the old man with a hoarse voice.
The strong cultivator who had just attacked Emperor Yan with his earthen territory released even more earth energies. The energies crashed onto Emperor Yan again. Lin Feng raised his head and suddenly saw destructive energies oppressing them. Emperor Yu jumped in front of his disciples, then the earth shook, and suddenly a lofty mountain appeared above Lin Feng and his fellow disciples. The earthen territory crashed onto the mountain, which slowly crackled and exploded. They were safe.
Teacher!
Shouted Fu Hei, who was also injured. Apart from that, the other members from the Imperial Assassin Union wanted to attack the emperors who had been attacked already. One of them was terrifyingly strong and attacked the emperor from the Sunset Pavilion.
He immediately killed him. He was also the first emperor to die. Emperors are dying.
The crowd watched as those lights killed their emperors. There's a medium-level emperor and 8 low-level emperors, as well as a dozen cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer.
Emperor Yu glanced around.
At that moment, a dazzling light moved towards Emperor Yu. The medium-level emperor looked at Emperor Yu, Lin Feng, and the others.
Bzzz.
That strong cultivator jumped forwards and flew towards Emperor Yu. Quickly though, Emperor Yu and the 5 others disappeared inside another mountain. When Emperor Yu and the others disappeared, a golden man appeared instead. The medium-level emperor landed where Emperor Yu had been, and a large crater was formed after the attack.
Where are you going? Shouted that cultivator, glancing around.
The ground exploded, and fissures appeared.
Boom!
10,000 meters away, Emperor Yu, Lin Feng and the others reappeared. The medium-level emperor smiled coldly.
Since you're here, why hide? Said that medium-level emperor.
Buzzing sounds along with scorching white lights shot out. Those were sword lights, but because they moved so fast, they burnt in the air as they traveled.
Humph.
The medium-level emperor groaned coldly. Then a cage appeared in the air and blocked the sword.
Emperor Yu and the others appeared again. They weren't that far away.
Lin Feng glanced at the medium-level emperor. His heart was racing at full speed.
Who were those assassins? Surprisingly, someone had blocked the terrifying assassin's attack? More cosmic energies flooded the area, illusion cosmic energies. The emperor from the magic world Heavenly Palace had died. That's the second emperor.
The crowd was astonished. Emperor Dong, you're a medium-level emperor. Even if you're poisoned, you can still fight and kill low-level emperors.
You organized this event, so why don't you help us? Asked Emperor Yu. I'm sorry, if I attack, I won't be able to protect Qi Yan. Reasoned Emperor Dong. Suddenly, dazzling lights moved towards Emperor Dong.
An assassin with a long sword was attacking Qi Yan. Emperor Qi and Emperor Dong's faces turned deathly pale as they shouted, "Try and dare."
Nobody replied to them.
Only sword and empty cosmic energies moved towards them.
Break! Shouted Emperor Dong.
Dazzling lights appeared and surrounded Qi Yan, but the lights broke as soon as the sword energies reached them.
Boom boom! Qi Yan's face was deathly pale. He wanted to move away but he was imprisoned.
He was facing emperors, so he couldn't do much.
Break!
Shouted Emperor Qi, releasing golden empty space energies.
How come Emperor Qi is not affected by the poison? Asked Emperor Yu at that moment. Emperor Qi suddenly looked petrified and surprised.
At that moment, sword energies moved towards Emperor Qi at full speed.
Emperor Dong's face suddenly changed. He disappeared and reappeared again above Qi Yan. He wanted to protect Qi Yan, however, the sword arrived at the same time. Why isn't Emperor Dong using cosmic energies to deal with those low-level emperors? Said Emperor Yu. Emperor Dong looked nervous too.
Then, sword energies penetrated Qi Yan's throat.
Is Qi Yan dead? Thought the crowd. What was going on? They had their doubts about the Qi clan's emperors, but now Qi Yan was killed? Did this event really have nothing to do with the Qi clan?
Terrifying strength invaded Qi Yan's body and lacerated him completely.
Flames of fury appeared in Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi's eyes as they watched Qi Yan die.
After the two assassins killed Qi Yan, they disappeared and reappeared farther away again while releasing terrifying energies. On the other side, cosmic energies appeared again.
Another emperor died, the emperor from the Church of Desire.
In a short time, 3 emperors had died and Qi Yan.
Emperor Yan seemed like he was going to die too. Fu Hei was devastated, he didn't know what to do.
He felt powerless in front of all those assassination emperors. The medium-level emperor was condensing thunder energies, and if he attacked, he could kill anyone. Luckily, so far, he was just observing.
Kill them,
said the medium-level emperor, pointing at Emperor Yu, Lin Feng, and the others. Instantly, silhouettes moved towards them. Lin Feng and the others felt like they were going to suffocate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1479, Condensation of Strong Cultivators. Chapter 1479, Condensation of Strong Cultivators.
Now they were starting to kill emperors who hadn't been attacked by surprise, such as Emperor Yu.
3 emperors. Emperor Yu looked worried. 3 emperors were going for him. What a terrifying army. There were also 2 emperors standing idly who were ready to attack anyone with a moment's notice.
I would have never thought I'd die like this,
thought Emperor Yan.
Even though the enemies listened to the medium-level emperor and ran towards Emperor Yu, they already knew that they should attack him.
Who was behind all that? Hurry up, said the medium-level emperor. Boom! Emperor Yu jumped forwards and released a mountain attack.
Then, Emperor Yu, Lin Feng and the others disappeared in the earth and cosmic energies.
The earth shook and broke.
An emperor had attacked the mountain with sword energies.
The 3 emperors disappeared and flew inside the mountain. Break! Shouted Emperor Yu. He had reappeared again with an earthen armor on.
Lin Feng and the others were also wrapped up with earthen energies.
Illusion, said someone suddenly. Illusional cosmic energies rose up in the air.
Suddenly, Lin Feng realized his fellow disciples and teacher weren't together anymore. They were in separate empty spaces.
You two fight against the emperor, I'll go and fight the others, said one of them.
The two others moved towards Emperor Yu while that one went to Lin Feng and the others. At that moment, a terrifying cosmic energy passed in front of him and he immediately stopped.
Move! Shouted the medium-level emperor furiously.
Then, the emperor continued running towards Lin Feng.
Bzzz. Oppressive energies surrounded Lin Feng. He had the impression he was going to choke to death.
Even though he had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer, he couldn't do anything against emperors. Even some emperors were dying around them. That cultivator stretched out his hand towards Lin Feng while releasing some cosmic energies.
Die! Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale.
He felt that he had no chance. No, shouted Lin Feng while releasing demonic qi.
How could he die?
When the cosmic energies were just about to kill him, suddenly, terrifying sword energies descended from the sky. Lin Feng sensed that the energies attacking him weakened and had disappeared.
Who? The one who wanted to kill Lin Feng looked furious. Who was helping Lin Feng? In the distance, sword qi appeared and whistled. It was an ancient sword qi. Dong! A metallic sound rung. Who's that now? Thought the crowd. Everybody gazed into the distance. Dong!
Another sound appeared as a silhouette appeared at the top of the stairs. It was an old man who had numerous wrinkles on his face. Although he looked old, his eyes looked sharp. He slowly walked towards them.
How strong? Thought the crowd.
The one had tried to kill Lin Feng looked furious.
The medium-level emperor looked horrified. It's him!
Emperor Qi's facial expression changed drastically. The old man was getting nearer and nearer, his robe was fluttering in the wind. Even though he looked extremely old, he also looked incredibly powerful. Lin Feng recognized him because he had seen him before in Jiangya, when he had taken Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword.
It doesn't have anything to do with you, said the medium-level emperor to the old man. You went too far, said the old man. The medium-level emperor looked furious.
However, at that moment, he seemed even more vigilant.
Bzzz. Another silhouette appeared. That person looked terrifying as well. Another medium-level emperor.
The crowd was astonished.
Brother, help me tidy up, said the medium-level emperor smiling in a cold way. All right, said the person in a hoarse voice who had just appeared.
However, at that moment, more and more people appeared. They were all wearing plated bamboo hats and nobody could see their faces.
You're too impatient, said a cultivator with a plated bamboo hat. Half of his body was covered by his hat. Watchers, 18 of them.
The crowd was amazed. Lin Feng was surprised but smiled and thought, it seems like my way of thinking was too simplistic. Anyone can wear a plated bamboo hat, so there's no limit to the number of watchers. The assassins looked furious.
The watcher's father. The medium-level emperor looked at the cultivator wearing a plated bamboo hat who had appeared in the sky.
Then he said, get ready, .
How else should we defeat you? Said the watcher's father indifferently.
He then shook his hand and suddenly dazzling arrows appeared in all the watchers' hands. They were aiming at the strong cultivators from the Imperial Assassin Union.
That person didn't reply.
The medium-level emperor who had appeared in the distance looked at the old man.
There were 4 medium-level emperors, 2 versus 2. I hope you won't get involved, said that cultivator to the old man. I came to protect some people. I don't care about the rest, said the old man calmly and indifferently. Thank you, Your Excellency, said that person calmly.
Then he said to the watcher's father, I have even more emperors.
Did you think that the emperors of the Bahuang province and Jiuyu can be killed so easily? Said the watcher's father.
The watchers and the members of the Imperial Assassin Union were starting to argue. Arg, a gigantic stick blotted out the sky and a gigantic black silhouette was holding it. The wooden stick moved towards an assassin. That person wanted to dodge the attack but failed. He was immediately crushed to death. What a terrifying strength,
thought the crowd. That was the great ape emperor. Why don't you attack? Are you waiting to die? Asked the great ape emperor, trying to wake some people up. Many emperors started releasing their energies.
They felt a little bit more relieved as the watchers were there to help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1480, Flinching. Chapter 1480, Flinching. Save me, shouted a voice.
People turned around and saw Emperor Si Kong being attacked by 2 assassins. He had already lost an arm and was bleeding profusely. The Watcher's father glanced at that, but he seemed pensive. Emperor Seekong is friends with Emperor Qi and Emperor Dong, so why don't you help him? Said Emperor Wen suddenly. But the Wen clan wasn't friends with the Seekong clan and the Qi clan. Emperor Wen didn't actually hope someone would save Emperor Seekong.
The Seekong clan has a medium-level emperor, why doesn't he come out? Asked someone else.
The crowd frowned. It was the emperor who hadn't shown up yet, the one who had attacked the emperors with the Imperial Assassin Union.
He was blocking the other medium-level emperor and preventing him from attacking.
/ deadly energies sealed the space.
However, that medium-level emperor still didn't appear.
A horrible shriek sounded as Emperor Seekong lost another arm.
2 assassins from the Imperial Assassin Union were oppressing him and were attacking him relentlessly. Who are you? Asked Emperor Seekong furiously.
He released empty space cosmic energies with his eyes, but the 2 assassins entered another empty space and released their own cosmic energies. Someone else was in an even more difficult situation than Emperor Seekong. It was Emperor Yen. He had almost disappeared completely. Emperor Devamara and a Watcher were blocking the cultivators who were attacking him, but he was disappearing in a fire.
Fu Hei, come here, said Emperor Yen to Fu Hei. Teacher. Fu Hei's eyes were bloodshot. Emperor Yen was burning too intensely so Fu Hei couldn't get near.
After I die, you will manage the fire mountain,
said Emperor Yen.
Fu Hei nodded, his face was deathly pale.
He looked devastated. He can't receive all your fire cosmic energy alone, much of it will spill over and go to waste. Give some to him and he will avenge you, said the old man next to Lin Feng, pointing at Lin Feng.
Emperor Yen slowly turned around and glanced at the old man and then at Lin Feng and nodded. Alright, Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's disciple is an incredible genius.
You're right. Then cosmic energies moved from Emperor Yan's body and 2 lights appeared. 1 light moved towards Lin Feng and 1 towards Fu Hei, instantly penetrating their bodies. The terrifying cosmic energies suddenly made their blood boil. Fire.
Lin Feng sensed the energies overwhelm him. He was worried that he was going to burn to death. Unfortunately, he wasn't an emperor, so it was difficult for him to assimilate those energies. Emperor Yen is dying, and he can transmit these energies only when he is dying.
Don't waste them, cleanse your body with them, said the old man to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng nodded and closed his eyes while sensing the pure cosmic energies. Lin Feng had cleansed his body with many sorts of energies before. His fire energies were becoming even stronger. Unknowingly, his body started burning.
Fu Hei was the same.
Behind Fu Hei, a fire silhouette appeared which looked like a fire spirit.
Fu Hei apparently had a celestial fire body type.
No, at that moment, a voice resonated in the air. A sword pierced through Emperor Seekong's head and his head exploded. His cosmic energies turned into a light which dashed to the skies.
Emperor Seekong is dead too.
The crowd was astonished.
The Imperial Assassin Union was finally losing the advantage. Those who weren't emperors died quickly. Even though the emperors were poisoned, they could easily kill people who weren't at the emperor level.
Concerning the 2 strong cultivators who had just killed Emperor Seekong, they were now moving towards Emperor Qi.
Help me kill them, shouted Emperor Qi.
I told Emperor Dong to help the other emperors, but he didn't.
So why would we help you? Said Emperor Yu while fighting against another emperor. Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi looked devastated. Let's forget about our conflicts and help each other, shouted Emperor Dan.
He wanted to join hands with you and Emperor Qi to fight off the assassins. Emperor Qi and Emperor Dong are my enemies, surprisingly, you want to help them. Besides, it seems like the 2 Qi emperors are not that affected by the poison. I believe that you joined hands with them and created the poison, said Emperor Yu. Had the assassins joined hands with Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi? Had Emperor Dan made the poison? Many emperors thought that way at that moment, but why had the assassins killed Qi Yan then? And why had they killed Emperor Seekong, Emperor Qi's friend?
Now, they were going to attack Emperor Qi too. Was that the price to pay for a dodgy alliance?
The battle was insane. The 2 medium-level emperors were fighting against the 2 other medium-level emperors.
A medium-level emperor from the Imperial Assassin Union was about to die. The other medium-level emperor was fighting against the Watcher's father. Escape! Finally, the medium-level emperor shouted furiously.
The members from the Imperial Assassin Union started running away.
The assassins had failed and were now running away. The Watchers and the emperors didn't chase them too closely. The assassins from the Imperial Assassin Union were incredibly strong, so they couldn't be underestimated even whilst running.
The two low-level emperors were still fighting against Emperor Qi. They were adamant about killing him.
"Haven't you heard?" said one of the medium-level emperors.
The two cultivators then moved away at full speed.
"We'll meet again," said the two medium-level emperors while rising in the air.
They hadn't killed the Watcher's father and the medium-level emperor who had been hiding.
Emperor Yan was dead too.
Lin Feng and Fu He opened their eyes and looked at the corpses. They both looked extremely sad.
"Don't be too sad, Emperor Yan is not completely dead," said Emperor Yu. "Emperors could make their godly awareness disperse if they weren't completely dead."
Lin Feng was surprised but came back to his senses. However, to recover his current strength, Emperor Yan would need a very long time. Yan Di was a perfect example of such a case.
"It's a pity that we can't destroy them,"
said Lin Feng, looking at the assassins from the Imperial Assassin Union run away. "Even at the same level, it's difficult to kill them,"
said Emperor Yu indifferently.
Lin Feng still didn't know how to differentiate emperors in terms of cultivation level. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1481, Complex Situation. Chapter 1481, Complex Situation. The crowd looked around as the Watcher's silhouette flickered.
"Everybody, you saw how evil the Imperial Assassin Union is.
They want to take over the Bahuang province and Jiuyu,"
said the Watcher's father before adding, 5 emperors died today, amongst them, the emperors of the Church of Desire, the Sunset Pavilion, the Magic World Heavenly Palace, and the Fire Mountain are 4 influential imperial groups. They no longer have emperors to protect themselves. I know that many of you will try to attack the Imperial Assassins Union for revenge, but I must warn you, if you attack, or if you join hands with the Imperial Assassin Union to attack these wounded groups, you may regret it."
Everybody was surprised.
Those who had lost their emperors were also moved. The Watcher's father was telling them that he was going to protect them for a while and that they had to break through to the Huang Qi layer if they didn't want their groups to fall and disappear. Besides, the emperors from the Qifeng Mountain and the island of the Thunderbirds also got severely injured and need time to recover.
"If anyone attacks them, they'll be considered a part of the Imperial Assassin Union's accomplices," added the Watcher's father in a cold way.
The Imperial Assassin Union wanted to take control of Bahuang and Jiuyu, which was unforgivable. The situation in Bahuang and Jiuyu is dangerous.
The Imperial Assassin Union used their full strength to attack today.
I hope that all the emperors can cooperate and fight against this common enemy.
I'm off now. See you.
Then the Watcher's father's silhouette flickered, and he left with all the other Watchers. The Watchers have existed for a long time. The emperors have no choice but to join hands and work together with the Watchers for now. With the Imperial Assassin Union so active, there might be another catastrophe, said the old man next to Lin Feng after everybody left. He coughed and put his hand in front of his mouth, but Lin Feng still saw that he was coughing up blood. "Master, you're sick and yet, you still came to protect us younger people."
"I will never forget that," said Lin Feng.
Lin Feng had always known that he was an amazing cultivator. Whether he was Emperor Wu Tianjian or not, it wasn't important, he was a sick emperor now. The old man shook his head and smiled. "Back then, the Watcher's father protected me too.
I didn't come for only you today."
Lin Feng nodded. When the old man was younger, the Imperial Assassin Union and the Watchers had already existed.
"I'm going now," said the old man, nodding at Lin Feng.
Then he turned around and left.
After that, people started leaving. The wedding ceremony had no point anymore because Qi Yan was dead.
Shui Baiyao looked confused. That was her wedding, but Qi Yan was dead. She wasn't sad at all though, it was as if a stranger had died. Even if she had become amnesic, she should have been saddened by Qi Yan's death.
Boom!
At that moment, some extremely powerful qi filled the air.
"A medium-level Emperor's qi," thought the crowd.
They saw a silhouette approach Emperor Sikong. He was looking at Emperor Sikong, then he exploded Emperor Sikong's head, and his soul dispersed. Now he would never be able to come back to life. The medium-level emperor from the Sikong clan has arrived,
thought the crowd. That was probably the Sikong clan's medium-level emperor.
The Imperial Assassin Union seems to hate the Sikong clan and the Qi clan. They killed Emperor Sikong, Qi Yan, and they wanted to kill Emperor Qi,
said Emperor Dong.
He looked at Emperor Wen and said, "You prevented people from protecting Emperor Sikong when the Imperial Assassin Union attacked him."
What is that supposed to mean? Are you trying to insinuate that the Wen clan and the Imperial Assassin Union joined hands? said Emperor Wen, smiling in a cold way. Don't forget that you organized the banquet, and that all the emperors were poisoned besides you. You could have done more, but you didn't. The Imperial Assassin Union killed Qi Yan, shouted Emperor Dong furiously. It doesn't mean that the Qi clan has nothing to do with them, said Emperor Wen in a cold way. Humph. Emperor Dong looked upset. The banquet is over. You can all leave. What was supposed to be a happy event had turned into a tragedy. Emperor Dong was furious as he glanced at Emperor Wen, Emperor Yu, Lin Feng, and the others. We've all been poisoned here in the Qi Empire and now you're asking us to leave? How shameless, said Emperor Wen, smiling coldly. He looked at Shui Baiyao and said, Shui Baiyao, you heard what the Qi clan said. Emperor Yu and I have the same thought. You've been fooled. The one who treated you badly is now dead, so you should leave. Boom. Emperor Dong released a terrifying Qi. Emperor Dong, you're a medium-level emperor but you didn't even protect Qi Yan, shouted Emperor Wen extremely loudly. Everybody looked at Emperor Dong, so he recalled his Qi and said coldly, you're very insolent. Qi Yan died and you continue humiliating my family. You even humiliate Qi Yan, who is dead. Let the dead rest in peace. Everybody knows that we don't like each other. I can humiliate your dead son if I want to. I'm in your empire now, so if you want to kill me, go ahead, said Emperor Wen. He was seemingly infuriating Emperor Dong on purpose. Emperor Dong looked furious but didn't attack. Get the hell out of my empire. Don't forget that you invited everybody here. We are still not cured of our poison. And now you want us to leave? You're ridiculous, said Emperor Wen. Then, he looked at Shui Baiyao and said, Shui Baiyao, even though you're amnesic, you can still make your own choices. Your teacher got close to the Qi clan, and now you've become their tool. Your teacher didn't describe the relationship you have with Lin Feng properly. If you go to the Bahuang province and ask people, they will tell you the truth and you will realize your teacher's lies. Shui Baiyao looked surprised. Indeed, people in Bahuang would tell her the truth. Baiyao, do you trust your teacher or other people? Said Emperor Dan indifferently. Shui Baiyao remained silent for a few seconds and finally shook her head. Teacher, I need time to think. I need some time alone, so I'm going. Then, Shui Baiyao's silhouette flickered, and she left. Emperor Dan was surprised and glanced at Emperor Wen in a cold way. Everybody, Emperor Dong has things to do too. We shouldn't disturb him any longer. The effects of the poison are slowly dispersing. Of course, we still can't afford to be careless, said Emperor Wen. Then he waved at Emperor Yu. Emperors from the Devamara Palace, of the Six Desires, of Qi Feng, let's go together, said Emperor Yu. It would be a great pleasure, said Emperor Devamara. The other emperors didn't refuse either. Let's go, said Emperor Yu to Lin Feng and the others. Then, they left. After a long time, the messenger and the young men also left. The scene was chaotic. Many tables, glasses, and plates were broken. Food and alcohol lay wasted on the ground. Emperor Dong was clenching his fists. Emperor Qi and the medium-level emperor from the Sikong clan were standing next to him. Bzzz. Suddenly, a silhouette descended from the sky. That person looked like Emperor Dong. What's going on here? Asked the emperor from the Sikong clan angrily. There are two people we can't find, said that person. Those who killed my son and Qi Yan, asked the emperor from the Sikong clan furiously. The other one nodded and clenched his fists too. Ridiculous. The two Zun cultivators became emperors, you know that, said the emperor from the Sikong clan coldly. We couldn't do anything. Do you think they would have listened to me if I had told them not to kill Qi Yan and your people? He explained. The emperor of the Sikong clan continued looking at him in a cold way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1482, Making Lin Feng Stronger. Chapter 1482, Making Lin Feng Stronger. Clouds were rolling in the sky as Emperor Yu was in front of Lin Feng and the others. Emperor Yu, Emperor Wen, Emperor Devamara and the others had made an alliance and were becoming good friends. The Six Desires Empress had gotten involved when the Qi clan was trying to kill Meng Qing at the meeting of the emperors, and then Emperor Qi Feng was injured and was moved after Emperor Yu and the others agreed to stay with him. Emperor Yu, are you sure that Shui Baiyao's memories haven't been sealed or injured? The emperors were talking about Shui Baiyao's condition. Without a doubt. Even if a medium-level emperor had sealed her memories, I would feel a special strength in her godly awareness. said Emperor Yu calmly. Emperor Wen remained silent for a few seconds, he seemed perplexed.
He whispered, no wonder that she's losing her memories.
I've heard about a special skill which is related to memory.
Those who practice it use it to forget everything except cultivation, that way, they focus solely on cultivation,
said Emperor Wen. There are many strange things in the world of cultivation, said Yiren Lei smiling over at Lin Feng. Shui Bai Yao is a strong cultivator.
If she studies rare skills, she could become extremely strong. No wonder the Qi clan thought highly of her and wanted her to marry Qi Yan. Now Qi Yan is dead and Shui Bai Yao is alone. It would be sad if she ended up alone.
Little Tian, I'm old too now.
You should go and find Shui Bai Yao.
She could stay with you and travel with you, said Emperor Wen smiling at Wen Tiangu.
Wen Tiangu smiled wryly. The other emperors also looked at their disciples. Emperor Devamara smiled and said, we all have some girls and boy, they should make friends with each other.
They're all outstanding. Good idea, said Emperor Wen smiling. 3 girls were there, Yiren Lei, Feng Xian and Feng Ling.
They were all extremely beautiful.
If they wish. I don't mind,
said Emperor Qi Feng looking at Feng Ling and Feng Xian. The Qi Feng mountain was a bit weak and Emperor Qi Feng was injured, so he was happy to have better relations with the others.
Teacher, I will stay with you,
said Feng Ling to Emperor Qi Feng. Emperor Qi Feng looked old and tired, he even had wrinkles now. Little girl, you're growing up so you need a good family, said Emperor Qi Feng while caressing Feng Ling's head. Little Xian, you tell us whom you like and we'll arrange everything, said Emperor Qi Feng looking at Feng Xian and smiling. Feng Xian looked at the young men around her and shook her head. Teacher, I don't want to think about those things.
Silly girl,
said Emperor Qi Feng shaking his head and smiling.
Yiren Lei, whom do you like? Asked Emperor Wen to Yiren Lei. Yiren Lei knew the Kamadhatu, the 6 heavens of desire and passion skill. If she married a young man from his clan, the young man could only benefit from it. Yiren Lei's teacher shook her head and smiled. She already has a man, I hope you're not too disappointed. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was embarrassed and glanced over at Yiren Lei as well. Yiren Lei smiled and bowed before Emperor Wen. Don't blame me.
Ah, I see. I wonder whom you like. He must be outstanding, asked Emperor Wen. Master, I think he doesn't want me to say his name. Sorry, replied Yiren Lei.
Emperor Wen was even more curious, but he just laughed and didn't insist.
Unfortunately. I wish you could join my clan, said Emperor Wen shaking his head. He looked at Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui and said, what about you? You're both outstanding. Many things have changed in Baohuang.
The road to the holy city is open, so you should practice cultivation, become stronger, and then your chances of success will be higher,
said Emperor Yu smiling at them. Everybody nodded. Teacher, if we go to the holy city while some of our emperors have become weak, what will happen? Asked Xiao Yu to Emperor Devamara. Some people will eventually come back. Some people won't go to the holy city and will still become emperors. Everything is possible, so don't worry.
Just take care of yourself,
replied Emperor Devamara. They continued traveling and left the Qi Empire.
Everybody, we're in the Tianwen Empire, we'll stay here for a few days.
I should act as a host while we are here, said Emperor Wen smiling. The Tianwen Empire was where the medium-level emperor of the Wen clan lived. Good. I didn't have any plans. A holiday in the Tianwen Empire sounds like a good idea. Thank you for your hospitality, said Emperor Yu smiling. Tiantai had dispersed, so Emperor Yu could spend time anywhere. I have some things to do though. I'm off. Emperor Devamara and the Empress of the 6 Desires didn't want to stay, they wanted to go back to Baohuang. Everybody dispersed.
2 days later, in the mountain range of Tianwen Empire, there were 2 silhouettes in a valley, Emperor Yu and Lin Feng. Ho Qing Lin and the others were in the distance with Feng Ling and Feng Xian.
Lin Feng, Earth abstruse energy is extremely easy to study and understand because we're almost always on the Earth. Sense the strength of the Earth, sense its vitality, its existence, said Emperor Yu to Lin Feng, who was seated before him cross-legged. Teacher, I understand the concept, but actually understanding it is easier said than done, replied Lin Feng. Alright, your feet must be in contact with the ground, I will teach you how to sense it, said Emperor Yu calmly. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng put his feet on the ground and sensed the pulsations of the earth. After a short while, Lin Feng had a mysterious sensation. It was as if the earth was alive and breathing.
Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed danger and moved back. Some sounds then came from the ground, and sharp energies seemed to be moving towards him.
Bzzz.
After Lin Feng moved away, a fissure appeared where he was initially standing.
It continued crackling under his feet and he moved away again. The sensation was becoming more intense.
Dust rose up and gigantic craters and canyons appeared. Energy seemed to be gathering under his feet as Lin Feng moved faster and faster. Lin Feng was moving around nervously. His perceptions became more acute the longer he avoided the attacks, but he had to be faster if he didn't want to play the victim. After a short time, the ground was riddled with gaping wounds. Lin Feng had dodged many attacks. After 7 days, Lin Feng and Emperor Yu still hadn't stopped. Meteorites were now falling from the sky. The meteorites continued aiming for Lin Feng as the sky was completely distorted, making things look rather ominous.
Sister, Emperor Yu is so kind to Lin Feng,
said Feng Ling smiling at Feng Xian.
Our teacher is like that too.
We must become stronger and repay our teacher, said Feng Xian smiling at Feng Ling in a gentle way.
Indeed, said Feng Ling nodding.
Then, she continued watching Emperor Yu teach Lin Feng cultivation principles.
They could also learn by watching.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1483, Celestial Walls Manor. Chapter 1483, Celestial Walls Manor.
3 months later, Lin Feng was still in that mountain range, now sitting cross-legged and focusing. He wasn't fighting against the earth anymore, but he could still sense its every single pulsation. It was as if he had become part of the earth.
Phew, Lin Feng took a deep breath and stood up. He started walking and energies rolled in waves around him. Canyons appeared under his feet.
With the power of his thoughts, Lin Feng carved a gigantic word in the ground in the form of canyons, earth. Earth energies are robust and imposing,
whispered Lin Feng. He had a yellow earthy aura at that moment which looked like an armor. However, when he thought about something else, the armor disappeared.
Not bad, in 3 months, my earth abstruse energy is already level 8.
Now I need to catch up with my fire abstruse energy, thought Lin Feng. He glanced at Emperor Yu in the distance and smiled. Teacher.
Very good. You will soon be going to the holy city. I'll take you somewhere else and then I think we can go back to Tianjing City and gather with your fellow disciples,
said Emperor Yu smiling. Then, he looked at Feng Ling and Feng Xian. Your teacher went back to the Qifeng mountain and asked me to take care of you, so you should come with Lin Feng and me. Thank you, Emperor Yu.
They both replied politely.
Let's go. They rose up in the air together. Ho Qing Lin and the others were gone already. Teacher, where are we going? Asked Lin Feng standing on a cloud. There is an ancient city in the Tianwen Empire. There is a manor there. The owner is an incredibly strong yet discreet cultivation emperor. He doesn't really care about worldly affairs.
In his manor, there are walls which can help cultivators improve their understanding of the great force of the earth and sky. The name of the place is the Celestial Walls Manor,
replied Emperor Yu.
The group of people traveled across the sky in a cloud.
Even if people passed by, they wouldn't see them.
Just like Emperor Yu had said, the Celestial Walls Manor was in a small ancient town, in a small country of the Tianwen Empire. After Emperor Yu and the others arrived in the small city, they realized that the people in the city had low cultivation levels. Most of them were Xian level or Tian level cultivators, while Zun cultivators were extremely rare there.
6th Zun Qi layer.
A group of young men looked at Lin Feng angrily and released their qi in the distance. They also noticed that the others were all quite strong.
They couldn't see how strong Emperor Yu was though.
How come so many people come to the Celestial Walls Manor these days?
Whispered the young man who had noticed them.
Even though he whispered, Emperor Yu and the others heard him perfectly.
Those people were locals, so they weren't used to seeing so many strong cultivators.
It's the same every 100 years, people come here to study the strength of the earth before going to the holy city,
replied another one.
Lin Feng was surprised. Even though that place was secret, many people seemed to know about it. After a short time, they arrived in front of the gate to a gigantic manor.
Lin Feng could already sense its incredible energies. That place seemed like it was one with the earth and sky. Lin Feng, we arrived. You go in alone and focus on studying the walls, said Emperor Yu to Lin Feng and the others. Then, he disappeared. Let's go in, said Lin Feng to Feng Xian and Feng Ling. They then entered the house, and nobody prevented them from entering. They walked down the main alley and saw some people in front of them.
My name is Lin Feng, I just came to the Celestial Walls Manor to observe the walls,
said Lin Feng.
One of the young men smiled at Lin Feng and said, some people are already using them.
Come back another day. We came from very far away and we don't have much time. If we need to pay anything, just tell us,
said Lin Feng politely. The Celestial Walls Manor was a place hidden by an emperor. Lin Feng was a guest, so he had to be polite.
There's no price. People can come, and we are happy to have guests.
In normal circumstances, I would let you, but today is really not a good time. It would be better if you waited for a few days. I can help you find a place to sleep, as well as food and drink, said the young man politely. He was from the manor, so he had to be polite to guests. Lin Feng looked disappointed. Was it not a convenient time?
You're lying, said someone at that moment. A silhouette appeared outside the manor.
It was a young man who was smiling in a cold way and had his arms crossed on his chest. Lin Feng turned around and recognized that young man.
He smiled and said, Brother Xiaoyu.
Brother Lin, the Celestial Walls Manor was created by an incredibly strong cultivator.
Anybody can come and use it as they wish.
There's no such thing as convenient or inconvenient times here.
He's lying to you,
said Xiaoyu indifferently. The young man's facial expression suddenly changed as he glared at Xiaoyu.
And you're an evildoer, said that young man.
Lin Feng frowned.
Xiaoyu was right. Why did people from the small town want to prevent him from going?
The one who had created that place had wished that anyone could use it.
So you just don't want me to go in?
Said Lin Feng to the young man.
He sounded angry.
The young man initially sounded polite and courteous, so he believed him, but it seemed that Xiaoyu was right.
What was going on?
I said it's not the right time, so it's not the right time.
Leave now,
said the young man. Lin Feng suddenly released sharp energies.
Brother Xiaoyu, what's going on? Asked Lin Feng. A month ago, some people came here.
You know them already because they were at the banquet in the Qi Empire. The locals found them nice and agreed to prevent other people from observing the walls while they were here.
Those people want to have the walls for themselves is all, said Xiaoyu. Lin Feng immediately understood, the messenger and the others?
You're very smart, said Xiaoyu smiling.
So they despise us?
Said Lin Feng smiling coldly.
Seems like it, said Xiaoyu nodding and smiling.
Lin Feng turned around and looked at the locals. Does the creator of this place agree with you doing this? The creator of this place is a hermit, he doesn't know what's going on here.
He doesn't manage this place said Xiaoyu. Are you done talking? Asked the young man.
You're right. Our teacher doesn't manage this place, but we do.
Thank you for leaving,
said the young man pointing at the exit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1484, No Time to Waste with You. Chapter 1484, No Time to Waste with You. I came from very far away, so do you think I'll leave because you tell me to?
Said Lin Feng while slowly walking forwards.
If there were rules, he would respect them,
he would pay if he had to even. But this had nothing to do with rules.
Who did the young men inside think they were? Do you think you can take over the Celestial Walls Manor or what? Said that young man.
Before you, he already tried to go in, but we made him leave. If you fail to appreciate our kindness, don't blame us for being impolite. You don't need to justify yourself,
said a girl next to him.
Her friend was nice to Lin Feng because he was with Feng Ling and Feng Xian, who were incredibly beautiful.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been that polite.
That girl was jealous.
Don't make things difficult for yourself. If you cause troubles, you will regret it,
said the girl coldly. Many people came to the Celestial Walls Manor, they had even seen strong cultivators of the 8th and 9th Zun Qi layer even. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 6th while Feng Ling and Feng Xian were even weaker, so they didn't care much about them.
I came here to see the walls,
said Lin Feng walking forwards. The ground was crackling under his feet.
You must want to die.
When the young man saw that Lin Feng not only refused to leave but also threatened him, his robe started fluttering and he released a strong qi in return.
Dong!
One of the young men walked towards Lin Feng. The ground started shaking and a strong wind started blowing.
5th Zun Qi layer and his force is multiplied by 100.
His qi is more powerful than the qi of an ordinary cultivator of the 7th Zun Qi layer,
thought Lin Feng, sensing the young man's energies.
The young man of the 6th Zun Shi layer was very strong, and there were probably even stronger cultivators than him around.
No wonder Xiao Yu had been kicked out. Bzzz.
Lin Feng sensed the force of the earth and the sky surround his body.
It was also multiplied by 100.
At that moment, a light appeared which made people feel nervous.
Force multiplied by 100.
The crowd frowned. Lin Feng's force was also multiplied by 100 times. With the strength of the 6th Zun Shi layer, that was quite impressive, especially given that most cultivators first studied abstruse energies. My force is multiplied by 100 and I can force fuse together with my attacks, so I should be able to defeat him, thought the cultivator of the 5th Zun Shi layer as he faced Lin Feng. The cultivator suddenly became as large as an elephant and the ground broke from under his feet. Lin Feng's robe was fluttering and the ground shook.
Break!
Lin Feng suddenly jumped forwards. The opponent raised his feet and fissures appeared below them while chi and force floated around above.
Piss off!
Lin Feng jumped again. More rumbling sounds as his opponent had a mountain thrown at him, tossing him away. A silhouette rose up in the air and grabbed that person.
Then he descended again while holding him. Not bad. Surprisingly, your force is also multiplied by 100. However, you still can't act recklessly here. Now apologize to my fellow disciple and I will allow you to come back some other time,
said the cultivator of the 6th Zun Shi layer while he put his friend of the 5th Zun Shi layer on the ground gently.
Bzzz. An oppressive strength surrounded him.
Nobody replied to him. Instead, force rolled in waves towards him.
I'm not going to waste my time with you, said that cultivator while running towards Lin Feng.
A strong wind started blowing again, carrying chi and force. That attack could easily kill a cultivator of the 6th Zun Shi layer. Now, even if you kneel down and beg me, it's already too late, said that cultivator.
He condensed more force which was now multiplied by 200. How scary, thought Lin Feng. He was also excited though.
Lin Feng didn't want to give up, he wanted to study the walls in the manor even more after seeing these cultivators. That cultivator had broken through to the 6th Zun Shi layer, so Lin Feng could also learn how to multiply his force by 200, at least.
Kneeling down though? How ridiculous.
Lin Feng just laughed. Force was a kind of strength.
Did he think that force was enough to defeat Lin Feng? Slash.
The sound of something being cut sounded. The ground was shaking, and the wind was blowing strongly. Suddenly, in that terrifying force, Lin Feng appeared. I will show you what force really is, said that cultivator at the same time. However, he saw so many different silhouettes, he didn't know which one the real Lin Feng was.
Boom boom.
Buzzing sounds spread in the air. A fist descended from the sky, causing the earth to shake even more. He raised his head and his face suddenly turned deathly pale. Bam! The terrifying force dispersed, and that cultivator crashed onto the ground. A hand mark appeared on his face. Now, he was stroking his face because it hurt. I'm not going to waste my time with you, said Lin Feng. That cultivator stood up, his cheek was twitching. Lin Feng had slapped him.
He didn't look so arrogant anymore.
At the same time, sounds of steps came from deeper inside the manor. A group of people soon appeared. The leader was a beautiful girl who looked cold and arrogant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1485, Invasion. Chapter 1485, Invasion. Why did you come here? Asked the girl coldly. My name is Lin Feng, my two friends, and I want to see the walls,
said Lin Feng, walking forwards and releasing chi.
You came for the walls or to cause trouble? Asked the girl.
Suddenly, she ran towards Lin Feng with her fist raised.
Her force was multiplied by 200 as well. You don't understand politeness.
Lin Feng jumped forwards and used his deadly demon punch. His fist and his opponent's fist collided, and explosions sounded.
Break! Shouted Lin Feng.
She rolled in waves and the girl was propelled away, blood spilling out of her mouth. She was surprised. You have only broken through to the 7th Zun Shi layer, you shouldn't be the strongest one here,
said Lin Feng, glancing at that girl in a cold way. He continued walking forwards.
He fused his agility technique together with the ground.
What an arrogant guy, thought the crowd.
The Celestial Walls Manor had existed for so many years. Nobody had ever dared cause trouble there except for a month ago when a young man had come and had dared act arrogantly. And now, once again, a young man dared act arrogantly.
However, that young man was a lot weaker than the one from a month ago. A powerful force moved towards Lin Feng.
All the strong cultivators from the Celestial Walls Manor knew how to use force, so combining their forces together packed quite a punch.
Slash!
A sword light streaked ahead. Lin Feng jumped forwards while condensing his own force. He held sword energies in both hands.
Since you don't want to let me in, I'll see myself in, said Lin Feng.
His voice sounded as sharp as a sword. He released earth strength and wrapped himself up in it as well. Lights flickered as an axe appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He made earth abstruse energy fuse together with the axe and attacked with it. His strength crashed onto two people and made them fly away. They crashed onto a stone which easily exploded. Lin Feng was now holding his axe in his left hand and a sword in his right.
One of them saw Lin Feng's eyes and sensed a demonic strength permeate their brain, affecting his determination.
"Piss off," said Lin Feng aggressively. That person's chi weakened, and then a terrifying force crashed onto his body. Like the two others before him, he was propelled away.
The arrogant-looking girl glared at him again before she ran towards him and attacked. "You're acting recklessly.
If we were fighting to the death, you'd all be dead already,"
said Lin Feng.
His eyes were pitch black and looked ice cold.
When he glanced at the crowd, they all shook.
Lin Feng was confident that he could kill them all with only his cursing energies.
Curse! Lin Feng didn't back down.
He continued running forwards while releasing cursing strength. When the beautiful yet arrogant girl looked into his eyes, she felt like she was going to freeze over. Even though she talented while using force, she had only broken through to the 7th Zun Chi layer. Back then, the great Oriental Greenfinch Rock, with his imperial weapon, his incredible speed, defense and attack still couldn't compete with Lin Feng's cursing strength.
"Die," said Lin Feng. The girl suddenly felt like she was going to die.
Lin Feng's cursing energies were corroding her body and she started shaking. She looked at his eyes again and believed that Lin Feng could kill her instantly if he wanted.
Bzzz.
Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed her by her throat and shouted, "Piss off."
Gotcha.
Lin Feng threw the girl at a rock. The girl was lying on the stone while coughing up blood. She didn't look arrogant anymore, quite the opposite, her face was deathly pale. "Sister, Lin Feng can defeat cultivators at the very top of the Zun Chi layer,"
explained Fengling. Gotcha.
Lin Feng punched someone else.
That person's organs immediately tore, and they were propelled away. They couldn't withstand a single attack. "Piss off," said Lin Feng while trampling the ground.
The alley was completely ruined with fissures.
Lin Feng released death abstruse energy which surrounded the remaining people.
Very quickly, Lin Feng's opponents were all on the ground, their faces were deathly pale. They were crawling on the ground and staring at Lin Feng in a cold way.
"Sorry, but you didn't let me in, so I had to," said Lin Feng while glancing at them. He looked at Feng Xian and said, "Let's go." "How strong?"
Xiao Yu, who was standing behind, smiled with admiration.
He followed in too. They arrived at a long corridor.
Lin Feng released his godly awareness and inspected the place. Many people wanted to stop Lin Feng, but he ignored them. He forced his way into the different rooms and courtyards. Finally, Lin Feng found a special place where the walls were shiny as if they had been polished. There were special energies residing in those walls.
At that moment, there were some people studying there.
Their cultivation levels were very high, and they were stronger than the people he had just fought against. Lin Feng had already seen some of them with the messenger. The others were probably people from the Celestial Walls Manor. The weakest cultivator was a cultivator of the 7th Zun Chi layer, while the strongest one was a girl. She was very beautiful, tall, and she had the strength of the 9th Zun Chi layer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1486, Walls. Chapter 1486, Walls. "It's you," whispered one of the young men.
He had seen Lin Feng in the Qi Empire. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level was low, he was a terrifying cultivator. He had even killed a cultivator of the 9th Zun Chi layer. Lin Feng looked at them and knew that they were from the Holy City.
Xiao Yu was right.
People from the Celestial Walls Manor didn't let anyone in because of them.
"Who is he?"
asked the girl of the 9th Zun Chi layer, glancing at Lin Feng. He didn't have a high cultivation level but had managed to make it there. She knew that cultivation level and fighting abilities were two different things. She had said that she wanted nobody else there, but those people had managed to get in. "Lin Feng, you must have heard about him before,"
He's famous, said that person to the girl while smiling. Lin Feng, whispered a guy in purple clothes.
Lin Feng from the Ba Huang province.
He's very famous, even abroad.
Even in this small city we've heard about him. During the meeting of the emperors, he killed some of the emperor's sons.
He even killed some people from the Qi clan in their own territory. I've heard about him too.
I wouldn't have thought that he only had the strength of the 6th Zun Qi layer.
Not bad, said the girl nodding. Lin Feng didn't say anything and just calmly listened to them. He must have come for the walls. What do you intend to do?
Asked one of the young men from the holy city with a smile.
What do you think I intend to do?
Asked the beautiful girl.
Brother Gu hasn't shown up yet.
Wait for him, he doesn't like being disturbed by other people,
said that young man happily.
The beautiful girl nodded and said to Lin Feng, you should come some other time. Now is not the right time.
Who is the owner of the Celestial Walls Manor? Asked Xiao Yu. My teacher, said the beautiful girl indifferently. I think the rule is that anyone can come and use it though, said Xiao Yu. Indeed, said the girl nodding. Since it's that way, we're guests here. Why do you want to prevent us from coming? Said Xiao Yu. You're weak outside and you're weak in here, said the beautiful girl to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was getting more furious.
His eyes turned pitch black. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Yu and asked, there's a door over there.
We just want to observe the walls, should we? It seems like we should, said Xiao Yu nodding.
Since it's that way, according to the rules, I can just go in and observe the walls,
said Lin Feng.
Xiao Yu smiled indifferently and said, indeed, but.
So why do we waste time here talking to those useless people? Said Lin Feng.
Then, he walked to the door and ignored them. Since those people despised him, he didn't need to take what they said to heart.
Why pay attention to them?
The group of people glanced at one another. Now they realized what it felt like to be humiliated, as they had humiliated those people before. Even though Lin Feng was famous and had done many incredible things, they didn't think they were any less than him.
They practiced every day.
Usually, people who weren't locals, at the same cultivation level, weren't stronger than them and didn't stand a chance while facing them.
Those cultivators from the holy city were different though.
Of course, they were just a small group of people from the holy city.
Not everyone in the holy city was like them. Capture him, said the beautiful girl.
She suddenly seemed furious. Someone stood up and ran towards Lin Feng while releasing force which surrounded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng sensed a force which was multiplied by 300 times. He stopped because that force made it difficult to breathe.
Xiao Yu released demonic qi but didn't look happy.
That cultivator had the strength of the 8th Zun Qi layer and his force was multiplied by 300 times, so he could oppress Lin Feng.
Feng Ling and Feng Xian couldn't breathe and were instantly propelled away violently.
Lin Feng took a step forwards and released sharp energies. He released cursing strength, and in a flash, the opponent's body turned black and lifeless.
Piss off.
Lin Feng jumped forwards and raised his fists.
His opponent was suddenly much weaker because of the cursing energies. He used his deadly demon punch and that cultivator was immediately thrown away. He looked surprised, he even felt like he was going to die.
Lin Feng glanced at him and continued walking forwards in a free and unrestrained way, as if he hadn't made any effort to fight. Lin Feng's cursing abstruse energy was level 8.
Mixed with death abstruse energy, it was even more terrifying. Next time, I won't be so merciful, said Lin Feng indifferently. The strong cultivators looked at him angrily.
He had just defeated a cultivator whose force was multiplied by 300 times.
His death energy is terrifying.
Even a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer can barely compete with him,
thought those people. They looked hesitant now.
Lin Feng was already in front of the door.
Bzzz.
The girl stood up, her silhouette flickered, and she was suddenly standing in front of Lin Feng. Her force surrounded his body, it was multiplied by 500 times. With her strength of the 9th Zun Qi layer, she was even more terrifying.
Die!
Shouted Lin Feng furiously while releasing death and cursing energies.
He stomped the ground and a huge fissure appeared.
He then mixed death and sword energies and slashed the air in front of him. At the same time, he also punched the door down.
Let's go!
Feng Ling, Feng Xian, and Xiao Yu followed.
Lin Feng looked at those cultivators in a cold way.
He shook his hands and sword energies moved towards them. Then, he crossed the door. After he crossed the door, he sensed a force surround his body. He raised his head and looked at the walls. A special strength emerged from them, which were actually marks capable of oppressing their bodies.
What an incredible strength! Surprisingly, force can turn into something almost physical which we can study, thought Lin Feng.
Those walls were priceless. No wonder that people from the holy city came all this way to study them.
As expected, someone was seated cross-legged. The walls were twinkling and the force was shining upon their body.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1487, Talent. Chapter 1487, Talent. Gotcha.
The door opened itself again. Lin Feng turned around and saw the beautiful girl. She was glaring at Lin Feng in a cold way, but she didn't seem like she wanted to attack.
She couldn't attack there. Gu Li is still practicing cultivation. He's been studying force for a month already. I wonder how strong he's become, thought the girl while looking at Gu Li. Then, she walked aside and sat down cross-legged as well.
Lin Feng glanced around.
The force was illuminating everyone. The force here is multiplied by 100, so it can't oppress me, thought Lin Feng.
Then, he looked at Feng Ling and Feng Xian. It was difficult for them, but they also looked excited, especially Feng Ling.
Understanding force here is a lot easier than trying outside, thought Lin Feng.
Lin Feng walked towards one of the 8 walls.
Then, suddenly, he couldn't move any further. Multiplied by 200.
Lin Feng realized that each wall held a different strength. Force surrounded Lin Feng's body, making his muscles twitched. His blood started boiling as each part of his body was changing.
Sister, I think my body won't be able to endure it if I stay here too long. I could explode and die, said Feng Ling to her sister.
Lin Feng heard her and thought she was right.
A force multiplied by 200 was already too much for her.
No wonder those people from the Celestial Walls Manor understand force so well,
thought Lin Feng.
If Lin Feng hadn't used his death-cursing energies, he wouldn't have been able to defeat that cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer.
His force alone could oppress Lin Feng.
The beautiful girl's force was even more terrifying. Coupled with the strength of the 9th Zun Qi layer, her force was already multiplied by 500 times.
Those people from the Celestial Walls Manor could take over Ba Huang if they wanted. What about the force in the center? How many times is it multiplied? Thought Lin Feng looking at the young man in the middle.
Lin Feng had also seen that young man before. It was the one who hadn't stood up when he raised his glass to Lin Feng.
300 times, I can handle that,
thought Lin Feng as he arrived in front of the 3rd wall. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He knew that he couldn't spend too much time here. He would have to go back to Tianjing City at some point. Xiaoyu, Feng Ling and Feng Xian sat down too, but Feng Ling and Feng Xian sat down in front of the 1st wall, while Xiaoyu sat in front of the 2nd.
Time passed slowly.
Lin Feng felt fine at the beginning, but after 2 hours, his muscles and bones hurt.
After 4 hours, Lin Feng was sweating, and he was breathing quickly.
Feng Ling and Feng Xian felt the same even though they were only in front of the 1st wall. Besides, Lin Feng's body had been cleansed by the lights of the gate in Tiantai, so even if the force hurt, it was also beneficial.
He was learning and studying it.
A new kind of force had even appeared inside his body. He was first oppressed, then he got used to it, then he blocked it and modified it, and then he learned how to use it.
Gradually, Lin Feng adjusted to it.
In the end, he could inhale and exhale force. 4 hours had passed. In the outside world, he wouldn't have such an opportunity in 1 month or even 1 year. Lin Feng moved, his muscles cracked from the pressure. It helps to understand force, but it also helps me become stronger and it improves my physical body,
thought Lin Feng.
He looked around and thought that the creator of those walls was incredible. I should be able to endure a force multiplied by 400 now,
thought Lin Feng.
He walked towards the 4th wall. Instantly, the force oppressed him again. Lin Feng sat down and studied the force again, not wasting any time.
5 days later, Lin Feng walked towards the 5th wall.
9 days later, Lin Feng walked towards the 6th wall, where force multiplied by 600. Lin Feng thought he was going to explode under that incredible pressure. This time, he spent 6 days in front of that wall to get used to it. On the 7th day, he walked to the 7th wall. Lin Feng spent less time in front of the 7th wall though, only 4 days. After the 8th wall, he made a circle around. He was not far from the 1st wall, but the force there was a lot stronger than the one on the 1st wall. The force was more powerful and Lin Feng's understanding of force was becoming better. In front of the 7th wall, the beautiful girl opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng.
She looked furious.
Lin Feng only needed 20 days to study the force in that place. He was even faster than Guli. I wonder how strong his force has become,
thought the girl. Studying and enduring force were two different things.
Lin Feng had only sensed the force, he had endured and understood it. However, it was impossible that his force had been multiplied by 800 times, otherwise, he would have left already. The beautiful girl stood up and laughed. She had lived there for many years. Studying the force in there had become pointless for her, but for outsiders, it was a treasure. The beautiful girl's opinion about Lin Feng had changed. He was famous, and even in the Celestial Walls manner, he had proved how talented and gifted he was. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1488, The Old Man and the Young Man. Chapter 1488, The Old Man and the Young Man.
Feng Xian and Feng Ling were already waiting outside together. They had left a few days before after they gave up at the fourth wall. Those who were from the holy city weren't even that far.
They talked about Guli and Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was still in there. Even the fifth and sixth walls didn't scare him. He was determined, even if he had to kneel, he didn't care. He's been in there for so long,
said a young man who was talking about Lin Feng.
Only 20 days, that doesn't mean anything.
We did the same too, said another one. Indeed.
Those two beautiful girls are strong, but they didn't stay in there too long though.
They're not too weak. The most important thing is that they're really beautiful though.
Those people were talking about Feng Ling and Feng Xian now. Feng Xian was one of the four most beautiful women from Baohuang province. She had voluptuous breasts, an incredible figure, and beautiful skin. Feng Ling was slender and elegant, even though she didn't look as sexy as Feng Xian, she still looked attractive.
Ha, do you want to take them home? Said one of them laughing. That cultivator called Tianrua shrugged and said, if they haven't had sex yet, they couldn't be good wives. You should ask them if they'd agree to it, said another one.
Tianrua glanced at Feng Ling and Feng Xian and smiled. Marrying two sisters would be great, especially given their appearances. Feng Ling and Feng Xian looked furious. Feng Ling wanted to talk, but Feng Xian held her back. She smiled at that young man and said, sorry, we already have someone.
Is that so?
Said that young man while releasing chi which oppressed them.
Feng Ling's heart started racing. Indeed. You've seen him.
If you defeat him, my sister and I will consider you,
said Feng Xian.
She was furious but didn't show it. Feng Xian was convinced that if that guy fought against Lin Feng, he'd lose.
Hee, that's a nice suggestion,
said that young man smiling.
I, Zhou Tianrua, am only too lucky.
Ha, you're lucky indeed, you'll get to sleep with those two hot sisters, said the others laughing. Feng Xian controlled herself, but Feng Ling's cheeks were red, she was furious.
Time passed slowly.
Lin Feng had already been in there for almost a month. On the 30th day, two people emerged. One of them was an old man with a white beard who looked enigmatic. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being while also looking like a hermit. Then, he sat down on a cloud in the sky. Behind him was a young man, he was handsome and was wearing monk's clothes.
Teacher, you're back,
said some people who recognized the two silhouettes in the sky. They looked happy. Their teacher had taken a disciple with him and had left for a year.
Now he was back.
Outside of the room, the beautiful girl looked at them and rose up in the air. Teacher, disciple, you're back, finally.
Sister, long time no see. You're becoming even more beautiful, said the young man in white clothes while smiling. You're flattering me. You've been traveling around a lot.
Now that you've broken through to the 5th Zun Qi layer, you're progressing quickly.
Your force must be as strong as mine even, said the beautiful girl.
It's thanks to our teacher. He has made great efforts to teach me, said the young man.
We've been through a lot after we went so far away. Even some emperors threatened us.
Of course, we also had great opportunities. At a certain level, you should go and travel too, otherwise you'll always be a frog in a well, said the old man smiling. Then, they landed on the ground.
Sister, that's the emperor,
said Feng Ling surprised.
That was the hermit of the manor. Yes. Feng Xian sensed it too.
At that moment, the old man looked at Feng Ling and Feng Xian. Then he smiled at them indifferently.
You seem talented. Continue practicing cultivation and a bright future will await you,
said the old man smiling. Then, he looked at the young man from the holy city, surprised.
They must have taken medicine to become that stronger. You must be from there,
said the old man, smiling thinly. They stood up as a sign of respect, even if they were from there. 100 years passed, as expected, more and more people come to the Celestial Walls Manor.
So many guests this time,
said the old man, smiling in a gentle way. Then he looked at the room where the walls were and said, Are there still people inside?
3 people. One of them is from there.
The 2 others are with those 2 girls.
Do you want to go in and see them?
Asked the beautiful girl.
All right, I'll go in and see, said the old man, entering the room. After he entered, the door closed itself again.
The old man observed the 3 people. One of them was in front of the 3rd wall and he was covered with sweat. The others were back to back in front of the 8th wall. 8 different sorts of force were surrounding their bodies, but they both looked calm and serene as if the outside world had nothing to do with them. The old man's facial expression changed. He looked intrigued. He left while smiling. Not bad, not bad.
Teacher, you look excited,
said the young man in white clothes, smiling.
2 of them in there are a lot stronger than you.
They're really incredible, said the old man, smiling.
Apart from Gu Li, was he talking about Lin Feng? Don.
This time, the ground quaked as the door opened and someone came out.
Incredible force. The girl suddenly turned around and looked at the door. Force spilled out from the room. There were 2 silhouettes who came out.
They were both surrounded by an incredible force.
How's that possible?
Thought the beautiful girl, astonished.
She couldn't believe it.
Lin Feng had only been in there for a month and his force was already more powerful than hers.
How gifted was he? She was speechless.
At that moment, Lin Feng noticed the young man standing next to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1489, Golden Holy Chi. Chapter 1489, Golden Holy Chi.
Lin Feng and the young man in white clothes looked at each other while releasing force.
It was as if 2 oceans were fighting against each other. Boom!
They both punched the air in each other's direction at the same time.
They didn't use any special power, just force. After their fists collided, they both smiled in a resplendent way. I thought my force was stronger than yours,
said the young man in white clothes, smiling happily.
You must be disappointed now,
said Lin Feng, smiling.
Why would I? It inspires me,
said the young man in white clothes, smiling.
Their force disappeared, and they just laughed. The old man was surprised too. Fei Yang and that genius knew each other. Lin Feng, that's my teacher.
He's also the owner of the Celestial Walls Manor.
I wouldn't have thought you'd come here, said Yun Fei Yang.
Lin Feng from Tiantai, nice to meet you, master, said Lin Feng as he bowed before the old man.
Ha, so many geniuses. Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi are great teachers, I see. You're both outstanding,
said the old man, smiling. The owner of the Celestial Walls Manor was a hermit, but he knew about the ongoings of the outside world.
He didn't ask anything, he just knew things. So you joined Tiantai, said Yun Fei Yang.
He knew about the influential imperial groups of Ba Huang. Then he introduced the beautiful girl. That's my fellow disciple, Bei Yin Yun. That's my brother, Lin Feng.
We traveled together and then we lost each other along the way, said Yun Fei Yang.
Bei Yin Yun and Lin Feng glanced at each other. Bei Yin Yun looked embarrassed, but smiled and said, Lin Feng, I'm sorry.
I didn't know you were Fei Yang's friend. I'm too arrogant and know nothing. You're a genius and you're better than me in every way. You're outstanding too and very beautiful. I'm pleased to meet you,
said Lin Feng, smiling. Bei Yin Yun had apologized, so he couldn't take such small things to heart, especially seeing how Yun Fei Yang and Bei Yin Yun were friends.
Fei Yang and you are such flatterers. No wonder you two are good friends, said Bei Yin Yun, smiling.
She looked outstanding, and even if a man was angry at her, it was difficult not to forgive her with that smile. Yen Yun, Feng Xian, and Feng Ling are just my friends, said Lin Feng, smiling.
I see. They didn't say that though, said Bei Yin Yun, smiling thinly. Feng Xian even turned red. Indeed, they said you were together. They said that if I defeated you, they'd consider me seriously, said Zhou Tianruo.
Lin Feng and the others turned and looked at Zhou Tianruo. He had his arms crossed on his chest.
They were probably just joking, said Bai Yin Yun to Zhou Tianrua. I wasn't joking though.
Besides, everybody heard them, said Zhou Tianrua while staring at the two girls.
Hee, I want them,
said Zhou Tianrua looking at them. Lin Feng turned to Feng Ling and Feng Shen. He wanted to force us to do things we don't want to do, so we had no choice but to say that, said Feng Ling. Lin Feng smiled in return.
He looked at the people next to Zhou Tianrua, smiled indifferently and said, Did you hear them promise anything?
Hee, we did, said one of the young men smiling evilly. Curse, said Lin Feng. Instantly, death-cursing energies surrounded him and started draining out his life.
His face instantly turned deathly pale. Don't move,
said Lin Feng to the others.
You're insane,
said Zhou Tianrua while furiously releasing gold qi. Lin Feng didn't even look at him, he only focused on the one he was cursing.
Now, I just need to think about it and you'll die,
said Lin Feng indifferently.
That person's face looked gloomy.
Lin Feng's death-cursing energies were powerful, his cultivation was getting weaker with each passing second.
If I win against him, you'll kneel down to me, how about that?
Said Lin Feng pointing at Zhou Tianrua.
All right, said that person nodding while pulling a long face. Who else saw it?
Lin Feng smiled thinly.
He coldly glanced at Zhou Tianrua, his eyes were pitch black.
That person's death and cursing abstruse energies are really powerful.
He can even drain out people's lives, thought the crowd.
My two friends said something because you're a worthless bastard who forces women to do things.
I don't have much to say about such people, said Lin Feng. Indeed, let's fight, said Zhou Tianrua.
He rose up in the air and released gold qi. A golden armor instantly formed around him. He did that straight away because he wanted to protect himself against Lin Feng's death-cursing energies.
Come, shouted Zhou Tianrua furiously.
In a flash, his golden qi turned into a sharp sword and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Feng Ling and Feng Shen looked worried.
Those people came from the holy city.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1490, My Feet on Your Face. Chapter 1490, My Feet on Your Face. Top-level abstruse energy, he also knows some incredible skills. Gold abstruse energy seems to be the same as golden holy qi, thought Lin Feng, observing Zhou Tianrua.
That armor wasn't a holy weapon, it was formed from his own qi.
Zhou Tianrua could easily defeat cultivators at the top of the 9th Zun qi layer.
But Lin Feng wasn't a pushover.
Come here, shouted Zhou Tianrua while rising in the air.
He was already 10,000 meters high in the sky. He rose up in the air because he was a guest, and if they stayed too close to the ground, they would damage the celestial wall's manner. Sharp lights emerged from Lin Feng's eyes. The ground was shaking, and a furious ocean of energies had appeared in the sky. Even the force which had spilled out of the room was being pushed away and turning into smaller threads. The two fighters hadn't even punched each other, but their force and energies were already colliding. Millions of threads of golden energies invaded the sky. A sword made of golden holy qi appeared in Zhou Tianrua's hand.
Die! Shouted Zhou Tianrua.
His sword moved towards Lin Feng with incredible speed. Lin Feng jumped forwards and a metallic ringing sound chimed.
Lin Feng used his deadly demon punch to block Zhou Tianrua's sword. Piss off!
Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His demon-cursing energies crashed onto Zhou Tianrua's head. His soul and godly awareness kept shaking while the wind was whistling sharply. Golden lights emerged from Zhou Tianrua's third eye, they were dazzling like the sun. Lin Feng's demon-cursing energies made him feel horrified, so he used his godly awareness to block them. His golden holy sword moved forwards, but he kept getting pushed back. Lin Feng's attacks were very powerful. Zhou Tianrua looked at Lin Feng's eyes and frowned. Lin Feng's fighting abilities surpassed his expectations.
His demonic qi is terrifying and brutal, thought the crowd. Both Zhou Tianrua and Lin Feng were excellent fighters.
Lin Feng used force, but Zhou Tianrua was able to oppress his force.
Golden holy hand! Shouted Zhou Tianrua.
Instantly, gigantic and golden holy hands appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng released sword energies which contained immortal energies in return.
Lacerate! Shouted Zhou Tianrua extremely loudly.
His golden sword energies lacerated the sky and neared Lin Feng.
Die!
Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His sword chi was whistling. The golden energies in Lin Feng's sword chi collided, distorting the sky.
Amongst Zun cultivators, they don't have many enemies, thought the crowd.
Rumbling sounds spread in the air as Lin Feng jumped forwards. He was surrounded by force. Lin Feng was so fast. Several of his shadows appeared in the sky from just his speed alone.
Holy marks, thought the crowd.
Rudimentary holy marks had appeared in Lin Feng's silhouettes.
Zhou Tianrua condensed golden holy sword energies, but he felt oppressed.
A gigantic hand appeared and descended from the sky towards him.
That was Lin Feng's holy gigantic punch with abstruse energies condensed inside. Break! Zhou Tianrua couldn't dodge. After blocking the attack, Zhou Tianrua looked even more desperate. He moved away and landed on a mountain.
Lin Feng didn't look like he was struggling. He also jumped forwards and landed on the mountain. He raised his hands at the same time, as if he was condensing a mountain of energies.
Zhou Tianrua shouted furiously.
A golden energy surrounded him and the mountain. He was trying to form a golden mountain to protect himself.
Cracks appeared, then metallic sounds rang.
At that moment, Zhou Tianrua closed his eyes and released as much golden holy energy as possible.
This is a skill I created, I will show you. I call it Holy Sky Destruction, said Zhou Tianrua. The crowd on the ground gasped with amazement. Zhou Tianrua looked like a holy entity as he used that attack.
Boom, 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 an energy as powerful as a mountain appeared in front of Lin Feng.
A gigantic sword also appeared in front of Lin Feng.
It didn't contain any terrifying energies, but it contained pure aggressive energies as well as death and earth chi.
Slash!
A fissure appeared in the sky as Zhou Tianrua himself turned into a holy light lacerating the sky. Lin Feng jumped forwards. His own gigantic sword moved towards Zhou Tianrua.
Boom!
People's ears felt sore from the strident sounds. The swords met each other and Lin Feng punched Zhou Tianrua, causing his golden armor to crack. Lin Feng continued running towards Zhou Tianrua and jumped on top of him.
He crushed Zhou Tianrua with his feet and half of Zhou Tianrua was buried in a mountain.
How scary, thought the crowd.
Zhou Tianrua had lost and Lin Feng had won by trampling him with his feet. Zhou Tianrua looked furious.
He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng as he shouted, I created the holy sky destruction skill myself, how could I lose? What kind of special power did you use?
Lin Feng looked at him in a despising way and laughed, Holy Sky Destruction?
All my attacks have a name because I created them all myself, said Lin Feng in a disdainful way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1491, News. Chapter 1491, News. Zhou Tianrua was aghast, he felt humiliated.
He had always thought that his holy sky destruction technique was extremely powerful, and he was proud because he had created it himself. His self-confidence had been crushed.
Die! Shouted Zhou Tianrua furiously.
Fissures appeared in the ground as a terrifying strength hovered overhead again. Lin Feng rose up in the air and released more sword energies.
That's enough, said someone after seeing that Lin Feng and Zhou Tianrua had continued fighting.
Lin Feng turned around and saw the old man smiling at them, you're going to destroy my manor. Lin Feng glanced down and saw that several small pavilions and houses were already broken. He felt embarrassed, so he smiled and said, I'm so sorry, master. Lin Feng smiled and recalled his chi.
He glanced at Zhou Tianrua.
Zhou Tianrua was still releasing golden holy chi and his eyes were filled with flames. But Lin Feng ignored him and descended from the sky. The young man on the ground whom Lin Feng had cursed a moment before didn't even dare look at Lin Feng anymore.
I defeated him.
Kneel down in front of the two women and apologize, said Lin Feng calmly. He opened his mouth, his lips twitched, and his face was pale.
How dare you? Zhou Tianrua's was still upset.
Shut the hell up, you trash,
said Lin Feng glancing at Zhou Tianrua with his demonic eyes.
Anyone can make a mistake, forgive them when possible, said Guli indifferently. The young man looked like he had hope again.
Guli was stronger than Zhou Tianrua so he could oppress Lin Feng.
I don't think that if I hadn't won against him, he would have let the girls off, said Lin Feng glancing back at Guli. Since he tried to force them to do things they didn't want to do, he must apologize.
I'm not going to ask this a third time. Now, go, kneel down and apologize,
said Lin Feng again, this time while releasing death chi. He looked at Guli but Lin Feng's death chi was becoming more and more intense. His life was being drained, his face turned gray, he was starting to shake uncontrollably. He thought he was going to die. He knew that begging for help was useless at this stage. Even if Guli could maybe defeat Lin Feng, it wouldn't prevent Lin Feng from killing him beforehand. He looked into Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes again and then slowly walked towards Fengling and Fengshen.
He knelt and said, "I'm so sorry."
Fengling groaned coldly, showing her distaste for him.
"Piss off!" shouted Fengshen furiously.
That young man raised his head, stood up, clenched his fists and released energies.
Bzzz. A death chi surrounded his body. He turned to Lin Feng and shouted, "No! Dull and stupid, you must want to die," said Lin Feng while releasing more cursing chi. At the same time, he released fire energies which surrounded the guy's body and he burned to death. He's not easy to deal with, thought the crowd. Even Yunfei Yang was surprised. Zhou Tianrua was furious.
That guy was with him and Lin Feng had killed him mercilessly. Lin Feng sensed that Zhou Tianrua was releasing golden holy chi again, so he coldly glanced at him and said, "I know you have an imperial weapon, but if you act in a hostile way in front of me again, I don't mind fighting you to death," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng could sense that something was protecting Zhou Tianrua's body, something that contained cosmic energies. It would be very difficult to kill Zhou Tianrua. Besides, Guli was stronger than Zhou Tianrua. If Zhou Tianrua had an imperial weapon, it maybe meant that Guli must have one too. Zhou Tianrua looked upset again. He did have an imperial weapon, but he could only use it when he was in danger. "Lin Feng," said someone at that moment. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and smiled. "Ruoxia, Jingtian, what are you doing here?" Lin Feng, our brother told us to inform you that the date and place of the meeting has changed. It's postponed by 1 month and it will be in the western part of Bahuan, in Tianlong Mountains, said Ruoxia to Lin Feng using telepathy. The Tianlong Divine Castle was Tianlong Divine Castle's headquarters. There was something weird going on. Lin Feng glanced at Fengling and Fengshen, then he continued, "Lin Feng, the situation in Bahuang is getting more and more intense. The Imperial Assassin Union aren't hiding their intentions anymore. They killed the Emperor from the Qifeng Mountain and our site in Tianjing City is occupied. The Emperor of the Qifeng Mountain is dead." Lin Feng looked furious. Another emperor had died. He knew that the Imperial Assassin Union wouldn't give up after their failure in the Qi Empire. Emperor Qifeng shouldn't have gone back, but he had thought he'd be safe in the Qifeng Mountains. Maybe he knew this would happen, which was why he had asked Emperor Yu to take care of Fengling and Fengshen before. Lin Feng didn't look at them. He didn't know how to tell them the bad news. Ruoxia and Mo Qingtian looked at the crowd and then bowed before the old man. "Master, you have our teacher's greetings." "Back to him," said the old man, smiling indifferently. "We will tell him." They waved and said, "We hope we didn't disturb you." Then, they left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1492, The Light Beam. Chapter 1492, The Light Beam. Lin Feng didn't follow them. During the next month, Ruoxia and Mo Qingtian probably had their own things to do. The 12 direct disciples of Tiantai had already become quite strong. If they didn't encounter anyone on the verge of becoming an emperor, they were quite safe. "I should go too," thought Lin Feng. Then he smiled at Yunfei Yang and said, "Fei Yang, Jun Mo, she is the leader of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals. It's a pity that we didn't meet in Bahuan, otherwise, we would have gotten a few drinks. What are your plans now?" "The same as you," said Yunfei Yang smiling. Then, they both laughed. Lin Feng took out a bottle of hot unit and threw it at Yunfei Yang. "If you miss me so much, let's have a drink. That's the strongest drink you can find. We will meet again in the holy city." "We will," said Yunfei Yang laughing. Yunfei Yang, Jun Mo, she and Lin Feng had been good friends for a long time now and had traveled together. "I'm off," said Lin Feng, nodding at Yunfei Yang and the old man. "Mister, see you." "All right, take care," said the old man politely. Lin Feng walked to Fengling and Fengshen, then his gigantic sword appeared. They all jumped on it and rose up in the air. Nobody prevented them from leaving, not even Zhou Tianrua. His golden holy chi gradually disappeared, but he watched Lin Feng leave with a cold glare. "If I have the opportunity, I'll definitely kill him in the future," thought Zhou Tianrua. Bei Yenyun watched as Lin Feng left. She didn't know what to think about him. Lin Feng hadn't been very polite in the first place. Many outstanding and strong cultivators came to that small town, but they all respected her. People from the Celestial Walls Manor usually despised everyone else because they were adepts at controlling force. She didn't know much about the outside world though. She didn't realize that there were incredible cultivators in the outside world. In the distance, Lin Feng's gigantic sword was flying in the sky. Lin Feng was seated and looking at the two beautiful girls.
Feng Ling was giggling and staring back at Lin Feng.
Feng Xian was also smiling. They looked happy.
Lin Feng's heart was pounding.
He felt so sad for them. He knew how close they were to Emperor Qifeng, like a grandfather and his granddaughters. They were very close. They had even promised him they'd stay with him. Now, he was dead, and they didn't know what to think about that.
Lin Feng didn't know what to say now. Never mind, they will find out about that when the right time comes, thought Lin Feng.
The two girls were still smiling, they both looked so happy, and Lin Feng didn't want to ruin their mood. His sword streaked across the sky above the Tianwan Empire. Using a portal was the best way to travel back to the Bahuang province. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived in the southern part of Bahuang. It was the second time he'd been there. The first time he had immediately ended up in Shui Bai Yao's room in the celestial land of alchemists. This time, he was in Fire Mountain. Feng Ling and Feng Xian initially wanted to go to the Qifeng Mountain when they were in the void between Jiuyu and Bahuang, but Lin Feng couldn't let them go there. Emperor Qifeng was dead, so the situation was probably chaotic there. Lin Feng had managed to tell them the truth, and they were emotionally stronger than what Lin Feng had thought. They didn't smile anymore though, and Feng Ling, who loved talking, remained silent. Lin Feng said it was better to go back to the southern part of Bahuang and didn't talk about the Qifeng Mountain again. Feng Ling and Feng Xian didn't have any objections. They knew Lin Feng was treating them well. In the Fire Mountain, there used to be Emperor Yan, but he had died in the Qi Empire. Fu Hei had to dismantle the Fire Mountain, but in the end the Watcher's father had said that if anyone dared attack those whose emperor had died, they'd regret it. The guards who guarded the portal to Fire Mountain didn't prevent Lin Feng from crossing after they saw him.
There are still some people, but the atmosphere here is a bit sad, thought Lin Feng, rising into the air.
Nobody paid attention to Lin Feng.
People were still mourning over Emperor Yan.
If nobody broke through to the Huangqi layer quickly, then Fire Mountain would be wiped off the map.
Even with an emperor, safety wasn't guaranteed. I wonder how Fu Hei is feeling, thought Lin Feng.
Lin Feng and Fu Hei had received Emperor Yan's fire cosmic energy. Lin Feng had used it, and now his fire abstruse energy was level 8. He felt grateful and had compassion for the Fire Mountain.
CRRR, fire was burning all around them.
In the north, huge flames dashed to the skies, causing the sky to reflect a particular shade of crimson.
Is someone practicing cultivation there? How strong, thought Lin Feng.
Then the flames exploded in the sky. Lin Feng looked at Feng Xian and Feng Ling and said, "Let's go." This time, their goal was to learn more about what had happened in the Qifeng Mountain. Feng Ling and Feng Xian nodded, and they continued traveling.
Boom boom. Another loud bang sounded.
Lin Feng, Feng Ling, and Feng Xian's hearts started racing violently. Everybody in the surroundings was shaking and shivering. There were countless fireballs in the sky which had all exploded. Lin Feng and the others turned around and looked towards Fire Mountain. There was a light made of fire which had created fissures in the sky. The southern part of Bahuang was extremely vast, but everyone in the territory was looking up at the sky. In the celestial land of alchemists, Emperor Dan suddenly stood up and looked angry.
"Who's that?"
said Emperor Dan coldly. It couldn't be Fu Hei because his fire was much weaker. It wasn't the first time that Lin Feng had seen such a light. The first was when he broken the seal on the 3 live scriptures. This time, a fire had pierced the sky. Lin Feng was surprised. That was fire cosmic energy, but who had fire cosmic energy in the Fire Mountain which had fallen? Even if it was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a thing, he knew what it meant. Someone had broken through to the Huangqi layer. Lin Feng, just like Emperor Dan, was wondering who had broken through to the Huangqi layer. In the southern part of Bahuang, many people rushed to Fire Mountain as fast as they could. The fastest ones were those from the celestial land of alchemists because they had the tunnel.
"Let's go back and see," said Lin Feng.
Just who could have broken through to the Huangqi layer? After a short time, everyone in the Bahuang province knew that someone new had become an emperor.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1493, Yen D. Chapter 1493, Yen D. Fu Hei is practicing cultivation, so has he broken through to the Huangqi layer? Thought some people, even though they knew that wasn't possible.
Fu Hei still had a long way to go before breaking through to the Huangqi layer. But apart from Fu Hei, who in the Fire Mountain could break through to the Huangqi layer?
Could it be Yan Lai? Thought the crowd.
Yan Lai was at the top of the Zunqi layer, so it was probably him.
No, he's there. Some people saw Yan Lai in the crowd with them. Bzzz.
A terrifying ball of energy exploded, and a silhouette appeared.
Emperor Dan arrived. People from the Fire Mountain hated him.
Emperor Dan had dared come to the Fire Mountain because Emperor Yan had died.
Who became an emperor?
Please show yourself, said Emperor Dan loudly. His voice caused the fire energies to move chaotically about.
People from Fire Mountain were even more furious.
Emperor Dan dared disturb someone who was breaking through to the Huangqi layer.
He was going too far.
Emperor Dan wanted to say something else, but Lin Feng shouted, "Emperor Dan."
Emperor Dan turned to Lin Feng and said coldly, "What do you want?"
"Emperor Dan, he's breaking through to the Huangqi layer, you need to wait until he's done,"
said Lin Feng.
Emperor Dan glared at Lin Feng in a cold way. Then, his chi surrounded Lin Feng.
"Who the hell are you to tell me what I have to do?"
A terrifying force made Lin Feng and everyone else around him start sweating. "I'm not telling you what to do, Emperor Dan, it's just that the situation in Ba Huang is unstable. Someone is breaking through to the Huangqi layer, that's one more person who'll be able to protect us against the Imperial Assassin Union.
We need such people now more than ever," said Lin Feng.
Even though he was being oppressed, his facial expression hadn't changed.
"Humph. I'm happy too, of course. I came here as fast as I could, that proves how happy I am," Emperor Dan retorted in a cold way.
"However, you're a young man and you caused trouble in the Qi Empire, we haven't settled our accounts yet."
He. "Emperor Dan, even though you're an emperor, you're still attacking my disciple. We should settle accounts now," said a voice at that moment.
Lin Feng smiled and shouted, "Teacher. Emperor Dan dares disturb someone who's breaking through to the Huangqi layer, that's outrageous."
"Emperor Dan, does it mean you're on the Imperial Assassin Union's side?" asked someone else.
It was Emperor Devamara, he had also released Qi to oppress Emperor Dan.
"Emperor Dan's excuse is ridiculous. He just came to disturb that cultivator," said Emperor Wen as he arrived as well. The three emperors surrounded Emperor Dan and oppressed him. "You're trying to accuse me?"
"Well, you're joining hands to put pressure on me, that could also mean that you're helping the Imperial Assassin Union."
"We're just considering facts."
"If you touch my disciple again, Emperor Shi and I will destroy the celestial land of alchemists,"
said Emperor Yu.
Everybody was surprised at how aggressive Emperor Yu had become. Besides, Tiantai had two emperors, so they had no reason to hesitate in destroying the celestial land of alchemists if they bullied their disciples.
"Good, very good," said Emperor Dan. Emperor Yu didn't look at him again. He looked at Fengling and Fengshen and said, "Your teacher asked me to take care of you. You don't need to go back to the Qifeng Mountain anymore, instead you can stay with me from now on." Fengling's eyes twinkled.
She wanted to say something but Fengshen talked first. "Thank you very much, Master Yu, but..." Even though they wanted to go back to the Qifeng Mountain to have a look, Emperor Yu was telling them not to, which meant he knew it was better not to.
"Don't be too sad.
Practice cultivation as hard as you can, and you will be able to avenge your teacher's death someday,"
said Emperor Yu.
Fengling and Fengshen agreed with that.
More and more people arrived.
Emperor Qi, Emperor Tianlong, Emperor Xiaoyao and the others all arrived. Emperor Dan, Emperor Qi and Emperor Tianlong stayed grouped together.
Emperor Sikong wasn't there anymore because he was dead.
Emperor Sikong had died, so now Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi had Emperor Dan on their side. The cosmic energy was gradually weakening, and the fire was becoming even more terrifying. Very soon after, the new emperor appeared.
Ba Huang hadn't had any new emperors for hundreds of years now.
At that moment, from inside the fire, some black threads appeared.
Eh?
The crowd was surprised.
That cultivator wasn't a cultivator from the Fire Mountain?
Lin Feng suddenly smiled, he looked happy. He knew that would happen, he had even guessed so. That guy had disappeared for so long, so he had been hiding in Fire Mountain all along. Finally, he broke through to the Huangqi layer,
thought Lin Feng, smiling happily. Fire continued rolling in waves like a furious ocean.
A silhouette appeared. That cultivator was seated cross-legged on a pitch-black demon lotus. He had a Taoist robe on, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being.
Fu Hei is there too, thought the crowd.
Next to the Taoist monk, there was a dark young man who was also on a lotus. They looked very close. But when the Taoist monk opened his eyes, he didn't have the demeanor of a transcendent being anymore. He frowned and narrowed his eyes. He looked fierce and ferocious. Many emperors instantly released a terrifying chi at him. People were caught off guard. What was going on? Emperor Pang, Emperor Qi, Emperor Xiaoyao, Emperor Tianlong, a few emperors looked at that cultivator in a cold way. Emperor Wen was also glaring at him as he shouted furiously, "That's that bastard!" When Lin Feng heard Emperor Wen shout like that, he was suddenly soaked in a cold sweat. That guy had offended 8 emperors in Shuiyu after all. Even though some of the emperors had died, some of those who were still alive were in front of him. Who is the bastard who dared disturb me, a great emperor, while I was becoming an emperor? People were speechless. That Taoist monk narrowed his eyes and shouted furiously. And on top of that he called himself a great emperor who had become an emperor. How arrogant. A new and ordinary emperor actually dares call himself a great emperor. Emperor Dan smiled coldly. "You bastard, you should remember what you did in Shuiyu," said Emperor Pang. He threw himself at Yan Di. "You dared fool emperors and now you actually show your face again," said Emperor Qi. "Damn Taoist monk. You finally showed up," yelled Emperor Tianlong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1494, Arrogance. Chapter 1494, Arrogance. Everybody knew about the monk who had fooled emperors in Shuiyu, but apart from people who had seen it with their own eyes, many people were skeptical, but now they had the proof it wasn't a mere legend. "That guy is brave," thought many people. Yan Di was just seated on his demon lotus and looked indifferent. He didn't fear the other emperors at all. "What is it? Do you want to settle accounts now?" said Yan Di smiling. "I become an emperor, so I'm in a very good mood. Piss off, all of you. Don't disturb me while my cultivation is stabilizing," said Yan Di while waving at those people indifferently. He called all those emperors a bunch of insects? "Oh my," thought Lin Feng speechless. Yan Di was insane. Everybody was astonished, even the people from Fire Mountain. Even though he wasn't from Fire Mountain, he had broken through to the Huangqi layer in Fire Mountain. Besides, he was a fire cultivator, and Fu Hei and him seemed close. If he took control over Fire Mountain, it would ease a lot of their concerns. How insane, thought Emperor Wen speechless. That damn monk. Emperor Wen, said Lin Feng at that moment. Emperor Wen looked at Lin Feng. "Mister, that's just his temperament. He offended you back then, but please don't be angry, he's one of my best friends. Please forgive him," said Lin Feng smiling wryly while using telepathy. Emperor Wen was speechless after he heard Lin Feng, one of Lin Feng's best friends. Back then, in Fortune City, the diviner said his purpose in life was to protect me. When Tiangu and when Ao Shui would recognize him. "I'm not lying," said Lin Feng when he saw Emperor Wen's eyes looking doubtful. After a few seconds, Emperor Wen smiled and said, "All right, since it's that way, I won't annoy him." "Your friend is a wily one." "Indeed," said Lin Feng. Emperor Wen forgave Yan Di because they had an alliance, and now that Yan Di was an emperor, that was one more added to their alliance. Emperor Pang, Emperor Qi, Emperor Tianlong and the others weren't going to forgive him though. They were furious, their energies were getting colder and colder. "You're very ignorant," yelled Emperor Qi. Emperor Pang released golden energies which surrounded his body like an armor. "A little bird dares act arrogantly in front of me. Good, I needed a bird to ride. Come here, I'll take you as a pet," said Yan Di indifferently, looking at Emperor Pang. He sounded very amused. Emperor Pang looked incredibly furious, perhaps the most upset he had ever been. Dazzling golden lights illuminated the sky as he opened his wings, which were hundreds of meters wide. "Die!" shouted Emperor Pang. A golden light shot out towards Yan Di suddenly and black fissures appeared. A strong wind started blowing, forcing the crowd to move away. "Go!" said Yan Di. Yan Di and Fu Hei quickly moved away. Boom boom. Terrifying flames made Fire Mountains start shaking violently. Everyone ran back as fast as they could. Even the emperors were stupefied. Emperor Pang had disappeared in those energies. "Caw!" Emperor Pang shouted, but the crowd still couldn't see him though. "He's insane," thought Lin Feng. He had almost forgotten how crazy Yan Di was. He had known Yan Di for a long time, but he still didn't know all his secrets or how strong he really was. Terrifying sounds were followed by an eerie silence.
The fire finally dispersed and Emperor Peng appeared again. However, the crowd was astonished by what they saw. Emperor Peng's armor was broken, and he was soaked in blood. Blood was dripping from the sky. Even his wings had lost a lot of their luster. Emperor Peng's defense was the best in Ba Huang, and now, one attack had sufficed to gravely injure him. The scene was incredible. Emperor Peng seemed lost as he glanced around. Yan Di appeared again in the sky above Emperor Peng and said, "What a pity, I wanted to eat some roasted great oriental greenfinch rock, that would have been tasty."
Caw. Emperor Peng felt incredibly humiliated.
He continued releasing gold cosmic energy, as what seemed like a million sharp golden arrows appeared around him. Yan Di performed a knife hand strike in the sky and a hole appeared. All the golden arrows effortlessly flew into that hole and disappeared. That's, Emperor Wen was astonished and speechless. Who was that guy? How could he be friends with Lin Feng? "Come and fight!" shouted Emperor Peng furiously. "Humph. If he comes out, he'll just die. He's only hiding now," said Emperor Dan mockingly. "You little piece of trash, if you continue, I will kill you. I will then abandon your miserable body in the fire mountains," said Yan Di whilst glancing at Emperor Dan. He didn't want to fight against Yan Di. He just wanted to infuriate him some. Emperor Dan remained silent. Then Yan Di said, "You useless piece of trash. You're such a bad cultivator, yet you dare open your filthy mouth in front of me. If I were you, I wouldn't have come here, you're only humiliating yourself." Phew, Emperor Dan took a deep breath. "And you're Emperor Qi? I heard that you like bullying young people. I just broken through to the Huang Qi layer, so I'm not used to it yet. Do you accept fighting against me to help me learn about this new cultivation level?" said Yan Di to Emperor Qi. "I'll help you," shouted Emperor Peng in a cold way. "It's not your turn yet. All of you, we will see if you're just trashy emperors or if you're strong. If you're not strong, piss off. From now on, Fire Mountain is my territory," said Yan Di aggressively. Then, he looked at Emperor Qi again and said, "Open your mouth and talk. I fooled you in the past, now I'm here, so you can get your revenge. If you don't fight, you'll only lose face. If that's the case, you and the pieces of trash next to you can piss off. Otherwise, I'll slap your faces silly." Emperor Qi was furious. If he refused to battle, he'd lose a lot of face. "Let's fight," said Emperor Qi looking serious. Yan Di just smiled and said, "Since you want to settle accounts with me, just come one after the other. Of course, if you want to join hands and fight against me, I don't mind." "He's really shameless," thought Lin Feng, rolling his eyes. That guy was insane. Together? If he really didn't mind them joining hands, he wouldn't have said it. Instead, he would have attacked immediately, and they would have counterattacked altogether. Now that he had said that though, the emperors couldn't join hands, otherwise, they'd lose face regardless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1495, Insane Yan Di. Chapter 1495, Insane Yan Di. After that, Yan Di moved higher up in the sky and reached the clouds. "I'm a new emperor, so I still need to learn how to control my energies. Give me time to get used to it." Emperor Qi jumped forwards. Give him time? Was that a joke? He just wanted to kill him. After one step, he released empty space cosmic energy and Emperor Qi disappeared. Then the space around Yan Di was sealed. Eh? Yan Di frowned. He looked confused. "Break!" shouted a voice furiously. Yan Di was seemingly stuck in empty space cosmic energy. However, he jumped forwards and lacerated the empty space cosmic energy, then fissures appeared. After Emperor Qi attacked Yan Di, a fire pattern flashed. Then, terrifying fire cosmic energy invaded the space and burnt the empty space energies. Dawn! Yan Di jumped, but there were fire patterns all around him. Yan Di had a demon lotus resting in his hand. He then stretched out his hand and the demon lotus collided with Emperor Qi's empty space cosmic energy. Then the fire pattern became even more dazzling. Emperor Qi felt threatened. He continued releasing more and more empty space cosmic energy, almost frantically. "Constriction!" shouted Yan Di. His demon lotus turned into threads of black fire which surrounded Emperor Qi's body. "Rise!" said Yan Di. The fire patterns almost seemed alive as they flew towards Emperor Qi. Boom! An infinity of flames dashed to the skies, causing the sky to look like it was burning.
Emperor Qi wanted to jump into an empty space, but at that moment, he heard Yan Di laugh evilly.
Emperor Qi's empty space burnt instantly, and his empty space energies were weakening.
The crowd on the ground was amazed, their muscles were twitching, especially those who had had tensions with Yan Di. They could sense that his cosmic energies weren't weak at all. He was not any weaker than Emperor Qi. Even if Emperor Qi had gone into the empty space, Yan Di's flames would have reached him. Emperor Qi's empty space cosmic energies seemed so weak in front of Yan Di,
thought Lin Feng.
His blood started boiling as a gigantic and terrifying empty space picture scroll appeared. Then a terrifying empty space cosmic energy dashed to the skies. His picture scroll surrounded his body, then he glared at Yan Di menacingly. Yan Di took a small step forwards, and then the flames gradually disappeared. A strong wind started blowing in the empty space.
Then, the empty space energies continued condensing, but the crowd couldn't see Yan Di.
Amongst all the emperors there, none of them dared think they were stronger than that Taoist monk.
His cosmic energies weren't overly powerful, but his control of them was amazing. Why are you so far away? I just want to practice. I don't want to kill you, said Yan Di mockingly. I'll show you,
shouted Emperor Peng furiously, turning into a golden light.
I will help you, little bird, shouted Yan Di furiously.
Emperor Peng continued using a few agility techniques, so even the space around him became distorted. He was flapping one wing at full speed and fanning the fire away. At the same time, he was using the other wing to attack Yan Di.
Golden wind cosmic energies dashed to the skies. The crowd was baffled because Yan Di didn't dodge the attack.
Instead, he jumped onto his fire pattern and moved towards the wing. Yan Di created a fire pattern in his hand and threw it towards the wing.
Yan Di did this all while remaining very calm. Dong! The crowd watched as Yan Di flew away a few dozens of hundreds of meters.
However, Emperor Peng shouted furiously. His wing was broken, only torn flesh remained, and blood was dripping unceasingly. His wing was contaminated with fire cosmic energy.
And people said he had the best defense in Bahuang, thought the crowd. People considered Emperor Peng as the best in terms of speed and defense. Your defense is good, you little bird.
I'll just be helping myself to a piece of roasted bird then, said Yan Di, but nobody dared laugh at his joke. If Emperor Peng couldn't kill him, then nobody else could.
Emperor Yan has fallen.
Now, a new friend has appeared, which is a good thing for Fire Mountain and for the Bahuang province.
Let's forget about our conflicts for now, said Emperor Yu. Yan Di was extremely strong.
He could help them fight against the Imperial Assassin Union. Indeed, I didn't like him at first, but now I want to be friends with him.
Let's all do that, said Emperor Wan. Humph. What if he belongs to the Imperial Assassin Union and has managed to take control of the Fire Mountain? Said Emperor Qi. Even if your clan was a part of the Imperial Assassin Union, he couldn't possibly be, said Lin Feng, smiling in a cold way. You little boy, I don't need your help to deal with them, said Yan Di. You bastard. Don't talk to me that way, said Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng, do you know him? Asked Emperor Yu to Lin Feng. Teacher, you also know him, said Lin Feng giggling. Emperor Yu couldn't know that it was Cheung Chi whom he had seen on the flight of stairs back then. You little bastard. How dare you talk to me that way? Shouted Yan Di suddenly. Emperor Yu was confused, but Lin Feng glanced at him, giving him reassurance. He's aggressive and arrogant, but he's my friend. We came to the Bahuang province together, said Lin Feng to Emperor Yu, making him laugh. You should stay here and take control over Fire Mountain. I intended to do that. I'm now the leader of Fire Mountain. Whoever dares come here and cause trouble will have to face me, said Yan Di in a calm and serene way. The emperors who hated him couldn't say anything though because they couldn't defeat him. But people from Fire Mountain had hoped he'd stay anyways. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1496, This World. Chapter 1496, This World. Yan Di was very strong. He controlled holy marks, cosmic energies, skills and techniques which were all incredible. He had even oppressed Emperor Peng. Piss off now. Do you need me to kick you out? Said Yan Di to Emperor Qi and the others in a cold way. Hee, congratulations for taking control over Fire Mountain, said many people before leaving. Very quickly, most everyone dispersed. Even though Emperor Qi was furious, he knew he couldn't defeat Yan Di. After breaking through to the Huang Qi layer,
nobody had ever humiliated or even injured Emperor Peng.
Emperor, do you intend to stay here? Asked Lin Feng to Yen Di.
After all the emperors left, only the people from Fire Mountain, Emperor Yu and the others remained.
Do you want to stay here too? I can teach you more about fire cultivation, said Yen Di.
Even though he was a great emperor from the previous world, he had come back to life using only a small thread of consciousness, and now he had broken through to the Huangqi layer. He still needed to stabilize his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have easily killed the rock.
I'll come back another time. You should make your cultivation more stable in the meantime, said Lin Feng smiling. He understood what he meant. Teacher, where are you going? Asked Lin Feng to Emperor Yu.
I'm going to take them to the Qi Feng mountain. Lin Feng, don't forget our meeting in the western part of Bahuang in 1 month,
said Emperor Yu indifferently.
Feng Ling and Feng Xian were touched by Emperor Yu's words.
Let's go, said Emperor Yu. Then, he left.
Emperor Devamara looked at Lin Feng and smiled. You should become stronger too, and once you become an emperor, don't forget our deal.
Then, Emperor Devamara glanced at Yen Di in a deep and meaningful way and left.
After they left, Lin Feng went to the mountain. Bathing in flames, he said, Emperor, I have a question.
Go ahead, replied Yen Di.
Why do energies pierce the sky once a cultivator breaks through to the Huangqi layer?
Asked Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, you should know some things now.
I'm going to take you somewhere,
said Yen Di as he grabbed Lin Feng's arm.
Then, they flew up into the air.
They pierced through the clouds and Lin Feng sensed a strength which oppressed him.
He couldn't see the ground anymore. He had never been that high up in the sky. Yen Di continued pulling Lin Feng higher into the sky. Were they going to reach space?
Finally, in front of Lin Feng, the limit of the sky appeared.
Do you understand now? Asked Yen Di.
Lin Feng stretched his hand and touched the limit. It was palpable. They could touch the sky with their hands.
The sky had a limit.
In Lin Feng's previous world, the sky didn't have a physical barrier, but in the cultivation world, it did.
Most cultivators couldn't go that high in the sky.
Without Yen Di, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to go that high up either.
Do you understand why cosmic energy pierces through the sky? Do you understand why peerless cultivators hide all the time? Do you understand why there are no great emperors in this world? Asked Yen Di.
Lin Feng's heart was pounding. He was astonished.
He tried to calm down. He had guessed several of those things before. The sky is not the only thing which has a limit, Bahuan and Jiuyu do too.
And nobody knows where the holy city is because it's in another world,
said Yen Di solemnly. The world in which you live is like the world in which I was sealed.
It's a world which was perfectly made,
explained Yen Di.
He had thought that in Emperor Yu's small world, after he had seen the people who lived there.
They didn't know that their world was a small world until Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi attacked.
Lin Feng felt so sad for those people, but he imagined how he would have reacted if he had been them. Lin Feng remained pensive for a long time.
There were many mysteries in the cultivation world. What about the holy city? What about the ancient battlefield in the Huangxi? What about Fortune City and the 12 shrines? Who were those people who had appeared in the shrines?
Lin Feng guessed that many people he had seen in those shrines had lived in other worlds, just like him.
Of course, that world exists on its own now.
It has existed for such a long time.
It almost doesn't have limits.
It's like people and animals who live in other worlds. Unless you're very strong, you can't know it. For ordinary people, living in a small world or in a real world is the same. And strong cultivators who know about that don't talk about it, otherwise ordinary people would panic,
said Yen Di. Then, there must be many, many small worlds? Could it be that the holy city is a great world? The center of the worlds? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed.
You will realize how big the world is only after you go to the holy city. There are many strong cultivators there who have lived for thousands, even dozens of thousands of years.
The history of the world is a part of their memories. The strongest ones all have small worlds. They can even create small worlds with their own rules. You can imagine how many small worlds there must be in the cultivation world, said Yen Di.
Lin Feng recalled the 12 shrines, then he suddenly understood that those people were just like him. They were geniuses from the other small worlds. The young man who had a king's body, the ice and frost dragon, the mysterious girl in black, Lin Feng remembered them all. They would probably all go to the holy city like him and the other geniuses from Bahuang and Jiuyu. Someday, I will go to that place and will see countless incredible cultivators. I will also have memories which will date back thousands of years. Someday, I will be a part of those cultivators whom everybody has heard of.
Thought Lin Feng.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1497, Tiantai's Direct Disciples. Chapter 1497, Tiantai's Direct Disciples.
Suddenly, Lin Feng understood a lot more. The geniuses from the 12 shrines were geniuses from the other small worlds.
He also recalled what Xiaoya had told him.
The holy city was a different world because it was actually the real world. He also remembered that the 3 Lives Demon Emperor had disappeared because he had left that small world.
He had probably pierced through its barriers and left. However, he now had millions of questions again.
What was the thing which had pierced through the sky when he had opened the 3 live scriptures? Why did cosmic energies pierce through the sky when people broke through to the Huangqi layer?
Were there some things only emperors could understand? Yan Di tapped Lin Feng's shoulders and smiled. Let's go down.
Lin Feng nodded. After a short time, they arrived on Fire Mountain again.
Lin Feng, even though you've never seen the Great World, I'm here and I will not disappoint you. I will take you to that great world at some point, said Yan Di solemnly. You should practice cultivation diligently and become stronger. Otherwise, I will soon catch up with you and you won't be happy, said Lin Feng teasingly.
Yan Di looked at Lin Feng angrily. Back then, he was only a thread of consciousness. It would still be very difficult for him to become as strong as when he was a great emperor.
I'm going, said Lin Feng, and then he left looking both confident and at ease.
With Yan Di in Fire Mountain, Lin Feng didn't need to worry.
He also didn't worry about Yan Di's safety.
If the Imperial Assassin Union came to Fire Mountain, Yan Di would just kill them all. Lin Feng left Fire Mountain and headed towards Western Bahuang. He didn't travel via portal. He still had plenty of time with 20 days left, so he didn't need to rush. He had to spend some time relaxing. Even though he knew he needed to kill many people to become stronger, sometimes he needed time to think. He needed time for himself. 5 days later, on the border between southern and western Bahuang, there was a wonderful landscape which possessed more beauty than one could possibly take in. Lin Feng was lying on a small boat, sunbathing.
Some people were playing music in the background. Bian Lake, birds singing on trees, beautiful landscapes, why don't you sit down to enjoy it? Said the boatman while smiling at Lin Feng. Beautiful landscapes, lakes and mountains, they're not mine, so why would I watch? Said Lin Feng with his hands on his chest. He then laughed and said, why are there so many beautiful women playing music here? You're an incredible person, but there are still some things you don't know.
The islands of the Biyun Lake are places where people like to trade. Each island belongs to a powerful group, and those musicians are from those groups.
They welcome hosts, said the boatman smiling.
Lin Feng smiled indifferently but didn't ask much more.
He enjoyed the peace and tranquility.
After Lin Feng learnt that his world was a small world, his perspectives changed.
He felt indifferent. The boat moved across the lake.
Lin Feng listened to the music. Some beautiful women danced on the islands as he passed them. 10 days later, a silhouette ran through the forests, tossing leaves around.
Half a month later, in a small village, a baby was crying.
A young woman took the baby in her arms and breastfed it before it stopped crying.
She was resting at the foot of a tree. It was cool outside like an autumn setting.
Not far from the tree, there was a handsome young man with an ancient sword resting on his back. He was smiling back at her.
The young girl looked surprised, but then she looked happy.
The sun was shining on her face. After a short time, she turned her head and there was another young man.
20 days later, in an ancient city, a young man in white clothes was sitting on the ground in front of a very ancient building.
He was looking up at the sun with his arms crossed on his chest. Why were there stars?
Why was there a sun in that small world?
When breaking through to the Huangqi layer, a cultivator condensed cosmic energies.
Just what kind of energies were cosmic energies?
Lin Feng was asking himself questions about life, but he had to stop thinking after a while to relax. It was sunset, and Lin Feng was still sitting there. It became dark outside, and sometimes, people passed in front of him, but it all felt like a dream. When the sun rose again the next day, Lin Feng stood up and went to the city center. Sometimes, he passed next to some people fighting, and watched the blood splashed, but he didn't seem interested nor surprised. He was just a guest in that city, not a savior.
He couldn't care about everyone. He wasn't a kind-hearted god, he was a killer.
Maybe someday, he would make his own world, and then he would try to make that a perfect world. Gulong City was the closest city to the Tianlong's mountain chain.
It was one of Tianlong Divine Castle's most influential cities.
At that moment, a young man in white clothes was walking around in the ancient city.
He looked relaxed.
He was walking slowly, but people thought they were hallucinating when they saw him. He walked slowly, but at the same time, he quickly disappeared from their fields of vision.
"I can bet that he's a genius from Baohuang," said someone in a restaurant while looking out of the window. "Possibly. Who do you think he is?"
said his interlocutor. "He has an ancient sword on his back and he is wearing white clothes, so it must be Lin Feng,"
whispered that person.
The people on his sides looked at him. Lin Feng.
The direction in which he was walking was towards Tianlong Divine Castle. Was Lin Feng going to Tianlong Divine Castle?
Lin Feng stopped and glanced around. Where are the others?
Are they here already?
At that moment, a dozen fishers appeared.
"Ha, you're punctual, Lin Feng,"
said Xingzhan while jumping out of a fissure. His other disciples also jumped out of the fissures. Apart from Mu Chan and Ho Changlin, 10 disciples had arrived.
"Brothers, you've become stronger,"
said Lin Feng smiling.
"When is our teacher coming?"
"Lin Feng, our teacher is waiting for us in Tianlong Divine Castle,"
said Tianqi smiling. Lin Feng was astonished. Tianlong Divine Castle?
Lin Feng gazed into the distance where he could see Tianlong Divine Castle. A year ago, Tianlong Divine Castle, the Qing clan and the Sikong clan attacked Tiantai. Then, Ruoxia, Lin Feng and Qing Tian went to the Qi clan and killed a lot of people.
"Now, we're all going to attack Tianlong Divine Castle," said Tianqi smiling.
Then, he immediately jumped up into the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1498, Tianlong Divine Castle's Judgment Day. Chapter 1498, Tianlong Divine Castle's Judgment Day. Tianlong Divine Castle's territory was very vast. Each building was ancient and had the shape of a dragon.
At that moment, a silhouette appeared.
That person was wearing a blue robe and he looked indifferent.
Many people looked at him, but they didn't recognize him.
However, they could see that he was extraordinary.
Some people did recognize him and were shaking.
"Emperor Yu." People started talking all over Tianlong Divine Castle's territory.
Emperor Yu shook his hand and suddenly, gigantic earthy mountains fell from the sky. Tianlong Divine Castle had existed for thousands of years, but nobody had ever dared come to their territory without permission. Even though many buildings exploded, nobody died. Emperor Yu was an emperor, so he respected Ba Huang's rules and controlled himself.
"Emperor Yu."
Suddenly, the sound of dragons chanting thundered. A silhouette rose up in the air. That person was wearing dragon armor.
Apart from Emperor Tianlong, who could compete with Emperor Yu? Emperor Yu looked indifferent. He punched the air in Emperor Tianlong's direction.
Then, they both jumped into an empty space.
They didn't need to talk. Since Emperor Yu had come, they had to fight.
They couldn't fight outside, otherwise, all the cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle would die.
"Emperors are fighting," thought the crowd.
There, the crowd saw several silhouettes descend from the sky.
Buddha lights, golden lights, Tianqi.
White clothes, ancient sword, Lin Feng. The direct disciples from Tiantai are invading Tianlong Divine Castle,
thought the crowd. Only now did they understand what was going on. Tiantai has come to their revenge.
Last time, the Qi clan, the Sikong clan and Tianlong Divine Castle had gone to Tiantai. There they had killed many people. Then, Lin Feng and Ruoxia had killed people in the Qi clan. This time, Tiantai had come to attack Tianlong Divine Castle. It was even more terrifying.
"Fight!" shouted someone whose voice also carried dragon chants. Tianlong Divine Castle's people knew what was going on, so they didn't need to talk. A gigantic Buddha appeared behind Tianqi.
That gigantic Buddha seemed like it could crush the world. A gigantic Buddha also appeared near Ban Ruo, and he used the Vairocana sword to attack. Xingzhan shouted furiously, and his fierce energies filled the sky.
Kukan released a terrifying desiccated tree. Li Hen played music.
Mo Qing Tian used his star book and created a star sword. Wu Yong released a gigantic hand.
Ruoxia used a desolation sword attack. Lin Feng unsheathed his Tianji sword and released thunderous energies.
The 10 direct disciples of Tiantai all attacked at the same time. The space around them became completely distorted. Those who were in a crowd started running away chaotically. They wanted to survive.
Many people couldn't escape though and were bombarded by the attacks. "Turn into dragons and kill them,"
said the Crown Prince of Tianlong when he saw them. His eyes were bloodshot, but he looked a bit scared though. During the meeting of the emperors, the disciples of Tiantai had shown how strong they were. Now, a long time had passed since the meeting of the emperors and they had probably become even stronger. Those direct disciples were terrifying people and Ho Ching Lin wasn't there. Amongst the 9 princes of Tianlong Divine Castle, Lin Feng had killed 7 of them. Only the Crown Prince and his brother were left. The strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle all turned into dragons. The Crown Prince already knew that they couldn't defeat Tiantai, but he still had to try. The Tianlong scepter appeared in his hand. Then the Crown Prince shouted furiously and threw himself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped forwards and moved like the wind. Then black fissures appeared where the scepter was. The Crown Prince was at the very top of the Zun Qi layer now, coupled with the Tianlong scepter which was an imperial weapon. His strength was astonishing.
Ban Ruo, Ku Kan, Li Hen, follow me, we'll fight the Crown Prince.
Xingzhan, Xing Tian, Wu Yong, Mu Bei, you deal with the other prince. Lin Feng and Ruo Xia, you slaughter people,
said Tian Qi.
Lin Feng and Ruo Xia had already joined hands and killed people from the Qi clan, so if it had worked then, it would work now.
All right, said Lin Feng. He didn't mind.
He had spent a month relaxing, so he was past due for a bloodbath. Someone wanted to get near them, but Lin Feng's Tianji sword lacerated them both and they died.
Boom!
A terrifying light moved towards those fighting against the princes. However, Lin Feng used his deadly demon punch and destroyed them immediately. Then, Lin Feng landed in front of someone.
Long time no see,
said Lin Feng smiling thinly. He was standing in front of Jinggu. He had seen him outside of Tianyuan City, where he had tried to kill him.
Lin Feng would always remember him. Jinggu was not happy to see him.
Back then, Lin Feng was weaker than him. Now, he smiled with delight in front of him. Lin Feng raised his hands and condensed demonic energies. At the same time, he also condensed a force which was multiplied by 600 times his strength. His energies oppressed Jinggu.
Dawn!
Lin Feng took a step forwards, forcing Jinggu to take a step backwards. His face turned deathly pale. Jingu's blood was boiling as he slowly turned into a demon. Lin Feng smiled coldly and took another step forward. Then Lin Feng condensed his force in his hands. Arg! Jinggu shouted furiously and raised his dragon fists, using his full strength with his first attack.
Explosions sounded and then 2 holes appeared in Jingu's body.
Each of them were filled with demonic energies.
His face was deathly pale, even his hands had disappeared. How weak!
Lin Feng turned around and continued killing people. Then, Jingu's body slowly turned black and then to dust. Lin Feng continued using his deadly demon punch and nobody could withstand a single attack.
He killed everyone in his way.
People in the distance were incredulous. Tianlong Divine Castle was doomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1499, 2 Emperors Joining Hands. Chapter 1499, 2 Emperors Joining Hands. Ruo Xia's desolate sword was quick and terrifying. He condensed desolate and speed abstruse energies together in it. Cultivators at the 8th Zun Qi layer or below couldn't withstand a single attack.
Corpses fell like rain around him.
Deadly demon punches always emerged in pairs.
Each time, 2 cultivators were struck and were reduced to dust. Very quickly, Tianlong Divine Castle's strong cultivators stopped attacking. They just surrounded Lin Feng and Ruo Xia and looked at them furiously. Above them, in the sky, the other disciples from Tiantai were fighting against the princes. Tianlong Divine Castle has existed for 1,000 years. Even though they don't have that many strong cultivators, at least they have a lot of people, said Ruo Xia while glancing at the crowd. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, those people can't compete with our friends. Last time, we had fun killing people in the Qi clan, now let's have fun and kill people from Tianlong Divine Castle.
All right.
Lin Feng nodded and jumped forwards. He used his desolate Xana sword, and beheaded people one after the other.
Arg! Someone shouted.
A dragon hand reached towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng used his deadly demon punch and it collided with the dragon hand. Explosions sounded, and that hand exploded, then the cultivator with it.
6 strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng.
Those people were all cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. If their attacks reached Lin Feng, he would be in trouble.
So close yet so far.
Lin Feng reappeared in his empty space, but at the same time, he released sword energies which whistled and lacerated the cultivators. Blood splashed everywhere. After they realized that nobody could get near him, their faces turned deathly pale.
They couldn't kill Lin Feng, while he could easily kill them. Boom boom.
Lin Feng shook his hand and a mountain descended from the sky. Then Lin Feng condensed sword energies in his hand and cut the air in front of him.
The buildings were collapsing around them, and strong cultivators were dying ceaselessly. Lin Feng!
Shouted the Crown Prince furiously. After he noticed that only a few people were still alive on the ground, he started to accept that maybe Tianlong Divine Castle was going to fall. Lin Feng ignored him and continued killing people. His sword was streaking across the sky and killed some more cultivators.
Tiantai is going to destroy Tianlong Divine Castle, thought the crowd.
At that moment, the Crown Prince was using the Tianlong scepter, and he had turned into a real dragon. He looked ferocious. He kept glancing at Lin Feng as fought the other direct disciples. A subtle sound was heard, as if a talisman had been broken. He had no choice but to admit that he couldn't defeat Tiantai's disciples. Besides, Mu Chen and Ho Ching Lin weren't even there. He had no choice but to inform Emperor Tianlong of the situation.
Emperor Tianlong was still fighting against Emperor Yu though.
The massacre continued, and the sky was riddled with cracks. A strong wind blew as two people appeared at the same time, Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Yu. Emperor Tianlong glanced around, devastated. Buildings were destroyed and there were corpses everywhere.
Stop! Shouted Emperor Tianlong furiously. What?
Emperor Tianlong had joined hands with the emperors of the Qi clan and the Sikong clan back then to destroy Tiantai.
I wouldn't have thought that I would see such a thing now, said someone at that moment. Emperor Tianlong yelled, Emperor Wen. It seems like my teacher was prepared, thought Lin Feng, smiling thinly. What does this have to do with you? Said Emperor Tianlong, trying to control himself. Of course it has nothing to do with me. I just want to watch. That's all, said Emperor Wen, smiling. Everybody knew that Emperor Wen would help Emperor Yu fight though. Continue, said Emperor Yu to Lin Feng and the others. He was smiling and relaxing, like one would watching a movie at the theaters. Lin Feng was happy and smiled. Emperor Yu and Emperor Wen are probably going to destroy Tianlong Divine Castle, said some people in the distance. Ruo Xia, brother, help the others. Kill the second prince. I can deal with these guys myself, said Lin Feng to Ruo Xia, who then nodded. All right. Ruo Xia rose up in the air and threw himself at the second prince while releasing deceleration abstruse energy. At the same time, he used acceleration abstruse energy on his fellow disciples. Boom! Emperor Tianlong couldn't handle it anymore. He started flying towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw a gigantic dragon moving towards him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Gotcha! The space near Lin Feng exploded. Emperor Tianlong had the feeling that his arms were going to explode. He turned around and saw Emperor Wen. Emperor Tianlong, you dare try and attack my disciples? Don't blame me then, said Emperor Yu. If Emperor Tianlong had any chances before, he was doomed now. Father! Shouted the Crown Prince. A gigantic dragon statue suddenly surrounded his body. No, shouted Emperor Tianlong. Then he was surrounded by empty space lights again. Emperor Tianlong has violated the rules of the emperors and attacked my good friend Lin Feng. Don't blame me either, said Emperor Wen indifferently. Since when was Lin Feng Emperor Wen's friend? Of course, Emperor Wen wanted to attack and just needed an excuse. Save me! Shouted the Crown Prince. The gigantic dragon statue which had surrounded him suddenly exploded. Emperor Yu had released earth energies to make it explode. Then, he died. He can only blame himself. He didn't deserve to live, said Emperor Yu while killing the Crown Prince. Emperor Tianlong was furious, his eyes were bloodshot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1500, Surrounded. Chapter 1500, Surrounded. The Tianlong scepter appeared, and Emperor Yu grabbed it. That was an imperial weapon, so he couldn't waste it. Die! Shouted Emperor Tianlong as went insane. He released crazy amounts of cosmic energies. However, at that moment, he didn't have time to finish condensing his energies before Emperor Wen's attack reached him. Emperor Wen had already condensed two sorts of cosmic energies, energies from the earth and sky, as well as empty space cosmic energies. Kaboom! Two fists collided and terrifying fissures appeared in the sky. Emperor Wen's earth and sky cosmic energies continued moving forwards. Emperor Tianlong, said the second prince.
Emperor Yu released a gigantic hand which moved towards the second prince.
That was Emperor Tianlong's last living son. Emperor Tianlong was devastated again.
He wanted to cry and shout in fury. A horrible shriek sounded, and blood gushed. The second prince's body exploded after Emperor Yu crushed him to death.
Emperor Tianlong will go insane, thought the crowd. Tianlong Divine Castle's 9 princes had all died now. Die! Shouted Emperor Tianlong furiously. Die, kill them all! Shouted a voice. That voice resonated far off into the distance.
From the distance, a gloomy dark silhouette stepped out from a castle.
If you hadn't seen them yourself, you wouldn't even know that they were there. Who are they? Thought the crowd. Tianlong Divine Castle had hidden cultivators?
He had shouted for help because he had no other choice.
They look like assassins from the Imperial Assassin Union, thought some people. Emperor Wen and Emperor Yu looked at them and then smiled coldly. How do you explain that? Asked Emperor Wen. Emperor Wen, I guarantee you that you will regret what you did today, said Emperor Tianlong while staring at Emperor Wen. Then, he looked at Emperor Yu and Tiantai's people. You will all die. Kill them. The people in black clothes didn't make any sounds as they attacked. Your opponent is me, said Emperor Yu, releasing chi.
A strong cultivator in black clothes, who was also an emperor, moved towards Emperor Yu. Lin Feng saw someone heading towards him. He suddenly took out his Tianji sword and his eyes turned pitch black.
How cold, thought that cultivator.
The one in front of him started shaking, but then he shouted and ran forwards again.
How cold, thought Lin Feng in return.
He released more sword chi and slashed his sword in front of him.
Cosmic strength, thought Lin Feng.
That person wasn't an emperor, otherwise he would have borrowed the force of the earth and sky.
However, he could already control cosmic energies.
When a cultivator's force was multiplied by 1,000, he could also control cosmic energies. It was due to the changes which occurred in the physical body. Back in the Qi Empire, some cultivators who had attacked them by surprise also used cosmic energies even though they weren't emperors. They had gone abroad before coming back to kill their teachers. Lin Feng used his force which was multiplied by 600 and slowed down his opponent. Lin Feng condensed sword energies in both hands as well as immortal energy.
Boom boom.
Thunder blasted, and a gigantic canyon appeared in the ground.
Waves of sword energies flowed, looking almost gentle. It was the duality of things, everything had 2 sides, life and death, yin and yang. Boom. Lin Feng's sword energies were destroyed by the cosmic energies though.
Even though Lin Feng's sword attack was powerful, it still couldn't compete with cosmic energies.
I still can't fight against cosmic energies, thought Lin Feng. Then, he moved like the wind and turned into a shadow. Where are you going? Shouted that cultivator in a cold way.
He performed a knife hand strike in the sky and a celestial river moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng coughed blood after it hit him.
Cosmic strength was terrifying.
Because his opponent hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer yet, his cosmic energies were weaker. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have just coughed blood. Even amongst emperors, some of them were better than others at controlling cosmic energies. Terrifying energies surrounded Lin Feng again.
His opponent was condensing cosmic energies again.
Even emperors had been injured in the Qi Empire after their disciples had attacked them by surprise.
Lin Feng was in mortal danger now.
Lin Feng wanted to escape, but everything around him had turned into a gigantic lake.
It was as if Lin Feng was going to drown in it. Slash, an arrow streaked across the sky.
That person sensed how dangerous the arrow was, but it was too late. It lacerated the lake's cosmic energies and pierced through that cultivator's head, killing him instantly.
Lin Feng was a meter away, he was soaked, his muscles hurt. Ruo Xia went through the same thing.
Someone saved him at the last second, arrows killing those who wanted to kill him. Lin Feng raised his head and saw the watchers.
The one who looked the most heroic was standing in the middle.
He looked stronger than the others, for it was the Watcher's father. After Emperor Tianlong saw the Watcher's father and the Watchers, his facial expression changed drastically.
What was going on? He hadn't expected them to show up. Had Emperor Yu planned it all? Did he really want to wipe Tianlong Divine Castle off the map for real? When he looked at Emperor Yu was already looking at him mockingly with the largest of grins.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.